Star Odyssey chapter 2495 to chapter 2548. There were cosmic rings in the hyperspace as well, and they weren't anything special. Luine guessed that they had something to do with the fifth mainland, or rather, the Genesis space. Luine stored the energy source in his cosmic ring, and not long after, Luo Lauer walked out with a relaxed expression. "Sister you, I told you, you can't get it, ha ha ha." The girl ground her teeth. "Were you hiding it? Tell me the truth, brother Luo." Luo Lauer rolled his eyes. "You think too highly of me. Who do you think can hide it from the detection equipment?" The girl replied, "Some powerful cultivators from the Cultivation civilization can do it. You're the son of Lord Luo, so of course you can do it." Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he looked at Luo Lauer. The son of Lord Luo? Could it be that Lord Luo of the Three Sovereigns? Luo Lauer quickly shushed her. "Sister you, don't talk nonsense about me. I was abandoned by Lord Luo a long time ago, and I don't have any status or ability. I'm afraid of you, sister you. I'll do whatever you say, but I really can't get the blue energy source." The girl rolled her eyes again, but she didn't say anything else. After that, more and more people tried to get close to the girl, but she ignored them. It wasn't until a few youths with high status walked out that they joined the girl and Luo Lauer's circle. The people who had tried to strike up a conversation with Luo Lauer were chased away. As long as there were people, there would be differences in status. Luo Lauer seemed ordinary, but he was in the same circle as the girl. If he really was the son of Lord Luo of the Three Sovereigns, then his status would be even more different, but that didn't seem to be the case. How could the son of Lord Luo be like this? 2 days later, no more people were sent over. More than 1,000 youths had gathered in this space, and they had all received the energy source. They found people they were familiar with to interact with, forming circles after circles. Luo Lauer's circle was the subject of envious gazes. Luine was also the subject of many people's curiosity, as he stood alone in a corner. "Sister you, have you heard of the surname Xian?" Luo Lauer asked. The girl's name was Yu. "Xian? Never heard of it. Is she from the Three Sovereign space?" "Xian? It can't be from the Wood Realm, right?" "It sounds like it," someone interrupted. Luo Lauer pointed at Luine. "That guy calls himself Xianxia, but I can't remember any noble with the surname Xian." Deliberately mystifying and pretentious, a man said disdainfully. "Suiyu said, I remember that a few years ago, there was a small aristocrat with the surname Bai. It happened to be a few days after that person joined the decision-making team, and it attracted a lot of attention. Everyone thought that the person with the surname Bai was from the same family as that person in the decision-making team. Many people surrounded them, and even my grandfather asked around. In the end, he confirmed that the small aristocrat was just putting on an act." Luo Lauer said, "I remember now. That minor noble was very aloof in the beginning and didn't pay attention to anyone. Many people sent him gifts and resources, and I heard that someone even sent a white energy source to him. He was deceived quite miserably." Speaking to there, many people looked at the man who had said that he was deliberately mystifying things. His name was Mudo, and the one who had been tricked into giving the white energy source was from his family. When this was brought up, Mudo grew even more displeased, and he looked at Luine with disgust as he walked over. Luo Lauer blinked. "He's not going to cause trouble for him, is he?" Suiyu said, "That minor noble who tricked the Mudo family escaped without a trace. The Mu family still hasn't recovered from the loss of a white energy source, and they've been ridiculed for many years now. Do you think it'll be troublesome? But what if he really is a great noble who's hiding his identity? Then he's just unlucky. The Mu family used all of their resources and has already been nominated for the next decision-making team. If nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be someone from the Mu family on the next committee. Unless that person is related to the decision-making team, he can only accept his bad luck." Suddenly, Mudo looked back at Luo Lauer. "What kind of energy source did he take?" Luo Lauer raised his brows. This guy wasn't too arrogant after all. It was good that he knew how to ask, and it was good that he had probed that person's background. It was fine if he was deliberately mystifying things, but if he really did have a background, then the Mu family would be the unlucky ones. Green. Mudo's eyes flashed, and he coldly glanced at the crowd before looking at Luine and walking over. Luin had actually been keeping an eye on Luo Lauer's group, and he could glean quite a bit from their conversation. Of course, he had also heard their conversation, and he was speechless. Was this considered a scapegoat? Being a scapegoat was not his style was to shift the blame. As Mudo approached, Luin suddenly stood up and walked over to a group of people. Time's up. The group looked at Luin in confusion. It was the same group that had cut the queue. Muscleman was confused. What time? Luin replied, you told me to stand in the corner and not move. Time's up, so can I leave now? Muscleman and the others looked at each other. When had he been told to stand in the corner and not move? Suiyu and the rest were stunned. There was actually such a reversal? They looked at Mudo. This was awkward. They had been about to cause trouble for him, but he was the one being punished. Mudo stood in the middle, not knowing if he should leave or not. The main thing was that the atmosphere was brewing, and it wouldn't be right if he didn't vent. Thus, he walked over to Muscleman's group. You were the one who cut the queue? Boss, did you punish him? Someone asked. The girl looked at him respectfully. Boss, he agreed to let us cut the queue, but you still punished him? What a man. Boss, you're amazing. You haven't even entered the battlefield and you're already taking in underlings. Boss, you're amazing. Muscleman stared blankly for a moment, but then he scratched the back of his head and laughed maniacally. This kid is quite pleasing to the eye. He'll be very obedient after some training, ha 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 ha. Luin laughed. Then can I leave now? Muscleman patted Luyin's shoulder. Why are you leaving? Go stand there. Luin grunted and obediently walked to the corner. Immediately, flattery flooded into Muscleman's ears, causing him to become even more arrogant. Luin brushed past Mudo, but Mudo suddenly raised a hand and pressed down on Luyin's shoulder. Luin stopped and looked at him in shock. Why did the people of this spacetime like to pat people's shoulders? Go, slap him, Mudo said. Luin thought he had misheard. What? Mudo growled, slap him, I said so. He then exerted force and pushed Luin towards Muscleman. Luin couldn't control himself and bumped into Muscleman, who was enraged. You little brat, do you want to die? Luin pointed at Mudo. He pushed me. Muscleman glared at Mudo. He was about to say something when he suddenly realized. Your master Mudo? Mudo stared at Luin. Slap him. Luin gulped and hesitated. That's not good. I'll say it one last time. Slap him. Mudo barked in annoyance. Luin hurriedly turned around and slapped Muscleman's face. The crisp sound of the slap attracted many people's attention. Thud. Yu and the rest watched calmly. Trans-dimensional status was clear. With Mudo's status, he could even cripple that person, let alone slap him. Muscleman thought the same and didn't dare resist. Luyin's slap stunned him. Mudo was satisfied. Not bad, don't be so useless in the future. Luyin's eyes lit up. Yes. He then slapped Muscleman again. Mudo was stunned. Why was it another slap? Muscleman stared blankly at Luin. Why was he slapping him again? Who told you to slap me? Everyone looked at Luin. Luin said, that's more like it. Muscleman was furious and his eyes flashed. In the distance, Luo Bro laughed. Yu pursed her lips and smiled. Mudo sized Luin up and praised him. Not bad, come and follow me. Luin hurried. Over, yes, my lord. The first slap had only been to vent Mudo's anger, but the second one had made him feel that Luin was a promising talent that could bring him face. Just like that, Luin, who should have been the target of trouble, suddenly joined Mudo's circle. Although his position was the lowest and he was ordered around, no one dared to offend him with Mudo's support. Luo Bro no longer paid any attention to him, but he still cared about the Xin surname. Just like that, 3 days later, a piece of news suddenly came. Their original destination had changed. They had changed to the drifting cloud space. Drifting cloud space? Isn't that a parallel universe? Why are we in the drifting cloud space? Yu was puzzled. Mudo explained, the drifting cloud space isn't just a parallel universe, it's also one of the battlefields with the Eternals. It said that when we conquered the drifting cloud space, the Eternals interfered and turned the drifting cloud space into a battlefield. Luo Bro continued mysteriously, let me tell you a secret. It said that our change of destination has something to do with someone. Who? Yu was curious. Everyone looked at Luo Bro as well. He always had a way to obtain confidential information. Luo Bro's voice was very soft, and only those in his circle could hear it. Everyone else was envious. Zijing. Zijing? Mudo, Yu, and the others cried out. Luo Bro quickly shushed them. Don't spread this news. I spent a lot of effort to find out, so don't let others hear it for nothing. Zijing? That traitor who caused a huge commotion? Mudo was shocked. Luo Bro replied, she's not a traitor. She didn't betray the Transcendence universe, she just escaped. It said that one of their techniques can bring about unpredictable consequences. Yu muttered, I heard grandfather say that this woman is very important. Her disappearance caused one of our techniques to stagnate. If we can't find her, it will stagnate for a very long time. Now that she's back, that technique is about to break through. That's why the council has shifted our battlefield to the drifting cloud space. What does this have to do with the drifting cloud space? Is that Zijing from the drifting cloud space? Luin interrupted. Someone was unhappy, who are you to interrupt? Shut up. Mudo glared, he's one of my people. You're the one who should shut up. Mudo, others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. My family was also nominated by the council. So what? Yu was annoyed, alright, what are you arguing about? My grandfather is in the council. The two immediately stopped talking. Luin was speechless, this was a competition of background. Luo Bro continued, I don't know the specifics, but this is the only big thing that happened recently. He suddenly flashed a wretched smile that made Suiyu want to hit him. I heard that Zijing brought a man back this time, hee, I wonder what he looks like. Suiyu was disgusted, what does that have to do with you? Luo Bro shouted, if Zijing really does bring about a breakthrough in a certain technique, then even if she has a history of running away, it won't stop her from becoming a member of the council in the future. You guys can think about who will marry her. Mudo's eyes lit up, and a few people around him subconsciously straightened their backs. That's right, although they didn't know what that technique was, it definitely wasn't simple for the council to care so much about it. If she could take Zijing down, then regardless of whether or not she would join the council in the future, she would definitely become one of the higher-ups. Brothers, it's time to live off a woman. Go and find out as much as you can. If you can take her down, then your ancestors will wake up laughing, Luo Bro said. Disgusting, one of the girls spat. Suiyu looked down on them, if you're a man, then get ahead of yourself. Thinking about this all the time is disgusting. Find the man that Zijing brought here first, then beat him up and suppress him, Luo Bro shouted. Mudo was excited, yes, find him and suppress him. Suppress. Suppress. Zijing is mine. 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 Soon, they all started arguing. Luo Bro was the most agitated, shouting that he wanted to join the council and show his father who was the real talent. Suiyu and the other girls stood far away with looks of disdain. Luin pursed his lips, what were these guys shouting about? His identity wouldn't be exposed, right? He wanted to run further away. Xianxia, what are you standing there for? Beat him up. If he dares, Mudo, I'll beat you up first. Luo Bro, you're from the Outlands, don't get involved. You're from the Outlands, your whole family is from the Outlands. My body and mind belong to the hyperspace, I'll stay here for the rest of my life. You've been abandoned. Your whole family has been abandoned. There were more than 1,000 people around, and they were all staring at these few people. Luin felt awkward. Finally, the laughter broke the quarrel. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who laughed was a middle-aged man. He was as tall and sturdy as Kujian. There were scars on his face, and his exposed arms were full of scars. One look and one could tell that he was not someone to be trifled with. You're very energetic. Good, time's up. Come with me and use your energy on the battlefield. Don't think about women all day. If anyone dares to mention women again, I'll make them stay on the battlefield for the rest of their lives, haha. Luo Lauer's mouth was wide open as he stared at the man with a dumbfounded expression. He then raised his hand and held his chin as he asked in a very low voice, why is he here? Next to him, Mudwa said, "What's so surprising about that? Our itinerary has changed, so it's normal for the flowing cloud space's commander to change." Xianxia, known as the most belligerent commander, often rushed to the front alone in the war, so much so that in several big battles, the decision-making committee had to agree to give him a black energy source to protect himself. He is one of the few people in Transdimensional who can use a black energy source, but I heard that he offended the decision-making committee, so the black energy source will never be given to him. Why was such a person sent to flowing cloud space? Someone was puzzled. Maybe he can use the black energy source again, another person said with a fervent look in his eyes. Black energy sources were Transdimensional's most powerful weapons. Once they were used, they could fight against progenitors. This was what Kujian had said, as long as they were willing, even a bug could fight against a progenitor. However, Luin did not believe such words. Using an energy source required one's own body. Although it did not have much to do with one's cultivation level, the requirements for certain aspects of one's body were even more perverse. He looked at the middle-aged man called Xianxia. This person did not use an energy source, but he was able to exert pressure on the entire space. His strength should not be lower than an envoy's, but because his cultivation path was different, Luin did not know what kind of envoy's power level he could display. Not making any noise? Get over here. The closer you are to me, the better. Xianxia barked. Everyone seemed to wake up from a dream, and they all looked at Xianxia apprehensively. They did not know what to do, as the pressure that Xianxia was exerting on them was too great. Even an enlighter could exert a great amount of pressure on a normal person, let alone someone with Xianxia's strength. Suiyu was the first to walk over, as she was not too far away from Xianxia. Next, Mudo and the rest followed suit. It had to be said that although some people were born with a higher status than others, the training and education that they had received made them elites. There were very few who were truly useless and hedonistic. Luin followed Mudo over. Xianxia's gaze swept across everyone's faces, and they all paled as they forcefully endured his pressure and advanced. In the end, over 1,000 people formed a circle around Xianxia, but Xianxia disdainfully said, "Come closer." Suiyu gritted her teeth and approached Xianxia. She was only 2 meters away from him, while Luo Lauer was 5 meters away. Luin, who was behind Mudo, was about 5 meters away as well. Xiaobai actually needs me to personally lead you to a battlefield like this. It's all thanks to your ancestors, but on the battlefield, your ancestors won't be able to protect you. After speaking, a transparent energy source on Xianxia's chest emitted a bright white light. It was similar to Kujian's, but there were some differences. Although they were both white, Xianxia's was much more dazzling than Kujian's. It was also much purer and thicker. With a burst of energy, the white light enveloped everyone. Xianxia took a step forward and brought everyone through the void. Luin was flabbergasted. Was this how ultra spacetime used a half-progenitor's power? It was too crude, just like how a half-progenitor would directly use astral sources to coerce others. The people here did not have inner worlds. In a one-on-one battle, those who used white energy sources would find it difficult to defeat a half-progenitor from the fifth mainland. The scene in front of them changed, and they appeared in a starry sky that was completely different from ultra spacetimes. Luin looked up and saw the materialized energy that flowed like dark clouds above, as well as the faintly discernible structure of a huge object in the distance. He stared into the distance. What was that? At this moment, Xianxia was also staring at him. The others did not react, but Luin was the first to look over after traveling through a parallel spacetime. This was not normal. After all, traveling through parallel spacetime was stressful, and the stronger the parallel spacetime, the greater the pressure. Although drifting cloud space was not a very powerful parallel space, it was still not something that these aristocratic elites could immediately react to. Lu Yin's performance had exceeded Suiyu's expectations. Suiyu stared at Luin, the dark green lens in his right eye flashing continuously before finally stopping at 270,000. Suiyu was astonished. 270,000 power level? Was this kid a cultivator? A civilized one? This is drifting cloud space? Suiyu exclaimed. The others reacted as well, and they looked around. Xianxia no longer paid attention to Luin, as he did not find a cultivation civilization strange. Ultra Spacetime had its own cultivation civilization, and most of the current Six Directions society were cultivators as well. Cultivators often came to Ultra Spacetime. What Qiu Zhan found strange was that someone from a cultivation civilization like Luyin had been sent to drifting cloud space. The white light from his chest blossomed once more, and he led everyone in the direction that Luyin was looking at while simultaneously investigating Lu Yin's identity. So that's how it is. Qiu Zhan glanced at Luyin again. With his status, he could naturally investigate Lu Yin's background, and it was no wonder that Luyin was Zijing's man. This meant that nothing could happen to Luyin on this battlefield. This was a mission given to him by the council, but Qiu Zhan did not care. There was no such thing as nothing could happen on the battlefield. Even he himself could not guarantee his own survival. If they wanted nothing to happen to Luyin, they should not have sent him to drifting cloud space. Since he was already here, his life and death depended on himself. Qiu Zhan did not care about the council's orders, nor did he care about Luyin. Up ahead, the huge structure was getting closer and closer. Luyin did not care about Qiu Zhan, as he kept staring at the huge structure in the distance. It was not much smaller than the sect above the heavens. What was that? Even though they were separated by quite a distance, Luyin felt a sense of danger as soon as he saw it. When Qiu Zhan brought everyone in front of the huge structure, many of them were shocked. Luyin was more shocked than anyone else. Others more or less understood what this thing was, as they were all from Transcendence, but this was Lu Yin's first time seeing it. This was the bestow technique. Zijing had explained before that the bestow technique was a technique that the universe offered to humanity. The universe sealed source boxes, and Transcendence could extract and use all of the materials within the source box. This was equivalent to the power of the universe, which was why it was called the bestow technique. Luyin had never thought that source boxes could be used in such a way. He felt that the source box array's usage of source boxes was already very mysterious. It could only be said that the universe had developed for countless years, and humanity's ingenuity had become its greatest weapon. Look carefully. This is the largest bearer of the art of bestowment that we have ever developed. As long as we have enough source boxes, it won't be a dream to wipe out life forms with power levels in the millions. Your mission is to defend one of the components and keep it open. Use your power to become a small component. Do you understand? Qiu Zhan barked. Everyone replied, yes, sir. The bestow technique was a gigantic mechanical object that was close to the size of the sect above the heavens. Regardless of how complicated the internal structure was, there were countless weapons arranged around the carrier, and there were also many people patrolling the area. The carrier was protected like an iron bucket. There were even mechanical extensions in the distance, and countless people were walking on top of him. At first glance, it looked like a monster that was being used to carry the humans' attacks. There were also several large spheres on top of the bestow technique, and they looked like energy sources that had been magnified countless times. Everyone around him knew what those things were, and Luyin gradually understood what they were after listening to their discussions. Those were energy sources that could be extracted. Once they encountered an external attack, those energy sources could decompose the external attack and turn it into the most primitive form of energy that they could use. That was how the energy sources that they used were obtained. Hyperspace had two secret techniques, the art of gift and the energy source. Both of them had appeared on this giant vessel. These vessels rarely appear outside of hyperspace. The council must care a lot about the drift cloud space to be able to transport something this big, Mudo sighed. Luyin replied, yeah, there aren't many of them. Mudo sneered, not many? That's called few, there aren't more than 10 of them in the entire hyperspace. The Reincarnation Spacetime Society wanted to borrow one, but the council's conditions made them give up. This is our secret weapon, so how could we possibly bring it out? For it to appear here, Luo Lauer was right, something big must have happened, and it must have something to do with that woman, Zijing. Luyin looked up at the sky. Could Zijing's words be true? She wasn't sure herself. She clearly wasn't sure, and it was just a guess, but it had scared her into fleeing. If that cultivation technique was successful, then it would be terrifying. He had originally thought that the possibility wasn't high, but now it seemed that hyperspace had paid such a huge price, so it might be true. The group was brought to a corner of the Art of Gift by Xianxia. Above them was a starry sky, and around them were platforms made of metal. Xianxia pointed at a square protrusion not too far away. You don't need me to teach you, right? I want that thing to never protrude. That's an order. Even if all of you die, that thing is not allowed to protrude. Now, we'll start according to the order of receiving the energy source. A man walked out from the crowd and walked up to the protrusion. He took a deep breath and placed his hand on the protrusion. A green light blossomed from his chest as a wave of energy surged in. He exerted force and pushed the protrusion deep into the machine until half of his arm was inside. The platform seemed to activate as the green light spread out along the lines and connected in all directions. Luin looked around and saw that there were many of these platforms. Some of them glowed brightly while others were completely dark. The colors of the platforms glowed differently, which probably had something to do with the user. Xiaozhan said, "Remember, that thing cannot protrude, or you'll all be punished according to military orders." "Commander, what if the enemy attacks?" a girl asked softly. Xiaozhan glared at her, "Even if you die, you'll have to fulfill my orders." He then pointed at Luo Lauer, "He's your captain, so listen to him." Only after Xiaozhan left did everyone heave a sigh of relief. Their expressions relaxed as they started to discuss. Luo Lauer, on the other hand, stood rooted to the ground. "What the hell? I'm the captain?" Suiyu, Mudwa, and many others looked at Luo Lauer. They did not expect that Luo Lauer would be appointed as the captain. "Captain, give us the order." "What should we do?" Mudo Tequila. Suiyu smiled and said, "Captain, show us your blue energy source." "Captain, does Commander Cho know Lord Luo?" Luo Lauer wanted to cry but had no tears. He did not want to be a captain. What did it have to do with him? He just wanted to eat quietly and wait for death. At the same time, he also wanted to ask around for information. He couldn't bear this responsibility. He wanted to find Xiaozhan, but how could he find him in such a huge vessel? "Everyone, we're all brothers and sisters. Why don't we go home?" At the same time, in hyperspace, Zijing was kneeling on the ground. In front of her was a staircase that extended from bottom to top. Beautiful flowers bloomed on the staircase, and strange palm-sized creatures danced happily. Let out a beautiful laugh. "Long time no see, Zijing," a pleasant voice said. Zijing was shocked. She raised her head and looked at the top of the stairs. There was a woman sitting there covered by 7 colored clouds. Although she couldn't see the woman's face clearly, she could feel the woman's flawless beauty in an instant. This was a perfect woman. There was no need to look at her face or anything else. Just a single glance was enough to confirm her perfection. "Long time no see," Zijing said hoarsely. She looked down and saw that the staircase had turned into nothingness. The cute creatures, the cheerful laughter, and the beautiful flowers had all disappeared. There was an unimaginable gap between her and the woman on the staircase, and they would never be able to connect. Your escape put the council in a difficult position. Fortunately, it didn't last long, the woman on the staircase said. Her voice was very pleasant. "I know I was wrong," Zijing said in a low voice. "Look up," the woman said. Zijing subconsciously looked up and saw a picture appear in the air. It was a picture of Luin standing on top of the Art of Bestowment. His eyes were blank. "Look at him, he doesn't know anything. He only has a power level of around 200,000, and he's like an ant on the battlefield. He can be easily crushed. How can someone like him survive on the battlefield?" The woman's voice grew gentler, but her words were chilling. Zijing's eyes widened. "You promised not to make things difficult for him." "Hee, of course, we won't make things difficult for him. We'll even nurture him. I want him to live, as only then will he be valuable to you and us. However, the prerequisite is your loyalty." "Zijing, I don't see any loyalty from you. The less loyal you are, the more confused he will be. Apprehension, fear, and despair. Humans are very interesting, aren't they? As their emotions are expressed, their gazes will change as well. I'm looking forward to seeing that in his eyes." Zijing lowered her head respectfully. I've already told the council that I will faithfully complete the mission given to me. I won't hesitate, and I won't run away. Never. Alright, I see some loyalty. As a reward, I'll let you contact him or even bring him here. Thank you, Zijing said. Right, write down everything you know about the spacetime you escaped to. After all, it was the primordial space, so it's worth learning about it. Zijing nodded, understood. You may leave. Appearing on the battlefield meant that there would be war. On the 6th day after Luin and the others were assigned to the battlefield, war arrived. Countless corpse kings appeared and attacked the art of bestowment. The machinery extended from the bearer of the feed technique slaughtered the corpse kings in a frenzy, like a giant standing in the starry sky slaughtering without restraint. This scene lasted for more than 10 days, and as the extended machinery was damaged, the corpse kings began to approach the carrier. Luin watched calmly. How many corpse kings had this giant carrier killed in 10 days? This included emissary-level corpse kings, which were worthy of being called killing machines. If only the 5th mainland had such a carrier. So far, not a single member of Transdimensional had been injured. When the extended machinery was destroyed and the corpse kings approached, all kinds of weapons were fired from the carrier. Countless people rushed out, and they looked very strange as they had horns on their heads. Those are native creatures of the drifting cloud space, I saw them when I was studying, someone exclaimed. Someone else asked, yes. Who hasn't seen them before? The drifting cloud space is the largest parallel space under Transdimensional. Everyone knows the situation here. Luin wanted to say that he didn't know. No one would explain it to him. Everyone watched as the countless native creatures of the drifting cloud space rushed into space. These creatures all used gray energy sources and had the ability to wander through space. To Transdimensional, these creatures were qualified cannon fodder. These creatures looked almost the same as humans, except that they had horns on their heads. To Transdimensional, these creatures could not be called humans, but rather creatures. At that moment, Luin saw a rather powerful corpse king carve out a bloody path towards the carrier of the art of bestowment. When it was within a certain range, the corpse king attacked with a punch. The wind from the punch suddenly disappeared, and the corpse king was killed by a weapon. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The corpse king's attack had been broken down by the absorption of the energy source. The battle ended very quickly, and the transdimensional people on the carrier did not even get close to the corpse king. The carrier trembled and then began to move forward. They're trying to take over the entire drifting cloud space, Luo Lauer said as he stroked his chin. I'm almost out of energy, a woman said from within the cube. Half of her arm was stuck into the cube, and the light from the energy source on her chest was growing weaker. Luo Lauer waved, next. Many people looked at Mudo, it was his turn. Mudo shouted, Xianxia, you go. Luin was calm and did not refuse. He stepped forward, curious about this as well. He went to the woman's side, and she asked, ready? Luin nodded. The woman suddenly stopped, and Luin pressed his hand against the cube. It was cold to the touch and had a metallic texture. He immediately activated the energy source in his chest, and its power instantly spread throughout his body. This was an external power that could also be used. At this moment, Luin finally understood what it was like for someone from Transdimensional to use an energy source. This was completely different from cultivation, but it could still be used freely. As the green light extended, no one paid any attention to it. Mudo, don't tell me you're not doing anything, Suiyu said. Mudo said, let Xianxia take my place, it's just a matter of making 2 more trips. Everyone had to replenish their energy source after activating the cube. The distance was rather far, and a round trip would take a day. Mudo had Luin take his place, which meant that while everyone else had to make 1 trip, he had to make 2 trips. However, he did not mind. Luin himself did not have any objections, and the others did not either. Mudo's background was quite deep. Of course, in Mudo's own words, he was just following Luin. Otherwise, Luin would have been bullied to death by Musselman's group. It's that kid's fortune to be able to help me. Many people would beg for it, Mudo said proudly. He was right, many people around wanted to help Mudo's circle as long as they could join. Unfortunately, not everyone was qualified. Suiyu chose someone to replace her, and everyone else in the circle did the same. Only Luo Laoer was an exception. Although he was the captain, he was from the Three Monarchs universe, so flattery was useless. Luo Laoer was depressed. As the captain, he actually had to do it himself. It was too embarrassing. The green energy source could last for about 4 hours, and after that, someone replaced Luin. He then followed the instructions and went to the replenishment area. He had wanted to ask around, but he couldn't understand anything. He decided to just wait until he had the chance to steal the entire thing and hand it over to the technocracy for research. How big was the drifting cloud space? Luin didn't ask, but since Luo Laoer had said that the Hyperspace Society wanted to completely reclaim it, that meant that the area couldn't be too big. Otherwise, with the speed at which the carrier was advancing, how long would it take to reclaim it? A few days later, the Eternals appeared again. This time, there were even more Corpse Kings than before, and they were clearly much more powerful. More Corpse Kings approached the carrier, and the carrier absorbed their energy. The battle was won, and the carrier continued to advance. One day, an incomparably huge Corpse King appeared, and everyone's expressions changed. Although this Corpse King was far smaller than the carrier, it wasn't too weak either, and it was strong enough to shatter a planet. Luo Laoer was shocked. Such a huge monster? Where did it come from? Suiyu's face paled. Legends say that a giant appeared in a certain spacetime, and the largest one was large enough to cause stars to revolve around it. One hand could cover the heavens. And even the carrier of the feeding technique might not be able to withstand a single punch. That strong? Luo Laoer cried out. The giant Corpse King punched the carrier. This was just physical strength, and there was nothing worth converting into an energy source. Xiaozhan shouted, "Good timing." A bright white light illuminated the heavens as he faced the giant Corpse King's punch without fear and punched back. The difference in size was like the difference between heaven and earth, but their strength was equally matched. There was a loud bang, and the heavens exploded as countless spatial cracks spread out, devouring the Corpse King and tearing apart the carrier of the feeding technique. The giant Corpse King looked up and punched out again. Xiaozhan attacked again, but at this moment, a cold voice rang out in Lu Yin's ears from behind. Feeding slaughter, 3 segments. Fire. A dark beam of light appeared, giving the Corpse King no time to dodge. It pierced through its body and extended for an unknown distance. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was the power of a half-progenitor. This was definitely the power of a half-progenitor. Was this the feeding technique? Countless people from the Hyperspace Society cheered. Suiyu's eyes lit up. This is the power of the Hyperspace Society. So what if it's the Eternals? They'll still be obliterated. Mudo clenched his fists. He had to join the council to be able to control such terrifying power, otherwise, even if he trained for his entire life, he would not be able to do so. The black light slowly dissipated. Xiaozhan was dissatisfied. Who fired it? I haven't had enough yet. Cheers rang out. Everyone thought the Corpse King was dead for sure. The giant Corpse King's body swayed, and its arms drooped down powerlessly, falling forward. Lu Yin's gaze suddenly turned cold. He wasn't dead. The zombie king's fallen body suddenly rushed out. He was not far away from the carrier of the art of feeding. He used all his strength to push Xiaozhan away. With a loud bang, the carrier was hit. Luo Laoer lost his balance and fell. Many people fell down. Luin looked up and saw the giant Corpse King raise its left arm, clenching it into a fist and smashing it down. Xiaozhan was infuriated. His eyes turned red as he instantly appeared behind the Corpse King and kicked his arm. Under the bright white light, a powerful force was unleashed wantonly, lifting the Corpse King to the left. Xiaozhan still wasn't satisfied. His body landed on the Corpse King's head. Die! There was another loud bang as the carrier exploded. This time, the Corpse King was completely dead, but cracks had appeared on the carrier, and many of its energy sources had been extinguished. Countless scarlet eyes appeared in all directions, and at the same time, more giant Corpse Kings walked out and charged at the carrier. Fire! Xiaozhan roared. Beams of black light shot out, but compared to the previous one, they were much weaker. The giant carrier of the art of feeding had more than one gift emitter, and the power of each beam varied depending on the size of the sourcebox. Luin looked up at the beams of black light that streaked across the sky. The cloud-like power caused the void to shatter. In contrast, countless corpse kings surged forward. Just as the others had said, Qiu Zhan was the commander, and he charged at the front. The bright white light was incomparably dazzling. The local creatures of the drifting cloud space charged into space, and Luin did not know how many of them there were. Some of them were strong, while others were weak. He saw a half-ancestor powerhouse among them. The horns on their heads directly absorbed the cloud-like power and then unleashed all sorts of attacks. These creatures were almost the same as humans, and they were also from a cultivation civilization. Rain fell from the sky as corpses fell from the sky. There were creatures from the drifting cloud space, corpse kings from the Eternals, and even people from beyond the spacetime continuum. The carrier of the art of feeding had a huge energy source that could absorb the energy of any nearby creature and convert it into attack power. This also caused the Eternals to constantly approach and try to destroy the energy source. However, until now, the closest to it was that giant half-ancestor corpse king. No one else could get close. "Are you stunned?" Luo Lauer shouted. When he saw that many people were looking at him, he raised his head and said, "I've seen this kind of battle before, and more than once." "You won't die if you don't brag," Suiyu said with his back to him. Luo Lauer giggled, "Sister Yu, I've seen it before in our spacetime continuum. After all, I have an older brother who died on the battlefield." Suiyu was stunned and turned to look at Luo Lauer with a strange expression. Mudo and many others looked at Luo Lauer strangely. Was this something worth bragging about? Luo Lauer puffed out his chest and said, "For us from the Three Monarchs spacetime continuum, dying on the battlefield is glorious." He then changed the topic. "Of course, I'm from beyond the spacetime continuum now, so the Three Monarchs spacetime continuum has nothing to do with me." "Of course," Shuma replied. Even Luin wanted to say something along the lines of nonsense. The periphery of the bestow technique was filled with eternal corpse kings, and no one knew how many of them there were. They only knew that if these corpse kings were not dealt with, the war would not end. Everyone had thought that it would be a war of attrition, but when the first corpse king appeared on one of the platforms and slaughtered everyone from beyond the spacetime continuum, their expressions changed. "Kill, kill, they're killing their way in," someone shouted in fear. Luo Lauer hurriedly covered that person's mouth. "Don't speak, you're courting death." Mudo's face paled. That corpse king had forcefully charged over. It was not that this corpse king was stronger than a half-martial ancestor, but that it had dodged the black light beam and used its physical strength to prevent it from being absorbed by the energy source. It was impossible for the bestow technique to have so many corpse kings, and there had to be some that had been missed. The corpse king's goal was the platforms, and they knew that these platforms were working for the energy source. They wanted to kill everyone on the platforms. Whenever the first corpse king charged over, a second would follow. Powerhouses from drifting cloud and beyond continuously attacked, and the platforms were destroyed one after another. Every time a platform was destroyed, the energy source's ability and range to absorb energy would decrease. Lu Yin's platform was completely silent, and no one dared to speak to attract the corpse king's attention. However, in the end, none of them managed to escape. A man stared blankly at the corpse king that was climbing up from behind the platform, and his pupils shrank as he screamed. His right eye's lens constantly flickered with light, guiding him to escape. This was a battlefield navigation system that was identical to the one that Zijing had created. Even with the battlefield navigation system, it could not make up for the difference. The man did not even have time to use his energy source before the corpse king waved its hand and pierced through his head. The corpse king then leaped over the platform and attacked Mudo, who was the closest to it. Mudo's energy source glowed with a green light that wrapped around his arm. He raised his palm and the green light swept forward, but the corpse king easily avoided it. Mudo's attack had the strength of a Pekin lighter, but since the corpse king was able to reach the platform, it definitely had the power of an emissary. Mudo was not scared silly, and it was already quite impressive that he had been able to attack, but it was meaningless. The corpse king took a step forward, and its scarlet eyes reflected Mudo's terrified and despairing expression. He had never felt death so close before. Was he going to die? Was he really going to die? He was from the Mu family, and the Mu family was one of the upper echelons of transdimensional. He should not die here. The Corpse King's palm descended, and layers of ripples appeared in the void beneath its palm. This attack not only wanted to kill Mudo, but it also wanted to destroy the platform. At the critical moment, another green light lashed out with a long whip that swept up Mudo. There was a loud bang as the platform trembled and cracked open. Mudo was flung to the side by the whip, as Zuiyu had made his move. Attack together, or else none of us will survive. Zuiyu barked. The rest of the people attacked as well. Most of them used blue energy, but almost everyone in Zuiyu's circle used green energy. A total of 6 Pekin lighters attacked the Corpse King in a single manner, but there were so many of them that Luin was astonished. Was this Transdimensional's battle style? Although their individual power levels were boosted by their energy sources to the point where they could rival cultivators of the same realm, they were still far from being able to fight a cultivator in a one-on-one battle. What Transdimensional truly relied on was the feed technique and its energy sources. No matter how many enlighters they had, it was useless against an emissary, let alone a Corpse King. Corpse Kings were already stronger than cultivators of the same realm. The palm attack did not destroy the platform, and the Corpse King ignored everyone's attacks. It looked at the person who had activated the platform, which was a woman. Even now, the woman still had not pulled her arm out of the cube. She did not dare, or rather, she had been scared silly. When the Corpse King's scarlet eyes looked over, the woman's face went pale, and her entire body trembled. Zuiyu gritted his teeth. Luoer, aren't you from the Three Sovereigns universe? You're from a cultivation civilization. Attack. Luoer was bitter. There are strong cultivators and weak cultivators. I'm just an attendant, and I'm not as strong as you guys. The Corpse King attacked and casually waved its hand. At this moment, Luin made his move. He used his footwork battle technique to rapidly approach the Corpse King. His palm struck the back of the Corpse King's head, and a green energy was released from his chest. Even if the Corpse King was an emissary, it would still be unlucky to unleash the strength of a Pekin lighter at such close range. No one had expected Luin to make a move, and his movement technique was so fast that it was almost invisible. They all thought that Lu Yin's attack would succeed, but the Corpse King was even faster and easily dodged the attack. Instead, it appeared behind Luin and raised its arm high before striking down. Luin didn't even move. At the critical moment, a black beam streaked past his head, brushing past his scalp as it struck the Corpse King and shattered its head, causing its body to slowly fall to the ground. It was the feed technique. Luin looked up. Hyperspace wouldn't allow him to be in danger, or what would happen to Zijing. However, he had to show that he was different from the rest, at least something that hyperspace could accept. The black beam destroyed the Corpse King, and on the platform, Luin patted his chest and looked at the frightened girl. I'll do it. She seemed to wake up from a dream, withdrawing her arm with reddened eyes. She hid in a corner, not daring to let anyone see her cry. She was truly frightened. Nobody laughed at him. These nobles had never experienced something like this before. This platform was filled with noble disciples. They should have gone to other battlefields, the kind where the strongest enemy was the emissaries. With their strength, they should be able to protect themselves. It was not here, where any Corpse King could sweep them away. Luin pressed his arm against the square and wiped his forehead. Zuiyu and the rest looked at him. Who are you? Lu Yin's movement technique was definitely not ordinary, at least, they couldn't do it. They could only borrow the power of the energy source to release their attacks, but their bodies were far from being as strong as the energy source. They couldn't do what Luin had done, nor could they learn it. A cultivator, Luo Lauer answered. The rest were shocked. A cultivator? Yes, he should be a cultivator, he's a cultivator. Which civilization is he from? Xian? Never heard of that name. Mudo stepped forward and stared at Luin. Who are you? Even an idiot would know that Muscleman wouldn't be able to bully Luin with his movement technique. It was already good enough that he didn't bully others. There was a loud explosion as the platform close to them shattered, sending countless fragments flying in all directions. Luin said, "We'll talk about it after this battle ends." Mudo looked at him deeply. You better give me an explanation. He then turned and left. Suiyu and the rest looked at Luin, but their attention was quickly drawn to the battle, afraid that another powerful corpse king would appear. Fortunately, the battle ended a few days later, and no more corpse kings rushed to their platforms. The closest ones had been destroyed by the feed technique, as if their platforms had been taken care of. Seeing that the starry sky was filled with floating corpses, the originally dark starry sky turned red. The bearer of the art of feeding began to move, continuing to head south. The various platforms began to be repaired, and the casualties were counted. Most of Transdimensional's losses were from these resources, but there were also many casualties. Luin was surrounded by the crowd, and everyone was looking at him. "Brother, tell me, what's your background?" Luo Lauer asked. Mudo growled, "Speak." Suiyu held the whip in his hand and sized up Luin. In the distance, Muscle Man's group of people craned their necks to watch. Luin pursed his lips. "Let me formally introduce myself. This is Xianxia, and he came here with Zijing less than a month ago." Everyone's jaws dropped, especially Luo Lauer's. His jaws were so wide that one could stuff an energy source into them. You're the man that Zijing cares about?" Luin looked at him and smiled. "It's me." Luo Lauer blinked. Many people felt strange. Before coming to the drifting cloud space, they had discussed this matter quite a lot. They had all said that they wanted to find that person and snatch Zijing away. Who would have thought that that person was right next to them? Suiyu was speechless. "Why didn't you say so from the start?" Luin replied, "I'm not familiar with them, and I was captured. To Transdimensional, I'm considered half an enemy." Mudo gritted his teeth. "You've been messing with me this whole time." Luin seriously replied, "Of course not. I'm unfamiliar with Transdimensional, so I don't dare to casually provoke others. It's true that I was bullied." He then smiled. "It's also true that you saved me. Those 2 slaps were very satisfying." "Thank you." Suiyu's eyes narrowed. She didn't know why, but when she saw Luin smile, she felt that this guy wasn't as pure as he seemed. "Is that the only reason?" Mudo didn't believe it. Luin nodded. "Who likes to be bullied?" Mudo thought about it and agreed. "What's your strength?" Luo Lauer asked. This was the question that everyone was more interested in, as they were curious about the cultivation civilizations. There were too many civilizations in the universe, and their cultivation civilizations were the most common ones. There were more than 1 or 2 civilizations in the Six Direction Association, and it was impossible for them all to learn about them. Luo Lauer had been able to join their circle because he was from a cultivation civilization, which piqued their curiosity. Lu Yin's current situation had piqued their curiosity as well. These people didn't do anything because Lu Yin had concealed his identity. After all, no one would expose themselves in an unfamiliar place, and Lu Yin had just saved them. Qiu Zhan had clearly ordered that the platform had to be activated. If not for Lu Yin stalling for time and saving that girl, the platform would have been extinguished, which meant that they had violated military orders. Just this point alone was enough for Lu Yin to be accepted. "Brother, you're too cautious. Transdimensional is quite open to accepting extraterrestrial civilizations. Even if you're from a cultivation civilization, they might accept you as long as you surrender," Luo Lauer said as he patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Mudo snorted and turned to leave. He was still unhappy that he had been tricked. If they really fought, he definitely wouldn't be Lu Yin's match. Suiyu was very curious, and she kept asking Lu Yin which cultivation civilization he was from. Lu Yin's strength was not enough for her to understand certain things, such as the Genesis space. With his strength as an enlighter, he shouldn't have been able to understand it. Thus, he only told Suiyu some very basic information. Even this information was enough to excite Suiyu. She had heard about the top 100 rankings, the 10 arbiters, the supreme tournament, and all sorts of hot-blooded battles that could only be found in cultivation civilizations. This was something that Ultra Spacetime lacked. Humans were hot-blooded, and Qiu Zhan had charged into the battlefield alone. This was his passion. As Lu Yin spoke, Mudo perked up his ears to listen. The more he listened, the tighter his fists became. He also wanted to fight for a place in the top 100 rankings and become the leader of the younger generation, becoming one of the 10 arbiters. Luo Lauer cried out. Brother, your transdimensional space is too passionate. What's it called? Mudo and the rest looked at Luin. Luin was confused. I don't know. Luo Lauer wanted to say something else, but a figure landed on the platform and shook it. Everyone instinctively dodged, but they relaxed when they saw that it was Qiu Zhan. How many died? Qiu Zhan's gaze swept across the crowd before finally landing on Luo Lauer. Luo Lauer's smile faded as he muttered, 1. Qiu Zhan looked at the man whose head had been smashed by the Corpse King. Only 1 died, not bad. How was your experience? Very satisfying, right? Ha 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 ha. Everyone fell silent. Death had been close at hand, and they wanted to listen to Lu Yin's story because they wanted to lessen the fear in their hearts. Qiu Zhan looked at Cui Yu. You're not bad. You took the initiative to save someone. Cui Yu's face was still pale. It's what I should do. Qiu Zhan looked at Luin. I heard what you said. He then looked at the others. You don't know, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. When you reach a higher level one day and see more people, you'll know that what he said isn't strange at all. Listen up, I'll repeat myself, the platform must be activated. This is a military order, and it cannot be changed. This is a mission for all of you, and you must complete it even if you die. Do you hear me? Yes, they all replied. Qiu Zhan sneered. A bunch of women. Answer me again, do you hear me? Yes, sir, they all shouted. Qiu Zhan left, and the feed techniques carrier continued south. All sorts of metal equipment were transported over and installed on the carrier. Ever since Luin had made his move, Mudo no longer allowed him to replace him in activating the platform, instead starting it himself. Cui Yu seemed to have set his sights on Luin, and he kept asking about the cultivation civilization and even wanted to spar with him. Luin had finally gotten rid of Cui Yu, but Luo Lauer was staring at him again. Brother, what kind of technique has Zijing grasped? Tell me. Luin sat on the ground quietly. I don't know. Luo Lauer replied, how could you not know? You're her man. Luin looked at Luo Lauer with a solemn expression. Tell me about the 3 sovereigns' realms. I'm very curious. Luo Lauer pouted. What's there to talk about? Curious. In exchange, I'll ask you a question, and you'll ask me a question. Sure, I'll go first. Luo Lauer said, go ahead. Luin thought about it. Between the 3 sovereigns' realms and hyperspace, which one is stronger? Luo Lauer rolled his eyes. Let me put it this way, I'm a hostage placed in hyperspace by the 3 sovereigns, but hyperspace doesn't place any hostages in the 3 sovereigns' realms. Luin understood. It's my turn. What kind of technique has Zijing grasped? Why is hyperspace so concerned about it? If I'm not wrong, the reason why she used the bestowal technique in the previous battle was to protect you. Under Commander Qiu Zhan's command, such a thing has never happened before. Even the decision-makers wouldn't protect you. Luin smiled. I don't know. Luo Lauer was stunned. Brother, that's not very nice of you. I'm not hiding anything. Luin was very calm. I'm not hiding anything either, but I really don't know what technique she grasped. More accurately, I don't understand. Luo Lauer felt his teeth ache. Can you at least repeat what she said to me? Luin thought about it. Commander Qiu Zhan heard our conversation, which means that this platform is being monitored. Something might happen if you ask that. Luo Lauer's face twitched. He had asked too hastily. A hostage asking about a technique that even hyperspace cared about could be a big deal. He immediately laughed and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. I'm just joking. Why are you so nervous? Do you think I'll harm you? Ha ha ha, don't make wild guesses. I'm just curious. Luin replied, I really don't know. I'll help you ask Zijing the next time I see her. No need, I'll change the question. It's my turn. You didn't answer. I did. I don't know. That counts? Then forget it. No. So does it or not? Luo Lauer gritted his teeth. Yes. Luin continued, what's the relationship between the 3 sovereigns? Luo Bro was confused. Husband and wife, everyone knows that. I'm asking about their personalities, Luin reminded him. Luo Bro was confused. You're curious about that? Don't tell me your spacetime is connected to the three sovereign spacetime? Then you're done for. Lu Yin's expression changed, but his expression remained calm. What do you mean? Are they really connected? Luo Bro's eyes widened in schadenfreude. Let me tell you. He suddenly paused. Wait, it's my turn to ask. What's your relationship with Zijing? Lu Yin naturally answered, friends. Luo Bro was confused. Not husband and wife? Not yet, Lu Yin said. He and Zijing were indeed friends, but as for husband and wife, they really hadn't and couldn't be. Of course, he left out the last part. Luo Bro moved closer. If I want to pursue Zijing, you won't have a problem, right? Lu Yin was confused. You'll get beaten up if you talk like that. Luo Bro's face turned bitter. Brother, please understand. I don't have a choice. As a hostage, it's my instinct to protect myself. Lu Yin looked away. I can have Zijing acknowledge you as her younger brother. Luo Bro was surprised. That works too. Ha ha ha. Alright, brother-in-law. Zhuayu was passing by and heard Luo Bro's address, so he came over. What brother-in-law? Luo Bro, he's your brother-in-law? Isn't he Zijing's man? Luo Bro replied loudly, I'm Zijing's younger brother. Bullshit, Mudo also heard, you're a pitiful worm abandoned by the three sovereigns. You're the pitiful one, your whole family is pitiful. I'm Zijing's younger brother, and this is my brother-in-law, Luo Bro shamelessly admitted. Lu Yin was speechless and faced everyone's gazes. Family misfortune. Luo Bro's face twitched. Brother-in-law, don't talk nonsense, I'm your pride. Zhuayu glared at Lu Yin. When did Zijing acknowledge him as her younger brother? Luo Bro smiled. Can't I acknowledge him as my brother-in-law? Bro, you're asking for a beating. Zhuayu took out his whip. After finally coaxing Zhuayu and the others away, Lu Yin brought up the topic again. Earlier, you said that it would be bad luck if you were connected to one of the three sovereigns. What did you mean? Luo Lauer sighed. Brother-in-law, since you're my brother-in-law now, I won't hide it from you. That old man of mine is a selfish and controlling bastard. Do you know what his favorite collection is? When he saw Lu Yin's confused expression, Luo Lauer answered seriously, eternal coordinates. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. What coordinates? Luo Lauer said, brother-in-law, you still need to improve your knowledge. If you have the time, you should read more books. Tearing through the void allows you to go to a parallel universe, and you can return to the parallel universe you were born in at any time. However, if you want to go to another parallel universe, you need to have the coordinates. Otherwise, it's just a matter of luck. My father likes to steal the coordinates of the Eternals and then open up a parallel universe. Once he finds the coordinates that he likes, he can go there at any time. The purpose is very simple. He calls himself a monarch, and his cultivation realms are categorized as servant, monarch, and so on. What do you think he will do when he controls spacetime? Actually, the drifting cloud space is a parallel universe controlled by the hyperspace. Here are the coordinates of the hyperspace. Look at how miserable the creatures in the drifting cloud space are. Send them to their deaths, and the hyperspace will take all the benefits. I'm not afraid of General Qiu Zhan and the others hearing this. They don't care at all. Luo Lauer said a lot. It was unknown whether he really recognized Lu Yin as his brother-in-law or something else, but he made a mess of the three monarchs' spacetime and almost said that he was the second Eternals. As for his father, Lord Luo, he was directly scolded. He's your father, Lu Yin reminded him. Luo Lauer angrily rebuked, father my ass. He doesn't care about us at all. He only cares about the son he had with Mu Jun. Do you know how many sons he has now? 125 of them. I'm the second oldest. Many years ago, I was treated as a hostage and left in hyperspace. Fortunately, other than the son he had with Mu Jun, most of the others died. I said before that my brother died on the battlefield because he forced him. In his eyes, we're just tools. Do the people in the three monarchs spacetime understand Lord Luo? Lu Yin asked. Luo Lauer replied, as long as they reach a certain level, they do. Lu Yin nodded. This was probably why Gu had sealed off the passage. If Lord Luo was really as Luo Lauer had said, then allowing him to enter the Fifth Mainland was definitely not a good thing. At that time, the Fifth Mainland had only had a half-ancestor, and the strongest had been Elder Chan. He would not have been able to fight back against Lord Luo. Even if they had opened a path to the cosmic tree, Lord Luo and the other two could deal with one of the 7 sky gods. Brother-in-law, is your spacetime really connected to the 3 monarch spacetime? Luo Lauer asked. Luin shook his head, no. Then why are you asking so many questions? I'm just curious. I'm really curious. If I'd known, I wouldn't have said all that. It's a waste of saliva. Right, when can I meet my sister? Luin looked at the sky, we'll talk about it when we get back alive. Hee, you'll definitely be able to return alive. My sister is too important. As for me, I should be able to do it too since I'm a hostage. The others might not be able to do it, Luo Lauer gloated. Mudwa shouted, Luo Lauer, are you cursing us to not be able to return? Luo Lauer cried out, Mudwa, don't spout nonsense. I'm not cursing you. Ask my brother-in-law if you don't believe me. Luin understood, this Luo Lauer was indeed asking for a beating. The Eternals in the drifting cloud space seemed to have been wiped out, and no Eternals appeared for the next half a month. During this time, Luo Lauer had gotten used to calling Luin brother-in-law and was more intimate than anyone else. However, whenever Luin asked about the 3 monarch space, Luo Lauer would try to find a way to get some information from Luin. This gave Luin the feeling that Luo Lauer was not at a disadvantage, even if it was a trivial matter. Brother-in-law, I feel like something's wrong, Luo Lauer whispered to Luin. Luin was used to Luo Lauer's sudden outbursts, and during this time, Luo Lauer had been trying to worm his way into Lu Yin's good books. What's wrong now? It's too quiet, Luo Lauer said solemnly. Luin frowned, as he felt the same way. Based on his understanding of the Eternals, they wouldn't be so quiet unless they found that giant Scarlet Eye and drove them out. I've seen the battle records of the drifting cloud space, Luo Lauer sat down beside Luin and whispered, the more hyperspace reinforcements the drifting cloud space, the faster the Eternals attack, and the stronger their attacks. However, more than one Commander Qiu Zhan died in the previous battle. The Eternals haven't made a move yet, so there must be something wrong. I'm guessing that we might encounter the strongest Corpse King next. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, a Corpse King that can rival a black energy source? Luo Lauer nodded, using the 3 monarch space's standard of classification, it's a monarch that can rival my father. Has such a Corpse King appeared in the drifting cloud space before? Luin asked. Luo Lauer shook his head, there's no record of it. Also, Commander Qiu Zhan only used a white energy source. Although he offended the council, if a monster of that level had appeared in this space, the council wouldn't have given the commander a black energy source just because he offended them. Maybe the commander has a black energy source, but you don't know about it, Luin said. Luo Lauer pondered, that's possible. Some of the elders in the council are quite sinister. They purposely sent a commander who didn't get along with them to make the Eternals think that Commander Qiu Zhan doesn't have a black energy source. If the Eternals send a monarch Corpse King over, they'll definitely be beaten senseless. Luin sighed, you'd better pray that there isn't a Corpse King of that level. In a duel, you and I both come from a cultivation civilization, so we know very well that we won't be a match for a cultivator of the same realm with just a black energy source. Luo Lauer rolled his eyes, brother-in-law, look, it's been so long. Why don't we try to contact my sister? Take us out of here? Luin glanced at him, this was the guy's true goal. He wanted to get close to Zijing and escape from this battlefield. You seem to be especially afraid of the drifting cloud space. Luin was puzzled. Luo Lauer smiled, I'm afraid of all battlefields. If I can avoid them, I won't. As a hostage, it's unlikely that you'll enter the battlefield. Why are you here? Luin had been curious about this for a long time. Who would send a hostage to the battlefield? If a hostage died, it would aggravate the conflict between the two spacetimes. Luo Lauer's eyes flashed and he laughed dryly, it wasn't supposed to be this battlefield, and since you're here as well, it should be safe here. Luin stood up, it's my turn. He was going to activate the cube. Not long after, Luin retracted his hand, and it was Mudo's turn. Luin followed the corridor beside the platform and walked towards the interior of the vessel. He had already walked this path several times in order to replenish his energy. It was quite a distance from the platform to the place where he replenished his energy, and he saw quite a few people replenishing their energy along the way. Some were walking forward while others were returning. Suddenly, Luin stopped and slowly turned his head to look at the metal wall beside him. The wall was made of metal, and all sorts of lights flowed within it. He stared at one of the lights and a strange look flashed through his eyes. What a unique innate gift. The moment he spoke, a light shot out from the golden wall towards Lu Yin's head. Luin easily dodged it, but the light changed direction and turned into a blade that slashed downwards. The dark green lens in his right eye continuously flashed with numbers, and Luin retreated step by step. At the same time, he took off his glasses, and a blurry figure appeared in front of him. This person was hiding within the light, which reminded Luin of someone from the Radiant Realm. The Scion of Light's innate gift was light, and he could see but not touch. He had fought with the Scion of Light before, but that had been a long time ago. After he had become a Tao disciple of the Above Heaven sect, the Radiant Realm had given him a grain of Fate's End that had belonged to the Scion of Light. The figure kept changing positions, hiding within the light as she tried to attack Luin. However, no matter what she did, it was useless. She couldn't even touch the corner of Lu Yin's clothes. Luin took action and grabbed the figure. His body flickered as he entered the corner of the wall. This was a blind spot, and the only way out was blocked by Luin. It was also difficult for the people outside to see this place. At this moment, the figure became clear. It was a woman wearing the battle uniform of someone from spacetime. She stared at Luin nervously and fearfully. The reason why Luin had pulled her here was because she had horns on her head. She was from the drifting cloud space. "Let go," she barked. Luin released her. "Don't try to attack me. You won't be able to bear the consequences." The woman retreated until she reached the edge of the wall. She could no longer retreat, and she looked at Luin without saying anything. "You're from the drifting cloud space?" Luin was curious. She sized him up. "You're not from spacetime." "Why not?" Luin was astonished. She replied, "If I were from spacetime, I would have been captured by now." Luin nodded. "I'm just curious. If you're from the drifting cloud space, why are you hiding in the wall? Don't you guys fight here as well? Which spacetime do you come from?" she asked. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as an invisible pressure descended. It was as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing, causing the entire space to shatter. The woman was shocked, and at that moment, she felt a sense of despair that she had never experienced before. It was as if a god had descended upon this world, causing her mind to go blank. Her body slowly collapsed as she lost control. However, it only lasted for an instant. By the time Luin retracted his aura, the woman was already on the verge of collapsing. She reflexively twisted her body to prevent herself from falling, but when she looked up again, her eyes filled with fear. You. She was in disbelief. She had never experienced such might before, and she was completely at a loss for words. Luin looked at her with interest. "Do you still want to ask me questions?" She lowered her head. "No, I wouldn't dare." Lu Yin's interest had been piqued the moment he'd arrived in this spacetime. The power that flowed through the starry sky like water had caught his attention, and some of the cultivators from the drifting cloud space weren't weak. In the previous battle, he'd seen a powerhouse from the drifting cloud space take action, and that powerhouse could rival a half-ancestor. This was an authentic cultivation civilization. However, this civilization was conquered by hyperspace. He wanted to see transdimensional's foundation through this civilization and understand transdimensional as much as possible. Since the drifting cloud spacetime could produce a half-step ancestor, it shouldn't be too weak. He wanted to know if there were any ancestor realm powerhouses in the drifting cloud spacetime. At the same time, back in hyperspace, a melodious voice came from the staircase with blooming flowers. "How's your progress?" At the bottom of the stairs, 3 people were half-kneeling, 2 men and 1 woman. Their heads were lowered, and their expressions were pious. "Your Excellency, everything went smoothly. We definitely won't let you down." Yes, whether it's the cultivation civilization or the virtual god civilization, there's value in learning. If you're always immersed in our own civilization, you'll be surpassed by others sooner or later. I hope that you can bring a craze of cultivation to everyone in hyperspace and show those people in the council that integrating civilizations is the future. A pleasant voice with a perfect aura was heard. The three of them were excited. Yes, sir. Go to the drifting cloud space and use what you've learned there. If you can attract Qiao Zhan's interest, he'll become my lackey. We pledge our lives to you, sir. Back in the drifting cloud space, Luin looked at the woman in front of him with deep shock. If what she said was true, then the drifting cloud space had been greatly damaged by the drifting cloud space. He thought of Guyu again, and how wise she had been to not allow the three sovereigns to connect to the fifth mainland. The fifth mainland could not follow in the footsteps of the drifting cloud space. To us, perhaps being transformed into a corpse king isn't unacceptable. It's better than being tortured day after day by the drifting cloud space. They don't have any emotions, and we're not living beings in their eyes. We're just tools. Who's the most powerful person in the drifting cloud space? Luin asked. The woman replied, Lord Drifting Cloud. Lord Drifting Cloud? This space is named after him? Luin was astonished. The woman nodded. Before Lord Drifting Cloud appeared, very few people in our space cultivated, and the heavens weren't like this either. It was Lord Drifting Cloud who changed the heavens and allowed the water-like power to wrap around the stars, allowing us to cultivate. The horns on our heads were also born from cultivating Lord Drifting Cloud's power. It's to make it easier for us to cultivate this power. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This Lord Drifting Cloud was definitely a progenitor and had the power to change the heavens and the earth. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to affect the entire space and change the form of life. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. Lu Yin's expression changed. The Eternals are attacking. He turned around and left. As for the woman, she stood there in a daze. She had been spared. Luin wasn't worried that she would expose him. So what if she did? He wasn't from the drifting cloud space, and he didn't care about the grudges between the two. Countless scarlet vertical eyes appeared outside the host's body and charged towards it. Luin sped up to replenish his energy, and by the time he returned to the platform, more than a day had passed. Brother-in-law, it's even more intense this time. Be careful. Luo Lauer shouted out a warning. Luin looked up into space and saw black beams of light forming a grid that covered the sky. Countless corpse kings roared as they charged over, and some of them had already reached the platform. Many of the platforms had already been destroyed. After the previous battle, the aristocratic disciples were much calmer this time. Of course, they were still afraid. Countless cultivators from the drifting cloud space rushed out and fought to the death. Luin looked at the cultivators from the drifting cloud space again, and his gaze changed. They weren't just facing the fate of being defeated. Over the next few days, intense battles continued. There's a corpse king, someone shouted. Several beams of light swept across the area, and a corpse king emerged from the metal corridor and charged towards the platform. Suiyu and the others worked together to attack it. However, the corpse king had the power of an emissary and wasn't something that the people on the platform could resist. Luo Lauer wailed, again? Why are we always the unlucky ones? Suiyu gritted his teeth. As the corpse king approached, it brought with it the aura of death. It was so oppressive that they wanted to flee, but they didn't dare. With a boom, the corpse king crashed onto the platform. It looked up, and its scarlet vertical eyes made everyone despair. They had already faced this corpse king once, and they knew that even if they all attacked together, they would only be slaughtered. Suiyu let out a long breath and removed the green energy source from his heart before replacing it with a new one. The corpse king moved and punched out. In this place, no one could use energy to attack, otherwise it would be absorbed by the energy source. It would be absorbed by the energy source, and the corpse king could only use its physical strength. A ray of blue light flashed past, and the corpse king suddenly stopped. It turned around, and its scarlet vertical eyes saw a long whip that pierced through the void and whipped its body into pieces. Pfft! Suiyu spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. She clutched at her heart, her face pale. Luine stood beside her and quickly went to support her. She had forcefully used the blue energy source, and her power level had exceeded 800,000 in an instant. Her body had almost collapsed. "I'm fine," Suiyu's voice was hoarse as she slowly sat on the ground and pulled out the blue energy source. Luo Lauer patted his chest. "I almost died." Thank goodness, thank goodness." Muda was shocked. "You can use a blue energy source?" Suiyu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "I use it once and rest for half a month." "That's not bad," Mudo envied. Luo Lauer asked, "Why don't you use it too?" "You have it anyway." Someone immediately agreed, "That's right, Mudo. You use it too, we have high hopes for you." "Use it, who knows if more corpse kings will come," someone else said. This time, it was the muscular man who had spoken. A shriek came from the platform beside them. Everyone looked over, and at some point, a corpse king had appeared on that platform and was slaughtering its way through. Blood flowed like a river. Everyone was stunned. What were they talking about? Suiyu clenched her fists. She could no longer use the blue energy source, so she took it out and tossed it to Mudo. "Hurry up and use it." Mudo caught it and looked up. Coincidentally, the corpse king on the platform had looked over and suddenly charged out. This distance was only an instant for the corpse king. He hurriedly took out the energy source from his heart and replaced it with the blue one. When the blue light lit up, the expected scene of him killing the corpse king did not happen. Mudo also coughed up blood and collapsed. He could not use it at all. "Luo Lauer, use it," Mudo said with difficulty. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and he looked extremely miserable. Luo Lauer was afraid and looked at Luine bitterly. "Brother-in-law." Luine decisively grabbed the blue energy source. At this moment, the corpse king landed on the platform. They did not notice that there were people approaching from the other side as well. When the corpse king landed on their platform, a woman also landed. She was one of the three kneeling at the bottom of the stairs. Everyone's attention was on the corpse king, and no one noticed her. Only Luine noticed her. She looked curiously at the blue energy source in Lu Yin's hand. She had not expected that there would be someone on this platform who could use it. The corpse king attacked, waving its arms in front of it. Anyone who was touched by it would die without a doubt. "Brother-in-law, hurry!" Luo Lauer cried out. Luine pretended to grit his teeth. "I'm going all out." He then took out the green energy source from his heart. The woman had underestimated him, but it turned out that he was going all out. She pulled out the sword at her waist and stabbed out. The blue light blossomed and attracted the corpse king's attention. The sword landed in the corpse king's palm, and she lifted it up. The blue energy tore through the void and slashed diagonally at the corpse king. The corpse king's arm was immediately severed and sent flying. The woman's sword was biting cold as she pressed down. Her movements were clean and efficient, and there were no superfluous moves. Luine sighed in admiration, as this woman's swordsmanship was comparable to Li Zimo's when he had first joined the sword sect. Her swordsmanship was at the level of an enlighter, but with the support of the energy source, she could display the power of a fourth or even fifth tribulation origin tribulation cultivator. Coupled with her swordsmanship, killing the corpse king was very easy. The sword slashed into the corpse king's body, but it did not kill it. The corpse king's right arm had been cut off, and it grabbed the sword with its left hand. It looked up and its gray eyes transformed, increasing its physical strength by 10 times. The woman was shocked. Corpse king transformation? With a bang, the sword cracked, and the corpse king stabbed at the woman with the broken sword. A blue light appeared in front of her, and she used pure energy to blast the corpse king away. He was sent flying. The corpse king had used its corpse king transformation to block the woman's sword, but that only meant that its physical strength was powerful. The woman's blue energy source had unleashed 4 or 5 origin tribulations, which was not something that the corpse king could block. The corpse king after retreating, the woman gripped the broken sword's hilt and took a step forward. Her figure disappeared, and the broken sword stabbed out at a strange angle. The corpse king reached out to grab it, but it was unable to do so. The sword went past the corpse king's arm and stabbed into its forehead. When the sword pierced through the corpse king's forehead, the woman's figure appeared as well. She paused, straightened up, and threw the corpse king off the platform. The Corpse King no longer had any signs of life. On the platform, everyone stared blankly at the woman. Sister Hong? Suiyu cried out. The woman looked at Suiyu and smiled. Little you, we meet again. Suiyu was pleasantly surprised. Sister Hong, didn't you disappear? The woman smiled and scanned the crowd. Are you all alright? Mu Duo coughed a few times. Sister Hong, I have something to do. It's just a physical injury. It's nothing serious. Just rest for half a month like little you. Luo Yu shouted. Sister Hong, I'm here. It's me. Do you remember Sister Hong? The woman looked at him. Of course I do. You're very well informed. Hee, Sister Hong, where have you been these past few years? Luo Yu asked. The woman looked up. We'll talk later. This war won't be easy. She then leapt up, covered in blue energy, and flew off into the distance. Another Corpse King climbed onto the platform. Her last attack had been pretty good, and it had allowed her to unleash the power of an envoy. It was comparable to a sword-sex sword technique. Did Ultra also have such a sword technique? She Shi Hong, that genius? Some people whispered. That's her. I've seen her once. Apparently, she was able to withstand a yellow energy source when she was 10 and green at 13. She's pretty amazing. She's quite a genius. Didn't they say she disappeared? I didn't think that you'd suddenly appear, and that you were using a cultivator's battle skill, right? Many peoples, as they were, they didn't know much about battle techniques. Hyperspace cared more about the feed technique and the energy source. Suiyu, Mudwa, and the rest all looked at Luin. Luin replied, we'll talk about that after the battle ends. Pay attention to your surroundings, and don't get ambushed by the Corpse Kings. If he didn't say anything, everyone would think that he was embarrassed. It was obvious that he felt that Shi Hong's battle technique surpassed his, or that he couldn't tell whether she was powerful or not. Blue light continuously flickered on the platform. Apart from Shi Hong, there were two other men who used battle skills to continuously destroy the Corpse Kings that appeared one after another, causing countless people to exclaim in admiration. A few days later, Shi Hong returned to Lu Yin's platform, only to find that there were no more Corpse Kings that had managed to charge in. Sister Hong, you're amazing. Suiyu exclaimed. Shi Hong smiled, you're not bad yourself. I saw a Corpse King die. You were the one who used the blue energy source, right? Suiyu was embarrassed. I'm far from being as good as you. I had to use it once to ambush a Corpse King, and it was the most ordinary one at that. Even then, I had to rest for half a month. Shi Hong smiled, don't worry, you'll be like me soon. Like what? Suiyu didn't understand. Shi Hong looked behind her and saw Luo Yu approaching. She pricked up her ears to listen. She was annoyed. Come over if you want to listen. You're sneaking around like before. Luo Yu laughed dryly. Sister Hong, I'm just afraid of disturbing you. Shi Hong said, there are some things that you'll find out soon. Some changes are happening, so we're opening the way for you. A man came to the platform. Sister Hong, it's clean. Shi Hong nodded. Get ready. We'll pay a visit to Commander Qiu Zhan after the war. He should be very satisfied with our performance. Of course, we wiped out more than 10 Corpse Kings, the man said proudly. Luin listened quietly. Shi Hong and this man both showed signs of cultivating battle techniques, and they had both reached the Enlighter realm. This was not simple, and Luin was becoming more and more curious. Just as everyone thought that the war was about to end, a vast power shook the planet, causing the bearer of the bestowed technique to stop abruptly. Even the energy source's light dimmed. Everyone looked up into the distance and felt an incomparably majestic and terrifying power. Lu Yin's face changed. It was a progenitor realm Corpse King. On the bearer, Qiu Zhan's pupil shrank, and the number on the dark green lens in his right eye flickered. His eyes widened. This is trouble. To those who had transcended spacetime, a certain level of cultivator only existed in legends. It was a power that could change the heavens and change the earth, a power that they could not comprehend. That was the progenitor realm. Many cultivation civilizations had various names for this realm, but the only constant was that this realm was the final point of cultivation. Above the platform, the cracked earth continued to tremble and fly out under the terrifying pressure. The enormous bearer of the bestow technique was collapsing. Activate all platforms. I repeat, activate all platforms. Xiaozhan roared. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared very close to the bearer of the bestow technique. It was so close that it could touch it. Everyone stared blankly. Under the energy source's protection, even traveling through the void was a delusion. Traveling through the void required an exchange of energy, and any energy produced would be absorbed by the energy source. This was why the Eternals could not get close to the bearer. But this figure appeared just like that, without any warning. Xiaozhan licked his lips and twisted his arms. It's time to go all out. The figure's hair was disheveled, and it was dressed in tattered clothes. It slowly raised its hand. Xiaozhan's eyes went wide. Attack. A black beam shot out from the side. Everyone's impression of this black beam was that it should extend endlessly and ignore space. Several powerful corpse kings had been pierced by this beam and died. However, at this moment, countless people's mouths were agape as they stared blankly. The black beam that should have been shooting into the distance had been cut in half at the waist. The figure's right hand was still slowly reaching towards the bearer of the bestow technique, but it raised its left hand and blocked the black beam. It was like a towering mountain. A mountain that was difficult to cross. With a bang, the figure's right hand pressed against the bearer. Cracks spread out from the point of contact and spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. The closest platform was directly shattered, and the people inside wanted to escape, but they were instantly turned into a pool of blood. The figure raised its head and looked forward with its scarlet eyes. My name is Xianxia. As soon as it finished speaking, the surrounding void completely distorted, turning everything it touched into nothingness in an arc, including the bearer of the bestow technique. On the bearer, the energy source emitted a rumbling sound as the formless light continuously shrunk until it was less than 10 meters away from the figure. The enormous bearer of the bestow technique's energy source was only effective against the corpse king, which was why it was barely able to resist the progenitor's power and maintain a temporary balance. Lu Yin's eyes widened. It was actually able to resist the power of a progenitor? Was this a cultivation technique? It was different from cultivation and technology, it was more like a combination of the two. It was an ability that refined cultivation into technology. Lu Yin's eyes brightened. He wanted this thing. The energy source's range had shrunk to only 10 meters away from the corpse king, which meant that it could no longer absorb energy to resist the Eternals' attacks. Scarlet eyes appeared one after another as countless corpse kings surged in from all directions, bringing about a truly desperate situation for the people of spacetime. Luo Laoer's legs went weak, directly facing the monsters. Suiyu's face was pale. She and Mudo could no longer fight and had to rest for half a month. She looked at the endless corpse kings and could not understand why she had fallen into such a desperate situation. With her family and background, she should not have fallen into such a desperate situation. Mudo was the same. This platform was filled with nobles, and regardless of their background, they were all in despair. In the face of an endless horde of corpse kings, who could say for sure that they could survive? Sister Hong, Luo Lao hurriedly rushed over. Sister Hong, you have to protect us. Everyone kept retreating, their backs against the metal wall as they watched the countless scarlet eyes approach. They prayed for Shi Hong's protection, as only the blue energy source could give them a sense of security. Shi Hong's expression was solemn. She had not expected the progenitor corpse kings to suddenly appear, forcing everyone to face the Eternals directly. At this moment, even she was not confident. No one knew how many powerful monsters the Eternals had. Don't leave, the two of you. We'll work together, Shi Hong whispered. Beside her, the two men looked at each other and nodded. Only if the three of them worked together would they have any hope of survival. They had come here to train and were not under the control of this place. Even if they ran away now, no one would say anything, but that was the final step. Kill! A shout resounded through the heavens. Countless cultivators from the drifting cloud space rushed out of the carrier and attacked the Eternal Corpse Kings. Immediately after, the people of spacetime also rushed into space under the protection of the energy source. It was time to fight to the death. The war was like an unstoppable tsunami that drowned out everything in the blink of an eye. Whether it was in space, the carriers, the platforms, or even the corridors within the carriers, corpse kings rushed in. This was the first time that the Eternals had truly killed their way in since Luin had arrived in this space. He had long since gotten used to it, as he had experienced too many battles with the Eternals. However, the people of spacetime were clearly not used to it, as they had never engaged in close combat with the Eternals. This led to the slaughter that followed the start of the war. One spacetime person after another fell, and fresh blood flowed out of the carriers into space. One platform after another was extinguished, and countless cries for help and frantic shouts rang out everywhere. Luin grabbed the Corpse King's shoulder, and a green light flashed from his palm as he shattered half of the Corpse King's body. He watched as the Corpse King's body fell to the ground. He looked around and saw that the platform was constantly flashing with blue light. Xianxia and the two men were guarding the three sides of the platform, making it impregnable. However, because of their strength, they attracted even more Corpse Kings. One Corpse King after another fell, and in the blink of an eye, another Corpse King rushed over. The adjacent platforms were all dead silent, and fresh blood stained the ground. "Sister Hong, we can't do this, it'll only attract more monsters. If a monster with a power level of over 1,000,000 charges over, we won't be able to stop it," one of the men said. Xianxia's face darkened. "We'll take turns. You attack with the blue energy source first, and we'll switch to the green one. We'll wait until you've used up all your energy, then we'll attack again." Okay. When only one of the three blue energy sources remained, the number of Corpse Kings attacking the platform decreased noticeably. Luin and the others weren't idle either, and they quickly filled in the area that they hadn't defended. There were also many Corpse Kings charging over from that direction, but fortunately, none of them were envoys yet. Previously, only envoys had been able to break through the blockade of the energy source and the carrier weapons, but now, all the Corpse Kings were charging over. Most of them weren't very strong, and their corpses piled up like a mountain. "Brother-in-law, slow down and use it sparingly. Otherwise, the energy will run out," Luo Lauer reminded him. At some point, a palm-sized armor had appeared in front of his chest. It glowed with vibrant colors and looked very beautiful. "Did you use the spatial power of the three sovereigns to simulate this armor?" Luin glanced at it. Luo Lauer was shocked. "You can even tell?" As expected of a cultivation civilization, no one else can tell. Luin looked at the armor again. "It can be used on weapons." "Not bad. Alright, brother-in-law, now's not the time to talk about this. They're coming, kill them." Luo Lauer shouted. Luin waved his hand. He already had a staff in his hand, and he swung it at the Corpse King, sending it flying. One Corpse King after another rushed over. If one looked from afar, they would see that the entire carrier was filled with Corpse Kings. It's over. Although there are many platforms, they are extinguishing one by one. Once less than half of the platforms are extinguished, we won't have the power to fight against the most terrifying monster. When that time comes, we'll all die, Luo Lauer wailed. He was considering tearing the void to return to the three sovereign space. He could do it anyway, but it would be troublesome if he went back. He would definitely be sent to the hyperspace. This was also the reason why the people on the platform did not escape. It was not that they did not want to escape, but that they did not dare to. If they escaped, they would definitely die. Even if they had a background like Suiyu, they would definitely not be able to survive. The decision-making team would not let any deserters live. If they did not escape, perhaps they would not die and would still have a chance to live. This was the most torturous thing for them. To them, there was a path they could avoid before they died, but that path would still lead them to death. It was just that the time taken would be prolonged. Sometimes, waiting for death was more torturous than dying. Luin retreated, and someone else took his place. They were also allocating the energy usage time. "Unless the user of the black energy source appears, we're all dead," Mudo said as he looked at the progenitor realm Corpse King in the distance. Suiyu looked at Luin. "Actually, you can leave." Lu Yin's gaze shifted, meeting the gazes of Suiyu, Mudo, and the rest. "You're not from the hyperspace era, and neither is Zi Jing. You have the stain of a deserter. If you escape, no one will say anything. Besides, you need Zi Jing's help, so the decision-making team might not hold you accountable for your desertion," Suiyu continued. Mudo fell silent. Comparatively speaking, Luin was luckier than the rest. Even if he had become a deserter, he still had a chance to survive as long as Zijing displayed enough value. "Brother-in-law, take me with you," Luo Lauer begged. Lu Yin replied, "If I take you with me, you'll become a deserter. It's fine, just say that you kidnapped me and couldn't bear to see me die in battle. I definitely didn't want to leave and would rather die with everyone else, but I couldn't beat you and was kidnapped by you in the end," Luo Lauer excitedly told Lu Yin after finding an excuse. Time passed, and more than half of the platforms were extinguished. Xiao Zhan panted heavily and looked at the progenitor corpse king, who was calmly standing in place. When Xiao Zhan looked over, it also looked up with a strange smirk on its face. There was a boom as the platform exploded and several platforms were extinguished. A corpse king walked out from the center of the explosion, its entire body burning with blade-like flames. It took a step forward and appeared on the next platform. In the blink of an eye, the platform was engulfed in flames and exploded under the blade's attack. This corpse king had a power level of over 1,000,000, and with Xiao Zhan and the rest holding back the corpse king, it was practically invincible. Platforms were destroyed one after another, and it soon approached Lu Yin's platform. Shi Hong stared in that direction, it was getting closer and closer. "Sister Hong, let's retreat, we're not their match," one of the men said. Another man added, "Sister Hong, we can't just throw our lives away. Sir has spent too much energy on us, and the dojo." "I know," Shi Hong was irritated, but she clenched her fists as she saw another platform being destroyed. "Let's go." The two men were delighted. No one else could hear their conversation, but Lu Yin could. They actually wanted to escape? Lu Yin raised his brows, this wouldn't do. If they escaped, how were they supposed to defend this platform? He looked up into space. Even if Zijing wanted to protect him, Lu Yin wouldn't be able to do so. Normally, he would definitely die, and if he didn't die, then there would be a problem, and if there was a problem, then it would be very likely that it would be discovered. Lu Yin didn't want to leave right after arriving at the hyperspace. "Let's go," Shi Hong growled and raised a hand to tear through the void and return to the hyperspace. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, the formless void had been isolated. Under the void god's domain, how could they break through the void? Shi Hong waved her hand, but the void didn't react. She felt strange and tried again, but it was still useless. "Sister Hong, let's go." "It's coming," one of the men grew anxious. The flaming corpse king was already looking at them. Shi Hong's face flushed red, and blue energy flickered. She waved her hand, but the void didn't move at all. She was in disbelief. "Why is this happening?" "Sister Hong," the other man shouted. Shi Hong was furious. "We can't leave. The void has been frozen." The man was shocked and hurriedly moved, but the result was the same. The void didn't move at all, and they couldn't escape. "It's over." That was the only word that appeared in their minds. The flaming corpse king suddenly charged over and raised its hand, causing endless flames to descend. These flames far surpassed the blazing mist flow zone's flame battle techniques and the karmic flame sword. They were on a completely different level. In comparison, the karmic flame sword was just a small flame. In the face of these flames, Zui Yu and the others felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't even escape. Shi Hong and the others could only go all out, and they frantically released their blue energy to resist the flames. Unexpectedly, the flames actually managed to block them. Shi Hong and the others weren't the only ones who were surprised, the corpse king was just as surprised. The blue energy shouldn't have been able to block its flames. The corpse king suddenly appeared in front of Shi Hong and the others. It stretched out its palms and instantly absorbed the flames, transforming them into two suns that pressed down on Shi Hong and the others. These suns illuminated half of the platform, and the high temperature alone was enough to melt the metal. The moment it touched them, the entire platform would disappear. Void God. Shi Hong gritted her teeth. She didn't know what the three of them did, but a whale skeleton, a meteorite, and a giant shield appeared on the platform and collided with the corpse king. The extreme heat collided with the three enormous objects, melting the shield and meteorite in the blink of an eye. The whale skeleton melted as well, and there was a loud cracking sound as it was enveloped by the blue light. The blue light forcefully pushed the corpse king away into outer space. Lu Yin was stunned. What was that? The power of the void god civilization? Luo Lauer cried out. The others were dumbfounded, as those three objects had appeared too suddenly. Where had they come from? After pushing the corpse king away, Shihong continuously retreated. Her entire body was covered in burn marks, but the two men were in an even worse state. They were barely alive and had collapsed onto the ground, unable to even stand up. Their all-out attacks had only managed to push the corpse king away. The corpse king's retreating body suddenly stopped. The power of the void god. The flames ignited once more. And the corpse king raised its hand, and a blazing light appeared in its palm, blinding everyone. Shihong felt bitter. It was useless. The power of a void god could not harm him at all. The two men despaired. If they had known this would happen, they would not have come. Suddenly, the blazing light in the corpse king's palm dimmed and disappeared. Its scarlet eyes glazed over, and it slowly lowered its head. At some point in time, a deep scar had appeared on its chest. It looked like it had been struck by the whale skeleton, and there was a crack there. Then, it shattered into pieces. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone, and even Qiu Zhan, who was fighting. The corpse king in outer space was astonished. He looked deeply at Shihong. Was that the power of a void god? The combined power of the Six Directions Society was actually this strong? No one had expected the corpse king to die just like that. They stared at the empty space, unable to react. Luo Lauer was the first to react. Sister Hong, you're amazing. I love you. Shihong was stunned. Was she the one who had done this? Could the power of a void god and a blue energy source be this strong? She was at a loss. The two men lay down. Sir is right. Civilizations complementing each other is the way out. Only then can we defeat the Eternals. Sir is truly far-sighted. Sister Hong, the void god you chose is too powerful. It's a pity that it's gone. Shihong retracted her gaze. I'll choose another one when we get back. She frowned and looked at her hands. She was well aware of the power of a void god, and it was far from enough to kill the corpse king. Why had this happened? Not too far away, Luin was watching Shihong and the others. He had naturally killed the corpse king, and while it had been pushed away by those strange things, he had blamed them for its death. But what exactly were those things? Luo Lauer, what kind of power was that? Luin asked. That power had surpassed their own power level. Luo Lauer was excited. Brother-in-law, that's the power of the faux god civilization. It's a very mystical civilization, and everyone can control a faux god through cultivation. A faux god can control any living or non-living thing. As long as you can control it, it will be yours. Sister Hong's whale skeleton is a nihility god. The other two are also using nihility god techniques. Luin was shocked. There was such a power? Control? Wasn't that the same as having possession on his die? That's amazing. No wonder the faux god civilization is called the Shield of the Hexagon Society. They don't even need to fight for their lives, they just need to control the faux god to charge forward. Even a faux god is so powerful. Why didn't Dad send me to the faux god civilization? Zuiyu was shocked. That's the faux god civilization? Mudo answered, we've interacted with the faux god civilization before. Back then, someone from that civilization came here for an exchange. You should have seen it. Zuiyu replied, every time I see it, I'm shocked. But how does Sister Hong and the others know the faux god civilization's power? Luo Lauer exclaimed, that's right. How does Sister Hong know the faux god civilization's power? She's from a different dimension. He immediately ran towards Shihong and the others. However, this was a battlefield, and shocking changes could happen at any time. Just as Luo Lauer ran towards Shihong's group, everyone turned to look at them as well. Behind them, a corpse king appeared outside the metal wall and casually attacked a few people whose backs were facing it. Midway through the attack, a green light shot out and separated the corpse king from these people. Luin had made his move, as he could not allow these people to be killed. This corpse king only had the strength of an enlighter, so it was still within Lu Yin's ability to deal with it. Those people turned around in shock, and when they saw the scarlet eye, they were almost frightened to death. This is a battlefield, Lu Yin said in a low voice as he held the green energy in his hand. He raised his palm and used overlaying stacks to strike the Corpse King's forehead, sending it flying and shattering half of its head. Xianxia was shocked. A cultivation civilization? She stared at Luin. You're from a cultivation civilization? More Corpse Kings approached them. Let's deal with these monsters first. I think we should retreat. The platform is too conspicuous, someone suggested, but it was quickly rejected. Leaving the platform would also be seen as deserters. Let's all go together. I don't believe that anyone can convict us, someone said loudly, her eyes filled with fear. She had had enough. She had thought that the battlefield she was participating in wouldn't be dangerous, but who would have thought that danger would constantly appear? There were originally close to 1,000 people on this platform, but a third of them had already died. And this was with Xianxia and the others taking action. If it weren't for them, this platform would have been gone. Luin looked around and saw that most of these people were already on the verge of collapse. There was a limit to how much a person could endure, and these people were especially affected by the energy source's support, which meant that they were enduring an unbearable amount of pressure. There were both good and bad energy sources. The good thing was that these people, who had not even reached the Enlighter realm, possessed power that was close to that of an emissary, allowing them to traverse the heavens and surpass mortals. The bad thing was that these people had not experienced the step-by-step cultivation process of becoming an emissary, which made it difficult for them to withstand the pressure that came with such a breakthrough. It was like a child holding a divine weapon. He might be able to reach a certain height, but a child was still a child. In Lu Yin's eyes, these people were like children. When he saw the fear and despair in their eyes, Lu Yin's fervent desire for the energy source immediately dissipated. This thing could be used, and it was very useful, but it had to be used carefully. Do you think that there are many of us here? Do you think that we have influence in the decision-making team? Tell us. I'm telling you, as soon as we leave the platform, Commander Qiu Zhan can kill us without anyone's permission, Mudo said. Luo Lauer was bitter. If I could leave, I would have done so long ago. Why would I wait for you? We're definitely going to lose this war. Let's leave first. Commander Qiu Zhan and the others might not survive, someone else said with a trembling voice. His words caused many people's expressions to change. Some were tempted, while others were furious. Suiyu glared at the person who had spoken. Shut up. You're shameless. You actually want us to lose this war? Is your life worth more than the victory of this war? Mudo and many others looked over coldly. Even Luo Lauer was disdainful. This guy is even more afraid of death than I am. The person who had spoken shouted, we didn't come to this battlefield in the first place, so what does it have to do with us? We shouldn't die. Do you want to die? Look around and see an endless number of Corpse Kings climbing up. Look at the platforms, half of them have already been extinguished. Who can stop them? Who can resist these monsters? I don't want to die, I want to go back. With that, a yellow light flickered as he tried to return to the parallel universe. At that moment, a figure appeared behind him. It was tall and emitted an unpleasant stench, and its shadow enveloped the person. The person stopped moving and gulped. He slowly turned around and saw a Corpse King. Save! There was a soft thump as the person's body exploded into bits of flesh and blood that scattered in all directions. This was an emissary-level Corpse King. It had appeared without any warning, and from Lu Yin's perspective, it seemed to have been attracted by that person's voice. Only those who did not fear death were worthy of living. Lu Yin had no intention of saving that person. Even if he did not die, he would be the first to betray humanity in the future. No one cared about that person's life or death anymore. Everyone was staring at the emissary-level Corpse King that had suddenly appeared. Who could resist it? Xianxia stood up with difficulty, the blue light spreading towards her hand. The Corpse King's gaze swept across the platform and landed on Xianxia. Its eyes widened and its body transformed, appearing directly in front of her. It pressed down with one hand. Xianxia's current body was unable to use the power of the blue energy source. There was no one on the platform who could save her. She had never thought that she would actually die here. She was clearly a genius who had been entrusted with high hopes by the hyperspace organization. She was clearly very outstanding there, but at this moment, a blue light flashed in front of her. Eh? Blue? Who could save her? Those two should be in a worse state than she was. Near Lu Yin's heart, the energy source flickered with a blue light. He had finally used it. Shihong and the two men were in lighters, and if they could use it, then so could Lu Yin. It would not arouse any suspicion. The blue light represented a power level above the emissary level, and it could display a power level of 1 million. The corpse king in front of him had a power level of 600,000 at most. Lu Yin used his footwork battle technique and blocked in front of Shihong, clashing with the corpse king with one hand. Bang! His overlaying stacks continued to exert pressure, and the corpse king began to break apart inch by inch starting from its palm. Finally, its entire arm was torn apart, and it retreated a few steps. Lu Yin stepped forward and crossed paths with the corpse king, a sword appearing in his hand at some point. The corpse king's body collapsed, killed by the blue sword. Everyone on the platform watched in shock. Luo Lauer was not surprised, as there were many people from the Cultivation civilization who used blue energy sources. Shihong was not surprised either, as this person's battle techniques were very powerful and his sword techniques were very high. Lu Yin put down his sword and touched his heart. I can use it. Not bad. Brother-in-law, you really can use a blue energy source. Luo Lauer cheered. Everyone else heaved a sigh of relief, as another blue energy source had appeared. This was great, as only a blue energy source could protect this platform. Lu Yin protected the platform, and in the following time, 2 more emissary-level corpse kings charged over, but they were all dealt with by him. Using the blue energy source to drive his battle technique, he was not able to kill as easily as Shihong and the others. His movements were shaky, but he was still able to protect the platform. However, protecting one platform was useless, as more than half of the platforms on the Art of Gift had been extinguished. When half of the platforms had been extinguished, the Progenitor Realm Corpse King moved. The energy source that covered a 10-meter radius around him dissipated, and the moment it did so, he attacked. The massacre that everyone expected did not happen, nor did the destruction of the Art of Gift. Qiu Zhan stood in front of the Progenitor Realm Corpse King, and the energy source in his heart was black. The black energy source was the highest level of energy sources, and its corresponding battle strength could be 2 to 5 million, which was equivalent to the power of an progenitor. Everyone thought that Qiu Zhan did not have a black energy source, but they did not expect him to have one. Qiu Zhan appeared in front of the Progenitor Realm Corpse King. Black light filled his long blade, and he slashed out. The Progenitor Realm Corpse King raised his hand, and his body was pushed out by the power of the long blade. Along the way, the void was destroyed, and the starry sky was split into 2. The ripples that were created continued to devour the starry sky, turning into a majestic pressure that swept across. The Art of Gift trembled, and everyone was pressed down, finding it difficult to breathe. Lu Yin was the same. He looked at the starry sky and looked at Qiu Zhan. This was an attack that was purely based on strength. There was no Progenitor Realm power, no Progenitor Realm world. There was only the power of an Progenitor Realm that had been transformed into the most primitive energy. Where did this power come from? Although a clash of pure Progenitor Realm power was not as dazzling as a battle technique or innate gift, it still displayed the most primitive instincts of a creature. Hyperspace could convert all kinds of energy into the primitive energy that they needed and raise their strength to the Progenitor Realm. The Eternal Corpse Kings were even more adept at physical combat, especially these Progenitor Realm Corpse Kings. They rarely used their ancestral worlds, and no one knew if they even had one. This resulted in a tit for tat. One was pure energy, while the other was pure physical strength. They exploded in the dark starry sky, resulting in a battle that shocked countless people. This kind of battle was very crude for Lu Yin, who was used to battle techniques and other powers, but to others, it was impossible to tell whether it was good or bad. To the people of hyperspace, energy strength represented everything. Even someone like Luo Lauer, who also came from a cultivation civilization, might not have been able to see a battle between progenitors, so he had no understanding of the Progenitor Realm battlefield. Now, all they could see were bursts of explosions in the starry sky and endless darkness being torn apart. They did not know if they were lucky or unlucky. The energy source had caused them to bear a weight that they should not have. The battle between progenitors was also displayed in front of him. Regardless of whether they could see it clearly or not, at least they could feel the pressure of a natural disaster. This kind of power was enough to overturn the starry sky. Perhaps some people were full of expectations for the future and yearned to achieve that power, but most people would be discouraged. Many people had some understanding of themselves, and most people could not compare to geniuses and elites. Feeling the absolute power of humans too early would only cause them to be discouraged. Today is New Year's Day. In the new year, I wish my brothers good health and great wealth. Update at 2 p.m. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Can you see it? Xianxia asked Luin. Everyone on the platform was looking up at the sky, but they couldn't see the battle between Xianxia and the progenitor Realm Corp's king. They could only look in the direction of the shattered space. Only Luin was different, as he was always looking in a certain direction. Xianxia had observed that many times, he had looked in that direction right before the space shattered, and only then did the others look in that direction. He was one step ahead of everyone else. Luin replied, I can't see it. This is the peak of human strength. Xianxia was puzzled. You saw it before all of us. Luin looked at her. Instinct. Instinct? Xianxia was puzzled. Suiyu and the rest looked over as well. Luin explained, a cultivation civilization, although it's called a civilization, is actually just a process of competing for resources and finding ways to improve oneself. That process is filled with slaughter, danger, and schemes. If you're not careful, you'll die. I've experienced a war like this more than once, which is why I was able to detect it before you guys. Brother-in-law, you've experienced a war like this before? Luo Lauer was shocked. Perhaps because he felt that he couldn't explain it clearly, he pointed above him. A war where such monsters exist? Luin looked up with a melancholy expression. I have. Actually, you're all lucky. If not for the protection of the bearer of the bestow technique, a single shockwave from such a battle between powerhouses would have been enough to make everyone disappear. Luin was very clear about his origins and that he was from the Genesis space, so there was no need for him to hide some of his experiences. He completely treated himself as a low-level cultivator, and what he said was something that low-level cultivators would know. As for the words Genesis space, as an enlighter, he definitely shouldn't have known about it. However, not everyone believed his words. Someone retorted, do you know what kind of power the two sides have? That's the peak of human strength, so how could it be so easy to see them? Mudwar replied, that's right. We've studied many parallel universes, and most of them don't even have a creature with a power level of 1,000,000. Only a small number can give birth to a creature with a power level of more than 1,000,000, let alone a powerhouse like this. What's the name of your universe? Brother-in-law, which universe are you from? Are you famous? Luo Lauer was curious. Luin shrugged. I don't know. A universe is a universe, and it's my home. As for what you call it, I'm not sure. Didn't the decision-making team say anything? Xianxia was puzzled. Luin shook his head. Sister Hong, he's Zijing's man, Suiyu said softly. Xianxia was surprised. Zijing's man? Is it him? After she finished speaking, she looked at Luin with a completely different gaze. The starry sky kept exploding, and cracks kept spreading. Fortunately, there was less than half of the platform on the bearer of the art of feeding that could support the operation of the energy source, helping them to resist some of the aftershocks. Everyone was originally looking at the starry sky, but as time passed, all they saw was the scene of the starry sky exploding. Although it was spectacular, they couldn't see anything else, so they stopped looking. Only Luin was watching. That Ancestor Realm Corp's king was really on par with Xianxia. One didn't use any combat skills and relied on physical attacks, while the other probably didn't know much about combat skills and relied on energy attacks. If they continued fighting like this, there wouldn't be a result even after a few months. However, he had underestimated Xianxia. From the beginning, Xianxia clearly had the black energy source, but he didn't use it. He only used it after the platform was extinguished, which meant that he had his own plan, and this plan was finally used. The huge black beam of light pierced through the starry sky, as if it had connected the dark starry sky with a passageway. This black beam of light was several times larger than any other beam of light they had ever seen. Everyone looked up and stared blankly. The black beam of light caused the starry sky to tremble, and the metal supporting it continuously fell off. It was difficult for the beam to withstand, and it brushed past Xianxia before ruthlessly striking the Ancestor Realm Corpse King. This time, the Ancestor Realm Corpse King was unable to catch the beam of light, and its body was sent flying into the distant starry sky. Xianxia immediately chased after it. The starry sky fell silent, and only the huge black beam of light gradually shrank. At this moment, everyone realized that they had suddenly lost their hearing and couldn't hear anything. They only recovered when the black beam of light completely disappeared. Was that destruction? Everyone looked solemn. Xianxia looked up, her eyes filled with fanaticism and reverence. Destruction, the final stage of the bestowal technique. It can kill powerhouses with power levels in the millions. There really is one hidden here. Luin looked into the distance. When the black beam of light had struck the Corpse King's body had been continuously torn apart. The power contained within that beam of light was extremely powerful. Could the bestowal technique achieve this? Using cultivation techniques to make up for the difference in realms was something that the current microarray technology could not do. Although they both used source boxes, microarray technology was far inferior to the bestowal technique. It was hard to say what the future would hold, but at least for now, the power that the bestowal technique displayed was constantly refreshing Lu Yin's knowledge. That monster is finished. Mudo sighed. Suiyu said, it was hit by destruction head-on. It's dead for sure. Dead for sure? Luin looked into the distance in a daze. Not necessarily, as progenitors did not only possess physical strength, but also all sorts of strange techniques and even external objects. However, since they were so certain, it meant that this power had killed a progenitor before. This was probably why hyperspace was one of the 6 directions societies. When destruction hit the Corpse King head-on, everyone's expressions relaxed. Luo Lauer began to display his gossipy nature and continuously asked Xianxia about the cultivation civilization of void gods. Suiyu and the rest listened attentively. However, Xianxia did not say much. Instead, she was curious about Lu Yin's cultivation civilization, and she even suggested a spar. Luin was helpless. The war isn't over yet. It's not a good time to spar. There were still Corpse Kings that had yet to be destroyed. Xianxia did not mind. Commander Xiaozhan deliberately hid the black energy source and even had everyone face those monsters head-on. He was waiting for destruction's attack. Now that destruction has been successfully unleashed, these monsters will soon be wiped out. Just wait. Just as Xianxia had said, Luin watched as a tattered layer on the surface of the feed technique broke off. Following that, a black beam of light swept out, not only targeting outer space but also the interior. Cultivators from the drifting cloud space walked up to the various platforms and began to operate the energy source. One platform after another was activated, and in the blink of an eye, more than half of the platforms had been activated. The energy source was constantly replenished, and the Corpse Kings that had climbed up the platform were instantly restricted and slaughtered. This war will end soon, Xianxia said. Her life had been on the line, and it had given her a new perspective. The battlefield was what changed people the most. She looked at Luin. Try out your sword techniques. Just a few moves will do. Luo Lauer was excited. Brother-in-law, try it with Sister Hong. Her sword techniques are too cool. Let's try. Let's broaden our horizons. Which one is stronger between the cultivation civilization sword techniques and our hyperspace sword techniques? Xianxia raised a hand and silenced everyone. She then said seriously, my sword techniques do not belong to hyperspace. As for where they come from, you'll find out in the future. She then looked at Luin and raised her sword. Please. Luin really didn't want to compete with these kids. Your injuries haven't healed yet. It's not fair. Xianxia replied, it's just sword techniques. There's no energy involved. If Luin had known this would happen, he wouldn't have used his sword. He casually brandished his sword. Alright, let's do it. Xianxia raised her brows. Did this attitude mean that he didn't like her? The two men who had followed Shihong were leaning against the metal wall. Their injuries were so severe that they couldn't even stand up, but they were still displeased by Lu Yin's attitude. The people around them moved aside. Lu Yin and Shihong faced each other. Shihong gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. "You're welcome." She then stepped forward and stabbed out. The hilt trembled, causing the blade to vibrate and emit a strange sound. Lu Yin was astonished. This attack was different from the previous one, and he easily dodged it. Shihong's sword missed and brushed past Lu Yin's ear. She wasn't surprised, but she suddenly released her grip and pushed out with her palm. The sword twisted and spun around her body as if it had a mind of its own, enveloping Lu Yin at the same time. Everyone cheered when they saw this move. The sword spun and the light reflected off the blade, following the trajectory of the rotation to form a swimming dragon. One of Shihong's companions was breathing rapidly. Swimming dragon flash. I can't learn this no matter what. I'm amazed every time I see it. How many people in the entire dojo can learn it? It's a good thing that Sister Hong learned it a few days ago. This move is too beautiful. Maybe she can challenge that person. Suddenly, the two men's expressions froze, and the cheers of the crowd stopped abruptly as they stared blankly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was holding Shihong's sword between his left index and middle fingers. He didn't even raise the sword in his right hand as he stared at her. Shihong stared blankly at him, unable to react. "You, like flying swords?" Lu Yin asked. Shihong looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Swimming dragon flash was one of the top sword techniques in the dojo. It was a powerful technique from the main space, but it had been broken just like that? It's not a good idea to let go of the hilt, it's easy to get caught. Lu Yin loosened his grip, and the sword fell to the ground with a thump. The sound startled Shihong and everyone else. Shihong stared at the sword on the ground. Would it be easy to get caught if I let go? That made sense, but this was swimming dragon flash. How could it be so easy to get caught? She looked up at Lu Yin. You? Lu Yin smiled. I've already said that I've survived many battles like this. I rely on my eyes to survive. He pointed at his own eyes. I'm very good at finding openings. He picked up the sword from the ground and handed it to Shihong. Don't let go of the hilt so easily in the future. Shihong took the sword, feeling that something was wrong. However, this person was right. If she let go of the hilt, it would naturally be caught. She really wanted to say that it was swimming dragon flash. This battle was a little strange. The crowd didn't understand, but Shihong did. However, the more she understood, the more confused she became. Even the two men felt like they had seen a fake swimming dragon flash. How could someone catch the swimming dragon flash? They had never heard of such a thing. Sister Hong, what's going on? One of the men asked, glancing at Lu Yin in confusion. Shihong looked up at Lu Yin, who was leaning against the wall. She did not know either. Perhaps it was just as this person had said, that he was very good at finding openings, which was why he had been able to survive so many battles. Sister Hong, the swimming dragon flash shouldn't be like that. Don't give up, the other man couldn't help but say. He had always wanted to learn this technique, but he had never been able to. He had cut off his own fingers many times and admired this technique. How could it be so easily broken? Shihong took a deep breath. Of course I won't give up. I used it incorrectly and underestimated my opponent. I'll continue studying it when I return to the training hall. On the other side, Lu Yin pressed his sword against the ground with his fingers on the hilt and rotated it at will. The edge of the sword spun continuously, and the light reflected off the sword formed a line. That girl's swordsmanship was actually not bad. The real killing move was not in the rotating blade, but in the light spots. Those reflected light spots combined to form a swimming dragon, and this swimming dragon was the killing move. The person who created this swordsmanship was very skilled in swordsmanship. This move was probably created casually. It was fancy, but it was also filled with killing intent. The person in the hyperspace system did not train in battle techniques, so he looked up and looked into the distance. This was getting more and more interesting. Brother-in-law, you're amazing, but aside from being pretty, I don't see anything good about that sword technique. Sister Hong seems to have suffered quite a blow, Luo Lauer said as he came over. Luing asked, how does the Void God civilization compare to the Three Sovereigns realms? Luo Lauer was speechless. Brother-in-law, can you not compare everything to the Three Sovereigns realms? The Three Sovereigns realms are at the bottom of the Hexagon Association. Luing raised a brow. At the bottom? That's right, we're definitely at the bottom. Once we discover a powerful parallel universe, the Three Sovereigns realms will immediately be eliminated. Otherwise, why do you think I, the son of Lord Luo, am a hostage in a parallel universe? Luo Lauer said, but his tone did not seem to care. The Hexagon Association is formed by the 6 most powerful parallel universes. Each parallel universe has its own system, and there is only one requirement to join the Hexagon Association. He lowered his voice. This is also what my father told me, which is to fight against the 7 heavenly gods. Luing was curious, what's the 7 sky gods? Brother-in-law, you don't know about the 7 sky gods? I think I've heard of them, but I don't know. Well, I don't know either. All you need to know is that they are the 7 most powerful monsters of the Eternals. Did you see the destruction just now? Even if Commander Qiu Zhan used the black energy source, he wouldn't be able to block destruction's direct attack, but the 7 heavenly gods can. Any one of the 7 heavenly gods is terrifying. My father and the others had to work together to barely block one of the 7 heavenly gods, which was why they were able to squeeze into the 6 Direction Society. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been qualified to join. Luing had never thought that dealing with one of the 7 sky gods would be the requirement to join the 6 Direction Society. This standard was quite high. Even though there were many Ancestor Realm experts in the Starry Sky Tree, who could guarantee that they could fight against one of the 7 sky gods in a one-on-one battle? The Undying God had directly passed through the Sovereign Realm and arrived at the Starry Sky Tree. Bai Yuan and the others couldn't stop him, but in terms of overall strength, if the Progenitor Realm experts worked together, the Starry Sky Tree would definitely be able to deal with more than one of the 7 celestial heavens. The 6 Paths Guild's attitude towards the primordial space wasn't very friendly. The war was finally over. When Qiu Zhan returned, he didn't tell Luing and the others about the results. After this battle, the carrier of the Art of Gift no longer moved. From afar, the carrier of the Art of Gift had shrunk by a third. Not long after, Shihong and the others left and returned to the hyperspace. A few more days passed, and on this day, Luing and the others received a notification that they could return to the hyperspace. This notification made everyone go wild with joy. Although they hadn't been in the drifting cloud space for long, the life and death battles they had experienced had left an unforgettable impression on them. Compared to when they had first arrived, everyone had changed. Whether it was those who feared death or those who wanted to desert, they all had a different temperament than when they had first arrived. This temperament could only be cultivated on the battlefield. However, Luo Lauer was still the same, and he kept calling. Luing brother-in-law, which gave Luing a headache. The scene in front of them changed, and the group returned to the hyperspace and appeared in the giant space that they had come from. It was the same scene, but in less than 2 months, the number of people had decreased by a third. The remaining people looked around once more, and their state of mind was completely different. We're finally back, a woman cried with joy. What she had experienced during this time had been a nightmare. It's good that we're back alive. I'm never going back to that damned battlefield again. We almost died. Hurry up and contact father, he almost didn't get to see his son. It's you. When the Corpse King appeared, you pushed me out. I'll kill you, said one man, glaring fiercely at another. On the platform, everyone had different reactions when faced with life and death. Some people wanted to trade other people's lives for theirs, but on the platform, everyone had to endure. That was a battlefield, a world of barbaric slaughter. Here, many things could be resolved here. Don't spout nonsense, you're the one who's stupid. What does running have to do with me? Another man said. He had a scar on his face from the aftermath of the battle. Scram, I need to get treated. You almost killed me, and you still want to run? I won't let you off, the man roared. The man with the scar sneered, a mere child of a small noble dares to act so impudently in front of me? Ignore him, we'll leave first. A woman walked out and pulled the man with the scar away. Quite a few people scolded them, and Mudo walked out and stared at the two, especially the woman. I remember you. You were the one who said that you wanted everyone to leave together. You wanted to be a deserter. The woman's face alternated between green and white, but she didn't dare refute Mudo. Her family's status was far from the Mu family's. The man with the scar stared at Mudo. It has nothing to do with you. No one wanted to die in that situation. Don't think that you're a good person, Mudo. What you did wasn't honorable. At least I didn't want to be a deserter, Mudo retorted. Luo Lauer stood beside Luin with a look of disdain. What's there to argue about? Being afraid of death is an instinct, and not being afraid of death is a result of ambition. Anyway, I'm afraid of death. When will you meet my sister, brother-in-law? At this moment, screens appeared in the sky, and everyone looked up. The screens showed the scenes of the battle on the platform, and everyone could clearly see what they had done. Luin had long since noticed that the bearer of the bestow technique was watching all the platforms. This was the only way to ensure that it understood the state of the energy source and knew which platforms had been activated and which had been deactivated. The man with the scar was suddenly pulled up by a powerful force, and a loud voice resounded, framing a comrade in battle. You are guilty. The man was terrified. No, I didn't. He was stupid. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't do it. No matter what the man said, it was useless, and he was taken away in the blink of an eye. The woman beside him paled, and her body was similarly lifted into the air, bewitching and shaking the morale of the army. You are guilty. Let me go. I didn't. Soon after, a third person was pulled up, and then a fourth. Their performance on the battlefield had been recorded, and none of them could escape. In the end, more than 100 people were taken away. These people all had various problems, but some were serious, while others were not. Luo Lauer sighed. Why? Since you're on the battlefield, you must have some methods to monitor us. Am I right, brother-in-law? He turned around, but there was no one there. Luin had disappeared. Brother-in-law? Luo Lauer cried out, attracting the attention of Suiyu and the rest, but no one could find Luin. Luin left through a teleportation device, as he had just received a message to meet with Zijing. After arriving in the hyperspace, he constantly changed his location. The drifting cloud space was the place where he had spent the most time, and he had gained a better understanding of the hyperspace. The next time he saw Zijing, they were floating in the air in a place that resembled a garden. Zijing was pleasantly surprised when she saw Luin. Are you all right? Luin replied, I'm fine. What? About you? I'm fine as well. Did you go to the battlefield? Luin was bitter. I almost died. The battle was too intense, and I was only an enlighter, but I encountered an emissary-level corpse king. If I hadn't been lucky, 3 of them just happened to appear, and we wouldn't have met. Zijing felt strange, as she had not expected the Pathmaster to be so good at acting. Emissary? Even a progenitor could not kill him. It's good that you're fine. Don't worry, I won't let you go to such dangerous places in the future. Where am I? Luin was curious and looked around. He turned around and saw a flight of stairs not too far away that led to a very high place covered by white clouds. Flowers bloomed beside the stairs, and many strange creatures flew about, bringing with them laughter. This place was like a pure land that was filled with purity. Zijing whispered, this is the most respected place in the hyperspace dimension. It cannot be desecrated. Desecrated? Luin glanced at Zijing. Was she hinting that he was about to meet a truly important person? Zijing, is this the person you chose? A pleasant voice sounded from above, and the moment it appeared, it was like a clear spring that flowed into Lu Yin's heart. It was very comfortable. Luin subconsciously looked up. Whose voice could be so pleasant to the ears? His gaze pierced through the clouds, and he saw a pair of legs that were dazzlingly white. They were perfect to the extreme, and they were barefoot as they stepped on the flowers. A white stream of air swirled around them, and he could faintly make out a woman in a long white dress. She had a pair of beautiful, flawless eyes that sparkled like stars. In that moment, he actually forgot to look at the woman's face, as only those eyes filled his mind. Beautiful, flawless, and indescribably perfect. How dare you? Clouds covered the woman, blocking Lu Yin's view. Zijing was shocked and hurriedly knelt down. Please forgive him, my lord. He doesn't know the rules here. Please forgive him. Lu Yin was confused. What's wrong? Raising your head to look at me is a great honor. You dare to look at me like that? You've committed a grave sin. A pleasant voice rang out, accompanied by an indescribable pressure. It was as if a pair of eyes were looking over. Lu Yin's expression changed. A progenitor. There was definitely a progenitor watching this place. Looking up? Wasn't it just a glance? Was there a need for that? Thank you, brothers, for your support. A new year has begun, and the Wind Follower Association will continue to provide exciting stories. Thank you. Zijing opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Lu Yin was the ruler of the Fifth Mainland, and he was a Dao master. She could kneel and beg for mercy, but she couldn't do the same for Lu Yin. She couldn't reprimand him either. She had specifically reminded him not to blaspheme, but she had been afraid that something like this would happen. Kneel, a pleasant voice reprimanded. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Zijing's face paled. Sir, he doesn't know the rules, and he's not from space-time. Please give him another chance. Please, sir. At this moment, another voice came from the side. It was cold and arrogant. What made Sister He so angry? Lu Yin turned around and looked at the newcomer in surprise. Bai Qian? The person who had suddenly appeared was Bai Qian, the first person to leave Earth. She was a legendary woman who was considered perfect on Earth. Ever since Lu Yin had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had walked far too far, and even half-ancestors had to look up to him. However, he could never forget Bai Qian. She was like a mark that was deeply imprinted in his memory. Even if he had only seen her once or twice, this memory would never fade. With Bai Qian's arrival, a frigid air froze the ground and spread towards the stairs. Even the flowers were frozen, and the creatures that were playing around screamed and fled. Bai Qian, what are you doing here? A pleasant voice sounded out, and everything returned to normal. Bai Qian's expression was cold, and although her gaze was gentle, it couldn't hide the chill that came from the bottom of her heart. She was like an iceberg that couldn't be melted and would only freeze everything around her. Your people did well in the battlefield of Drifting Cloud, and I saw it. Qiu Zhan is frantically requesting the council to increase the number of people sent to the Hexagon training grounds. Whether it's from the aristocratic families or the military, your strategy is correct. Of course. As someone from spacetime, I see things much more clearly than you. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Bai Qian looked up at the stairs. Have you ever thought about going to the Hexagon training grounds yourself? Bai Qian, recognize your position. Although you can't beat me, we're on the same level as each other. Don't do lowly things and stay with those filthy mortals. You're not only embarrassing yourself, but you'll also blaspheme spacetime. Bai Qian looked away. The more you say that, the more I want to go. No sound came from the stairs. Bai Qian looked at Zijing, who was kneeling on the ground. She is Zijing? It has nothing to do with you. The melodious voice sounded again. Bai Qian looked at Lu Yin curiously. Why isn't he kneeling? Looks like Sister He likes him a lot. You can go now, the melodious voice said. The corners of Bai Qian's mouth curled up. Even though it was a smile, it still looked exceptionally cold. What's your name? She was asking Lu Yin. Lu Yin met her gaze but did not reply. Bai Qian asked again, what's your name? Lu Yin still didn't answer. Although he had used Death Mask to change his appearance, it hadn't changed much. With Bai Qian's intelligence, she would be able to guess his identity with a little analysis. Now that she had asked this question, coupled with her conversation with the person above, Lu Yin knew what to do. It's none of your business, Lu Yin replied. Suddenly, laughter rang out from the staircase. It was very pleasant to the ears, and it melted Lu Yin's heart. He resisted the urge to look up, as that woman's appearance had piqued his curiosity. He had been so focused on his eyes that he hadn't noticed. Now that he had a clear view of her appearance. Bai Qian, you can go now. I won't tell you, the voice said with a smile. Bai Qian looked deeply at Luin. Do you know who I am? Luin remained calm. Bai Qian turned to look at the staircase. This time, her expression was completely cold and emotionless. Your people don't know the rules, she said before turning to leave. After she left, Zijing continued to plead, My lord, please forgive Xianxia on account of his ignorance. I beg of you, my lord. Xianxia, do you know who that person is? The voice asked. Luin lowered his head. No, and I don't want to know. Why? I belong to you, my lord. Haha, you're very smart, much smarter than most people here. Many people are trying to win, but they don't know that no matter who wins, we'll have to deal with them in the end. I can guarantee that she'll definitely lose. He paused. But before that happens, she might take your life. She's a veteran of the battlefield, and she's more ruthless than anyone. Zijing was shocked. My lord, please save Xianxia. Don't worry, Zijing. Xianxia is smart, and I'm waiting for him to work for me. How about this, you can go to the Hexagon training hall. She won't be able to affect anything there. Luin was confused. The Hexagon training hall? Uncle Mo, please take Xianxia there. Without your protection, he'll probably die once he leaves this place. Not far away, a man walked out of the void. Got it. Luin looked at the man, the one who had been staring at him. He stared at the man's heart, where the black energy source was. In the hyperspace continuum, this person was equivalent to a progenitor. A person protected by an ancestor realm expert? What was this woman's status? What was she competing with Bai Qian for? Uncle Mo placed a hand on Lu Yin's shoulder, and Luin almost resisted. Let's go, he said, tearing through the void and vanishing with Luin. Zijing heaved a sigh of relief, the blasphemy had been ignored because of Bai Qian's appearance. If not for her, she didn't know what would have happened today. This Xianxia is interesting. No wonder you like him, a voice said. Zijing respectfully replied, Thank you for letting him go, sir. Haha, I didn't let him go. He fought for it himself. If he had dared to curry favor with Bai Qian back then, he would be nothing but a shell now. Zijing felt a chill run down her spine. Fortunately, Bai Qian had appeared, or things would have been troublesome. How could that be? The most likely possibility was that Xianxia had captured Xianxia and taken him to the fifth mainland. However, if that happened, the hyperspace continuum and the fifth mainland would definitely go to war. She rejoiced that she had sent Bai Qian to the hyperspace continuum. Elsewhere, Lu Yin had been brought to a desolate planet by Uncle Mo. There were many large spacecraft around the planet. This was his first time seeing a hyperspace spacecraft. The overall appearance was not much different from the fifth mainlands, but it was filled with the hyperspace continuum style. Every spacecraft had an energy source that formed a protective zone. Uncle Mo took a step forward and brought Lu Yin into one of the spacecraft. Within the spacecraft's command room, several people were arguing about something. When Uncle Mo appeared, they were startled and quickly bowed. Greetings, Uncle Mo, greetings, Uncle Mo, greetings, Uncle Mo. Uncle Mo released Lu Yin. His name is Xianxia. Take him directly to the Hexagon training ground. He then disappeared. The others bowed again. Yes, Uncle Mo. They all looked up and curiously sized up Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at them as well. Little brother, come and have a seat. One of them was very enthusiastic. The others looked on. Lu Yin walked over naturally and sat down. Do you have tea? Yes. The person beside him immediately had someone bring tea over. Lu Yin nodded. You guys continue. Don't worry about me. They all looked at each other and guessed what each other was thinking. This person was definitely a big shot, and if Uncle Mo was personally escorting him, could he be one of that person's people? The more natural Lu Yin acted, the more they thought that he was a big shot. However, Lu Yin was not deliberately acting natural, he really did not care. He was the fifth mainland's Downlord and someone who could fight against a progenitor. If not for Bai Qian's appearance, he might have already captured that woman. He wanted to see what kind of person was so delicate that even looking at her was blasphemous. Sooner or later, he would capture her. What are you guys doing? Luin asked curiously as he listened to their discussion. A middle-aged woman smiled. We're devising a challenge. Some people will be sent to the 6 directional training rites while others will be eliminated. Oh? Is that so? Are there a lot of people going to the 6 directional training rites? Luin asked. The middle-aged woman replied, quite a few. News of Shihong's performance has spread throughout the universe, and many aristocratic families want to send their children over. Xiaozhan also sent over 1,000 people to the 6 directional training rites, but there's a limit to the number of people who can go. Someone has to be eliminated. Since General Xiaozhan is so enthusiastic, how many people are participating? No less than 100,000. That many? There's no other way. We're not stupid, and we can see that our civilizations are merging and complementing each other. This is the future, and no one wants to be left behind. Luin said, yes, that's why I'm being forced to go to the 6 directional training rites. They all looked at each other. Forced? How many people wanted to go but could not? This person was indeed a big shot. Not long after, the spacecraft landed on the planet, and the advancement process began. These people were the judges who had been selected to enter the 6 directional training rites. They gathered together and watched the screens, watching everyone's performance. Luin was watching as well. No one chased him away, and he could go wherever he wanted. Through the screens, he saw Zuiyu, Luo Lauer, and Mudo. Most of the people who had been fighting on the platform in the drifting cloud space had arrived, including that muscular man. The elimination process naturally could not use energy sources, and these people were too weak, so the difficulty was not high. In the 5th mainland, these people would only be able to participate in the Astral Combat Academy's trials. The competition between more than 100,000 people was very interesting. These people fought against each other, but they also formed small circles that supported each other. They survived day and night on this desolate planet as they constantly approached the spacecraft. 2 days later, someone arrived outside the spacecraft. He was the first to complete the selection process, and he was a rather tall man. He was an explorer and stood out from the rest of the group. His strength as an explorer was purely based on his physical strength, as the people from the 6 directional training rites did not cultivate. There were not many explorers in this group, so they were naturally the first to arrive, followed by the second, third, and so on. After 12 days, the selection process ended. Out of more than 100,000 people, 1,700 passed and were allowed to enter the Hexagon training grounds. Luin leisurely sipped his tea until he was notified that someone was coming to pick them up. Only then did he leave. What the? Brother-in-law? Luo Lauer exclaimed. Zuiyu, Mudwa, and the rest stared blankly at Luin as he walked out of the spacecraft. None of them had expected Luin to be here. Luin smiled and greeted them. Why are you here, brother-in-law? Luo Lauer asked. Luin found it strange. How can a hostage like you go to the Hexagon training grounds? You've been here for a long time? Zuiyu was surprised. Many people looked over, but most of them did not recognize Luin. When they saw him walk out of the spacecraft, they were all unhappy. They had gone through so much to get here, but this guy had actually gotten in through the back door. However, despite their displeasure, no one dared to cause trouble for Luin. Being able to get in through the back door represented his background and status. They were not stupid, and no one dared to casually make enemies. There were some who wanted to befriend him, but Luin was not interested. Right now, he wanted to know more about the Hexagon training grounds, and he could just ask Luo Lauer about it. Although Luo Lauer had only just obtained the right to go, he was quite good at gathering information. Furthermore, as a hostage, he was actually able to enter the Hexagon training grounds. Brother-in-law, you don't know anything about the Hexagon training grounds? Luo Lauer and Luin stood in a corner, waiting for someone to pick them up. Luin replied, I feel like it's a place where the Hexagon training grounds exchange information about their civilizations. That's right, Luo Lauer said softly. The Hexagon training grounds has always been difficult to deal with the Eternals, and they've always been on the defensive. However, after the 7 sky gods mysteriously left a few years ago, the Hexagon training grounds gained an absolute advantage and continuously regained their lost territory. They even had the opportunity to cooperate with each other, which opened the door to a fusion of civilizations. The Transcendents do not cultivate. Once their energy source runs out, they'll be finished. Thus, they want to cultivate, not only to protect themselves, but also to adapt to a stronger energy source. Reality has proven that it's very effective, and their battle techniques can better utilize energy. The Void God civilization's power is also a weapon for self-preservation. Luin interrupted, "How many years ago did you say?" Luo Lauer replied, "That's right. The Hexagon Association has always been on the defensive when dealing with the Eternals, and the Eternals have even occupied many parallel universes that the Hexagon Association can use. This has resulted in the Hexagon Association being unable to join forces even if they wanted to. However, several years ago, the 7 sky gods left one by one, and the Hexagon Association took the opportunity to reclaim some of the parallel universes. The Hexagon Training Hall is located in one of these parallel universes. A few years ago, wasn't that the time when they had besieged the Undying God? It seemed that he had helped them in the end. Brother-in-law, you joined in advance because of my sister, right?" Luo Lauer was curious. Before Luin could reply, old second Luo pitted him, "Then you're in trouble." Luin raised a brow. "What do you mean?" Luo Lauer looked around sneakily and said in a low voice, "Do you know how many people will come at the intersection of civilizations? How many geniuses will there be? There are too many. According to the information I gathered, it's not just the Hyperspace Society that's joining, but also the various universes. The number of people has increased by more than 10 times since Sister Hong's generation. It's said that there will be a second expansion, and it won't be just the Hexagon Association spacetime that will join, but many other universes that can communicate with the Hexagon Association will join as well. There are all sorts of civilizations, and the Hyperspace Society is still considered normal. Some of them even call themselves gods. Think about it, wouldn't it be great to find a goddess to be your wife? The main space, the Wood Realm, the Void God space, and so on. Any one of them would make you rich. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance. Right, brother-in-law, which academy do you want to join?" Luo Lauer asked. Luin didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Luo Lauer was speechless. "My sister didn't tell you?" "I also didn't tell Zijing that I helped her take in a younger brother," Luin said. Luo Lauer wailed, "Brother-in-law, you can't do this. I've already called you brother-in-law so many times. You have to get my sister to accept me. I don't plan on returning to the 3 sovereign space for the rest of my life. I'm definitely going to follow my sister." "Brother-in-law, you can't go back on your word." Luin felt a headache coming on. "Tell me what that academy is first." Luo Lauer cleared his throat. The Hexagon Training Grounds have a total of 6 academies, each representing the Hexagon Association. Anyone who joins the Hexagon Training Grounds has to choose an academy to join, and after successfully learning the civilization's power from that academy, they can join the next academy. Don't think that joining the Hexagon Training Grounds will be easy. 1 year. If you can learn the power of a civilization other than your own within a year, you can stay in the training grounds and continue learning. If you can't learn it, you'll be eliminated. Luin was puzzled. "Where did you hear all this from? Why are you so detailed?" Luo Lauer replied, "Everyone knows that the Hexagon Training Grounds aren't a secret anymore. Otherwise, why do you think so many people are begging to join?" Luin looked around and saw that more than 1,000 people were discussing amongst themselves, and he could vaguely make out the names of academies and training grounds. He had gone to Zijing's side after retreating from the battlefield, and then been thrown here. He had no chance to learn about the outside world at all. Although the hyperspace civilization was close to a technological civilization and was connected to the internet, Luin had yet to connect to this place's network, so he couldn't learn anything from it. "Brother-in-law, which academy do you want to join?" Luo Lauer asked curiously. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. The Hexagon Association was made up of 6 civilizations, and the leading one was the main space, also known as the Reincarnation Universe. Below them were the Hyperspace Civilization, the 3 Sovereign Space, the Wood Realm, the Void God Space, and the Lost Clan. Wu Junshir had first told Luin about the Hexagon Association, but with Wu Junqi's status, he didn't know much. It was only after Xi Jing's explanation that Lu Ying gained a better understanding of the development of human civilization. The main space was a standard cultivation civilization, led by the Grand Celestial. Below him were the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages, all of whom had once been progenitors. As for whether there were still any progenitors left, or how many half-ancestors and envoys there were, Lu Ying didn't know. The 3 sovereigns' space consisted of Lord Luo, Lord Mu, and Lord Taixin. If they worked together, they could resist the forgetful ruins god. As for their power system, Wu Junshi had said that it belonged to the monarch aura, which was more suitable for weapons. In the Wood Realm, all life could be woodified. This was Xi Jing's introduction to the Wood Realm, which was also a cultivation civilization. The difference was that the cultivators of the Wood Realm could obtain the power of the trees through woodification. To put it bluntly, every cultivator of the Wood Realm had an innate gift of all sorts. How many cultivators in the 5th mainland had such innate gifts? Anyone with such innate gifts could join the 10 Arbiters' Council unconditionally. From this, one could see how rare innate gifts were. The Wood Realm had all kinds of cultivators, and it was extremely prosperous. Xi Jing did not know much about the Void God spacetime, which was why Lu Ying had been so confused when he had seen Shi Hong and the others use the Void God spacetime in the drifting cloud space. Xi Jing's description of the Void God spacetime was that it was similar to puppets, but Luo Lauer's introduction made Lu Ying feel that it was not puppets, but rather control. It was a very strange civilization. There was no need to talk about the Void God spacetime, he already knew a lot about it. The last one was the Lost Clan. Xi Jing did not know much about the Lost Clan either, but there was a phrase that she had memorized very well. It was also the Six Direction Society's greatest understanding of the Lost Clan. Every Lost Clan warrior would plan a meticulous assassination that was most suitable for them. Lu Ying did not understand the meaning of this phrase, so he was especially curious about the Lost Clan. Which academy do you want to join? Lu Ying asked. Luo Lauer replied, the Void God Academy. Why? The Void God spacetime is best at protecting itself, and it's always at the back of the battlefield. It's relatively safe. Lu Ying asked, the Void God realm? That's amazing. I'll join the Void God Academy as well. That's great. Brother-in-law, let's fight side by side in the 6 Direction training halls, snatch goddesses, and fight against elites. We'll dominate the 6 Direction Society. Many people looked over with strange gazes. Lu Ying quickly distanced himself from him, regretting speaking to him. Half a day later, a person appeared and coldly scanned the crowd. With a wave of his hand, a white energy enveloped everyone and brought them away through spacetime. Ever since he had come to the hyperspace, Lu Ying felt that the word distance had changed. In the 5th mainland, distance could be measured, and it represented space. Now, however, distance not only represented space, but also dimensions. It represented positions that humans could not measure, and this universe had expanded countless times. No matter how humans developed, they could not escape the universe. Even if they reached the progenitor realm, there were still parallel spacetimes waiting to be explored. No one could explore all of them in their lifetime. The astral wilderness, the parallel spacetimes, everything reminded them of how vast the universe was and how insignificant life forms were. In such a short time, Lu Ying had already gone from the 5th mainland to the hyperspace and the drifting cloud space. This was the 4th parallel spacetime. No matter how many parallel spacetimes they entered, the universe was the same. It was dark, deep, and filled with all sorts of rotating planets and constellations. However, when they arrived at this spacetime, Lu Ying was astonished. It was such a pure place. This spacetime is called Tai, and it means that it has not been modified by any power. It is the most primitive spacetime. The person who had brought them here looked at the sky. Many spacetimes have changed because of the appearance of extreme powerhouses, forming a unique civilization system, technology, cultivation techniques, or even various strange constellations. However, this spacetime is different. It does not have any unique power system, and it is very clean. That is why it is suitable for the 6 Direction training halls. With that, the person led the group and instantly appeared at the peak of the clouds. The clouds formed a ring that headed towards the sky, like a door that was connected to the darkness. Outside of the clouds and the sky, they could not see anything else. This peak rises steeply from the ground, but it stands at the edge of the sky. This is the Six Direction Training Hall's ASXS. You entered from here, and in the future, you will dream of leaving from here. Unfortunately, there are too few people who can actually do that. The group did not understand. Enter from here and leave from here? The person did not explain too much. With a wave of his hand, 6 screens of light appeared in the void. The enormous screens covered almost all directions and attracted the group's attention. There were people fighting on each screen. Each screen represents a civilization. Choose the civilization that you wish to study, and that will represent the academy that you will enter. Let me remind you that if you cannot successfully enter the academy within a year, the civilization that you choose will be eliminated and will never be able to enter the Six Direction Training Halls again. This is your only chance. The group stared at the 6 screens. Choice, opportunity. This was entering the academy. Luin looked straight ahead, where a woman stood in space against an eternal Corpse King. The Corpse King attacked, shattering planets, and a casual wave of its hand caused the void to split open, extending far into the distance. Luin looked up and saw a scarlet vertical eye that sent chills down his spine. The woman's face was obscured, but she spread her arms wide and released a green radiance that gradually covered the heavens. The green radiance then transformed into a towering tree filled with holiness. The tree's branches intertwined to form a giant palm that grabbed at the Corpse King. The Corpse King opened its mouth and roared as it charged forward. Its scarlet vertical eye constantly changed from gray, green, and finally red. Its physical body was strengthened to the limit, and even through the screen, Luin could feel its strength. However, even such a powerful Corpse King was caught by the palm formed from the tree branches. The palm clenched tightly, and the Corpse King was crushed to pieces. The tree branches turned into green motes of light that drifted through space, creating a beautiful and dreamy scene. Luin was stunned. It was crushed to death with a single palm? Are all the women from the Wood Realm this strong? Don't look for them, don't look for them. Luo Lauer also looked at the screen and saw the Corpse King being crushed to death. He was terrified and hurriedly looked away. Look, brother-in-law, that's Ultra Space. Luin looked over and saw that Ultra Space was displaying the feed technique. A black beam of light directly pierced through the Corpse King, but the visual effect was not as shocking as the one from the Wood Realm. Luin looked over and saw that a stone plate had appeared on the screen behind him. It was growing larger and larger, and the screen continued to expand until he could clearly see the entire stone plate. The stone plate enveloped the heavens, growing larger and larger until it surpassed the stars and everything that could be seen. It replaced the dome of the sky and viciously pressed down. The stars shattered like peas, and the void continued to distort, unable to withstand the might of the stone plate. Below the stone plate, there were countless Corpse Kings, and those scarlet vertical eyes all disappeared after the stone plate descended. A single stone plate had obliterated an entire battlefield. Luin was shocked by this scene, as he had never seen such a large stone plate before. It should be considered a weapon, but it had actually obliterated an entire battlefield. He just didn't know if there were any powerful Corpse Kings on that battlefield. At that moment, the image replayed, and a giant scarlet vertical eye appeared in outer space. Luin took a step forward. This was the Eternal's portal that allowed them to travel through space. With the appearance of the eye, Corpse Kings surged out one after another, gradually spreading out into the heavens. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance, and one could vaguely see that person standing on the stone plate. In the endless tide of Corpse Kings rushed out one after another. Their attacks shattered the void, ignoring space and distance. They were at least emissary-level Corpse Kings. In the distance, the stone plate beneath the man's feet struck out across the sky, shattering all the incoming Corpse Kings. At this moment, a gigantic Corpse King walked out from the gigantic crimson vertical eye. Following its appearance, the entire starry sky trembled. It could destroy a planet in a single breath, and its strength was no less than the red-eyed Corpse King that the woman from the Wood Realm had just faced. The Corpse Kingses and the Corpse Kings lose. The stone plate collided with the fist. The fist was shattered, and then the head was crushed by the stone plate without any resistance. The giant Corpse King's body fell down. In the next moment, one giant corpse king after another walked out. For this battle, all I know, someone cried out. It's Sui from the Void God universe. This is his final battle. Sui? The one whose Void God is the astral martial stone plate? Someone else asked. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. The astral martial stone plate? Wu Tian? Yes, that's him. He delayed the Eternals on his own, but he was killed by millions of corpse kings who came out of the astral door. After he died, a strong cultivator appeared in the virtual god universe, but he only managed to take back the heavenly martial stone disc. What a pity. It's such a pity. I want to join the Void Dao Academy and find the strongest void god that suits me. I want to join the Void Dao Academy as well. Lu Yin stared at the image, constantly looking at the stone plate. The astral martial stone plate? This couldn't be a coincidence, right? Wu Tian was one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms, someone who was on par with the Grim Reaper. Why would this name appear in the Void God universe? In the 5th mainland, Destiny was an elusive figure, but he was quite famous. The Star Sibyl sect had made divination public knowledge, leaving behind the Book of Destiny, Fatesan, and so on. With the appearance of the Lady of Fate and the others from the realm of heaven, everyone knew about Destiny. Regardless of whether they believed in divination or not, Destiny was regarded as an absolute powerhouse from the realm of heaven. The Death God had long since been known by countless people, and the Spectre clan was the best inheritor. Lu Yin's Death God transformation during the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament had made the Death God a household name, and his fame was even greater than Fate's. Compared to them, Wu Tian, who was also from the 3 realms, was rarely mentioned. Wu Tian had created a way to use weapons and left behind a sword steel. This was the only record of him and the existence of the undying deity, Wu Xing. Aside from that, there was no other record of him. Wu Tian had not left behind any battle techniques, nor had he left behind any shocking deeds. He was as low-key as the desolate ancestor of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Lu Yin would never have dreamed that he would actually hear Wu Tian's name in this parallel universe. Did this stone plate have anything to do with Wu Tian? Brother-in-law, look at how the Lost Clan fights. It's really strange. No wonder it's said to be the most suitable for them, Luo Lauer came over and said. Lu Yin followed his gaze and saw a strange scene on a screen. It was a desert with a corpse king standing in the middle. Lu Yin looked around, but he couldn't find anyone. The scorching sun was high in the sky, and even the air was burning. It was truly burning as it burned through the entire desert. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the ground, gathering sand to form a sword that slashed at the corpse king. The corpse king was extremely powerful, and its palm shattered the sand sword while simultaneously piercing through the figure. However, the figure turned into sand and fell to the ground. The sand stuck to the corpse king's body, and under the high temperature, the sand exploded one by one until the corpse king was finally killed. After the corpse king was killed, the desert space distorted and finally turned into a card that was caught by a hand. It was a man who casually put the card away, and only his back could be seen on the screen. As for that card, Lu Yin couldn't see anything special about it. That's how the Lost Clan fights. They carve the most suitable battlefield into the card, and once they're trapped in the card, they can't escape unless there's a huge difference in power. Otherwise, they'll be tortured to death. In the war between the Six Direction Association and the Eternal Clan, these cards are the traps that the Eternal Clan is most afraid of. There are always powerful Eternal Clan corpse kings that are dragged into the card trap, and in the end, only the card and its owner can leave. The corpse king disappears forever, Luo Lauer explained in a low voice. The entire process on the screen was worse than the wood. The Upper Realm woman and the Void God space-time battle were shocked, but it also brought an indescribable chill. This was a meticulously arranged killing trap, and it was a strange use of space. Lu Yin looked on in amazement. How could a card condense a space? Just like a cosmic ring? Could they arrange a space into the most suitable killing trap? The Lost Clan's fighting style was rather strange. Brother-in-law, just watch. Don't go to the Lost Dao Academy. They're definitely the most difficult civilization to learn, Luo Lauer reminded him. Brother-in-law, over there, that's the battle between the 3 monarchs. Luing turned around and saw a light screen flickering with 3 colors. That was the Monarch aura of the 3 Monarch space, which Wu Junshi had used before. The power of the 3 Monarch space was nothing special, but it was the best in the 6 Direction Association when it came to strengthening weapons. As long as it's strengthened by the Monarch aura, any weapon can be upgraded by a level, Luo Lauer said. Luing was surprised. If the slippers were strengthened by the Monarch aura, would they be upgraded by a level as well? He wanted to ask, but he would probably be cursed by Luo Lauer. Using the Monarch aura to strengthen the slippers was too insulting. Finally, Luing looked at the light screen on the right. It was the only one that he hadn't seen before, and it represented the main space. There wasn't much to see in the main space. Just like the 5th mainland, it was a true cultivation civilization with all kinds of battle techniques. The battle techniques displayed on the screen were far less powerful than the ones that Luing had grasped. However, the more this type of civilization was, the more no one knew the limits of their development. What he wanted to know the most was how the main space had been able to develop for so many years. The 3 sovereigns and 9 sages would never be lacking, and why the Grand Empyrean was the master of the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages. Even the 5th mainland's primogenitor couldn't possibly be the master of all the progenitors. The light screen slowly descended and turned into a staircase of light that extended in 6 directions. 6 directions, 6 academies, which represent the 6 civilizations that you've seen. Choose the academy you want to go to and walk down the staircase. The end is there, the person who had led them here said. He then scanned the crowd and continued, enter the academy and walk down from the Sky Dome. It won't be easy to return to the Sky Dome again. I hope to see you here again. He then disappeared. Where are you going? The crowd asked. The main space, of course. That's the boss of the 6 Direction Association. I'm going to the main space as well. It's the most powerful cultivation civilization, and it's said that you can cultivate until you have a power level in the millions. What kind of concept is that? It's the strongest even without the black energy source. I'm going to the wood realm. Every woodified person can obtain an innate gift of the corresponding tree. Maybe I can obtain the strongest innate gift of wood. I'll go with you. There are too many innate gifts in the wood realm, and any one of them can transform our bodies. It's not that easy to obtain a good innate gift. You're all overthinking it. I'm going to the Void Dao Academy. The Star's Kite Disc is too ruthless, and those from the Void Dao Academy are the safest on the battlefield. Everyone was discussing this matter. So you found Luing. Hey, where are you going? Luing was curious why she was looking for him. The Void Dao Academy. I'm going to the Reincarnation Academy to find Sister Hong. You broke her sword technique, so I want to take revenge for her. Mu Duo walked over. I feel like I'm suitable for the Lost Dao Academy. Luo Lauer rolled his eyes, then congratulations, I won't be able to see you here in a year. Mu Duo snorted, I'll definitely learn it. Not long after, everyone finished their discussion. Suiyu was the first to walk up the stairs to the Reincarnation Academy, followed by Mu Duo. They all climbed up the stairs and headed towards their respective academies. Luo Lauer followed Luing towards the Void Dao Academy. Brother-in-law, the power of the Void Dao Academy shouldn't be too difficult. Look, so many people are going there. There were indeed many people going to the Void God Academy, but most of them were going to the Reincarnation Academy, while the Lost Dao Academy was the least. That battle style was obviously not easy to learn. Furthermore, the 6 screens introductions did not mention that the battles in the Lost Dao Academy were shocking and could even be considered ordinary. At most, the cards were a little mysterious, but they were not very attractive to most people. Luo Lauer bared his teeth as he watched Mu Duo climb up the stairs. If this kid is still here in a year, it means that he's learned it. Everyone, be careful, don't fall for this kid's tricks. When everyone heard this, they looked at Mu Duo and the others with strange gazes. Mu Duo was furious, just you wait, Luo Lauer. I'll beat you to death in a year. Luo Lauer rolled his eyes, we'll talk about it later. From a distance, this peak looked like the center of spacetime. Tai spacetime was not very large, and there were 6 flights of stairs that extended from the peak. At the end of each flight of stairs was a piece of land, not a star. Beyond the land was an unpredictable constellation that wreaked havoc in outer space. Luine and the rest walked down the stairs, but they did not know how long it would take. At that moment, a startled voice rang out, "There's someone below." Everyone looked down. The stairs were transparent, and they could see a woman sitting next to the cliff face of the peak. She was looking up at them with bright eyes, and they were actually right above her. Luine looked down. This was what the person who had brought them here had said, to enter from the peak and then climb back out? Was this woman from the Sixth Direction training rites? The woman suddenly moved. A white rope was tied around her waist, and the other end of the rope was supported by some sort of battle technique. She violently swung it upwards, and her target was Lu Yin's group. As she swung the rope upwards, it flickered with tricolored sovereign qi. Luo Lauer found it strange. "Is she trying to get us to grab the rope and pull her up?" "That's impossible," Lu Yin replied. He knew that there were people monitoring this place, and if the woman really wanted to leave through the hexagon training rites, she would not be able to take this shortcut. Just as he was thinking about this, the rope passed through the staircase. Below him, the woman stared at him with an unfocused gaze, as if she was trying to do something. Lu Yin and the woman looked at each other, and a formless energy enveloped them. This feeling was similar to rune lines, and it was a type of energy that ordinary people could not see. The woman's eyes widened and she gritted her teeth. Control. Lu Yin's body trembled, and he frowned. His fingers moved as he broke through some sort of restriction. Down below, the woman's eyes regained their focus, and she looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. How could this be? I can't control him? Her original plan was to control someone above to grab the rope and pull her up. She would then use the stairs to reach the peak and complete the trial. However, what was going on? How could this person break free from her control? That shouldn't be. Wasn't he a person from a space-time continuum? She had already received news that this person would join the hexagon training rites today. Space-time continuum people did not cultivate and only relied on energy to fight. This kind of person was the easiest to control, and she had experimented with this many times. She had calculated the time, created a plan, found the location, and arranged everything perfectly. But in the end, she still couldn't control this person? How was this possible? Lu Yin and the rest slowly walked down the stairs, and the rope fell in front of their eyes before finally landing on the ground. The woman stared blankly at Lu Yin, her eyes filled with unwillingness. "Brother-in-law, she's looking at you," Luo Lauer said. Lu Yin turned around. "Let's go, no more nonsense." In the distance, someone gloated, "She failed? Haha, this girl is so crafty. I was wondering why she suddenly wanted to go through with the trial. Her strength is far from enough, so this is the reason. Humph, she's opportunistic. Even if she succeeds, she'll be stripped of her qualifications. Why? Success is success. This is intelligence. Do you think everyone is like you who doesn't rely on their brains? That's treacherous. Say that to that old bastard Ji Bing. Speaking of which, you've never won against that old bastard, right? I'll find a way to break his card. I'll be waiting, but this girl is even more interesting now. Let her be so arrogant and crafty. Although she's opportunistic, logically speaking, she should have succeeded. The reason for her failure is that she couldn't control this person. Yeah, he's so easy to control, just like a normal person. With that girl's ability, it's impossible that she couldn't control him. Strange. Investigate, there must be a reason. Don't let the Eternals sneak in. Nothing must happen to the hexagon training hall. The stairs were very long since they spanned across the land. The group didn't walk very quickly, but when the stairs behind them suddenly broke apart, Luo Lauer shouted, "Brother-in-law, run." Lu Yin pursed his lips. What a child. He thought about it and rushed down the stairs with extreme speed, just like Luo Lauer and the rest. Half a day later, rays of light shot towards the group. They thought that it was some kind of test, but the rays stopped in front of him. They were jade stones. Lu Yin could tell at a glance that this was the work of the main space. Only a cultivation civilization would use such things. He picked up the jade stone and transmitted its information to his mind. The others did the same, and soon, they had a rough idea of the Void God Dao Academy. There were no mentors or anything like that in the Void God Dao Academy. Although it was called a Dao Academy, it was actually just a place for them to cultivate. There was very little information, and it only told them what to do in order to learn the power of the void from the Void God Academy. "Brother-in-law, it seems simple," Luo Lauer said. Luin replied, "It seems simple, but it might not be so easy to cultivate. Let's go." Another half a day passed, and they finally saw the clouds above the continent. At that moment, they saw countless strange scenes. There were all kinds of things floating in the sky above the continent. There were weapons, stones, and even something that looked like a village. How could a village float in the sky? Everyone was stunned. Although they didn't understand, they knew from the jade stones that these floating things were void gods that could be controlled by people who cultivated the void. There were all kinds of strange things in the sky, but most of them were normal. There weren't many weapons, and they only saw one village. Who could control a village? Smash someone? The stairs suddenly disappeared, and everyone fell down. Fortunately, this height didn't affect them much. Even if there was no energy source, their bodies wouldn't be affected. Everyone landed safely and rested for a bit before finding familiar faces and leaving in 2s and 3s. They already knew about the situation in the Void God Academy, and they all had places they wanted to go. Luin only wanted to go to one place, which was the first step to cultivating the Void God civilization, to sense the power of a Void God. This was also where most of the people had gone. Luo Lauer was determined to follow Luin, and he would go wherever Luin went. The continent was huge, but for Luin, who was an enlighter, it was very easy for him to go anywhere he wanted. Someone was secretly watching Luin, and when they realized that he was an enlighter, they immediately became vigilant. There were very few people who could reach this level of cultivation at such a young age, and it was obvious that Luin had used a battle technique. Luo Lauer came from the 3 sovereign space, and he also had a battle technique. These two were clearly from a cultivation civilization, but they had traveled through space to reach the Hexagon Training Hall. This wasn't normal. The first step to cultivating the Void God civilization was to sense the Void God. The Void God was a type of power that could not be seen with the naked eye, and to sense it, one had to be within the Void God's power. Similar to cultivating rune lines, the first step was to open one's eyes. There was already a group of people from the Void God Academy before Luin and Luo Lauer had joined. These people had all been eliminated, and those who had remained were either those who had grasped the Void God's power and wanted to strengthen themselves or those who had transferred from the other 5 academies. If one wanted to graduate from the Hexagon Training Hall, they had to grasp the power of at least 4 of the Hexagon Training Hall civilizations. Thus, once someone learned the power of a civilization, they could apply to transfer to another academy. There was a place in the Void God Academy called the Void Lands, and there were stones of different sizes floating there. These stones were imbued with Void God's power, and they didn't have any offensive abilities. Their only use was to allow those who touched them to sense the Void God's power. One only needed to touch a stone. Luin and Luo Lauer arrived at the Void Lands and saw many floating stones of different sizes. There were also other people here, and they were people like Shihong and the others who had joined the Hexagon Training Hall a long time ago. When they saw Luin and Luo Lauer arrive, someone said, "You're finally here. Did the fusion of our civilizations succeed?" A man sat on a stone 1 meter wide and stared at Luin and Luo Lauer. "Which spacetime do you belong to?" Luin replied, "Hyperspace." "How many people are here?" 1,700. 1,700? That many? Interesting. It seems that those fellows brought quite a shock when they returned to their own spacetime. If hyperspace is like this, then the other spacetimes should be the same. At least they have foresight. Although we've spent a lot of time in the Hexagon Training Hall, the power we've gained is incomparable to that of our own spacetime. Not only have I grasped the innate gift of wood transformation, but I've also learned the Void God's power. When I return, I'll be able to suppress all the geniuses of my generation. Not necessarily. Those geniuses aren't stupid, and they'll all be here soon. Besides, the first batch of people who arrived had already entered the training hall. We can't compare to them. They'll catch up. It's just a matter of time. We just need to find the civilization that's most suitable for our cultivation. Luin looked around and found a stone to climb up. These people were all sitting cross-legged on the stone, looking very relaxed. These stones were imbued with Void God's power, and anyone who touched them would be enveloped by it like a drowning person. A normal person would be lucky if they could last half a minute on their first contact, but they had to endure it for more than 6 hours. At that point, they would be able to open their eyes and see Void God's power with their naked eye. Only then could they step through the threshold of cultivating Void God's power, or they would never be able to do so. "Back off," a woman in green robes shouted from not too far away. Her long hair draped over the stone, and each strand glowed with a hazy light. She stared at Luin with a sharp gaze. "Me?" Luin was confused. The woman replied indifferently, "That stone has an owner." Luin nodded and walked over to another stone of similar size. "Back off, it has an owner too." Luo Lauer found a stone that wasn't very big, but it was big enough for him to sit on. "Back off, it has an owner." Luo Lauer found an even smaller one, but he was still reprimanded. "Back off, it has an owner." Luo Lauer was annoyed. "This one has an owner, and that one has an owner. How can there be so many people? Don't tell me all these stones have owners." Someone sneered, "The outermost one doesn't have an owner. Go there yourself." Luo Lauer frowned, "There are at least 80 stones here, if not 100. I remember that the first batch of people who came to the 6 paths only had a few hundred people, and each academy only had a few dozen people. Most of them even went to Reincarnation Academy. How can all these stones have owners?" "If I say they have owners, then they have owners," someone else said in an unpleasant tone. This attitude had nothing to do with any grudges, but rather a sense of superiority that had developed after staying here for so long. They wanted to show it to Luin and the others, which was what they called bullying the newcomers. Luo Lauer looked at Luin. Luin looked at the woman who had spoken first and the stone she was sitting on. He pointed at it, "I want that one." The woman was stunned, and everyone else looked at Luin before laughing. "Xiaofei, you've been provoked by the newcomer, ha ha ha. Xiaofei, he thinks you're easy to bully. Teach him a lesson." Luo Lauer looked at Luin with admiration, "You're too tough, brother-in-law." The girl named Xiaofei's expression darkened, and she walked down from the rock. "Newcomer, you've got guts. You're from hyperspace, Xiaowu. You don't mind if I teach him a lesson, do you?" At the back, a man faintly said, "Up to you. It's good to learn a lesson." He also came from hyperspace. There were a few people here, but they were all led by this person. Xiaofei nodded. "That's good." She then looked at him. "I won't make things difficult for you. As long as you kneel down and admit your mistakes, this matter will be over." Luo Lauer walked behind Luin and whispered, "Brother-in-law, Xiaowu is actually here. He's no small fry, so be careful." Luin looked at Xiaofei. "Kneel down, and I'll let this pass." Everyone's eyes widened as they sneered. "Xiaofei, if I were you, I wouldn't let it go so easily. Take care of him, little Fei." In fact, even if these people didn't cause trouble for him, he still planned to cause trouble for them. He wanted to experience the power of the Void God spacetime, and it would be best if one of them could learn the power of the Lost Clan. "Which noble family are you from?" In the distance, Xiaowu suddenly spoke up and looked at Luin. Luin was indifferent. "You talk too much." Xiaowu frowned. "Xiaofei, cripple him. I'll be back soon, and I'll take him away so that he won't taint your eyes." Xiaofei smiled. "Thank you, Xiaowu. Xiaowu is still the brightest. Xiaowu, tell his family that he was crippled here. See if anyone will come to help him. We're looking forward to it." "Haha." Xiaofei moved away from the rocks and giggled at Luin. "You can make your move now." Luin was curious. "Why aren't you guys wearing glasses that can detect power levels?" Xiaofei was surprised. "Why should we? If we don't, how can you be sure that the person in front of you is weaker than you?" Luin asked. Xiaofei's smile faded. "This isn't an academy or an ivory tower. This is the Hexagon Training Grounds, a place that doesn't forbid life and death." Her eyes then lost focus as a faintly discernible power was released into the sky. Most people wouldn't be able to sense it. However, the difference between Lu Yin and them was so great that he could feel it even if he couldn't see it. It was just like when he had descended from the peak, when that woman had tried to control his body, but he had easily shaken her off. "Sis, brother-in-law!" Luo Lauer exclaimed as he pointed above him. Lu Yin looked up and saw a huge shadow looming over him. It was a ship, a huge ship. He had seen this ship before when he had descended from the peak and passed through the clouds. There had been all sorts of things floating above the Void Dao Academy, and there had been more than one ship. The huge ship smashed down at him. Beads of sweat dripped down Xiaofei's forehead as she tried to control the ship with her Void God's power. Since they were in the Void Dao Academy, she had to use the power of the Void God civilization to fight, which would easily attract the attention of others. The ship smashed down very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was right above Lu Yin's head. There was a loud boom, and the ground shook. It was clearly just a ship, but it was incomparably sturdy. The force of the crash was also great, comparable to a peak hunter's attack. When the ship smashed into the ground, Xiaofei sighed in relief. Her body swayed a little, she had succeeded. Someone in the distance cheered, "Not bad, Xiaofei. You can already pull this ship." Of all the items in the Void Dao Academy, this ship is definitely in the top 20. "Xiaofei, when did you surpass me?" "No, I'm going to get serious. That brat should be dead." "Xia Wu, do you still want his corpse?" The person called Xia Wu looked at Xiaofei. "In a real battle, no one will just stand there and let you smash them. That person is too stupid and doesn't deserve to be your opponent." Xiaofei was exhausted. "I thought that he would attack, but he didn't even dare to retaliate. Trash." She then looked at Luo Lauer, who was standing in the distance, and her expression changed. Luo Lauer's expression was normal, but he was looking at her with a mocking gaze. No, that gaze was wrong. Is this the fighting style of the Void God civilization? It's similar to Shihong's, but it's a bit weaker. Lu Yin slowly walked out from behind the ship and sized it up as he spoke. Xia Wu and the rest were shocked. He wasn't dead? Xiaofei stared at Lu Yin. "You have some strength." Lu Yin circled around the ship and looked at Xiaofei. "You guys like to praise yourselves. Since that's the case, I'll use a bit more strength." His body then vanished. This was the speed of an enlighter. Xia Wu and the rest's expressions changed. "Not good, this speed." Lu Yin suddenly appeared behind Xiaofei and reached out to grab her. Xiaofei suddenly turned around, surprising Lu Yin. She could actually see the speed of an enlighter? Xiaofei turned around and unleashed a flurry of palm images. Dozens of palms merged into one in an instant, forming a single palm. This was a battle technique. Bang! Xiaofei's palm collided with Lu Yin's, but it felt like she had hit a rock as her palm shattered. How could this be? Lu Yin's palm pressed down on her head without any resistance, and all of her movements stopped. From a distance, she looked like a well-behaved girl who was being taught. "You're from a cultivation civilization?" Xiaofei looked at Lu Yin in shock, her eyes flickering. Lu Yin's palm was very hot, but it made her feel cold. "You're not from a space-time continuum. Are you from a cultivation civilization?" Lu Yin did not answer. Instead, he grabbed Xiaofei's collar and tossed her towards Xia Wu. Xiaofei's body shot forward like a meteor, sweeping past stone after stone and people before finally crashing into Xia Wu. Xia Wu's expression changed, and he hurriedly dodged, but he was not fast enough. Half of his body had just left his original position when his right shoulder was struck, and he was sent flying along with Xiaofei. Everyone else stared at Lu Yin with different expressions. Some of the people further away had not provoked Lu Yin, but when they saw this scene, their expressions changed as well. This was a ruthless person. Xia Wu coughed a few times, and beside him, Xiaofei had already been knocked unconscious. He stood up and held his right shoulder as he glared at Lu Yin. "Who are you? You're definitely not from a space-time continuum." Lu Yin smiled. "Take a guess." Xia Wu was furious, and he gritted his teeth. "Do you know who I am?" "Not interested," Lu Yin said, and then he looked at the others. "Who else wants to provoke me?" Those who had previously provoked him fell silent. Xiafei's cultivation of the faux god civilization's power might not be the strongest, but she had come from an autonomous space and was quite powerful. Even so, she had been easily defeated by Luin, so how could the others dare to challenge him? Luin felt that it was a pity that no one from the Lost Clan had made a move. He was truly curious about the power of the Lost Clan's card. The stones were of different sizes, but the one that Xiafei occupied was the largest. Luin touched it and felt a wave of energy envelop him. Just as the Jade had described, cultivating the faux god civilization's power for the first time was like drowning for an ordinary person who did not know how to swim. It was already quite good to be able to last a few minutes. He sat on the stone and wanted to see how long he could last. Xiaowu left, too embarrassed to stay any longer. He had said that he would punish Luin, but the other party had ignored him. He did not dare to make a move either, as it was obvious that he was no match for Luin. The others also fell silent. Some looked at Luin curiously while others continued to cultivate. Luo Lauer also found a stone and sat on it. Similarly, no one dared to provoke him anymore. The void suddenly quieted down. Cough cough. Luo Lauer jumped off the stone and coughed violently. Not too far away, someone laughed, not bad. You managed to last 3 minutes on your first attempt. Luo Lauer coughed and stuttered, You even timed me? That person replied, It's not just me. Many people do this for the first time to see how good their aptitude is. Luo Lauer's eyes lit up, Did you just say that my aptitude is good? Just slightly worse than mine, that person replied. Not too far away, a girl spoke up as well, Slightly worse than me, too. Slightly worse than me. Luo Lauer shouted, Stop. You're messing with me. The girl smiled, 4.5 minutes for me. The man who had spoken first said, 3.5 minutes for me. Less than 4 minutes for me. Luo Lauer rolled his eyes, So I'm the worst? Not really. Many people are worse than you, and some didn't even last 2 minutes. It's obvious that they don't have the aptitude to cultivate the faux god's power. You can change academies? Luo Lauer was shocked. The Jade didn't say anything about this. It only said that one had to join the academy within a year, or they would be eliminated. The man nearby teased, Of course you can change academies, but you have to have an invincible father. The woman continued, The guy who changed academies before had an ancestor who was one of the 9 sages from the main space, but he couldn't even last a minute on his first try. He said something about being restrained, so he went to the Wood Dao Academy without even looking back. No one dared to say anything. If your ancestor is that strong, he can change academies as well. Luo Lauer felt his teeth ache. His father was definitely stronger than that so-called 9 sages, but it was useless. His father didn't care about him. Forget it, let's continue. Wait, where's brother-in-law? He looked at Luin. Many people were now looking at Luin. While they were talking, he had already lasted for 5 minutes. 5 minutes was pretty good in the Void Dao Academy, and only a few people could last that long. Your brother-in-law is really strong. Brother, which civilization are you from? Someone asked. Luo Lauer replied, Transcendence. Stop bragging. Even the strongest Transcendence cultivator at this age can't kill Xiafei unless he's at Hishu's level. If he's at Hishu's level, how could Xiaowu not recognize him? Where are you from? He's really from Transcendence. Forget it if you don't want to talk about it. Another 5 minutes quickly passed, and everyone in the void looked at Luin. It's already been 10 minutes. Xiao Qingfeng from the main space was the one who lasted the longest in the Void Dao Academy. He lasted for 20 minutes, which led to a senior from the Void Dao Academy descending and confirming that he could go to the best place in the Void Dao Academy to find a natal void spirit. This guy can't be close to Xiao Qingfeng, right? Impossible. Xiao Qingfeng is a descendant of one of the main space's 3 sovereigns. His cultivation talent is unprecedented. How can anyone compare to him? It's already pretty good that he lasted for 15 minutes. 15 minutes is already very impressive. He Shu, Luo Zong, Mu Mu, and the other geniuses who entered the Void Dao Academy all lasted around 15 minutes. It shouldn't take more than 15 minutes. 15 minutes passed, and the clock ticked closer to the 20th minute. Luin sat on a rock and was enveloped by an invisible force. This force seemed to want to drown him, and he found it difficult to breathe. He instinctively wanted to leave, but since he had trained in rune lines before, he understood this invisible force and was used to it. The virtual god civilization's power was similar to rune lines in nature. They belonged to a certain powerhouse who had the power to change the world, but the way they were used was different. Based on his current understanding of the virtual god civilization's power, it was far less miraculous than the rune line civilization. Of course, what he saw was only the surface. To be able to become one of the 6 direction associations with such strength, the minimum requirement was to be comparable to one of the 7 sky gods. How could such strength be weak? He just didn't know what this spacetime had to do with Wu Tian. Thinking of this, the time passed by 20 minutes. Everyone fell silent as they stared at Luin in a daze. 20 minutes had passed, and Xiao Qingfeng had already left the stone. However, this person still hadn't left. Someone asked Luo Lauer, "You guys aren't from the Void God civilization, are you? Are you here to toy with us?" Luo Lauer rolled his eyes. No. They really are from hyperspace. Several people arrived, and one of them stared at Luo Lauer. "I didn't expect you to be here, second brother." This person had a rather handsome face, but he was still young. He was called Luo Shan and was one of Lord Luo's 15th sons. Luo Lauer's face turned ugly when he saw the newcomer. "We've met a dog." "What did you say?" Someone shouted angrily. Luo Shan raised a hand to stop him. "Second brother, you're very angry. There's no need for brothers to meet." Luo Lauer didn't even look at him, his eyes filled with disgust. Luo Shan looked at Luin with a strange expression. "Surpassed big brother Qingfeng? Second brother, you've really found a good backer." "Little brother Luo Shan, are they really from hyperspace?" a girl asked loudly. She was rather curious. Luo Shan smiled. "Yes, this second brother of mine stays in hyperspace all year round." "Someone from hyperspace can actually surpass Xiao Qingfeng? How rare. The universe is vast and full of strange things. Hyperspace really made a killing this time. I wonder what that person's status is in hyperspace." He offended Xiaowu. "Even if he has some innate gift, it won't be easy." "That's not necessarily true. He might be able to join the Void God universe. It's too difficult." 20 minutes might seem amazing, but that's only relative to civilizations outside the Void God universe. Those who live in the Void God universe usually take more than 15 minutes for their first attempt. 20 minutes isn't a small number either. But it won't be too long, or Xiao Qingfeng won't be able to attract the attention of the Void God civilization's seniors. 25 minutes passed as the discussion continued. No one present knew what this meant, and no one from the Void God universe was present. This was the Void Dao Academy, and those from the Void God universe couldn't join it. Although they were shocked, they were only shocked that Luin had surpassed Xiao Qingfeng. The ones who were truly shocked were the people from the Hexagon training rites who were secretly watching Luin. Previously, when Luin had descended from the peak, a girl had tried to use her Void God power to control him and cheat his way through the trial. Everything had been perfectly prepared, and she should have succeeded. However, she had failed because Luin had shaken off her control. A person from hyperspace had been able to shake off that girl's control, which had attracted the attention of the Hexagon training rites. The person who had been watching Luin saw that he had lasted for more than half an hour and hurriedly reported it. This was no small matter. The Hexagon training rites were established by the Hexagon Association, and their goal was to unite civilizations and fight against the Eternals. Thus, the Hexagon training rites had seniors from all 6 civilizations. When an elder heard that someone had lasted for more than half an hour on his first attempt, he almost jumped up. "Are you sure? Half an hour?" The person who was watching Luin reported, "The time is still increasing, and he shows no signs of leaving." The elder immediately vanished. The other elders from the Hexagon training rites looked at each other and saw the shock and envy in each other's eyes. 40 minutes passed, and everyone gathered around Luin to see how long he could last. At that moment, the elder appeared and waved his hand, causing a surge of power to sweep everyone away. Get lost and don't disturb him. The old man stood not too far away from Luin and sized him up with a strange look in his eyes. It had been 40 minutes. Someone from outside the Void God spacetime had actually lasted more than 40 minutes on his first attempt at Void God spacetime. Even in the Void God civilization, those who could last for 40 minutes on their first attempt were rare geniuses, let alone outsiders. 50 minutes had passed. The elder's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he raised his hand. A cloud connection stone appeared in his palm. The cultivation civilizations within the hexagon training rites also used cloud connection stones to communicate with each other. Luin had already found out about this when he had talked to Zijing. The primordial space they were in definitely had a deep connection with the hexagon training rites, but for some reason, the connection had been severed. Investigate someone called Xianxia from the hyperspace continuum. I want all the information on him, the elder said softly, looking at Luin as if he was looking at an unpolished gem. It was no wonder why he could shake off Suyu's control. This person was clearly a genius from the Void God civilization, an absolute genius. 50 minutes had passed, and if you could last another 10 minutes or 2 hours, your future would be completely different. Luin sensed the elder's presence outside. He had actually wanted to leave, but the elder had suddenly appeared and thrown everyone away, which made him think of something. It was obvious that he had lasted for too long. Since that was the case, he might as well take a longer time. He wasn't like Luo Lauer and the others who wanted to slowly learn. He was the 5th mainland's Dowlord and could fight progenitors. It was a waste of time to slowly learn from these people. With that in mind, Luin continued to persist. 2 hours passed. The elder's breathing quickened. 2 hours, it had really been 2 hours. Even Suji had only lasted for 2 hours, and he was already considered a rare genius in the history of the Void God civilization. This person was not from the Void God civilization, but being able to last for 2 hours was enough to shock the entire Void God spacetime. However, this was not the end. The elder couldn't help but stare at Luin. How much longer could he last? Luin could feel the elder's breathing. Quickening, it should be enough. Through the jade, Luin had learned that a normal person could only last for a few minutes during their first attempt at Void God Force. Luin had lasted for more than 2 hours, which had even drawn out an old man. This was enough to shock a group of people, and if he persisted any longer, it would be counterproductive. He slowly opened his eyes and saw an old face. Luin was startled and subconsciously retreated 100 meters, staring at the elder warily. The elder's lips curled up, and he tried to put on a friendly smile. Hello, kid. Luin blinked. Who are you? The elder smiled. I'm Su Xianxia, the person in charge of the Void God civilization's garrison at the Hexagon training grounds. Luin relaxed. So it's a senior from the Void God civilization. Junior Xianxia greets senior. Good, good, good. You're welcome. Come, sit, let's chat. The air in front of Su Xianxia distorted to form a table and chairs. Luin was amazed. Su Xiang smiled sinisterly and said, This is formed from faux god power. Not only can faux god power allow you to use faux gods, but it can also form unique techniques. Even though our faux god civilization is the last to fight, we're actually quite good at close combat. Luin sighed. Ever since I saw the Void God civilization's battles, I've been looking forward to it. That's why I chose the Void Dao Academy without hesitation when I arrived at the Hexagon training grounds. I believe that I made the right choice. Ha ha ha, of course you're right. Too right. Su Xianxia was delighted. Luin recalled the way the ghost monkey, Ku Wei, and the others spoke, and a look of admiration appeared on his face. Junior hopes to be like Senior one day, being able to control Void God force with ease. I long to come into contact with the Void God civilization and meet the Void God spacetime ruler that I've never dared to meet even in my dreams. Su Xianxia's eyes lit up. You yearn for the Void God civilization? Lu Yin's expression changed. Yes, even in my dreams. Alright, Su Xianxia shouted and slapped his thigh. Kid, as long as you're willing, I can guarantee that you'll join the Void God civilization. Luin was surprised. Junior can join the Void God civilization? Absolutely. Come, kid, tell me about your understanding of the Void God civilization, Su Xianyin beckoned. Lu Ying naturally sat across from Su Xianyin and began making all sorts of exaggerated guesses. He described the Void God civilization as the strongest force in human history. As he spoke, he thought of Progenitor Chen, Ku Zu, and the Grim Reaper. His reverence for them was replaced by that of the Void God civilization. This sincere reverence made Su Xianyin feel even more pleased with Lu Ying, to the point that he wanted to take him as his godson. 4 hours later. Xianxia, it's a pity that you don't join the Void God civilization. I guarantee that I'll bring you to the Void God spacetime, so you can cultivate here. Su Xianyin clenched his fists in excitement and turned to leave. He had to think of a way to get Lu Ying over. He had seen Lu Yin's information, but he hadn't expected this kid to be related to the traitors of the hyperspace continuum. This was going to be troublesome. Lu Ying called out respectfully, Junior will wait here. Su Xianyin waved and disappeared. Lu Ying sighed when he saw Su Xianyin disappear. He didn't know how Ku Wei and the others had done it, but he was exhausted. It seemed that his performance had been quite impressive. Not long after, Su Xiangyin's people returned, and they all looked at Lu Ying with strange gazes. Luo Lauer praised Lu Ying to the skies, but in the end, Lu Ying patted him on the shoulder, you've worked hard. Luo Lauer didn't understand, what had he worked hard for? With such an impressive performance that even attracted Su Xiangyin's attention, no one dared to cause trouble for Lu Ying anymore. Elsewhere, Su Xianyin entered the hyperspace continuum from the Tai spacetime and found Ku Jian. On the surface, Lu Ying was a member of the Energy Research Team's guards, and he was directly under Ku Jian's jurisdiction. When Su Xianyin explained his intentions, Ku Jian was stunned. Xianxia is suitable for the Void God civilization? Su Xianyin seriously replied, yes, he's very suitable. I want to bring him to the Void God spacetime to cultivate. No. Ku Jian rejected without thinking. What a joke, Xianxia was a bargaining chip to threaten Zijing, and Zijing was related to a very important research in hyperspace. If he took him away, what if Zijing betrayed him or slacked off on the research? This was a loss that Transdimensional didn't want to bear, and it was even more impossible for that lord to bear. Su Xianyin said, Xianxi's first time using Void God's power took more than 2 hours. You know what that means. I have to take him away. Ku Jian's expression turned ugly as he hurriedly contacted someone to inquire about Xianxia. The result was the same as what Su Xianyin had said. This matter had already been recorded in the 6th Direction Training Hall's records, so it could not be faked. To be able to persist for more than 2 hours, was this fellow's talent really that high? Ku Jian, you know the rules of the 6 Paths Dojo very well. Xianxia isn't a big shot in ultra spacetime. If it was that little guy called Hishu, I wouldn't want him, but Xianxia is different. His background is clean, Su Xianyin said. Ku Jian frowned. A clean background? No, his background was the least clean. He came from that space. However, only a few people knew about this. The 6 Paths Dojo had agreed that anyone who entered that space would have to inform everyone. In order to bring Zijing back, they did not tell the other 5 civilizations that they were going to enter that space again. They could not tell anyone now. What are you still thinking about? Do you want me to report this to Su Xianyin and ask him to come out personally? He's worth it, Su Xianyin said. Ku Jian said, I want to report this to Sir. Up to you, Su Xianyin replied. Ku Jian told Su Xianyin everything that had happened. Su Xiangyin's pleasant voice was surprised. Xianxia is actually so talented in the Void God civilization? You want Su Xianyin to come and ask for him? Ku Jian said, the rules of the 6 Paths Dojo cannot be disobeyed. Otherwise, if Su Xianyin asks, it might expose that Xianxia came from that space. If that's the case, then let him be. Yes. Tell Zijing to come see me. Not long after, Zijing arrived and knelt on the ground. Greetings, sir. Zijing, that Xianxia of yours is quite capable, the pleasant voice said, but it was impossible to tell if it was happy or angry. Zijing's expression changed. Had the Dao Master been exposed? Her first thought was that he had torn down the 6 Paths Dojo. With his strength, tearing it down would not be a problem. If he went all out, It would be enough to shake the entire six-path society. Are you worried? Zijing forced herself to remain calm. How did Xianxia offend, sir? He didn't offend me. He only offended the Void God civilization. Zijing was confused. The Void God civilization? He displayed a cultivation talent that made the Void God civilization go crazy. Now, the Void God civilization wants him like crazy and wants to take him to the Void God spacetime. What do you think I should do? Zijing was stunned. She was not surprised at all. Throughout the Tao Master's cultivation career, he had always been a genius, an absolute genius. The Tao Master was the greatest genius in the history of the Fifth Mainland, so it was normal for his talent to be exaggerated. You're not surprised? Su Xiangyin's voice sounded strange. Zijing respectfully replied, I didn't react in time. You sound more relaxed. Zijing was shocked. I wouldn't dare. You must think that I can't do anything to your man after finding out that he's been valued by someone from another parallel universe. The pleasant voice sounded amused and not angry at all. Zijing lowered her head. Even if he wasn't taken away by the Void God spacetime, you can't do anything to him. Of course, she didn't dare say that out loud. Let alone the Nihility God universe, even if he's taken away by someone from the main space, I can still make him beg for death. On the stairs, the voice suddenly became fierce, with a high and mighty air of arrogance, causing the stairs to break. You will never understand how high I stand, it's just a mere Xianxia. Zijing hurriedly said, Sir, Xianxia will never betray you. I will never betray you either. Is that so? I don't care about Xianxia. He has the ability to escape my control, so that's his ability. However, if you think that you can slack off and escape like last time, then you're wrong. I promise that if you betray me again, I won't let Xianxia die, but I will make him beg for death. Sir, I wouldn't dare. Zijing once again expressed her loyalty. The woman on the stairs changed her sitting position and propped her chin up with her jade-like hand. All right, you may leave. Zijing respectfully acknowledged and slowly retreated. After Zijing left, Kujian arrived. What should we do with Xianxia? If the Void God civilization wants him, then give him to them. But don't let them think that we're going against the rules. Yes. Kujian nodded. Pass a message to Xianxia. The woman retracted her hand, her eyes bright and unfathomable. Hyperspace will always be his home. Kujian's eyes flashed. Yes. Tai Spacetime, the Void Dao Academy. Those who had joined the Void Dao Academy at the same time as Lu Yin's group had also arrived. When they heard about Lu Yin, they were all stunned. He had just arrived, and he had already created a miracle. They weren't used to it, and the original members of the Void Dao Academy were even more uncomfortable. Xiafei had already woken up, but after hearing about Lu Yin's miracles, she didn't come to the Void Lands. Xiaowu didn't come either. The Void Lands were the entry level, and once one entered the Void Dao Academy, their power wouldn't need to be in the Void Lands. As long as they were within the Void Dao Academy, they could try to guide the Void Gods floating in the air or search for Void God power hidden within the Academy. This was both a test and a reward from the Academy. However, most of the time, those who had entered the Void Lands would stay there, as this was the only place where they could constantly sense Void God power and improve their control over it. Unfortunately, Su Xiangyin's warning caused those who had already entered the Void Dao Academy to leave. Only a new batch of people could stay behind. Do not disturb Xianxi's cultivation. Violators will be expelled from the Void Dao Academy. These were the exact words that Su Xiangyin had sent, causing those who had entered the Void Dao Academy to lose their temper. For Lu Yin, Su Xiangyin had basically given up on them. He was being too biased. Xiaowu was furious. He didn't care whether or not he went to the Void Lands, but this kind of bias was too much. Some people reported this to the higher-ups, but it was useless. Su Xiangyin had the final say in the Void Dao Academy. Forget it, don't provoke him in the Void Dao Academy. He's the Void God civilization's treasure now, but that might not be the case once he leaves, Xiaowu said. Xiaowu, what do you mean? Speak clearly. Someone was puzzled. Xiaowu sneered, this person has been praised too highly and has attracted Su Xiangyin's attention. Who in the Void Dao Academy would dare to offend him? How do you think he's feeling right now? Not far away, Xiafei's eyes were cold, he's obviously very arrogant. He probably doesn't care about us anymore. That's for sure. If that's the case, then let him be a little more arrogant. Xiaowu's lips curled up. In the void lands, Luyin left the stone and looked up at the sky. He saw the strange void gods. It had already been 6 days since he'd arrived, and he could already last 4 hours on the stone. This speed was considered fast. Under normal circumstances, for someone like Luo Lauer who could achieve entry-level virtual god power but was not exceptionally talented, it would take him at least half a year to achieve entry-level virtual god power for 4 hours and then half a year to achieve entry-level virtual god power. Once one entered the Void Dao Academy, they would be able to stay in the 6 Direction training grounds. The 1-year limit set by the 6 Direction training grounds was also based on this type of cultivator. However, Luyin could enter the Void Dao Academy in a month at most, which made Luo Lauer feel rather unbalanced. The people from the Void Dao Academy who had come with him were similarly unbalanced. They would occasionally look at Luyin with envious gazes, but no one dared to say anything. Some people wanted to get closer to Luyin, but he only responded with a few casual words. Everyone could tell that he wasn't paying attention, and gradually, no one tried to get close to him. However, their gazes were more or less filled with dissatisfaction, but no one dared to show it. Brother-in-law, these people are all from aristocratic families. Forming a good relationship with them will be beneficial for your future development, Luo Lauer advised. Luyin replied, then help me form a good relationship with them. Luo Lauer was speechless, if I had even half of your talent, I would have gotten along with them long ago. That kid is from the Void Academy. Why is he here? Luyin looked over and saw a man walking over with a smile. He was from the same batch as Xiaowu and the others, and they were part of the first batch of people from the Hexway training grounds. Brother Xianxia, are you done with your training today? I hope I didn't disturb you. Luyin asked, which civilization are you from? The man hadn't expected Luyin to suddenly ask this, I'm from the main space. Luyin nodded and didn't ask any further. He really wanted to know more about the main space, but what could he learn from someone like this? It was pointless. When the man saw that Luyin was ignoring him, he hurried over, Brother Xianxia, you've created a legend that shook the entire Hexway training grounds. Your talent is unparalleled even in the Void God civilization, let alone other civilizations. Before you, Xiaoqing Feng was the most talented person in our Void Dao College. However, Xiaoqing Feng didn't last as long as you did. You even attracted the elders of the Void God civilization. Perhaps you've already caught the attention of the Void Master. Gradually, Luyin felt strange, and Luo Lauer felt even stranger. They watched the man's endless flattery and didn't know what he was trying to do. I estimate that Brother Xianxia isn't just talented in the Void God civilization, but also in other civilizations. Woodification, lost tribes, monarch's aura, and even the near immortals or immortals that our reincarnation space has reserved for you. You can fight for them all. The man continued to speak for almost an hour without repeating a single sentence. Luyin looked at him with admiration, what's your name? The man didn't answer, and his gaze was fixed on Luyin's face. However, his gaze was a little unfocused, as if he wasn't looking at Luyin at all. He was already immersed in his own world as he recited. Luo Lauer blinked, there was actually someone like this? Who knew how long he'd been reciting all this while? What a talent. Luyin patted the man, waking him up. What's wrong, Brother Xianxia? Luyin laughed. Are you saying that I have the same talent for cultivation in other civilizations? The man was excited. Of course, with your talent, Brother Xianxia, you're definitely not limited to the Void God civilization. Then which academy do you think I should go to for further my studies? The man's eyes lit up. Anything is fine. Aside from hyperspace, Brother Xianxia, you can try anything. Luyin and old Luo exchanged glances, alright, I got it. After the man left, another woman arrived. She was very beautiful, and her smile was very charming. Just like the man, she immediately started to bootlick. Which civilization are you from? Luin was curious. The woman pursed her lips and smiled. I'm from the Three Monarchs space. Do you know me? Luo Lauer leaned over. The woman looked at him with disdain. My sister knows you. Who's your sister? Dead. Unlucky. The woman gritted her teeth and ignored Luo Lauer. She stared at Luin and started a new round of flattery. After the woman left, Xiaofei actually came over and gave a very sincere apology. Then, Xiaowu came over. These people had only one goal in mind, and that was to praise Lu Yin's innate gift. After they left, old Luo Lauer was confused. What are they doing? Luin was amused. Their goal was simple, to inflate his confidence and make him arrogant so that he could leave the Void Dao Academy and go to another academy. That way, their people would be able to act against him. What a childish trick. These people were much younger than Luin, and they were about the same age as he had been in the Astral Combat Academy. Back then, he had fought against the Day-Night clan, and his methods had not been that brilliant. Luin shook his head, not interested in wasting time on them, and continued to cultivate. In the distance, Xiaowu and the rest were gathered together. Do you think he fell for it? I think so. We were praising him to death. I've never praised anyone like that in my entire life. That's called flattery. Shut up, aren't you? Why do I feel like he hasn't moved at all? Xiaowu felt the same way. We'll continue tomorrow. I don't believe it. We'll bring the Grand Dao Academy along. I want to see if it can attract him. Yeah, he's already here. How could he not want to go to the Grand Dao Academy? I don't care about anything else, but that old Luo must be taught a lesson. He's too despicable. While they were discussing, a voice suddenly sounded out. What Grand Dao Academy are you talking about? Everyone was shocked and looked in the same direction. A woman was standing there, looking at them curiously. She was beautiful and wore a tight purple dress. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, and she looked very capable. Her eyes were lively and mischievous. Suyu? Everyone gasped. She was the one who had wanted to use Void God's power to control Luin to pass the trial. You guys seemed to be discussing something shady just now. Suyu raised her hand and stroked her chin. Everyone felt awkward. Xiaofei walked up and giggled. Sister Suyu, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be at the Grand Dao Academy? Suyu lowered her hand and placed her hands behind her back. She walked around the group, sizing them up. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Xiaowu asked, Suyu, why are you here? Suyu looked at Xiaowu and asked, Little Wu, are you thinking of some sneaky tricks again? Xiaowu's expression turned ugly. Don't spout nonsense, Suyu. Humph, he Shu looks like an upright person, but he has a dog-headed advisor like you who gives him rotten ideas. My brother said that he'll find trouble with you sooner or later, Suyu threatened. Xiaowu's expression turned even uglier, and he coughed a few times. Don't spout nonsense without evidence. Suyu rolled her eyes. I'm leaving. Everyone watched her leave. She seems to have gone to the Void Lands. Why is Suyu here? Doesn't she need to learn from the Void God civilization? Someone was puzzled. Xiaowu's eyes flashed. Follow her. Not long after, Suyu arrived outside the Void Lands and saw Luin. Her eyes widened, it was him. She found him. Good, kid, he really is at the Void Dao Academy. Xiaofei chased after her. Sister Suyu, you can't enter this place as you please. Suyu raised her brows. This is the Void Lands, why can't we enter as we please? What, you dare to claim this place as your own? Xiaofei was speechless. What was she talking about? Suyu is warning Signorine. Anyone who has joined the Void God civilization is temporarily forbidden from entering the Void Lands. Suyu was confused. Why? It's not like this is a good place. Xiaofei pointed at Luin and explained everything that had happened. In the distance, Xiaowu stared at the scene. He had not seen wrong, Suyu had seen Xianxia and was about to head over. She had probably heard about Xianxi's deeds and wanted to take a look. This was interesting. The Void God civilization's greatest genius was Suyu's brother, Suji. It might not be a good thing for Suyu to come here, as she might cause trouble for Xianxia. In any case, whether or not that was the case, it was always a good thing for Xiaofei to sow discord. However, Xiaowu was wrong, Suyu did not know about Lu Yin's deeds. She had just returned from the peak of the trial. What? He lasted more than 2 hours during his first attempt at the Void God's power? Suyu was shocked. Xiaofei found it strange. You don't know? Suyu looked at Lu Yin, her gaze completely changing. Her brother, Suji, was known as one of the most talented people in the history of the Void God civilization, and he had also lasted more than 2 hours. How could this outsider compare to her brother? Impossible. This matter has spread throughout the 6 paths. How could you not know about it? This Xianqi's standards are really high, and he doesn't even acknowledge us when we talk to him, Xiaofei said softly. Suyu stared at Lu Yin. No wonder he had been able to shake off her control of the Void God's power. He had clearly never cultivated the Void God's power before, and she had been curious as to how he had managed to do so. He was a genius comparable to her brother, Suji, and a genius at cultivating the Void God's power. Senior Su Shangyin came here? Suyu asked. Xiaofei replied, he did and warned us not to disturb Xianqi's cultivation. Speak. Suyu was confused. What did he say? Xiaofei replied, he said that Xianqi is the Void God. Civilization's most talented cultivator. Suyu frowned. Most talented? That seemed to be the case on the surface, but having talent did not mean that one could cultivate it. She did not believe that this person could surpass her brother. Suyu wanted to look for Lu Yin, but she suddenly stopped and thought for a moment before turning to leave. Sister Suyu, aren't you going in? Xiaofei was puzzled. Suyu did not say anything and quickly disappeared. Xiaowu was displeased. What's going on? Why did she leave? Xiaofei replied, I don't know either. I just did as you said. Xiaowu frowned. He had wanted Suji to cause trouble for Xianqi, but that was Suji, the absolute successor of the Void God civilization. If he caused trouble for Xianqi, then Xianqi would be in trouble. He thought back to what Suyu had said. Suji wouldn't really cause trouble for him, right? No, he could not deal with Suji. At the same time, Zuiyu and the others had successfully joined the Reincarnation Dao Academy and found Shihong. Shihong was an elite disciple of Hua Duo, and she had a good relationship with the various factions in the Reincarnation Dao Academy. She easily brought Zuiyu around to familiarize herself with the academy. Little you, joining the Reincarnation Dao Academy makes you half a sect member. All your senior brothers and sisters will help you. Thank you in advance. Under the waterfall, birds flew across the sky, filling the courtyard with fragrance. Shihong led Zuiyu and some other people who had come from beyond spacetime to join the Reincarnation Dao Academy and the original cultivators of the Reincarnation Dao Academy. Zuiyu was very smart and knew that this gathering was very important to her future. She quickly bowed. Junior sister Zuiyu greets her seniors. With Shihong leading the way, Zuiyu and the others did not have to go through the same process as Lu Yin and the others. They easily got to know everyone, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. In reality, with Xiaowu around in the Void Dao Academy, Lu Yin and the others wouldn't have been bullied. It was just that Lu Yin and Luo Laoer didn't know Xiaowu, and Xiaowu had been waiting for someone from a spacetime continuum to pay him a visit. They hadn't been able to do so, which had led to Xiaowu targeting them. If Zuiyu had gone to the Void Dao Academy, things would have been different. Shihong had a lot of influence in the Reincarnation Dao Academy, and she kept introducing Zuiyu to everyone. Little you, this is our Reincarnation Dao Academy's eldest senior brother, Mu Qing. Not only has senior brother Mu Qing reached the Star Plucker realm, but he has also cultivated the Sovereign King's Qi to the point of perfection. He has the innate gift of woodification in the weapon refining pool, and is an existence that all of us look up to, Shihong introduced. Mu Qing waved his hand. Junior sister Hong, you're making fun of me. Who doesn't know that your swimming dragon Flash is the best in the Reincarnation Dao Academy? Even someone from the Grand Dao Academy hasn't learned it and has come to ask for guidance. Shihong's expression changed when he mentioned the swimming dragon Flash. Senior Muqing, you must be joking. How can my swimming dragon flash compare to your blade technique? It was easily broken. Muqing was shocked. The swimming dragon flash was broken? Someone from the Grand Dao Academy? Shihong didn't want to talk about it. Suiyu replied, it's someone from ultra space-time, but that person was originally from a cultivation civilization. I don't know how he broke Sister Hong's swimming dragon flash. Muqing was interested. Interesting. How many moves did it take? Suiyu looked at Shihong. Shihong smiled wryly. There's nothing to hide. There's no move. Muqing asked, what's no move? Shihong answered solemnly, I didn't even see how he broke it. It was very easy, and he didn't use any moves. Muqing's expression changed. Did this person come to the Hexagon Dao Academy? Shihong looked at Suiyu. Suiyu nodded. Yes, he joined the Void Dao Academy. He's able to break the swimming dragon flash and comes from a cultivation civilization, but he didn't come to the Reincarnation Dao Academy or the Sovereign Dao Academy. Instead, he went to the Void Dao Academy? He's really confident, someone commented. That person's name is Xianxia. We participated in the examination, and in the end, 1,700 people passed and came to the 6 direction training rites. Xianxia was the only one who didn't need to take the examination and directly joined. Looks like his background isn't small. Some people were unhappy. Shihong glanced at the spacetime person who spoke with a warning in her eyes. The person was so scared that he hurriedly lowered his head. Suiyu also frowned. It was normal for someone to be dissatisfied with Xianxia, but to say it in such an occasion would only make hyperspace a laughingstock. Shihong replied, Xianxia broke my swimming dragon's flash without a single move. With his ability, there's no need to test him. Wait, Xianxia? Someone exclaimed. There were also people discussing beside him, mentioning Xianxi's name. Suiyu found it strange and looked at Shihong. Muqing had a serious look in his eyes. Junior Sister Hong, how many of the people who came to the 6 direction dojo are named Xianxia? Shihong was puzzled. Of course there's only one person. Many people exclaimed in admiration. Shihong asked, Senior Muqing, what's wrong? Muqing smiled bitterly. Junior sister, you've been entertaining junior sister Xiaoyu and the others, so you probably don't know much about what's happening in the 6 direction training grounds. Yes, did something happen to Xianxia? Shihong asked. Suiyu and company were curious as well. They had been familiarizing themselves with the Reincarnation Dao Academy with Shihong, so they had no idea what was happening in the outside world. I heard it. Someone stood up and said to Shihong, Senior Sister Hong, let me explain. Everyone looked at him. He adjusted his expression. Xianxia is the undisputed #1 genius of the Void Dao Academy. He lasted for more than 2 hours during his first attempt at using Void God's power, which led to Senior Yin's arrival. Everyone fell silent. Shihong, Suiyu, and the rest were shocked, as they had never expected Luyin to do something so shocking. Those who had already known about this were just as shocked when they heard the news again. Although the 6 direction training grounds had only recruited 2 groups of people, Lu Yin's innate talent in the Void God civilization was comparable to Su Ji's, let alone Xiao Qingfeng, who had created miracles in the Void Dao Academy. Xianxia directly surpassed Xiao Qingfeng. You should know what kind of person Xiao Qingfeng is. Shihong was stunned, and the scene of Lu Yin breaking the swimming dragon's flash appeared in her mind. It's not good to let go of the sword's hilt when competing in swords, as it's easy to be caught. This sentence had been a huge blow to her. It was true that letting go of the sword was easy to be caught, but if one mastered the swimming dragon's flash, who in the same generation could catch it? Wasn't he afraid of losing his hand? Even now, she still couldn't figure out how her sword had been caught. Who would have thought that this person would create another miracle as soon as he arrived at the 6 direction training grounds? Muqing sighed. Now that a dragon has arrived, the 6 direction training grounds are no longer peaceful. Those from the grand training grounds have probably remembered him. There's going to be a show to watch. I wonder if he'll come to our Reincarnation Dao Academy, someone muttered. Someone else said, it's unlikely. With his innate talent, it's very likely that he'll be taken away by the Void God civilization. That's right. The Six Direction training grounds rules are like that. Who knows, when we hear of his name in the future, we might not be on the same level anymore. The gathering ended with the shock caused by Xianxi's name. Suyu hadn't expected that the gap between them would widen so quickly. Another half a month passed, and on this day, a large group of people in the Void Lands witnessed history. Luyin had been sitting on the stone for more than 6 hours. More than 6 hours represented the beginning of the Void God realm. Su Xiangying stood not too far away from Luyin and watched excitedly. It had only been a month. Although it had been around the same time as Su Ji, or perhaps even longer, this person was not from the Void God civilization. Instead, he was from another civilization, which meant that his innate talent was terrifying. When 6 hours passed, Luyin suddenly opened his eyes. He saw Faux God's power floating in the air, and every stone had a large amount of Faux God's power around it. He looked up at the sky. The floating objects were also surrounded by Void God realm energy, and there were many of them. The ship that Xiaofei had guided down had quite a bit of Void God realm energy, but the one with the most was the village, which took up almost half of the sky. How could a village where ordinary people lived have Void God realm energy? Luyin didn't understand. Ha ha ha. How is it, Xianxia? Can you see Void God realm energy? Su Xiangying laughed, his eyes full of admiration. Luyin stood up and bowed to Su Xiangying. I can see it. Then tell me, which virtual god you've seen with the most virtual god power? Su Xiangying asked. Luyin pointed at the sky. The village. Su Xiangying nodded. That's right, the village. Xianxia, you've joined. Outside the void, many people gulped. He had joined in only a month? Did he have to be so fast? Xiao Qingfeng had joined in less than half a year ago, and this was already a speed that outsiders couldn't surpass. Luo Lauer was excited. Amazing, brother-in-law. Xia Wu, Xiaofei, and the others exchanged glances, and they could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. This person had joined the Void God realm in just a month, so he was definitely on a different level from them. Joining the Void God realm meant that Luyin could officially study at the Hexagon training rites. He could choose to learn the full strength of the Hexagon training rites or just the Void God realm. Senior, may I know if this junior can join the Void God realm? Luyin asked. Su Xiangying smiled, as this was the first question Luyin had asked after joining the Void God realm. Su Xiangying could tell that Lu Yin's yearning for the Void God realm came from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry, I've already contacted Ku Jian. Once you leave the Hexagon training rites, you don't have to go to the hyperspace. Head directly to the Void God realm, and we'll arrange everything for you. Su Xiangying's expression turned solemn. We'll also give you a chance to meet the Void Master. Luyin was ecstatic. The Void Master? Can this junior really meet the Void Master? Su Xiangying laughed. Sure. Lu Yin's breathing quickened, as he was truly excited this time. The Six Direction Association consisted of 6 civilizations, and each civilization had an expert comparable to the progenitor realm. The most exaggerated ones were the main space's 3 supremes, 9 sages, and the legendary Great Heavenly Venerate. The Void God civilization also had a strength comparable to the progenitor realm, and the Void Master was no longer as simple as an ordinary progenitor. He was the founder of the Void God civilization, a legendary figure that was rarely seen. The Void God realm was one of the Hexagon training rites, and if they relied on the strength of their entire civilization to fight against one of the 7 sky gods, they would be similar to the 3 sovereigns' space, and their strength would also be limited. However, if anyone other than the Void Master could fight against one of the 7 sky gods, then that would be extraordinary. This meant that the Void Master's own strength might very well surpass the 7 sky gods, and in the 5th mainland, he would be on the same level as the 3 realms' 6 Daos. This level of strength already surpassed the limits of Lu Yin's knowledge, and it was like the reincarnation of the Grim Reaper. If he went to the 5th mainland, he would be invincible, and Luyin longed to meet such a powerhouse. However, now was not the time, as the Void Master would definitely see through him. Luyin bowed deeply to Su Xiangying. If I can meet the Void Master, this junior will die without regrets. Ha 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 ha, cultivate well. Some seniors have already taken a liking to you, and they might even take you in as a disciple. Of course, there's also a chance that you'll be accepted as a disciple by the Void Master. When that time comes, don't forget about me. Luin replied, how would I dare forget senior? To this junior, you are my life's mentor. Su Xianxia nodded in satisfaction, but there was also a tinge of regret. He really wanted to take this person in as a disciple, but Lu Yin's performance was too exaggerated. It was so exaggerated that Su Xianxia didn't have the qualifications to make the decision. Only a few seniors could accept Lu Yin as a disciple. What a pity. In the distance, Xia Wu and the rest watched Su Xianxia and Lu Yin chat. They were filled with jealousy, but they were also filled with helplessness. Where had this fellow come from? Su Xianxia turned around and scanned the crowd. Everyone, leave. We'll come back tomorrow. Everyone felt helpless, as they couldn't even stay outside the void. This was too biased. Xianxia, now that you've entered the Void God realm and seen Void God's power, the next step is to absorb it. Only by ensuring that you have enough Void God's power will you be able to draw Void Gods to battle. Su Xianxia patiently began to teach Lu Yin. Lu Yin naturally knew about this step from the Jade Stone. This was the second step after joining the Void Path Academy, and only those who had joined could attempt it. No one had taught this step in the Void Path Academy, and they could only absorb Faux God power through the Jade Stone. Xia Wu, Xiaofei, and the others had done the same, but Lu Yin was different. He was personally taught by Su Xianxia, and his method of absorbing Faux God power was different from what was recorded in the Jade Stone. The method recorded in the Jade Stone isn't bad, but it's not the best. What I'm teaching you is approved by the higher-ups. This method of absorbing Faux God power is much better than what's recorded in the Jade Stone. You must not teach this to anyone else, Su Xianxia reminded him. Lu Yin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Was this fair? Of course it was not. They had all joined the 6 directional training centers and studied the Faux God civilization. Xia Wu and the others had already joined the Void Path Academy, and Shihong had even gone from the Void Path Academy to the Reincarnation Academy. However, they would never be able to come into contact with this top-notch method of absorbing Faux God power. This was unfair to them, but this was the universe's fairness. Cultivators competed with the heavens and even more so with others. Cultivation was a cruel thing. As the first strand of Faux God power entered his body, Lu Yin officially began cultivating the Faux God civilization. Su Xianxia did not even ask what Lu Yin had cultivated before, as there was no need for him to do so. Aside from a limited number of civilizations, what other civilization could surpass the Faux God civilization? Faux God power could easily erase the power that Lu Yin had cultivated before. Faux God power was very domineering, and after entering his body, it actually tried to compete with the astral source for territory. Lu Yin's 3 gates were sealed, and there was an astral source cyclone beside the black and white fog in his heart. Everyone could sense this, and at this moment, the Faux God power actually tried to push this astral source cyclone away. There was very little Faux God power, but it was abnormally domineering. To Lu Yin, it was like an ignorant child trying to challenge a giant. The astral source cyclone's power was enough to easily erase it, but if it was erased, it would mean that Lu Yin had not cultivated Faux God power, which would not do. It was impossible to peacefully coexist with the astral source cyclone, so Lu Yin guided the Faux God power to his heart. When the Faux God's power approached the black and white fog, it instinctively tried to push it away, just as it had done with the astral origin vortex. However, the Faux God's power was directly dragged in by the black and white fog. After entering the fog, the first thing it approached was the red dot. When faced with the red, the Faux God's power directly shot toward the land formed by the Fatesan, as if it had been frightened. On the continent formed by Fatesan, the time-withering tree that had taken root there was now a gray color. The tyrannical Faux God's power was suppressed as soon as it came into contact with the Fatesan. It was as if a river had appeared on the ground. Lu Yin opened his eyes and felt a little strange. How is it? The power you cultivated before has been erased, right? Su Xianxia had already expected this. Lu Yin was at a loss. Void God's force is so tyrannical. Ha 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 ha, of course, Su Xianxia laughed. My virtual god civilization is one of the 6 factions. Humans have countless parallel universes, but there are very few who can fight against my virtual god civilization. I don't know which parallel universe you came from, and I don't need to know. Facing virtual god force, your cultivation will be erased. It's very normal, so you don't need to think too much about it. After cultivating for a while, your strength will naturally return. Besides, your physical strength won't decrease. In the Su Dao College, no, in the 6 direction Taoist shrines, nobody can hurt you. Luyin was helpless. I understand. Then I'll continue cultivating. There's no hurry. The second step is yours. Next up is the third step. Su Xianxia pointed at the sky and said, "Do you see those things? We call anything that's enveloped by virtual god force a virtual god. There are both living and non-living objects. What you need to do is try to guide them for the first time. Normally speaking, one would only be able to do this step about a year after entering the Void Dao Academy. However, you are different from ordinary people and can immediately attempt it. You can enter the Void Dao Academy, cultivate, and guide it within a month. Among the cultivators of the outer realm, you can be considered unprecedented." Luyin was curious. "I don't think I'm that outstanding in the virtual god civilization." Su Xianxia replied, "That's not the case. Looking at the history of the virtual god civilization, there have been very few who have surpassed you. In this generation, only Su Ji has surpassed you. However, he grew up in the virtual god spacetime and is far more familiar with virtual god force than you are. Aside from him, no one else in the virtual god spacetime can surpass you. Alright, release the virtual god force in your body and try to reach high into the sky to guide a target that you think you can guide. Normally, the target's virtual god force can be 3 to 5 times stronger than the virtual god force in your body. This is one of the reasons why the virtual god civilization is so powerful. We can use 3 to 5 times our own strength in battle." Luyin sighed in admiration. "This is the cultivation civilization that I yearn for the most." He then guided the virtual god force out of his heart and into the sky as if he was fishing. He finally understood what that woman had done. She had approached him with virtual god force the moment she had seen him and tried to control him. Unfortunately, he had pushed her away. She must have been very angry. To the side, Su Xianxia looked at the virtual god force that had appeared in Luyin's body. It was very thin, so thin that it was almost invisible. This was the amount of virtual god force that Luyin had absorbed for the first time. It was too little, but every cultivator in the virtual god civilization had walked this path. Su Xianxia wanted to see how tough and controllable the virtual god force in Luyin's body was. These were the most important factors that determined a person's innate gift. Su Xianxia's expression was solemn. This person's performance during the entrance ceremony had been too monstrous. If his control of virtual god force was not bad, then he would be accepted as a disciple by the seniors of the civilization. Luyin stared at the sky. Fishing, fishing, fishing. This was fishing. Virtual god force was the fishing line, and his control was the bait. The fish were all bait, and this was much simpler than fishing. As long as he controlled it well, he could easily catch a fish. Soon enough, Luyin caught, no, he guided his first virtual god. It was a leaf, and the virtual god force around it was exactly 5 times stronger than the virtual god force in his body. Luyin watched as the leaf fell. Su Xianxia was satisfied. Not bad at all. You managed to draw a virtual god 5 times stronger than your own virtual god power on your first try. Your control over virtual god power is pretty good. How about it? Can you try drawing a virtual god of even greater power? Yes. Luyin was certain. Su Xianxin's eyes glowed. You really are a genius. Let's continue. Luyin nodded and extended his virtual god force into the sky once more. This time, he guided a virtual god that was 7 times stronger than his own, earning Su Xianxin's praise. Senior, I feel like I can guide a stronger one, Luyin shouted. Su Xianxia was astonished. You can guide a stronger one? Give it a try. Luyin then guided a virtual god that was 10 times stronger than his own virtual god force. Su Xianxia was stunned by this scene. 10 times? Luyin really was a genius. Su Xiangying stared at Luyin. Among the geniuses of the virtual god civilization, only a few were able to guide a virtual god that was 10 times stronger than their own virtual god force. Su Xiangying was sure that Luyin would definitely be accepted as a disciple by one of the strongest powerhouses in the civilization. Xianxia, I was right about you. You really are suited to cultivate in the virtual god civilization, Su Xiangying sighed. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Senior, I can try even stronger ones. Su Xiangying's eyes widened. Even stronger ones? Are you sure? Luyin was eager to try. I'll try. Alright, go ahead. Su Xiangying was excited and looked on expectantly. More than 10 times was a whole new level. If he could reach it. If he could. Su Xiangying swallowed his saliva. At this moment, even he was nervous. Only he knew what it meant to be able to guide more than 10 times the virtual god force on his first attempt. Luyin had not used his full strength yet. He had cultivated too many powers, including some that were similar to virtual god force, so he could control them easily. Not only that, but virtual god force was difficult for newbies to control because it was too domineering. He had faced resistance when he tried to guide the virtual god force to his heart, so it was easy to imagine how successful it would be for a first-time user. However, it was different for Luyin. The virtual god force was suppressed by his heart, and it was as obedient as a rabbit. He could control it however he wanted. As long as he circled it around his heart, it would definitely listen to him. This time, he stared at a virtual god that was 20 times stronger than his own virtual god force. It was just a vase. Who would treat a vase as a virtual god? Whatever, it was time to fish. The vase moved, and then it slowly descended under Su Xiangying's stunned gaze. Su Xiangying's eyes narrowed. 20 times? How was this possible? It was actually 20 times. His gaze towards Luyin completely changed. At the first step, this person had been comparable to Su Ji and had shocked the 6 directional training halls. At the third step, he had actually surpassed Su Ji. Su Ji's first attempt had only been to guide a virtual god that was 12 times stronger than his own virtual god force, but this person had actually managed to guide 20 times. This was too exaggerated. Su Xiangying looked at Luyin strangely. He really wanted to ask if Luyin was the Void Master's son. There was a crack, and the virtual god force snapped. Luyin pursed his lips. Senior, I failed. Su Xiangying suppressed his shock and consoled him. You didn't fail. You can control it, but your virtual god force is too weak. It's not your fault. Su Xiangying was actually consoling him? He was the one who needed to be consoled. If Su Xiangying had been able to guide 20 times more virtual god force than his own virtual god force during his first attempt, no, even 10 times would have been enough. If he had been able to do that, he would not have reached his current level. He would have long since become one of the virtual god civilization's top powerhouses, and he would have been able to meet the Void Master at any time. Half. How great would it be to have even half of this person's talent? Senior? Luyin looked at Su Xiangying strangely. Senior, are you all right? Su Xiangying sighed and smiled bitterly. I'm fine. He then looked at Luyin, and his tone changed slightly. This person would definitely stand at the peak of the virtual god civilization in the future. When that time came, Su Xiangying would still be the same as he was now, and he would have to salute Luyin the next time he met him. Xianxia, you're not bad. You were able to guide a virtual god that was 20 times stronger than your own virtual god force during your first attempt. Not bad. How do you compare to Su Ji? Luyin asked. When he heard Lu Yin's question, Su Xiangying was speechless. He was far inferior to Luyin. Something like that. Don't tell anyone else to avoid being targeted. Luyin replied, Junior understands. Alright, you'll be absorbing Void God's power for the rest of your time. The more you absorb, the stronger the Void God you can control. After a while, when the time is right, I'll take you to find a suitable Void God for yourself. Luyin was curious. A Void God? There's no record of it in the Jade, and it's only known after entering the Grand Path. It's considered the 4th step. Currently, no. One outside of the 6 paths has reached this step, not even Xiao Qingfeng from the Reincarnation Tao Academy. A normal person would need at least a few years of cultivation before they could try to determine a void god's fate, but you. He paused. You can do it very quickly. Perhaps you can go with Xiao Qingfeng and the others. A void god? I'm really looking forward to it. Luyin looked forward to it. Su Xiangyin smiled. Looks like you're curious. Let me show you. He then raised his hand, and Luyin watched as void god's power appeared on his hand and continuously coiled around it. Following that, a bug the size of a fingernail appeared and slowly crawled around. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. A death bug? This is a death bug. Don't underestimate it. Aside from the void god's power, it's a powerful weapon. Can you see how much void god's power it contains? Su Xiangyin asked. Luyin did not let Su Xiangyin know that he recognized the death bug. It's huge. In Lu Yin's eyes, the moment the death bug appeared, a boundless void god's power spread out and repelled the surrounding rocks. The entire Void Tao Academy trembled slightly, and even the void gods above unconsciously swayed. This was the power of a half-ancestor. This death bug had not reached the half-ancestor level, but when combined with the void god's power, it was comparable to one. Luyin had not expected Su Xiangyin to have a death bug. Senior, is this bug that powerful? Su Xiangyin was pleased with himself. Back then, when I chose my natal virtual god, everyone else went their own way to find something that they thought was powerful. I don't have a family background, a master, or a unique talent, so I had no one to help me. In the end, I could only choose this bug. When I came out, I was laughed at by everyone, and the first person to recognize the worm was Senior Su Wuwei, he said sincerely. It was Senior Su Wuwei who taught me how strong the creature called the death worm was. It was also Senior Su Wuwei who gave me pointers during my cultivation. That's why I'm here today. Although Senior Su Wuwei didn't take me as a disciple, I'll only recognize Senior Su Wuwei as my disciple. He looked at Luyin. Xianxia, I've already told Senior Su Wuwei about your situation. You have to grasp this opportunity well. If you can become his disciple, then it will be the greatest fortune of your life. Luyin answered seriously, I understand. To be able to make Su Xiangyin acknowledge him as his elder and guide him, it was likely that the other party was in existence on par with progenitor realm cultivators. By the way, Senior, I saw the battle of the Void God civilization at the peak where I joined the Hexagon training grounds. Was that astral martial stone disc also a virtual god? Luyin asked, as this was what he was most concerned about. Su Xiangyin replied, that's right. The astral martial stone disc is a virtual god from the Void Realm. The Void Realm? There are many places in the Void God civilization where one can obtain a virtual god. The Void Realm was personally set up by the Void Master, and only recognized geniuses can enter to search for a virtual god. When I was searching for a virtual god, I wasn't in the Void Realm, but you should be in the Void Realm. Su Xiangyin was filled with envy. Luyin was curious. The astral martial stone disc? That's a strange name. Su Xiangyin replied, there's nothing strange about it. This stone disc originated from a powerhouse called Wu Tian, which is why it's called the astral martial stone disc. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. Wu Tian? That's a strange name. Is he a powerhouse from the Void God civilization? Su Xiangyin shook his head. That person isn't from the Void God civilization. Looking back, this senior might be from the same era as the Void Master. Of course, that's just what I've heard from others. No one knows the truth. Luyin grunted in acknowledgement. If you want to know, you can ask Senior Su Wuwei after you become his disciple. He'll definitely know. It's said that this Senior Wu Tian is related to the legendary primordial space. Who knows? It's been a long time since anyone has appeared in the primordial space, Su Xiangyin muttered. Not long after, Su Xiangyin left. He wanted to return to the Void God spacetime to find Su Wuwei and talk about Luyin in person. Before he left, he gave Luyin a mission, which was to draw that village over. That existence had the most Void Gods. Power in the Void Tao Academy, and he wanted Luyin to draw it over within half a year. Luyin estimated that it would take less than half a year. After that, Luyin focused on cultivating Void God's power. He continuously absorbed it, causing the void god's power within his body to grow stronger. This was a long process, and cultivating void god's power was not as easy as cultivating astral sources. However, because he could draw void god's power, it was easier and safer to fight. Xiaowu and the rest did not come looking for him again. They wanted Luyin to go to another academy so that they could cause trouble for him, but Su Xiangyin's attitude towards Luyin made them hesitate. If something happened to Luyin, they would all be in trouble. Soon, a month had passed. On this day, Luo Lauer asked Luyin for help. Luo Zong? Luyin looked at him. He's looking for trouble with you? Luo Lauer bitterly replied, he's not looking for trouble, he's already done it. As long as I stay away from you, someone will immediately attack me. Brother-in-law, take a look at this. He lifted his clothes to reveal wounds all over his arms, and he even tried to take off his pants to show Luyin. Luyin kicked him away. Don't try that. Your injuries weren't caused by anyone else. You did it yourself. Luo Lauer crawled over. How can you not believe me, brother-in-law? It really was Luo Zhang's people. There's a guy in the Void Dao Academy called Luo Shan. He's Luo Jun's 15th son, and he's Luo Zhang's follower. He's the one who's watching me. Luyin looked at him. I'll only say this once. Listen carefully. I don't like being used by others. Luo Lauer opened his mouth to say something, but when he saw Lu Yin's gaze gradually turn cold, he helplessly sat down on the ground. Brother-in-law is still the smart one. I can't hide anything from you. Luyin calmly replied, Luo Lauer, we haven't known each other for very long. Aside from our encounter in the drifting cloud space, we have nothing to do with each other. If you want me to help you, then you have to be able to pay off the benefits. Luo Lauer fell silent. Luyin continued, you're not weak, and you're at least stronger than Zuiyu, Mudo, and the others. Even if you can't compare to Shihong, you're not that far off. However, you've always been pretending. I'm not interested in playing games with you. Luo Lauer sighed and patted his butt. I knew that I couldn't hide it from you. I didn't want to hide it from you guys. I just wanted to protect myself, that's all. Luyin slowly absorbed the Void God's power, not interested in wasting time with Luo Lauer. Luo Lauer suddenly asked, brother-in-law, you don't have that kind of relationship with Zijing, do you? Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he met Luo Lauer's gaze. What do you mean? Luo Lauer smiled. Rumors say that Zijing has become very obedient because of you, and that you're willing to risk your life for her. However, I think that's just a facade. Every time you mention Zijing, there's no emotion in your eyes. You can see my emotions? Yes. Luo Lauer was pleased. This is one of my few strengths. I can confirm that you two don't have that kind of relationship. Lu Yin's lips curled up. So what if we don't? Are you threatening me? Luo Lauer replied, of course not. I'm just showing my value to you. That's meaningless. Luyin continued to absorb the Void God's power. Luo Lauer moved closer. What if I teach you how to cultivate the monarch's aura? Luyin was astonished. The monarch's aura? Yes, the monarch's aura from the 3 monarchs' realms. Luyin replied, I'm not interested. Can the monarch's aura surpass Void God's power? It's a different kind of power. The monarch's aura is quite powerful when used with weapons. Otherwise, how do you think the 3 monarchs' realms became one of the 6 Directions Society? If they can join the 6 Directions Society, then they must be worth it. Luyin thought about it. That was true, and this Luo Lauer might be worth something to him in the future. I can study at the Sovereign Academy, Luyin said. Luo Lauer was disdainful. What can you learn here? How can it compare to my teachings? Brother-in-law, do you really think that this place will teach you the true monarch's aura? Luyin recalled the method of absorbing Void God's power that Su Xiangyin had taught him. He looked at Luo Lauer for a while and said, your condition. Luo Lauer took a deep breath. I hope to meet Zijing when I return to the hyperspace and receive her protection. Luyin raised a brow. Do you really think that Zijing can protect you? Luo Lauer replied, although I don't know what cultivation technique Zijing has mastered, I do know about the hyperspace. Zijing betrayed the hyperspace and caused the disbandment of the energy research team. A certain cultivation technique was delayed for many years, which is a huge crime. In the hyperspace, even those who can use the black energy source can't be exempted from this crime, but Zijing did it. His eyes were filled with disbelief. I specifically checked the hyperspace's history, and according to the records, only 2 people were exempted from this crime. They were both researchers who made huge contributions to the cultivation technique. One of them developed the gift technique, and is known as the father of the gift technique, Yu Qing. The Yu family is also one of the most influential families in the hyperspace. For Zijing to be exempted from this crime, her future will be extraordinary. Luyin sized up Luo Lauer. You're not ordinary either, to be able to find out so much. Luo Lauer smiled bitterly. Brother-in-law, if I didn't have this ability, I would have died like the other brothers. Do you know how many of our brothers were directly or indirectly killed by Luo Zong? No less than 5. Doesn't your father do anything? He can't, and he probably doesn't want to either. Luo Zong is Mu Jun's son, and the reason why the 3 sovereign space was able to become the 6 direction association is because we can deal with the 7 sky gods. The most important thing to deal with them is the 3 sovereigns array, and it can't be done without anyone. Under this premise, as long as Mu Jun doesn't go overboard, my father won't say anything. Luo Zong is also his son, the son that he values the most. There was nothing sadder than being abandoned by one's father. Luyin replied, perhaps being sent here as a hostage is Lord Luo's way of protecting you. Luo Lauer's body shook, but he didn't say anything else. A smile reappeared on his face. What do you think, brother-in-law? This condition isn't too much, right? As long as you can use Zijing's name to protect yourself in the hyperspace, I'll teach you the proper monarch's aura. Luyin nodded, alright, deal. Brother-in-law. Luo Lauer shouted, attracting the attention of many outside the void lands. Luo Shan was there as well, and his eyes twinkled. You've really climbed up the social ladder. It's a pity that your backer no longer belongs to the hyperspace. Second bro, the monarch's aura was a cultivation method similar to star energy, and the process was similar. Star energy cultivation required a cultivation method to absorb free star energy, but it could also be done through star crystals. The monarch's aura also had something similar to star crystals, and it was a weapon that had been strengthened by the monarch's aura. Luyin held the tricolored weapon in his hand. It's strengthened by 1 level, and the edge also has a trace of sharpness. This is the effect of the monarch's aura. It's actually similar to many cultivation civilizations, but it has an additional effect of increasing the weapon's performance. My father's 3 lords array can deal with the 7 sky gods, which is why it's listed in the 6 Directions Association, Luo Lauer explained. Cultivating the monarch's aura was very simple, and the basic requirement was to cultivate it to the level of a melder or lameter. This level had a unified name in the 3 sovereign space, humble. If one couldn't even reach the humble level in the 3 sovereign space, then they were just ordinary people. With the structure of the 3 sovereign space, cultivators were considered servants of Lord Luo, and ordinary people didn't even qualify to be servants. This was also why not many people went to the Monarch's Tao Academy to study. It wasn't difficult to get started with the Monarch's aura, and many people could do so if they wanted to. However, they couldn't accept this division. How could someone from the main space learn the Monarch's aura and become someone's servant? Although it was just a title, many people couldn't accept it. Luyin found it strange. Your father's division of realms is quite tasteful. Luo Lauer helplessly replied, it's as if our space has never experienced the development of civilization. It's a standard slave society. Alright, I know how to train now. Give me those weapons, and I'll absorb the monarch's chi from them to increase the monarch's chi in my body, right? Luyin asked. Luo Lauer nodded. The Monarch's Academy should have many weapons or other items imbued with monarch chi for them to cultivate. Luyin wasn't very interested in the monarch aura, as it was just a very ordinary cultivation civilization. If it weren't for the great array of the 3 lords, they wouldn't have been able to even touch the hexagon order. Compared to hyperspace, the hexagon order was still far inferior. Although hyperspace wasn't a cultivation civilization, they didn't need to cultivate. As long as they had enough energy, they could mass-produce a power source comparable to a progenitor. After chasing Luo Lao away, Lu Yin decided to continue cultivating. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. It was time to roll it. He wondered if rolling possession would be able to fuse into someone else's body like it had back in the Fifth Mainland. With that thought in mind, he tapped his finger and watched the die slowly spin. It was 3 pips. It was meaningless. He would not upgrade anything here. Continue. 2 pips. There was nothing to dissect. Continue. 4 pips. Time stop space. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin entered a grayish-white space. He had a year to cultivate here, and the first was the monarch aura. At the very least, he needed to learn the basics. In the future, he would definitely have to deal with the 3 monarch spaces, and learning them would be beneficial. He was different from other cultivators, as he could learn any power. As long as that power entered his heart, it would obediently listen to him. Myriad Daos returned to 1, this was his understanding of the power in his heart. When the scene in front of him changed again, Lu Yin left the time-stop space. At this moment, the land formed by the Fates N in his heart had an additional color, which came from the monarch aura. This was the result of half a year in the time-stop space. He had already learned the basics, and not only that, but the monarch aura in his body had also reached the level of Beishur, surpassing Beishur. If he told Luo Lao about this, he would definitely be scared to death. From what Luo Lao knew, it had only been an instant since Lu Yin had started teaching the monarch aura. Even Lord Luo, who had founded the cultivation civilization of the monarch aura, could not have done it so quickly. After half a year in the time-stop space, Lu Yin had continued to cultivate the serious art and memorize the primogenitor scripture. No matter what, he could not slack off on this. He stood up and stretched his arms. Although only a second had passed in the outside world, a year had passed in Lu Yin's eyes. He had not cultivated the void god's power for a year, so it was time to work hard. Lu Yin's eyes turned into rune lines, and the tiny candle person appeared on his shoulder. Formless rune lines spread out. He was very cautious to prevent any progenitors from noticing anything. As the rune lines spread out, they gradually enveloped Xia Wu, Xiao Fei, Luo Lao and the others who were cultivating in the Void Dao Academy. None of them noticed anything. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Time to begin. Far away from the void, Xia Wu looked up at the sky. Only those who had entered the Void God civilization could see the Void God's power extending from his body. It continued to spread into the sky, approaching a giant circular Void God. Although the Void God's power that enveloped this Void God could not compare to the villages, it was still considerable. It could be ranked in the top 10 of all the Void Gods in the sky. He had already tried many times. As long as he could pull this down and succeed, he would be able to go to the next academy and learn from other civilizations. One day, he would be able to join the Great Path Academy and compete with those geniuses. He would not be willing to be a servant forever. Success, success, he had to succeed. Xia Wu's expression turned solemn as he clenched his fists. His Void God's power had already merged into the circular Void God, and as it shook, it slowly descended. Xia Wu was delighted, he had succeeded. He stared fixedly at the sky. As long as he could pull it down, his results would be recorded in the Void Dao Academy, and he would be able to leave. He did not want to see that Xianxia again. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. Xia Wu did not pay it any attention, but in the next moment, his Void God's power began to waver as if he could not control it. What was going on? He hurriedly tried to control his Void God's power, but as the gale grew stronger, it became increasingly difficult to control. Finally, the Void God's power snapped, and he was furious. Who's causing trouble? Xia Wu was not the only one affected. At this moment, everyone who was cultivating in the Void Dao Academy was affected. Regardless of whether they were absorbing Void God's power or guiding the Void God's power, they were all interrupted. A powerful suction force came from one direction, pulling all the Void God's power in the Void Dao Academy towards that direction. Xia Wu looked in that direction. Was that the Void Lands? In his eyes, the Void Gods were everywhere. The Void God's power continued to flow towards the Void Lands, forming a vortex as if a giant was devouring it. Silhouettes passed by Xiaowu and headed toward the Voidlands. Xiaowu's eyes flashed. Was it that Xianxia again? He gritted his teeth and headed towards the Voidlands as well. Not long after, many people gathered outside the Voidlands. They were all stunned as they watched Lu Yin absorb the Void God's power at an extremely fast speed. How could anyone cultivate like that? Luo Lauer blinked. He had just left the Voidlands, but he had returned in the blink of an eye. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Lu Yin had not expected that using rune lines to absorb Void God's power would be so effective. He had already retracted his rune lines by the time he had discovered it, but the Void God's power still felt like it had been sucked into a vortex and was crazily sucked towards him. He was at the center of the vortex. He was also at a loss. Was something wrong? Whatever, he had to continue cultivating. In the history of cultivation, there were often things that ordinary people could not explain. Now, it was up to Su Xiangyin to help him explain. The Void God Tide. Su Xiangyin had received a report, and when he arrived at the Voidlands and saw this scene, he immediately uttered these words. Lu Yin was speechless. This guy was really good at explaining things. Su Xiangyin was excited. It's actually the legendary Void God Tide. It's said that only those who have the greatest affinity with Void God's power can do it. This isn't just absorbing Void God's power, it's actually being imbued with Void God's power. It wants to enter his body and resonate with him. His existence has given the Void God's power emotions, creating a superposition effect. No, we have to report this immediately. His talent in Void God's power surpasses anyone else's. He then left, but before he left, he warned everyone not to disturb Lu Yin's cultivation. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. Previously, it had been a warning, but this time, it was a blatant threat. In Su Xiangyin's heart, Lu Yin's status had risen infinitely, to the point where he felt that Lu Yin might even be able to become the Void Master's disciple. The other important figures in the Six Direction training rites all looked towards the Void Dao Academy. The Void God civilization is really lucky. This kid's cultivation of Void God's power is so unique that it can go down in history. How long has he been here? Even that old guy Su Xiangyin has been lured over so many times. In the future, the Void God civilization might have an unimaginable powerhouse on the battlefield between the humans and the Eternals. As long as this kid doesn't die prematurely, his future is promising. He's clearly from the hyperspace dimension. Don't talk about that. With his talent, he'll definitely join the Void God civilization. Otherwise, the Void Master will go to the hyperspace dimension to cause trouble for you. What a pity. If only this kid's talent in wood transformation was as high as his, and he wasn't from the Void God civilization. I also hope that his talent in cultivating the Sovereign King's aura is as high. What about you, OLG? Do you hope that someone from the Lost Clan has an extraordinary talent in cultivating the Lost Clan's power? It doesn't matter if I hope for it or not. The Lost Clan's power is unique, and it's already good enough to be able to enter the sect. No one can compare. To the members of the Lost Clan. The others did not refute his words. The Lost Clan's power was indeed unique, and it was a test of one's temperament. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 16 days passed. The Void Dao Academy's Void God's power frantically poured into Lu Yin's body for a total of 16 days. He watched the fates end in his heart, and the river of Void God's power on the continent grew much stronger. Finally, it stopped on the 17th day. When he opened his eyes, he saw that everyone outside the Void Dao Academy was staring at him in shock. Lu Yin looked down at his hands, wondering if he was being too much of a bully. With his power level as a half-ancestor, his cultivation speed was so fast that others would not be able to cultivate. Fortunately, no one could tell how old he was, but he was not much older than them. He stood up and stretched his body. His bones creaked softly. Luo Lauer probed, "You're not cultivating anymore?" Lu Yin looked over, "Why aren't you cultivating? It's not good to slack off." Everyone was furious, as it was clear that Lu Yin could not cultivate. However, no one dared to say anything to Lu Yin, as Su Xiangyin's attitude was terrifying. They were afraid that Lu Yin would complain, and Su Xiangyin would directly destroy them. It was not impossible, as there was nothing they could do about it. The crowd dispersed, and Luo Lauer hurried over to praise Luin. Su Xiangying tossed Luo Lauer aside and sized Luin up with an undisguised look of admiration and envy. "How do you feel, Xianxia?" Luin smiled. "Excellent. With the void god's power entering my body, I feel much stronger." "Ha ha ha, that's only natural. A 16-day void god tide is equivalent to a few years or even a dozen years of cultivation for someone else." "How did you do it?" Su Xiangying asked. Luin felt conflicted. "I don't know either. I just felt that the void god's power was easy to absorb, so I wanted to absorb as much as I could. That's how it ended." Su Xiangying was envious. "I'm almost jealous of you. You're the one who triggered the void god tide. There have only been a few void god tides in the history of the void god civilization, and they were all caused by people who had achieved supreme enlightenment. Every one of them achieved supreme power, and your situation is exactly the same as theirs." Luin did not understand. "Senior, this is a good thing, right?" "Of course. I've already reported this matter to my superiors. Your future will definitely belong to the void god spacetime." Luin raised his head. "No one can stop me from joining the void god spacetime." Su Xiangying was pleased. "Very good. Unfortunately, my abilities are limited and I cannot meet the void master. Otherwise, I would definitely recommend you to him and give you a chance to become his disciple." "What a pity." He then continued, "You should have quite a bit of void god's power in your body. How about it? Which void god do you want to try attracting?" Luin looked up at the sky, his eyes shining with confidence. He raised a hand and pointed up. "The biggest one." Su Xiang smiled sinisterly. 2.5 months? You want to attempt the Void Dao Academy's biggest test in just 2.5 months? Are you confident? Yes. Alright, then let me see how you create this miracle. I can tell you that even the most talented disciple of the virtual god civilization, Su Ji, might not be able to attract such a huge virtual god within 2.5 months. I hope you won't disappoint me, Su Xiangying said. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. This junior will begin. After speaking, faux god energy surged out of his body and into the sky. At this moment, Su Xiangying wasn't the only one watching. Many people were watching from outside the Void Land, and they were all from the Void Dao Academy. When they heard Su Xiangying's words, they all looked at Lu Yin in shock. 2.5 months after entering the sect, he wanted to lead an entire village? Was this for real? Xiaowu's eyelids twitched. He had been in the Void Dao Academy for 2 years, but he had only tried to lead the round virtual god from before. That virtual god was ranked in the top 10 of the academy, and there was a huge distance between them and the village. This Xianxia was really abnormal. I remember that the last person who tried was Xiao Qingfeng, right? It was he. Shu. Luo Zong seems to have tried as well. Basically, all the geniuses who joined the Great Path Academy have tried. The only one who succeeded was Xiao Qingfeng, but he stayed in the academy for almost a year. 1 year and 2.5 months. That's a bit of a difference. How could he succeed? I heard from Luo Zong that not only does the village have boundless virtual god energy, but it also has roads, houses, courtyards, and even living creatures. That's why he gave up. If he wants to succeed, he'll have to spend at least a year in the academy. It's not worth it. This Xianxia is just relying on his innate gift to lead an entire village. It's impossible. Everyone was discussing amongst themselves. Lu Yin was completely focused, as he had already touched the village with his virtual god energy. As soon as he touched it, he felt that something was amiss. The village's virtual god energy was not as uniform as it had been in his previous attempts. Instead, it was scattered. The houses, courtyards, and even the small animals in the courtyards all had their own virtual god energy. If he wanted to lead an entire village down, he would need to expend more than just virtual god energy, he would also need to control it. This kind of control required a long period of tempering, and it could not be accomplished in a single day. Su Xiangying smiled, as he realized that Lu Yin was still too young. Did he really think that the strongest virtual god in the Void Dao Academy would be so easy to lead? Then wouldn't the virtual god civilization be too simple? This kid's innate gift was too high, and he could cultivate virtual god energy without any hindrance. Su Xiangyin's appearance had also made him a bit arrogant. This was a good thing, as Su Xiangying had taught him a lesson and suppressed his temperament. Otherwise, if he really thought that the virtual god civilization was that easy to cultivate, it would not be good for his future. How do you feel, Xianxia? Su Xiangying asked. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. It's very difficult. Virtual god energy is scattered, and it's difficult to lead the entire village. It's like using a needle to move a mountain. Even if the needle breaks, it won't move the mountain at all. It's already pretty good that you can see this. Then give up. If you can't do it this time, you should be able to do it after cultivating for half a year. With your innate gift, half a year at most, Su Xiangying said. Outside the Voidlands, the crowd was shocked. Half a year? This was what Su Xiangying was expecting from Lu Yin. Back then, Xiao Qingfeng had taken an entire year. The difference between the two was obvious. Lu Yin said, this junior would like to continue trying. It should be possible. Su Xiangying raised his brows. What did you say? Should be possible? Yes, Lu Yin replied, and then he stared at the sky. Su Xiangying laughed. This young man was unwilling to admit defeat. Interesting. Alright, then I'll wait and see. Lu Yin laughed inwardly. Was it difficult? Of course it was. Even if someone with such innate gift had cultivated in the virtual god civilization and wanted to lead an entire village, it would still be impossible. But for Lu Yin, it was a piece of cake. Of course, he still had to put on an act and not be too relaxed. Time ticked by, and everyone stared at the sky. They did not understand why Lu Yin had not given up yet. Su Xiangying's eyes were filled with admiration. Although he had not been able to lead the village, this person had persisted for so long, which was quite rare. Although Lu Yin's control of virtual god's power was crude, he had still displayed his extraordinary innate gift. Not bad at all. Su Xiangying really wanted to take Lu Yin as his disciple, but unfortunately, he did not have the qualifications. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. It's moving. Everyone stared at the village in the sky. Su Xiangying was flabbergasted, and he looked up. He had not believed that Lu Yin would succeed from the very beginning, so all of his attention had been on Lu Yin himself. He had not paid much attention to the village's situation. Now, the village had actually moved. As long as it moved, it meant that there was a chance of success. How could this be? Su Xiangying did not understand. This kid should not have been able to do it. Su Xiangying stared at the village, and his expression changed to one of disbelief. He looked at Lu Yin again and saw that the youth's forehead was covered in sweat. The shock in his eyes became even more obvious. This kid had actually broken through all of the virtual gods in the village and then merged them into one. Was this something that a mere beginner could do? Lu Yin roared, "Get down here." The next moment, the village moved and slowly descended. Everyone's jaws dropped. It had really moved. Outside of the Voidlands, no one noticed that Suyu had arrived as well. When she saw the village descend, she also gaped in shock. This? She stared at Lu Yin in astonishment. Had he done this? The village had been a test from the Void Dao Academy, and it had been easy for Suyu. However, how could a mere beginner accomplish this in such a short period of time? How long had it taken her to reach this step? There was a loud boom as the village crashed into the ground, causing the entire area to tremble. Su Xiangying stared at Lu Yin in a daze, once again shocked by his innate gift. Lu Yin let out a long breath and sat down on the ground, completely powerless. "Senior, I was fortunate enough to not disappoint you." "I did it," Lu Yin said. Su Xiangying's eyes flickered, and he forcefully suppressed his shock. He looked at Lu Yin. "How did you do it?" Lu Yin panted heavily. "I broke through the barrier between the virtual god's power and merged them into one." Su Xiangying didn't know what to say. It sounded simple, but it was difficult to do. Was breaking through the barrier something that a mere beginner could do? However, he immediately recalled the virtual god tide from before. This person's affinity with virtual god's power was extraordinary, and he had caused a virtual god tide as soon as he had entered the Void Dao Academy. This was a genius that was difficult to explain. Perhaps the virtual god civilization would be able to continue its current glory under Lu Yin's leadership in the future. Su Xianxia felt like he was witnessing the rise of a great era. Congratulations, Xianxia, you've done it, Su Xianxia praised sincerely. Outside of the Voidlands, everyone looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Regardless of whether they viewed him as an enemy, at least at this moment, Lu Yin had done something that ordinary people would never have been able to do. He had suppressed the absolute geniuses like Xiao Qingfeng and the others, as they had all witnessed a miracle. Lu Yin shook his head with a bitter smile. It's too difficult, Senior. The virtual god civilization is vast and profound. I need to work hard and cultivate even harder. Su Xiangyin's eyes lit up. Not bad, you're not arrogant. That's good. You were able to guide the village purely because of your innate gift. I hope that you can guide it down with your own abilities. Lu Yin stood up and earnestly replied, Junior understands. I will not disappoint Senior. Su Xiangying was satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. He could see that this person was sincere, unlike some people who would get carried away with just a bit of innate gift. Su Xiangying didn't see this in Lu Yin's eyes, which made him feel more at ease. Xianxia, you must remember that there is always someone better than you. Even in the 6 paths, there are people with innate gifts that surpass your imagination. Some people might look ordinary, but they can use various methods to obtain power that ordinary people would never be able to obtain in their lifetime. That's not innate gift, but status, Su Xiangying said seriously. Status can change everything, including innate gift. Innate gift is a ladder, and the higher your innate gift, the higher the ladder, and the higher you can climb. However, status doesn't need a ladder, as it already stands at the very top. Su Xiangying felt that he hadn't said enough, so he continued, You're from a hyperspace world, so you should know the advantages of a hyperspace energy source. As long as your body can keep up, even if you don't train much, you can still obtain a power level in the millions. This is status. You've heard of He Shu, right? As long as he wants to, he can obtain a black energy source. You still have a long way to go. Lu Yin bowed deeply to Su Xiangying. This time, he was sincere. Although this person had treated him differently because of his talent, or perhaps he had other motives, his words could not be faked. Lu Yin had understood this principle when he had been thrown onto Drift Charge Planet like a piece of white meat. That was why he had constantly sought status, unifying the outerverse, the innerverse, the above heaven sect, and then obtaining the astral tree. All of this had been based on this realization. A young man with extraordinary talent might not have been moved by these words, but Lu Yin was deeply moved. Thank you for your guidance, Senior, Lu Yin said. Su Xiangying nodded, it's good that you understand. Alright, continue cultivating. I'll remind you one more time that a powerful senior from the Void God universe will come to test you. It might be Senior Su Wuwei or someone else, but no matter who it is, remember to perform well. I look forward to your future. Su Xiangying left after giving Lu Yin a few more instructions. He couldn't stay by Lu Yin's side forever, so he warned the others before he left. Everyone was numb to this. Ever since Lu Yin had arrived, they had been constantly threatened, and Su Xiangying was the one who had threatened them. This made them feel rather indignant, but they couldn't do anything about it. Luo Lauer rushed over, brother-in-law, you're too ruthless. You even brought down an entire village. Is there anything you can't do? Although Lu Yin didn't understand what Luo Lauer had said, he assumed that it was an exaggeration. How much do you know about the other civilizations? Luo Lauer didn't understand, a little. Brother-in-law, do you want to know? Lu Yin replied, I still need to know. Isn't there a large training ground? That's right, Luo Zong is at the Great Dao sect, and so is Xiaowu's master, He Shu. That's a gathering place for geniuses, and there are all the famous princes and princesses of the Six Direction sect. Brother-in-law, if you go there, you'll definitely dazzle them, second brother Luo flattered. Brother-in-law, why don't I bring you to a place where you can learn more about the Six Direction Society? Where is this place? Can we leave the Void Dao Academy? Lu Yin was curious. According to the Jade, one had to stay in a certain academy if they wanted to join it. Only those who had entered the academy could apply to join other academies. Luo Lauer said mysteriously, Cliff Town. Luin frowned. Cliff Town is the place where the 6 great Dao academies meet. It's located under a cliff in a starry sky. On the surface, the 6 great Dao academies have stated that the people of the academies are not allowed to leave, but those who join the 6 great Dao academies are all young people, so how can they possibly stay here peacefully? This is also the reason why Cliff Town is a place that can accommodate everyone in the 6 great Dao academies. In fact, the 6 great Dao academies have tacitly agreed to it. After all, the forces of the 6 great Dao academies are gathered here, and they have to communicate with each other. As long as one has the ability to enter Cliff Town, no one will care, Luo Lauer said. Luin was interested. Interesting. Let's go take a look. Alright. He then paused. Brother-in-law, do you have any money? Luin subconsciously touched his cosmic ring. Money? It wasn't a question of whether or not he had money, but whether or not he had enough. Ever since he had embarked on the path of cultivation, he had more than enough money. He had surpassed everyone else, including the 4 great Dao academies. The amount of money he had consumed was rather exaggerated, but that was in the form of star essence. The 6 great Dao academies' money definitely wasn't in the form of star essence. No. Luo Lauer was helpless. Alright, then we can only watch. Cliff Town's biggest use is to dispose of stolen goods. There's no safer way to dispose of stolen goods than to sell them to a parallel universe. Regardless of whether it's an ordinary cultivator with extraordinary talent or a powerful second generation with a strong background, there are more or less things that they can't sell. In Cliff Town, they can sell them to a parallel universe, and very few people will be able to trace them. It's very safe. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. This was not a bad idea. Does that mean that there will be many good things in Cliff Town? That's too many. The 6 great Dao academies aren't sealed off, so you can apply to leave. As long as you're willing, you can help some people sell things in Cliff Town. This is tacitly agreed upon, and no one cares, Luo Lauer replied. Luin became even more interested in Cliff Town after hearing this. There was no need to wait, and with Luo Lauer leading the way, they headed straight for Cliff Town. Cliff Town lived up to its name, and it was indeed built at the bottom of a cliff. Beyond the cliff was the starry sky. The Taiyi Void had the peak as its center, and it was scattered across the 6 continents that represented the 6 great Dao academies. Cliff Town was located at the center of the 6 great Dao academies, which was beneath the peak. From the peak, one could directly reach Cliff Town. The peak represented the highest point of the 6 great Dao academies, which meant that Cliff Town was the lowest point. When they arrived at Cliff Town, Luin looked up and saw a rock that covered the starry sky. Cliff Town seemed to have been carved out from the rock, and the starry sky surrounded it. Who made this place? Luin was curious. Luo Lauer lowered his voice. I don't know, but it shouldn't have been the first batch of people to join the 6 great Dao academies. They don't have the ability to do so. In fact, the outside world is saying that this place was made by the big shots of the 6 great Dao academies in order to allow the people here to interact with each other. It's also a way to dispose of stolen goods. You have to cover your face to enter Cliff Town, and the people you meet might not be here to learn. They might be big shots from the 6 great Dao academies or even the 6 great Dao academies. For example, Su Xianxia might appear here. Luin looked ahead. Because it had been carved out from the rock, the entire Cliff Town seemed dim. There were lights everywhere, and it looked rather quaint. Cliff Town was actually very large. After all, those who could come here were not ordinary people, and they could cross the starry sky with a single step. It would be inconvenient if the area was too small. Brother-in-law, look, there's a big tree in front of us. It's filled with fruits, and those fruits are like dough that can be kneaded into various shapes and used as masks. Only those who wear masks can enter Cliff Town. Otherwise, they won't be able to enter, Luo Lauer explained as he walked towards the tree. Luin was amazed. The universe was truly vast and filled with all sorts of strange things. Can't I just change my own appearance? Why do I have to use these fruits? Luin looked at the fruit in his hand and pinched it. It was indeed very soft. Luo Lauer laughed strangely. This is to prevent people from using others to kill others. He then leaned closer and whispered, in a place like this, if you casually disguise yourself as an enemy and offend someone, wouldn't that person be in trouble? This has happened too many times. Although these fruits can also be molded into someone else's face, it's very easy to tell. Luin blinked. He had done this before, and Luo Lauer's thought process was quite meticulous. Luo Lauer molded the fruit into a handsome face. It was quite charming, and even his hair was molded out. Once he put it on his head, normal people would definitely not be able to tell if he was wearing a disguise or not. Brother-in-law, am I handsome? Luin replied, change the way you address me. You're the only one in the 6 great Tao academies who calls me that. Luo Lauer slapped his head. Right, how about this? I'll call you 7th bro, Luin nodded. Many people called him 7th bro. As he thought about it, he molded the fruit into the shape of a fish. He had just thought of despicable fish. Luo Lauer was puzzled. 7th bro, this mask of yours has quite a personality. Luin raised his head. Let's go. The two then entered Cliff Town. The moment they passed the tree, an invisible ripple spread out, allowing them to enter without any obstructions. Luin turned around. If he hadn't worn the fruit mask, the ripple would have prevented him from entering. Cliff Town was a rather large market with a dusky atmosphere. After they entered, they saw many people setting up stalls. None of them spoke, and all of them wore masks as they cultivated by themselves. Lu Yan's gaze swept past the masks. He could see their faces, so how could these masks block his vision? As long as he willed it, he could sweep his domain, and everyone in Cliff Town would appear in his mind. No one would be able to escape. They arrived in front of a stall that had all sorts of strange items on display. This is a specialty of Planet Pro Rain called the 1000 Water Drops. Throw it out, and it'll envelop the entire area like a water droplet. It's quite powerful, and according to Transcendence's standards, it has a power level of 300,000. Swelly, you're from the 3 Sovereign Space, right? The stall owner looked up. Are you trying to break Cliff Town's rules? Luo Lauer waved his hand. It's just a joke. He then straightened up. 1000 water drops aren't commonly seen on Planet Pro Rain, but this. Before he could finish, the stall owner took the item away and left without looking back. Luo Lauer pursed his lips. It really is him. Did you discover his identity? Luin asked. Luo Lauer replied, more than 10 years ago, the 3rd prince of Planet Pro Rain died, and one of his valuables was a 1000 water drop. It has a unique symbol, and it's not an ordinary one. It's the same one you just saw. It seems that the unlucky 3rd prince died at this guy's hands. This person should be part of the first batch here. Looks like his talent isn't bad. My father thought highly of him and threw him here. They then continued walking around Cliff Town. The next stall was quite far away. Those who set up stalls here didn't want to interact with others, and since that person had been recognized by Luo Lauer, he probably wouldn't return for a while. There's quite a lot of people here. They had already seen quite a few groups of people along the way, and there were at least 100 of them. Luo Lauer replied, they're all seniors leading newbies. Brother-in-law, no, 7th bro, you've been cultivating all this time, so no one told you about this. Then how did you find out? Have you forgotten about this little brother's special ability? Luin recalled Luo Lauer's ability to gather information. He was indeed amazing, and he had even found out that Zijing had brought a man back. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past, and a wooden stick was inserted into the wall. Luo Lauer picked up the stick and saw that it was pointing in the right direction. 7th bro, there's a secret auction. We're really lucky. These secret auctions are concentrated in a certain area, and only those in that area will be notified. Not everyone in Cliff Town will be notified. Whether or not you can participate depends on your luck. This is the ticket. The two quickly followed the stick and arrived in front of a stone. Luo Lauer inserted the stick into the stone with practiced ease, and the stone slowly disappeared to reveal a long corridor. The two entered, and the stone reappeared to seal off the corridor. Walking along the corridor, they soon arrived at a spacious and gloomy cave. There were only a few lamps in the cave. Up ahead, a girl walked over and gestured for them to enter. She led the two to a secluded mountain wall on 3 sides, which was equivalent to an auction room. There were only about 100 of these mountain walls. Luin looked around and saw people continuously entering. These kinds of secret auctions are very secretive. No one will know who won the item, let alone where it came from. The items that appear in these kinds of secret auctions don't come from legitimate sources, but their value isn't low, Luo Lauer said softly. Luin was confused. Aren't they worried that we won't be able to afford it? Secret auctions are only targeted at people within a certain range. There might be a lot, but there's no need to verify it. It's more about luck, and it doesn't affect the reputation of the auction. It doesn't even matter if it's not sold, because you don't even know who organized it. Just treat it as a gathering of strangers. Someone was also conversing in a mountain wall not far from Luin. Sister Hong, how many times have you participated in these auctions? No less than 10 times. That many? You must have bought a lot of good stuff. How could there be that many good things? Before you came, there weren't many people in the entire 6-direction training hall. It's only increased now. That's true. Stop talking, it's starting. Someone quickly walked out and bowed to all the mountain walls, speaking in a hoarse voice, thank you for your support. There are 7 items in this auction, and the auction will now officially begin. The first item is a blue energy source. Luin raised his brows. A blue energy source represented a power level within 1,000,000, which was equivalent to 6 origin tribulations. It would be considered an absolute expert in the 5th mainland, but there were only a few envoys in the entire 5th mainland. It could actually be auctioned here. This was hyperspace, where power levels were digitized and scaled. Luin wondered just how many energy sources they had. The blue energy source was quite attractive to everyone present. After all, they would instantly become an expert if they used it. And this was the first item to be auctioned, which piqued their interest in the following items. We're in luck. 7th brother, the scale of this secret auction isn't small. The person who organized it is quite capable, Luo Lauer said. The blue energy source was quickly taken away. Each of the 6 guilds had their own resources, and the price depended on what kind of resources the auction house accepted. Generally speaking, the auction house would specify the resources of a certain civilization, which meant that the auction house belonged to that civilization. If the resources of all 6 civilizations could be accepted, it would be extraordinary. This meant that the auction house could exchange resources, and the power it represented would be quite huge. Not everyone could freely travel to and from the 6-direction association's civilization. This secret auction was to accept the resources of the 6 civilizations. Next item, battle skill, Chief Star descends. This battle skill is mainly based on. Luo Lauer praised, this battle technique is very powerful. 7th bro, are you interested? Luin asked, you have money? No. Is your father Luo Jun? He abandoned me. I'm just a hostage. This battle technique was not bad. It came from the reincarnation spacetime, and it had been created by someone who had become an immortal. This was equivalent to the 5th mainland's half-ancestor. A battle technique created by a half-ancestor was naturally very valuable, but it was meaningless to Luin. Next item, 4-handed tree. It comes from the wood spacetime. Those who cultivate in the wood spacetime can obtain the innate gift of 4 hands through this tree. Luin leaned forward and looked at the strange tree. Was it a 4-armed tree? This was the strangeness of the wood spacetime. Anyone who cultivated in the wood spacetime could obtain the innate gift of the tree. It was not an exaggeration to say that everyone in the wood spacetime was an innate gift cultivator. Luo Lauer was disdainful. 4 hands? Disgusting. Who wants 4 hands? 4 hands means that the same palm technique can be used twice at the same time. It's very tempting, Luin said. 7th bro, do you want it? Not interested. They were not interested, but there were many who were, and it was bought in the blink of an eye. One item after another appeared, and they were all bought. In the blink of an eye, 5 items had been sold. They came from various civilizations and represented the strangeness and uniqueness of each one. The 6th item is a little special. I don't know if anyone is interested. As he spoke, the void distorted and a figure fell down. It was a woman, and when she landed on the ground, many people exclaimed. Luo Lauer was shocked. Demi-human? Luin frowned. Demi-human did not refer to a particular race, but rather a group. This group could be called the losers. In the universe, there were wars between civilizations, and in addition to their own spacetime, there were also wars between parallel spacetimes. For example, the drifting cloud space had lost to the hyperspace spacetime, and some of its people had been captured by the hyperspace spacetime as slaves. Slaves were demi-humans, and demi-humans were a more civilized term for slaves. Everyone looked at the woman below. She looked no different from an ordinary person, but she was twice the size of a normal person. She was like a small giant, and she was quite beautiful. Otherwise, she would not have been auctioned. Right now, everyone was not thinking about the woman, but rather who had brought her in. This was the Hexagon training grounds, and only those with permission could enter and learn from the Hexagon Society's civilization. Anyone who wanted to enter the training grounds without permission would be strictly checked, and no one would be allowed to enter without permission. Otherwise, how could they guard against the everlasting race? But under such circumstances, someone had actually brought a demi-human in and was openly bidding for her. This was inconceivable. It was already difficult enough to bring her in, let alone bring her here to be auctioned. Luo Lauer sucked in a breath of cold air. Ruthless, it's definitely ruthless. Someone has a supreme treasure that can store living people in their cosmic ring. Whether it was the Fifth Mainland or the Hexagon Society, spatial rings were called cosmic rings. In fact, ever since he had arrived in the hyperspace spacetime, Luin had discovered that the Hexagon Society was similar to the Fifth Mainland in many ways, and many of these similarities had originated from the main space. The Fifth Mainland represented the primordial space, and there must be something between it and the main space. Even the cosmic tree could not join the Hexagon Society. Seventh bro, you don't seem surprised, Luo Lauer asked. Luin replied, it's beyond my knowledge. What's there to be surprised about? He had Mount Supreme, which could store countless people, but there was only one such supreme treasure in the entire Fifth Mainland. He had never heard of anyone else being able to store a living person in a cosmic ring, so he was curious as to what kind of supreme treasure it was. Luo Lauer thought about it and agreed, it's beyond my knowledge. I've heard of people being able to store living people in cosmic rings, but even my father doesn't have such a treasure. I'm really curious as to which ruthless person can do it. Next. Just as that person was about to bid for the woman, a voice rang out, I wonder who brought this demi-human here. Are you planning to sell a supreme treasure that can store living people? If you're willing, come find me, Xianxia. The price will definitely satisfy you. Someone immediately spoke up, Xianxia, don't break the rules. Xianxia disdainfully replied, so what if I do? Who can do anything to me? He's too arrogant, someone else said. Luin was curious, who is this Xianxia? Luo Lauer whispered, he's the son of Xianxia from the reincarnation realm. He's definitely a top figure, and there aren't many people in the Six Paths who can compare to him. He's completely unscrupulous and doesn't care about anyone. Luin looked at the distant Xianxia, who had stepped forward and even removed his mask. He looked like a child, baring his teeth as he spoke, but no one could do anything to him. I'll say it again, sell that supreme treasure to me, and I'll definitely be satisfied with the price. You can ask around in the reincarnation realm about my reputation. If I say you can touch my hands, I won't touch her legs. If I say you can kiss her face, I won't kiss her. Everyone was speechless. What was there to brag about? Shut up, Xianxia. Don't embarrass yourself, a woman shouted from the other side. Xianxia raised his brows, Moo? Are you looking for trouble with me? Stop embarrassing yourself, the woman said. Xianxia sneered, who do you think you are to order me around? He suddenly thought of something and widened his eyes, you want to fight with me? I'm warning you, don't fight with me, or I won't let you off. So what? Selling it to me is more trustworthy than selling it to you, the woman said. Xianxia was furious, bullshit, you don't even have a man chasing you. There must be something wrong with you. Your feet must be smelly. Shut up, the woman was furious. She stood up and removed her mask as well, revealing a delicate face that could topple countries. Luo Lauer was envious as he listened to the two arguing. If it wasn't for that bastard Luo Zong, I would have been able to argue with them. But now, I'm crying. The two argued, but they didn't fight. Not long after, they stopped arguing under the persuasion of others. However, the demi-human girl had become a new point of contention. Jiang Xiaodao was arguing with the woman called Mu Mu, and they were now facing each other. The auctioneer was definitely happy, but the others were shocked by their wealth. Mu Mu, why are you fighting with me over a woman? There's definitely something wrong with you. Do you like women? She's too pitiful to be in your hands. I want to take her away. Bullshit, I'm just trying to get on the good side of the person who sold her to me. Are you sure they sold her to you? Who else would they sell her to if not me? Maybe some big shot brought her in. They might not even use a cosmic ring, Mu Mu said. Many people had thought of this as well. Luin had naturally thought about it as well. Half-ancestors had their inner worlds, while progenitors had their ancestral worlds. It might not be impossible to bring someone in. That's impossible. They don't need a cosmic ring to bring someone in. Only those old fellows would openly auction off a demi-human. They're just looking to die. Not necessarily. The white energy from the hyperspace dimension can do that too. That's true. The hyperspace dimension occupies the drifting cloud space, so who knows if this demi-human came from there. Speaking of which, there's someone in the hyperspace dimension who's been very dazzling recently. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. It's that guy called Xianxia, right? I heard that he's even more talented than Xiao Qingfeng in the Void God civilization. He's ruthless, but I don't know if he'll go to the Great Path. It won't be that easy to go to the Great Path. Maybe he'll go to another academy first. Jiang Xiaodao shouted, surpass Xiao Qingfeng? He's quite capable. I hope he comes to the Lost Academy. I'll reluctantly accept him as a follower and show him off in front of Xiao Qingfeng. Mumu sneered, Xiao Qingfeng will probably beat you up. Piss off. You can have this woman. She's so big, I'm not interested, Jiang Xiaodao said. In the end, the demi-human woman went to Mumu. In the distance, Luo Lauer whispered, Seventh bro, don't mind him. He's just like that. He's a typical hothead who dares to scold and offend anyone. If it wasn't for his father, Jiangxing, protecting him, he would have died a long time ago. Who's that Mumu? Luin asked. How could he care about Jiang Xiaodao? That guy was obviously the same as Kuwei. If he wanted to beat someone up, he had to beat them into submission. Otherwise, he would go around shouting. Luo Lauer replied, I haven't heard anything about him, but he's definitely a ruthless person who has someone like Jiangxing behind him. Luin looked at Jiang Xiaodao and then at Mumu. He rubbed his chin and decided to find a chance to lock them all up in Mount Supreme. The Six Direction Society would probably explode. Interesting. Next up is the last item of the day, a piece of calligraphy. After that, the cloudy stone lifted up and an image appeared. It was indeed a piece of calligraphy. It was filled with words, but it was different from what the crowd had imagined. The words on it were ugly, extremely ugly. It looked like the scribbles of a child. When they saw the handwriting clearly, it immediately attracted a wave of curses, especially from Jiang Xiaodao. Are you guys crazy about money? Even my handwriting is more beautiful than this. Also, what the hell are you writing? I can't understand a single word. That doesn't stop it from being ugly. The handwriting is indeed ugly. The person below smiled bitterly. Everyone, please listen to me. Although the handwriting is ugly, it contains a unique artistic conception. Every stroke and every drawing has a charm to it. Anyone who sees the actual copy will unconsciously have an epiphany, and the scene they see will be different. Some people can see battle techniques, some can see the artistic conception of mountains and rivers, and even some can see strange things. In short, this copy is today's finale. Just because you say so? What evidence do you have? Jiang Xiaodao shouted. The person below was helpless. If you don't believe me, there's nothing we can do about it. We can only let it go unsold. Fortunately, the previous 6 items were enough to make everyone happy. It was not a waste of everyone's time. If no one bid for it, it would naturally be left unsold. It was normal for a copybook with such ugly handwriting to be left unsold. Luo Lauer, do you have money? How much? He stared at the copybook. Although the words on it were ugly, he really wanted to obtain it. This was because the words on it were ancient characters, which were similar to the Wen family's literary prison and the Daosor sect's golden characters. He did not expect to encounter the 5th continent's ancient language here. If it could be written in ancient language, it would definitely be extraordinary, and he really wanted to obtain it. Luo Lauer flipped through it. 7th bro, I really don't have much money. I'm not lying to you. Take as much as you have, Luin said. Luo Lauer sighed. 7th bro, don't even think about it. Every item here has a starting price. Otherwise, Xianxia could threaten everyone and casually take everything away with a bit of money. Luin had not considered this possibility. Luo Lauer said, the starting price of this copybook is definitely higher than the previous 6 items. Think about the starting price of the first energy source. I don't even have enough money on me to buy that energy source. Luin was disappointed, and he stared at the person below. At the same time, he used his domain to make a mark on the person's body. He had to get his hands on this copybook, and it seemed like this wasn't the first time he had done something like this. He had originally thought that the copybook would be left unsold. No one knew what was going on, but Jiang Xiaodao and Mu Mu were at odds with each other again, and they started bidding for the copybook. The price of the copybook continued to soar, and Luin raised his brows. If star essence could be used, then he could just casually name a number and scare them silly. The bidding between the two grew more and more intense, and it was no longer just a competition for the copybook, but also a battle of personal feelings. In the end, Mu Mu lost the bid because he had previously bought the demi-human girl, and the copybook went to Jiang Xiaodao. Haha, a woman is still a woman. I didn't fight with you before, but you still took advantage of me. I just had to move a finger, and you were already kneeling. Jiang Xiaodao was pleased with himself. Mu Mu snorted. You used this price to get such an ugly copybook. Jiangxing will beat you to death when we get back. Jiang Xiaodao glared. I'll go beat up that freak of yours and teach him a lesson. I'll show him who he can't afford to offend. Jiang Xiaodao, don't you dare. Mu Mu shouted. Do you dare to come and see? Alright, you're itching for a beating. I'll teach his son a lesson for Jiangxing. Come if you dare. I'll come. Soon enough, the two left the cave. The crowd hurriedly followed, as there was a good show to watch. Luo Lauer was excited. 7th bro, it's going to be fun. Jiang Xiaodao and Mu Mu are fighting. Let's go and watch the show. One was a descendant of a progenitor from the reincarnation spacetime, while the other was from the wood spacetime. They had studied at the Sixth Direction training rites for a long time and had dabbled in various civilizations, which would allow him to better understand the Sixth Direction Association. There were too many empty places in Cliff Town, and there was no atmosphere of gathering together to set up stalls like in ordinary markets. They were all far away from each other. Not long after they left the cave, many of the people participating in the secret auction headed in the same direction. Some were fast, while others were slow. Luin didn't make it too obvious and followed behind the crowd. However, the fastest person had already disappeared without a trace. Bang! There was a loud bang, accompanied by a rippling wave of energy. This wave of energy was as gentle as water, causing Luo Lauer to retreat a few steps. The people around him were also sent flying. Luin was surprised and looked into the distance. He saw a graceful figure flying up and down, attacking crazily like a tyrannosaurus. Every move was accompanied by palm shadows that contained the Tao of transformation. Was this a half-ancestor battle technique? The woman's palm shadows seemed simple, but they were all linked together. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see the changes, and if they couldn't, they would be hit. Even if this wasn't a half-ancestor battle technique, it was still a battle technique on the level of an emissary at the Sixth Tribulation origin stage. Stone Gate 8 hands? How many times have you learned it? Jiang Xiaodao's irritating voice sounded out, and he kept retreating as he spoke. The graceful figure was Moo. Her expression was calm during the battle, but there was a crazed look in her eyes. Her attacks were even fiercer. Guess. Another change appeared in her palm. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The second change was the stone gate 8 hands? That meant that there were 8 changes. The first and second changes already displayed the power of a half-ancestor battle technique. This meant that the stone gate 8 hands was likely a progenitor battle technique. Luo Lauer panted heavily and finally managed to shake off the remaining force. You almost threw me off. 7th bro, let's just watch from here. We can't get too close. The people in front of him kept retreating. Moo and Jiang Xiaodao were not weak, and they had already displayed the power level of a peak enlighter. In Lu Yin's eyes, they both had the power level of an emissary, and once they displayed their power level, the people around them wouldn't even be able to get close to them. Shihong was considered pretty good in the hexagon training rites, but she only had the power level of an enlighter at most. She was far from being a peak enlighter, and this was the difference between them. On the other side, Shihong led Zuiyu further away from Jiang Xiaodao's battle. Zuiyu wanted to get closer, but he was stopped by Shihong. I don't know what Jiang Xiaodao's cultivation is, but Muu's power level is definitely between a green and blue energy source. She's not someone you and I can contend against. Jiang Xiaodao dared to fight her, so he might be at that level as well. Don't get too close, it's too dangerous. Zuiyu's eyes lit up as he stared into the distance with longing. This was what it meant to be a cultivator, and this was what it meant to fight. In comparison, fighting with an energy source was too monotonous. Muu's strong attacks caused Jiang Xiaodao to retreat continuously. It seemed that Jiang Xiaodao was being suppressed, but there was always a gentle force around Jiang Xiaodao. It was this force that dissolved Muu's palm shadows and softened Muu's strong attacks. Otherwise, Luo Lauer and the others would not have been thrown out, but would have vomited blood. 2 moves? You've only grasped 2 moves? That's boring. I'll deal with you. Jiang Xiaodao's power level suddenly increased, and a terrifying power spread out from him. It was visible to the naked eye as it continued to expand, causing the void to crack and reveal the might of an emissary. He took a step forward and disappeared in front of Moo. Moo was not to be outdone, and a similarly terrifying force rose up and shot into the sky. It attracted the attention of everyone in Cliff Town, and many people were shocked. Not everyone in the hexagon training rites had such power level, and this level of power was considered top-notch even among the hexagon training rites. Jiang Xiaodao appeared behind Moo, a stream of water appearing in his palm. Try my astral river. Moo turned around, and the vegetation around him flew into the air. Tree bark suddenly appeared and spun around his body, forming the shape of a wheel. Wooden wheel. The river in Jiang Xiaodao's palm surged violently, and although it was only the size of a palm, anyone who saw it would feel like they were looking at a surging river that was enough to drown out the heavens. The spinning wheel around Muu's body also replaced the heavenly cycle and collided with the astral river. A huge impact spread out and instantly reached Lu Yin's group. They were caught off guard and were sent flying by the force. Lu Yin pretended to be sent flying, but his gaze remained fixed on the 2 youths. Whether it was the astral river battle technique or the wooden wheel, both were quite good, and they were definitely progenitor battle techniques. These were the geniuses of the Hexagon Association with progenitor backgrounds, and no one else could compare to them. Luo Lauer screamed as he was sent flying, but Lu Yin grabbed him and stabilized him. In the distance, Shihong continuously retreated with Zuiyu. They were very far away, but even so, they were still pushed back. Zuiyu's heart was suppressed, and he could not help but pant violently. He almost couldn't catch his breath, and he looked at Jiang Xiaodao's group with fear. Moo and Jiang Xiaodao retreated at the same time. Moo took several steps back and placed his left foot on the ground. A 3-colored sovereign aura appeared around his body and imprinted itself onto his wooden wheel. Let's try again. Jiang Xiaodao raised a brow. Stupid woman. Once again, thank you for your support, brothers. Moo was furious and took a step forward, but she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She looked down and saw that a card had appeared beneath her feet. Her heart sank. This was the Lost Races method. Just as she thought this, a Strange vortex appeared beneath her feet and pulled her in. Luing was shocked. That's the Lost Races card? Luo Lauer replied, yes, the Lost Race has the skills and ability to create cards. Each card represents a killing trap that suits the card's owner the most. The card's owner will constantly research a suitable killing trap and seal it within the card. It's a nightmare for any enemy, including the Everlasting Race. I've seen the Lost Race fight on the battlefield. They use the card as a trap, and any Everlasting Race monster that falls into it will have a hard time coming out. Only 1 out of 10 Lost Race cultivators will come out alive. In all of the 6 Direction Society's battles, it seems like the Void God civilization is the safest to hide behind, but in reality, the Lost Race has always had the lowest mortality rate. Jiang Xiaodao laughed when he saw Mumu being dragged in. He entered the card at the same time, but the card disappeared. Lu Yin subconsciously used his domain to search for the card, but he could feel that it was still in that space. It was as if it was in a parallel universe, and he couldn't find it. His domain had reached the empty god realm, and he could eavesdrop on the conversations of half-ancestors with his envoys. Even so, he still couldn't find the card. At this moment, he was very interested in the Lost Races card, just like when he had first encountered the rune lines. The people who had been sent flying by the collision slowly recovered. Mumu is in danger now that she's been brought into the card, someone in the distance said. Someone nearby said, not necessarily. How long has it been since Jiang Xiaodao joined the Lost Race? He didn't have time to set up a killing trap, and Mumu still has room to fight back. The Wood Dimension's power can't be underestimated. Every cultivator from the Wood Dimension has an innate gift, but Mumu hasn't used it yet. It's said that her innate gift is to nurture a bird called the Golden Crow. I've heard about it too. It's a tree from the Wood Dimension that can withstand high temperatures. More and more people arrived, and people were watching the battle from all directions. The people who came later gradually understood what had happened, and they watched with fervent gazes. Many people wanted to learn the Lost Race's power, but it was too difficult. Many people had already been chased away because they hadn't started, and not everyone could learn it. Not long after, under everyone's gaze, the card suddenly appeared. It turned red and burst into flames. 2 figures appeared at the same time. Mumu's entire body was burning with flames. On his shoulder, a bird the size of a palm raised its head. The flames were coming from its body, burning through the sky, causing Cliff Town to become extremely hot in an instant. On the other side, Jiang Xiaodao's clothes had been burned quite a bit. Even half of his eyebrows had been burned off. Mumu, you're really treacherous. You spread the word that the Golden Crow couldn't be used for the time being, but you could have used it long ago. Mumu sneered, who are you calling stupid? I think you're the stupidest. Jiang Xiaodao snorted coldly. Do you think you have it easy? Those arrows didn't feel good, right? Due to the flames, the light was too dazzling, so no one noticed that Mumu was also injured. There were several red spots on her body, which were obviously bloodstains. No one knew what had happened inside the card, but it was clear that neither of them was feeling well. Mumu glared at Jiang Xiaodao. I'm not Mumu if I don't burn you until you're deformed. After saying that, the flaming bird melted, forming a layer of magma-like red substance that flowed over Mumu's body. It was as if she was wearing a flaming battle robe. On the other side, Jiang Xiaodao stretched out his palms and said, you can try. After that, a river gushed out from his palms. As he raised his palms and struck out, the river surrounded him and Mumu, trapping them within. Mumu suddenly rushed out and slapped at Jiang Xiaodao. It was still the stone gate's 8 hands, but with the support of the flames, it made Jiang Xiaodao extremely wary. Stupid woman, behind you. Mumu suddenly turned around. An arrow had appeared out of nowhere and was extremely close to her. It was so close that she could touch it. She hurriedly dodged it. The arrow passed through her shadow and hit Jiang Xiaodao. However, it swept past Jiang Xiaodao and fell into the surrounding river. Immediately after, another arrow was shot out from the other side of the river. The arrow seemed weak, but it still made Mumu rather wary. Outsiders might not be able to discern the power of the arrow, but Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. It was a secret technique, and Jiang Xiaodao had used it. The river arrow seemed weak, but when it neared Moo Moo, even the flames on her body were suppressed. Although it wasn't obvious, it was still a threat. Moo Moo's alertness was high, and she was able to sense it and quickly evade it. Fortunately, she had managed to dodge, or else she would not have been able to handle the secret technique. Who would have thought that a progenitor from the reincarnation realm would have created a secret technique as well? It was becoming more and more similar to the fifth mainland. The river arrow continued to move faster and faster. At first, Moo Moo had been able to dodge while attacking Xianxia, but as the arrow moved faster and faster, it became more and more difficult for her to dodge. When the river arrow brushed past her and left a bloody mark on her shoulder, Moo Moo's expression changed. She pushed out with both palms and used a third transformation. Xianxia shrieked, "A third technique? You're really sinister." Moo Moo's three hands merged into a single palm. The monarch's aura was imprinted on it, and the outermost layer was covered in lava-like flames. She combined all sorts of techniques and grabbed the arrow that was flying towards her. Moo Moo firmly grasped the arrow in her hand. Although it still left a bloody mark, it had been neutralized. When Xianxia saw that his secret technique had been neutralized, he turned around and fled without hesitation. The river dissipated and turned into 4 heavenly rivers that surged towards Moo Moo. Without Xianxia, the 4 heavenly rivers were no longer a threat to Moo Moo. Moo Moo burned the 4 heavenly rivers and immediately chased after Xianxia when she saw him fleeing. "Xianxia, stop!" Xianxia shouted, "Stupid woman, no discord, no concord. I'll give Mushi face and stop. Shameless, I'll burn your eyebrows." Moo Moo shouted as the two gradually disappeared into the distance. The crowd was still unsatisfied. Luin was also not satisfied. Although the battle between the two had been exciting and had allowed him to see the battle methods of various civilizations, their level was still too low. How good would it be if they were fighting 2 half-ancestors? The crowd slowly dispersed. Suiyu was envious. "Sister Hong, I'll be able to do that one day, right?" Sure Hong replied, "Of course, you'll be able to do it one day." Suiyu clenched his fists. "One day, I'll be able to fight those two." Sure Hong was stunned, as that was not what she meant. Although those two were currently stronger than them, they would be able to reach that realm one day through cultivation. However, those two would definitely be even stronger by then. Even she did not have the confidence to stand on the same level as those two, so where did this brat's confidence come from? It's good to have confidence. Work hard. Sure Hong did not discourage her and left with Suiyu. Luin walked over to where Moo Moo and Xianxia had fought. Fong looked at the cracked ground and the unstable void. He looked in a certain direction, where the card had been placed. "Seventh bro, are you interested in the Lost Tribe's power?" Luo Lauer asked. Luin nodded. "A very interesting power." Luo Lauer hurriedly said, "You should give up on that idea. Many people want to learn the Lost Tribe's power, but they can't. There were 12 people in the first batch who joined the Lost Dao Academy, but only 3 managed to gain entry. Senior Su Shangyin probably won't agree to you going there to study." Luin did not say anything else. Although he was curious about the Lost Tribe's power, there were too many civilizations in the universe, and the Hexagon Society might not be the strongest in a parallel universe. There were definitely other parallel universes that did not share a border with the Hexagon Society or even the Everlasting Tribe. Who knew what kind of civilizations had developed there? It was impossible for him to learn all of them. If you want to go to the Grand Dao Academy, you need to learn 4 civilizations. I've already gained entry to the Void God civilization, so the Sovereign Aura isn't difficult. I still need to find at least 2 more civilizations to learn from. After all, I'm still unfamiliar with the Hyperspace Academy, so I can't go there." Luo Lauer replied, "Of course not. Actually, gaining entry to the Hyperspace Academy isn't much easier than the Lost Dao Academy. They don't need cultivation, but brains. If you want to gain entry to a hyperspace civilization, you need to have some achievements in research and cultivation techniques." Luin had already guessed that this was the case. Otherwise, anyone could also gain entry to the Hyperspace Academy. Luo Lauer saw Luin staring at the ground, and his eyes flashed. Going to the Grand Dao Academy was a good idea. Otherwise, once he left and went to the void god spacetime, how would he be able to meet Zijing through this person? The longer he could stay in the Hexagon training grounds, the better. 7th bro, there are 2 more civilizations. Which one do you want to choose? The Reincarnation Academy, the Hyperspace Academy, the Wood Academy, and the Lost Academy. I advise you to give up on the Lost Academy, it's too dangerous. The Reincarnation Academy is the most suitable for you. After all, you came from a cultivation civilization, so it shouldn't be difficult for you to gain entry. The Wood Academy seems to be the only one left. Luin thought of Mumu's battle. It said that every cultivator in the Wood spacetime has an innate gift. How do they get it? Luo Lauer coughed. This involves the cultivation system of the Wood spacetime. It said that the Wood spacetime has fruits that allow people to get close to trees and turn them into wood. Anyone who picks the fruits and eats them can obtain an innate gift from the various trees in the Wood spacetime. Outsiders really don't know much about the Wood spacetime. I only learned about it through my father. Luin listened quietly as Luo Lauer told him everything he knew about the Wood spacetime. It was obvious that he was being sincere this time. The 2 left the battlefield and continued towards Cliff Town. Luin gradually gained a better understanding of the Wood spacetime. After listening to Luo Lauer's explanation, the first thing he thought of was the mother tree. If he cultivated the power of the Wood spacetime, would he be able to obtain an innate gift from the mother tree? If it was possible, why didn't the Wood spacetime try to come to the cosmic tree? With such a huge mother tree there, he didn't believe that the people of the Wood spacetime wouldn't covet it. What about the reincarnation spacetime? Luin asked. Luo Lauer cleared his throat. The reincarnation spacetime is simple. It cultivates like many other cultivation civilizations, but there's one difference, which is the fundamental reason why the reincarnation spacetime is always the leader of the 6 Direction Society. The 3 Venerables and 9 Sages are never absent, and the reincarnation spacetime will always have the 3 Venerables and 9 Sages. Luin was surprised. Why is that? Luo Lauer whispered, it's because of the seats. The 3 Venerables and 9 Sages in the reincarnation spacetime don't refer to 12 people, but 12 seats. Anyone who meets the requirements can inherit this seat. Once they inherit the seat, they can obtain the power that the seat represents. Lu Yin's pupil shrank. How is that possible? Luo Lauer smiled bitterly. It's unbelievable, right? My father had the same expression when he mentioned the reincarnation spacetime, and it's the same expression every time. Envy, jealousy, all of it. Luin frowned. 12 seats meant 12 progenitors. How could one obtain the power of a progenitor by obtaining a seat? He could accept that the black energy from the reincarnation spacetime had given the human progenitor power through the use of energy, but how could a cultivation civilization bestow the power of a progenitor? Absolutely impossible. Luo Lauer whispered, 7th bro, this is the secret of the reincarnation spacetime. Of course, many important people know about it, but it can't be spread. Do you know why Jiang Xiaodao is so arrogant? If nothing unexpected happens, Jiangxing's seat will be his in the future. You can think of him as a quasi-saint. Many people want to flatter him and follow him. Because of this, no one wants to offend a quasi-saint. Luin exclaimed, are there any other seats besides the 3 Venerables and 9 Sages? Luo Lauer nodded. Yes, the seat of immortality. One can also obtain power through the seat. Luin looked in the direction of the Reincarnation Dao Academy. What was going on with this civilization? How could they do such a thing? If that was the case, then it would explain why the 3 Venerables and 9 Sages had never failed. It would also explain why the Grand Empyrean was the master of all the 3 Venerables and 9 Sages. This Grand Empyrean definitely possessed unimaginable power. No wonder the Yuan sage was so arrogant and made them kneel in front of the Grand Empyrean. No wonder he looked down on the 5th mainland so much. Ever since the secret of the reincarnation space was discovered, many people have entered the reincarnation space in an attempt to obtain a seat. However, too few have obtained it. Some seats can be competed for, while others can never be obtained, Luo Lauer lamented. You know quite a lot, Luin said. Lauer smiled. After all, my father is Luo Jun. Luin glanced at him. His relationship with Luo Jun was definitely not as simple as it seemed. If Luo Jun didn't care about him, then she wouldn't have told him all this. Just as he had guessed before, the reason why he was left in the hyperspace as a proton was more likely to protect him. Luo Lauer would be protected by the hyperspace as a hostage, which was much safer than being in the Three Monarchs space. He walked around Cliff Town and saw many things from various civilizations. He also saw other people fighting fiercely, but compared to Mumu and Jiang Xiaodao, the difference was too great. Just as he was about to return with Luo Lauer, his expression changed as he saw something unbelievable. Was that Saruzin? Saruzin, along with Zhang Dingtian, Bai Shui, Su San, and Lu Yin, had left Earth in the same batch to enter outer space. However, they had all disappeared along the way. They had been taken away by Hai Dalu of the Hidden Earth in hopes that one of them would be able to reach the peak. He had found Zhang Dingtian, Bai Shui, and Su San, but there was still no sign of Saruzin. After all, so many years had passed, and his name had spread throughout the universe. If Saruzin was still alive, there would have been news of him. He didn't expect to bump into him here. Seeing Saruzin stall in front of him, Lu Yin almost went over to greet him. Even with his years of cultivation, he almost couldn't control himself. He was very curious as to why Saruzin had come to the Hexagon Training Hall. This was not a place that ordinary people could enter, and the man was already very old. Not counting Lu Xiaoshuan's generation, Lu Yin was about the same age as Zhang Dingtian and the others. In the above heaven, he was considered a member of the younger generation, but Saruzin was not. Lu Yin stared at Saruzin and was surprised to find that the man actually had the power of an enlighter, which was quite good. His body had also undergone some strange changes, but Lu Yin couldn't tell what they were. The changes were especially obvious when he raised his withered arm. Seventh bro, seventh bro? Luo Lauer called out a few times. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and walked over to Saruzin's stall. Luo Lauer followed. Saruzin's eyes were closed, and he didn't care about their approach. Lu Yin glanced at Saruzin and then looked down at the items in his stall. They're all very ordinary. Seventh bro, what are you interested in? I'll give it to you. Luo Lauer was very generous, but he couldn't say this in a private auction. Lu Yin asked, brother, can you introduce what you're selling? Saruzin opened his eyes and met Lu Yin's gaze. He spoke in a hoarse voice, we've met before. Lu Yin raised his brows, you can see my face? Saruzin replied, no, but we've met before. Where? Luo Lauer was curious, as he still didn't know which parallel universe Lu Yin had come from. Saruzin thought about it, I've met too many people, so I can't remember, but I'm sure I've met you before. Lu Yin smiled, isn't this method a little too old-fashioned? Saruzin stopped talking and closed his eyes again. Luo Lauer was dissatisfied, hey, why are you sleeping when I asked you to introduce something? Saruzin replied, if it's meant to be, then I'll buy it. If it's not meant to be, then I'll leave. Luo Lauer sneered, don't give me that. You make it sound so mysterious, as if you have something good. If you force me, I'll take it all away. At this moment, Lu Yin looked to his left and saw a figure rushing over, slamming into Lu Yin and Luo Lauer. Luo Lauer was about to curse, but shut up when he saw who it was. It was Jiang Xiaodao. Stupid woman, your freak is here. Burn him if you can, Jiang Xiaodao shouted. He was standing behind Saruzin, and Lu Yin almost couldn't help but kick him. Lu Yin was speechless, these two weren't done yet. Mumu arrived, panting heavily as she glared at Jiang Xiaodao, hostages? Did Jiangxing teach you that? Self-taught. Jiang Xiaodao shouted. Mumu waved, scram, I'm not going to bother you today. Jiang Xiaodao snorted, I'm the one who let you go. Jiang Xiaodao, I think you're asking for a beating. Mumu's body burned with flames. Jiang Xiaodao threatened, your freak is in the Lost Dao Academy. If you show your teeth to me again, I won't let him in. Saruzin spoke calmly, I've already entered. Jiang Xiaodao blinked, since when? That's not important. Stupid woman, if you show your teeth again, I'll make sure you can't find your card. Saruzin looked up, I've already found my card. You found it? Jiang Xiaodao was surprised. However, he gritted his teeth, then I'll destroy your card. My card was burned by that stupid woman anyway. Come on, let's hurt each other. Muumuu's head hurt. She looked at Saruzin, then at Xianxia, and glared at him. You better be careful, don't fall into my hands. With that, she turned and left. Xianxia was pleased. Stupid woman, aren't you arrogant? Come on, let's see who's more manly. Ha ha ha. When Luin saw this scene, he really wanted to go up and kick him. Even Luo Lauer couldn't stand it. This guy was asking for a beating. If he inherited Jiangxing's legacy and became the new Jiangxing, who knew how many people would suffer? Muumuu completely disappeared. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and patted Saruzin's shoulder. Thank you, weirdo. Without you, that stupid woman would have forced me out of Cliff Town. I would have lost all my face then. Saruzin calmly replied, we're both in the same boat, so I'll help if I can. Xianxiao's eyelids twitched. What nonsense are you talking about? You're the one who's in the same boat. I don't even know if you're cursing her or not. Alright, I'm leaving. It was only then that he noticed Luin and Luo Lauer close by. He coughed. Did you see my aura just now? Luo Lauer was speechless. Yes. Xianxiao was satisfied. That's good. What do you say when you get out? Yes. Luo Lauer was very obedient. He didn't want to provoke this guy. Xianxiao smiled. Smart. Which academy are you from? Luo Lauer subconsciously replied, the Void God Academy. He regretted it as soon as he said it. He had actually exposed his identity. Xianxiao had only asked casually, but the mention of the Void God Academy had piqued his interest. I heard that there's a guy from the Void God Academy who's been very active lately. People keep comparing him to Xiao Qingfeng. What do you think? Is he stronger than Xiao Qingfeng? Luo Lauer was helpless. He had already been exposed, so he could only say, that's what I heard. We don't understand the world of you geniuses. Xianxiao praised him. You sure know how to talk. Go, tell that Xianxia that I admire him. I'll give him a chance to work for me. This is an opportunity that countless people can only dream of. It's a chance that Jiangxing will give him in the future. He patted Saruzin's shoulder again and walked away arrogantly. Luo Lauer looked at Luin. Brother-in-law, did you hear that? Luin replied, I'm going to the Lost Dao Academy. Luo Lauer was astonished, but he advised, brother-in-law, don't bother with that idiot. He's just a sh*t-stirrer who can spit at anyone he sees. It's not worth it. Luin naturally wouldn't argue with Xianxiao. He wanted to get closer to Saruzin. Since he had to learn from 2 more civilizations, why not learn from the Lost Tribe? This power also interested him, and no one had said that the Hexagon training grounds could only learn from 4 civilizations. As long as he was willing, he could learn from all of them. This wasn't the right time to speak with Saruzin, so Luin and Luo Lauer left Cliff Town and returned to the Void God Academy. This trip to Cliff Town had piqued his interest in the Hexagon training grounds, and it also confirmed that he was going to the Lost Dao Academy. If he wanted to go there, he would have to apply through the Void God Academy, which shouldn't be a problem. The only obstacle was Su Xiangyin. Lu Yin's guess was right. Su Xiangyin was the highest-ranking person the Void God civilization had placed in the Hexagon training grounds. When he heard that Xianxia had applied to go to the Lost Dao Academy, he immediately came. You're going to the Lost Dao Academy? Su Xiangyin asked Luin directly. Luin respectfully replied, yes, senior. I would like to go to the Lost Dao Academy next. Su Xiangyin vetoed, no, you're extremely talented in the Void God Dao, and it's a waste of time to learn from other civilizations. Even that old fogey, Ji Bing, would not agree to it. Luin replied, I went to Cliff Town and saw the Lost Clan's battle style. Senior, you should know that there are occasional epiphanies in the path of cultivation, and I confirmed that the Lost Clan's battle style gave me some inspiration for my cultivation and allowed me to gain some epiphanies. Su Xiangyin was suspicious. What does the Lost Race have to do with my Void God civilization? Did watching them battle give you an epiphany? Luin replied, I'm not sure either, just like how I don't know why I'm so talented in the Void God Dao. Su Xiangyin thought about it and felt that Luin was right. Was this kid lying or something? He couldn't tell, but if he didn't lie, could the Lost Race's civilization really give him inspiration? Ordinary people could not understand the world of geniuses, and in many people's eyes, there was only a fine line between a genius and a lunatic. Su Xiangying admitted that he was just a normal cultivator and was far from being a genius, so he couldn't understand what these geniuses were thinking. Lu Ying continued, I heard that Su Ji is at the Wood Dao Academy. Perhaps the academy's power can give him inspiration. Su Xiangying was stunned, but then he nodded. That's true. When Su Ji wanted to come to the Sixth Direction training rites, I found it very strange. With his talent in the Void God civilization, there was no need for him to learn from other civilizations. Now, it seems like that might be the reason. He then looked at Lu Ying seriously. Are you sure that the Lost Races civilization can give you inspiration? Absolutely, Lu Ying said confidently. Su Xiangying hesitated. But it's very difficult to learn the Lost Races civilization. Do you know how low the success rate is? Lu Ying smiled. If I fail to learn the Lost Races civilization, wouldn't it be better for me to focus on the Void God civilization instead? Su Xiangying sighed. Alright, you've made sense. I'll go talk to Ji Bing and let you go to the Lost Dao Academy to see if you can learn the Lost Race. We've already agreed that if Ji Bing determines that you can't learn the Lost Race, then no matter how long you've studied there, even if it's just a day. Lu Ying replied, I understand. Thank you, Senior. Cultivate here for now. You'll be able to go to the Lost Dao Academy soon, Su Xiangying instructed. Actually, the Void God Dao Academy could only allow Lu Ying to cultivate by absorbing Void God's power, but Lu Ying had surpassed others by a few years in just 2 months of cultivation. Staying in the Void God Dao Academy was a waste of time. Su Xiangying really wanted to take Lu Ying away and wait for the higher-ups' decision. Soon, Su Xiangying found the Lost Dao Academy. What? You're letting that treasure of yours come to the Lost Dao Academy? On the opposite side of Su Xiangying, a thin and shriveled old man exclaimed. Su Xiangying said, he applied for it himself, saying that he was inspired by watching the Lost Race fight. I don't even know where he got that inspiration from. The shriveled old man's name was Ji Bing, and like Su Xiangying, he was the person in charge of the Lost Race's Sixth Direction training rites. He sized up Su Xiangying. Of course you won't understand. My Lost Race is the essence of the human race's development. You guys are just collateral damage. Su Xiangying grew impatient. Alright, let Xianxia go to the Lost Dao Academy to learn for 2 days. Help me take a look, and if he can't be initiated, then let him come back as soon as possible. You should know how talented he is in the Void God Dao. Humans cannot lower their guard against the threat of the everlasting race. Ji Bing was dissatisfied. How is learning my Lost Race's battle techniques a waste of time? Even so, he still agreed to Su Xiangying's request. Although they argued, there were some things that they shared the same goal. It wasn't just them, the entire Sixth Direction Association shared the same goal. This was also why hyperspace was willing to let go of Lu Ying and why the Sixth Direction training rites had been established. The Sixth Direction training rites had not only been established to integrate the various civilizations and increase their overall strength, but also to find the most suitable cultivation geniuses for each civilization. Lu Ying was one of the rare geniuses who was extremely suitable for the Void God Dao. This was one of the greatest gains the Sixth Direction training rites had made since its establishment. This was what Su Xiangying believed. Not long after, Lu Ying received a notification that he could go to the Lost Dao Academy. Luo Lauer was reluctant. Brother-in-law, what will I do in the Void God Dao Academy if you leave? Lu Ying replied, then hurry up and enter the academy, then go to the Lost Dao Academy. Are you sure you can stay in the Lost Dao Academy? Senior Su Xiangying probably won't let you waste time. If he's sure that you won't enter the academy, then he might just leave in a few days, Luo Lauer guessed. Lu Ying smacked him on the head. Curse me. Luo Lauer felt wronged. I wouldn't dare. Brother-in-law, if the Lost Dao Academy leaves, where will you go? Will you return to the Void God Dao Academy or another academy? Lu Ying hadn't even considered this question. He stood up and looked back at the void. Although he had created a miracle in the Void God Dao Academy and shocked everyone there, causing Xia Wu and the others to not dare to cause trouble for him, he had never visited the academy before. He had only cultivated in the void, and this place still felt unfamiliar to him. He didn't know what the Lost Dao Academy was like. With his own cultivation, it shouldn't be difficult for him to enter the Lost Dao Academy. In the distance, Xia Wu and the others watched Lu Yin leave the Void God Dao Academy and heaved sighs of relief. This person had been suppressing them all this time, and they didn't even dare to come to the void. I heard that he went to the Lost Dao Academy. We don't have anyone there who can deal with him. How many people are there in total? Someone was unwilling to accept this. Xia Wu frowned. They still wanted to deal with him? That was just asking for trouble. Unless this person went to the Great Path sect and Sir Hashu could act, it would be difficult for anyone to deal with him, especially in a place like the Lost Dao Academy. Wait, the Lost Dao Academy? His eyes lit up. Wasn't that idiot Xianxia Dao in the Lost Dao Academy? When he thought of this, he muttered to himself, if Xianxia Dao knows that Xianxia went to the Lost Dao Academy, he should be very interested. Xiafei, who was beside him, heard this and raised her head. That's right, Xianxia Dao. Humph, Xianxia, let's see if you can have such a good time in the Lost Dao Academy. Many people from the Void God Dao Academy sent Lu Yin off with the same person who had brought him to the Six Direction training rites. This person was the one who had brought Lu Yin to the Six Direction training rites, and now he was going to the Lost Dao Academy. This person glanced at Lu Yin from time to time. He hadn't expected this kid to be so talented in the Void God civilization. He was probably more than just a genius. The Lost Dao Academy is rather unique, so I'll send you here. Take care. Lu Yin was grateful. Thank you, Senior. The Lost Dao Academy was much more sinister than the Void God Dao Academy. The air was filled with a thick, dark gray fog, and the ground beneath his feet was muddy. Countless sharp weapons were stabbed into the ground, leaving only the handles exposed. From time to time, huge creatures would fly past, and all that could be heard were some strange noises. If the Void God Dao Academy was a very ordinary continent, then the Lost Dao Academy was the worst. It was like the harshest environment on land, and everything could be found there. At that moment, a ray of light flashed past and shot towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin caught it and saw that it was a jade stone. He immediately checked it. He quickly put his hand down and headed in a certain direction. The Void God civilization's entrance was in the Void Lands. And only by seeing the power of a Void God could one be considered a beginner. The entrance to the Lost Dao Academy civilization was similar to the Void Lands, and it was called Punching Card. Punching Card was a strange name, but it really was a punching card. Lu Yin arrived at the Punching Card area, which was a large, withered meadow. The ground was covered in withered yellow weeds that swayed in the wind, and the sky was an unnatural dark yellow. There was also a black smoke-like aura that soared into the sky from afar, making the place even more austere. There were dozens of people on the meadow, some sitting, some standing, and even more chasing after something as they struck the air with all sorts of weapons. If it weren't for the jade stone, Lu Yin wouldn't have understood what they were doing. In fact, they were indeed punching cards. The Lost Dao Academy civilization used cards to fight, and Lu Yin had seen Xianxia Dao in action. Once his card dragged Mumu into it, it would be hidden in the void. The entrance to the Lost Dao Academy civilization was to find the card hidden in the void, and this was punching cards. A gust of wind came from behind, and Lu Yin dodged. A person holding a huge drumstick brushed past Lu Yin's side, almost hitting him. Sorry, brother, I didn't notice. I'm really sorry, a man greeted Lu Yin apologetically. Lu Yin smiled, it's fine. This person didn't do it on purpose, and the drumstick didn't have any killing power. Its only advantage was that it was big. I've been here for more than a month, and I haven't even hit a single card. I don't know if there really is a card here, or if we're in the wrong place, the man said helplessly as he put down the drumstick. Many people were hitting the air, trying to find a card. Lu Yin shook his head. It was hidden in the void, and it wasn't easy to find. He looked around and found that these people couldn't find a card, but he could. There were cards flying all around him, and even if these people used their weapons to hit a card, they would pass through it. This was the void. Let's continue, the man said as he stood up and encouraged himself. He then picked up the drumstick and started hitting. The grassland was huge, and Lu Yin observed it for a while before finally finding a familiar face, Mudo. Mudo looked at Lu Yin in shock, why are you here? Lu Yin replied, same as you. Mudo's eyelids twitched, I heard about what happened at the Void God Dao Academy, but isn't that too fast? It's alright, the Void God civilization is quite easy to learn, Luin replied. Muda was stunned, was that so? This grassland wasn't just filled with newcomers, there were also people from the first batch of Hexagon training rites who had learned from the Void God civilization. He had heard from that person that the Void God civilization wasn't much easier than the Lost Dao Academy, so why did this person make it sound so easy? You haven't hit a card yet? Luin asked. Mudo grumpily replied, I can't find one, it's too hard. Luin nodded. The Lost Dao Academy wasn't a place to teach, but rather a place to eliminate people. There was no help at all, and it just let people hit a card. How could someone who didn't understand the void succeed? Most people would be eliminated. From Lu Yin's point of view, these cards were not hidden too deeply, and they were far from where Jiang Xiaoda's card had been hidden. Even Luin had not been able to find that card, but the cards here were as dazzling as torches. With that in mind, he reached into the void of space and took out a card. Mudo's mouth fell open as he stared blankly. Is this even possible? Look, it's quite simple, Luin said before heading in a certain direction. There was a second patch of grass in that direction, and there was an even deeper card hidden there. According to the Jade, there were 3 places to check in. Newcomers had to successfully check in at the first patch of grass before they could proceed to the second patch, and only then could they proceed to the third patch. If one managed to check in at all 3 patches of grass, they would be considered a beginner. Most people were eliminated from the first and second patches because there were too few people who went to the third patch. Luin grabbed the card and headed to the second patch of grass, leaving Mudo dumbfounded. He had been here for more than 2 months, but he still had no clue. How had this guy managed to catch it? What the hell? Many people in the area saw this as well, and they all stared blankly. The person with the giant drumstick was stunned. He seems to have just arrived. Luin walked past the first patch of grass and noticed that the void had changed. He turned around and saw a large group of people staring at him blankly. Actually, the void of this first patch of grass was very weak, and anyone with a bit of cultivation or innate talent could check in. Unfortunately, transcendents were not suitable, as they did not cultivate and could not compare to other civilizations. Luin gradually disappeared under everyone's dazed gazes. Muda was bitter. Was this the difference? Why was it so huge? That guy had clearly displayed an extremely monstrous innate talent in the Void God civilization, so why was it the same in the Lost Dao Academy? There were clearly fewer people in the second patch of grass, and there were almost no transcendents here. Everyone had come from other parallel universes, and most of them were from cultivation civilizations. Most of the people here were equivalent to explorers or cruisers. It was not difficult for them to check in at the first patch of grass, but it was not so easy for them to check in at the second patch. Luin looked at the void and hit himself even deeper. Even enlighters might not be able to hit it, and this was the result of elimination. I got it! I got it, an ecstatic voice rang out. Everyone looked over to see a woman holding a dagger and stabbing it into a card in the air. The card continuously trembled, but it couldn't break free from the dagger. Congratulations, you've hit your card. You can go to the third patch of grass now, someone said enviously. It's only been a little more than 4 months, he's really a genius of the wood space-time. He transferred from the Monarch Dao College, and he's already learned a second civilization. He's really talented. The woman happily listened to the flattery around her with a smug look on her face. As long as she learned the Lost Clan's civilization, she would be able to go to the Reincarnation Dao Academy and the Transdimensional Dao Academy next. With her cultivation talent and intelligence, she would definitely be able to get started. When the time came, she would be able to join the Great Dao sect. That was where she should go. Letting go of her hand, the card disappeared into thin air, and the woman walked towards the third patch of grass. As she walked, she noticed a shadow approaching her from behind. She turned around and looked at Luin. Why are you following me? Let's go to the third patch of grass. The woman raised her eyebrows. You've successfully punched in? You just got here, right? I know everyone on the second patch of grass. Luin smiled. I just got here. I was lucky and managed to punch in. He's already punched in as soon as he arrived? She was shocked. Which spacetime are you from? Transdimensional, Lu Yin replied. She frowned. Nonsense, how can a transdimensional person punch in so easily? Lu Yin suddenly raised his hand, and the woman couldn't react in time. She could only watch as his fingers approached her face. He was about to take liberties with her, and she suddenly thought of something. This person actually dared to touch her face? He was courting death, but he was too fast. Suddenly, Lu Yin's fingers stopped in front of her eyes with a card between his fingertips. Her pupils shrank, and she was shocked. You. How is this possible? Lu Yin smiled. Seems like a lot of people like to say those words. He then walked towards the third patch of grass. The woman looked at Lu Yin's back with a bitter expression. She had spent more than 4 months to punch in, but this person had succeeded as soon as he arrived. How was this possible? Was he a genius on the same level as Mumu? She quickly chased after him. Hey, what's your name? Which spacetime are you from? Don't tell me you're from Transdimensional, I don't believe it. Xianxia, Lu Yin replied indifferently. The woman was stunned. Xianxia, Xianxia. She had heard of this name before. Wasn't that the name of that genius from the Void God Dao Academy? The genius who had surpassed Xiao Qingfeng and had been forcibly taken away from the transdimensional civilization by the Void God civilization had long since spread throughout the sixth direction. Training rites. He was Xianxia? At the same time, in the Lost Dao Academy, Jiang Xiaodao had received the news and laughed maniacally. Xianxia actually came here? That's great. I want to see what this fellow who surpassed Xiao Qingfeng looks like, haha. News of Xianxi's visit to the Lost Dao Academy quickly spread throughout the sixth direction training rites. Zuyu's gaze was resolute. He had gone to the Lost Dao Academy so quickly? In just 2 months, he had not only joined the Void God civilization, but he had also surpassed Xiao Qingfeng and He Shu. Just how much talent do you have, Xianxia? Shihong also received the news, and her sword danced in the air. The next time we meet, I won't let you break my swimming dragon flash. In the sixth directional dojo, in a secluded paradise, 2 figures sat facing each other in a pavilion. One of them was Mumu, while the other was the bespectacled man who had followed the Yuan sage to the above heaven sect. His name was He Shu. Why are you angry with Jiang Xiaodao? You know what kind of person he is, He Shu said as he poured a cup of tea for Mumu. Mumu snorted. I'll beat him up sooner or later. He then looked at the tea in his cup. Since when did you like drinking tea? You want to participate in the Great Heavenly Venerate's tea party? He Shu shook his head and laughed. How could I be qualified? I just want to get closer to the Great Heavenly Venerate to a certain extent. Mumu said, everyone wants to get closer to the Great Heavenly Venerate, but it's too difficult. He Shu took a sip of tea with a calm expression. Mumu thought of something and said, I heard that a genius has appeared in the transdimensional civilization. He's extremely talented in the Void God civilization and even surpassed Xiao Qingfeng. He Shu said, he's not from the transdimensional civilization. He then put down his cup and looked into the distance. But he's still considered half of one. He went to the Lost Dao College, Mumu said. He Shu was startled and laughed. That's interesting. Jiang Xiaodao won't let him go. Mumu moved closer to He Shu and exuded a comfortable aura. Tell me honestly, how strong is that guy? Don't tell me you don't know. He Shu was helpless. I really don't know. Your sister definitely knows. I won't ask her. I shouldn't bother her with this kind of thing. I hope he's strong enough to beat Jiang Xiaodao up, Mumu said through gritted teeth. He Shu smiled. Jiang Xiaodao's strength is close to yours. He can't do it. Mumu was helpless. There are too few people at our age who have this kind of cultivation. I just hope that this guy has some backbone and doesn't get hurt by Jiang Xiaodao. After all, it's not easy to cultivate to the peak in a certain civilization. Maybe humanity will have another powerhouse in the future. He Shu's eyes flickered, but he didn't care about Xianxia. No matter what, this person still hadn't matured. He Shu thought of a man who had stood beside the above sky sect, scolded Yuan sages, and didn't fear the great heavenly venerates. That person wasn't old, but he had reached that level. That person was his goal. Although he didn't want to admit it, no one in the Sixth Direction Assembly had surpassed that person. Even Yuan Sage's side. If that person hadn't been from the Lu family, he would have been accepted as a disciple by the great heavenly venerates and qualified to participate in the tea party. Tell me, is there anyone around my age who can control a space-time, scold the 3 venerates and 9 sages, and ignore the great heavenly venerates? Hishu suddenly asked. Mumu was surprised. It can't be. It's only possible if they go from a super strong spacetime to a weak parallel spacetime. Any spacetime, regardless of whether it's strong or weak, can determine one's status. At our age, if we grew up in a weak spacetime, we wouldn't have the combat strength we have today. What if it's a spacetime that's not weaker than the main space? Hishu muttered to himself. Mumu was puzzled. What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly saying something like that? She looked at Hishu's side profile and thought of something. Are you thinking about those people? Don't think about it. Those people took a shortcut. Although they're around our age, they're comparable to powerhouses. They didn't cultivate by themselves. Isn't your sister the same? Don't think so much. Hishu's eyes narrowed. There were a few monsters in the Hexagon Association, but those monsters had all taken shortcuts. However, that Lu family kid was different. He wanted to walk the Lu family's path and not take the shortcut, but it was too difficult. It was so difficult that he couldn't see the direction. Perhaps he should go to the primordial space. Only there would he have a direction. Back in the Lost Dao Academy, Luyin walked from the second grassland to the third. There were very few people here, and there were only a dozen or so as far as the eye could see. More than half of these people gave him a similar feeling, as if they were from the same space-time continuum. When they saw someone approaching, they all looked over. It wasn't easy to reach the third meadow. They knew what it meant to be here, so they paid attention to anyone who came. Luyin calmly walked up to the third meadow, but his gaze turned cold. It was a bit difficult. Just like Xianxia's card that was hidden in the void, the one on the third meadow couldn't be seen at a glance. However, it would only take a bit of effort. At this point, the girl caught up. Oh, Xian, you're here. It's only been 4 months, but you're already here. Not bad, someone exclaimed when they recognized her. Some of the others recognized her, while others didn't. The girl named Xian looked deeply at Luyin and then smiled at the others. It wasn't easy to find a card. I don't know how long it'll take. Don't worry, you still have half a year. With your talent, you'll definitely find one, but we might not. Xian, give us some soft water when you have time. Cultivating here is tiring and turbid. Xian smiled. No problem. By the way, did you just come because you're unfamiliar with this place? Someone asked curiously when they noticed Luyin. Everyone else looked at him as well. Luyin nodded. It's been a while. How long is a while? A girl with a mole on her eyebrow asked. Luyin thought about it. Not that long. This was a vague answer that couldn't even be considered an answer. The girl's expression turned ugly, but she didn't say anything. Not everyone liked to stir up trouble, and the fact that Luyin had come to the third patch of grass was proof of that. The third patch of grass wasn't as large as the first 2, so Luyin found a corner and sat down. He closed his eyes and began to search for the card. The others discussed this matter from time to time. Xian, how long did that guy stay in the second patch of grass? He's pretty arrogant, someone asked a man who wasn't far from the girl with the mole on her eyebrow. Xian replied, he was just passing by. The others were confused. What do you mean passing by? He came here without finding a card? Someone's tone turned sour. If that was the case, then that person would definitely be chased away. Not everyone had the right to come here. Xian didn't know what to say either. He found the card as soon as he arrived at the second patch of grass. He didn't stop, and it was as if he was just passing by. Everyone was stunned, and they all looked at Luyin in shock. How could he find a card in an instant? I remember that Senior Xianxia found the card in an instant at the first patch of grass, But he stayed in the second patch for 5 days, the girl with the mole on her eyebrow said. The man beside her said, I remember that too. Senior Jiang Xiaodao's results were quite impressive, and perhaps only a few people can compare to him. This person found the card directly. Xian, are you sure? Maybe you were too focused on finding the card and didn't notice him. By the way, do you know what his name is? Xian glanced at Luin. Xianxia. Xianxia? The crowd exclaimed. The one who created a miracle at the Void God Academy and surpassed Senior Shao Qingfeng? Xian replied, it should be. There's no one else named Xianxia. Everyone stared at Luin in a completely different light. Most of them had come from the reincarnation spacetime and knew how terrifying Shao Qingfeng's innate gift was. To their knowledge, those with extreme gifts were the same no matter what they cultivated, but this person had surpassed Shao Qingfeng? Unbelievable. Knowing that this person was Xianxia, the crowd stopped talking and looked at him from time to time. Their initial dissatisfaction had also dissipated. Some people were born with the right to be arrogant. They had the right to be. Jiang Xiaodao came to the first patch of grass and started looking for Luin. Where's Xianxia? There were many people on the first patch of grass. When they saw Jiang Xiaodao, they all bowed in unison. Greetings, senior brother Jiang. Jiang Xiaodao shouted, where is Xianxia? Didn't he say it already? They haven't arrived yet? Mudwa replied, Xianxia went to the second patch of grass. Jiang Xiaodao raised his eyebrows and smiled. Interesting. You found a card as soon as you arrived? With that, he leaped towards the second patch of grass. I'm barely as impressive as I was back then. Soon, he arrived at the second patch of grass. Where's Xianxia? The people on the second patch of grass were confused. Xianxia? Was Xianxia here? That Xianxia who created miracles in the Void God Dao College? Jiang Xiaodao glared at him. What are you looking at? I'm looking for Xianxia. Xianxia, come out. Everyone looked at each other blankly. Jiang Xiaodao grabbed one of them. Where's Xianxia? The person was terrified. Senior brother Jiang, there's no Xianxia. Jiang Xiaodao barked, he just arrived. Are you blind? Didn't you see him? The person was on the verge of tears. Senior brother Jiang, I really didn't see him. Suddenly, he thought of something. Right, someone passed by the third patch of grass. It's a guy. Could he be Xianxia? Jiang Xiaodao was surprised. He went to the third patch of grass? Senior brother Jiang. A pretty girl walked out and bowed towards Jiang Xiaodao with a smile. I saw someone pass by here and follow Mu Xinxin to the third patch of grass, but I don't know his name. He didn't stop here and only spoke a few words with Mu Xinxin. We couldn't see him clearly because he was too far away. Jiang Xiaodao snorted. He actually went to the third patch of grass. How arrogant. I stayed here for 5 days before. He then leaped towards the third patch of grass. Soon, he arrived at the third patch of grass. Where's Xianxia? The people on the third patch of grass were startled by Jiang Xiaodao and were about to scold him, but when they saw him, they all stood up and bowed. Senior brother Jiang. Greetings, senior brother Jiang. Greetings, senior brother Jiang. Jiang Xiaodao's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on a corner where Luin was sitting. He walked over and looked down at Luin. You must be Xianxia. Luin opened his eyes and looked at him. Yes. Jiang Xiaodao clasped his hands behind his back. I'm Jiang Xiaodao. Have you heard of me? Never heard of it, Luin answered indifferently. Jiang Xiaodao flipped his hair. My father is the reincarnation heir's Jiangsheng. I'm the future Jiangsheng, the current quasi-saint. Do you understand now? Luin grunted. Yes. I heard that you created a miracle in the Void God Academy and surpassed Shao Qingfeng. Who's Shao Qingfeng? Jiang Xiaodao flipped his hair again. A guy who looks like he deserves a beating. He's dressed in gold and acts all noble. I don't know him. I don't need you to know him. Just tell me if you surpassed him, Jiang Xiaodao said impatiently. I don't know, Lu Ying replied. Jiang Xiaodao's eyes widened. No one told you? No. Senior Su Shangyin didn't tell you either. You can ask him, Lu Ying said casually. In the distance, the crowd retreated. This Xianxia was really arrogant, he was completely ignoring Jiang Xiaodao. Jiang Xiaodao could tell, kid, you're pretty arrogant. You deserve a beating just like Xiao Qingfeng. Don't you know that the Six Paths training grounds don't prohibit fighting and death? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have Senior Su Shangyin's protection. Behind me is Jiangxing, the 3 sovereigns, the 9 sages, and the exalted celestial. Lu Ying closed his eyes and continued looking for cards. Jiang Xiaodao was furious. You're ignoring me? Kid, get up. I'll beat you up and show you who's the boss of the Lost Dao Academy. Get up, don't think that you can ignore me just because you have some achievements. Even Su Shangyin wouldn't dare to do this to me. Get up. The crowd retreated once more. Xianxia was in trouble, and no one could help him. Mu Xinxin watched curiously. She knew that Jiang Xiaodao was a scoundrel and difficult to deal with. What was this Xianxia thinking? He really dared to offend this quasi-saint. Lu Yin's eyes widened and he stood up. Jiang Xiaodao shouted, make your move. I'll let you make one move first. Lu Yin made his move, tearing the void apart and grabbing something from the void. He grabbed a card. Jiang Xiaodao blinked. Punch in? Everyone behind him was stunned. Punch in? Wait, how long had it been since he punched in? Mu Xinxin was stunned. She hadn't even started looking, but Xianxia had already gotten a card? How could he be so fast? The third patch of grass was silent. Jiang Xiaodao stared blankly at the card in Lu Yin's hand. It had taken him more than a month to punch in the third patch of grass, but this guy? Lu Yin touched the card in his hand. It was the same as the one he had gotten from the first 2 patches of grass. He let go of the card, and it disappeared into the void. The first patch of grass eliminated those who couldn't cultivate the Lost Clan civilization. The second patch of grass allowed people to unconsciously determine the approximate location of the card hidden in the void. The third patch of grass allowed people to truly search for the card. Each patch of grass had its own purpose. If Lu Yin had been searching in the third patch of grass from the beginning, he would have spent more time to find the card. It was mainly because the second patch of grass had guided him through the void. In that case, once the Lost Clan's card was activated, would it be hidden in the void? If it was, then it would be too easy to find it. However, Lu Yin felt that this shouldn't be the case. The Lost Clan wasn't stupid enough to reveal their trump card. Hey, you're still here, Lu Yin said as he looked at Jiang Xiaodao. Jiang Xiaodao's expression kept changing. He was angry, shocked, and in disbelief. He couldn't figure out how the guy in front of him did it. He actually found the card so quickly. It took him more than a month. Even Xiao Qingfeng spent half a month. Wait, not only had this guy surpassed him, but he had also surpassed Xiao Qingfeng. He had also created a miracle in the Lost Dao Academy. Jiang Xiaodao was about to say something when the void beside him distorted and a figure walked out. It was a shriveled old man who looked at Lu Yin in surprise. He casually pushed Jiang Xiaodao aside and said, "Don't block the way." Jiang Xiaodao was furious, but when he saw the shriveled old man, his mouth twitched. He snorted and took a few steps back, clearly a little afraid. "Kid, how did you find the card?" The shriveled old man was jibbing. He had been entrusted by Su Shangyin to help see if Lu Yin had any chance of entering the Lost Clan civilization. If it wasn't possible, then Lu Yin should leave as soon as possible to avoid wasting time. Lu Yin instantly found the card in the first patch of grass. He wasn't surprised, as many people could do it, including Jiang Xiaodao. Lu Yin instantly found the card in the second patch of grass. He was surprised, but there were also people who could do it, so it wasn't a miracle. However, Lu Yin also instantly found the card in the third patch of grass. This didn't allow him to remain calm, as this was a miracle. Even a native of the Lost Clan might not be able to find the card so quickly, let alone these people. This required a certain level of understanding of the void, and it was almost instinctive. Lu Yin wasn't just a simple genius. Lu Yin couldn't help but walk out. Luin was very clear that someone had been watching him ever since he had arrived at the Lost Dao Academy. It seemed like this shriveled old man was the same level as Su Xianxia. Junior Xianxia greets senior, Luin respectfully bowed in a sincere manner. Jibing nodded and asked, "Kid, how did you find the card?" Jibing asked. Jiang Xiaodao looked on curiously from the side, and the group behind them unconsciously approached and watched with even greater curiosity. "I saw the card flying around randomly," Luin said. Everyone was speechless. Jibing was astonished. "You saw the card flying around randomly?" Luin nodded. Jibing raised his hand, and his fingertips slowly disappeared into the void. "Do you know where my finger is?" Jiang Xiaodao's eyes widened, but he couldn't see it. The others naturally couldn't see it either. Luin pointed at Jibing's head. "He's scratching his head." Everyone looked over. Jibing's arm slowly reappeared, and his finger was on his head. He was indeed scratching his head. The arm then disappeared again. "What about now?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he hit it even more deeply. If his domain hadn't reached the void God realm, he wouldn't have been able to sense it. However, he couldn't use his domain either, so he could only roughly sense it. "It should be on that guy's head." Luin pointed at Jiang Xiaodao. Jiang Xiaodao was annoyed. "That guy? I'm here." "Ha ha ha, not bad." "Keep looking," Jibing said. Jiang Xiaodao's mouth fell open, and he subconsciously touched his head. He immediately moved even further away from Jibing. Luin was helpless. "I can't feel it." Jibing's arm recovered, and he looked at Luin. "If you can feel it, then it's not a problem with your innate gift. There's something wrong with you." Luin didn't understand. "I don't understand what you mean." Jibing waved a hand. "Nothing. I was just asked by Void to see if you could enter the Lost Races civilization. It seems like you're very suitable. Work hard, kid." With that, he vanished. Luin bowed. "Farewell, senior." In the distance, the crowd was shocked. This guy had actually lured Senior Jibing out, and he'd spent less time here than anyone else. He was definitely a genius. What had they heard? Since Void had asked him to come here, it meant that one of the elders of the Six Paths training rites was constantly watching him. This person's future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. Jiang Xiaodao approached Luin and circled him. Luin walked away. "Hey, kid, you want to leave? Do you think I've forgotten about your disrespect?" Jiang Xiaodao blocked Lu Yin's path. Luin was calm. "What do you want?" Jiang Xiaodao wanted to beat Luin up, but then he thought about Jibing's attitude. That old bastard might still be watching him, and he didn't know what to do. Luin didn't say anything else and left the third patch of grass. He was about to begin the second step of the Lost Dao Academy, which was to find a card. Anyone who entered the Lost Dao College would be able to find their cards. After finding their own cards, they would be able to set up a trap inside. That was the Lost Dao College's way of fighting. Luin wanted to find the card, and then he would look for Saruzin. He wanted to see what the man had experienced and why he was here. He also wanted to know why Mumu was paying attention to him. "Senior brother Jiang, he left," someone reminded him. "Gone?" "Xianxia, stop." Jiang Xiaodao chased after him. On the third patch of grass, everyone looked at each other and remained silent. It was obvious that they had been dealt a heavy blow. This was especially true for Xian. She had finally made it to the third patch of grass from the second patch of grass with great difficulty. Her good mood was immediately doused with cold water. News of what happened here quickly spread. On the other side, Su Xianxia found Jibing. "How is it? Is it possible for Xianxia to join the sect?" Jibing looked at Su Xianxia with a strange expression. "Not bad, old friend. You've unearthed a genius." Su Xianxia was confused. "What do you mean?" Jibing recounted what had happened, and his tone was full of admiration. 3 grasslands, not including the walking time, adding up to less than half an hour, and he has successfully punched in. Even in the inner circle of the Lost Clan, this result is top-notch, equivalent to Suji. Your Void God Civilization's results are the same. Su Xiangying was shocked. That kid's talent is that good? Ji Bing replied, some people are just like that. Their talent is so good that it drives people crazy. Su Ji's performance in the Wood Dao Academy and the Transdimensional Dao Academy also surpassed ordinary people. Xiao Qingfeng and He Shu are all top geniuses, and this Xianqi is the same. He won't be lacking in any aspect of his cultivation. Su Xiangying stared at Ji Bing vigilantly. Old man, you're not thinking of snatching him away, are you? Ji Bing smiled. Do I need to? Of course not, a voice answered. This person was the one who had brought Lu Yin and the others from the Transdimensional Dao Academy to the Lost Dao Academy. He was called Yu Ting, and like Su Xiangying and Ji Bing, he was the Transdimensional Dao Academy's representative in the Transdimensional Dao Academy. Yu Ting arrived and faced Ji Bing. I heard about it. Is it true? Ji Bing nodded. Yes, the news spread quickly. It even reached you. Yu Ting clasped his hands behind his back. He's from the Transdimensional Dao Academy, after all. Not anymore, Su Xiangying interjected. Yu Ting did not mind. The Lost Clan is xenophobic. Unless this Xianqi shows an incomprehensible talent, they won't try to snatch him away. Am I right, Senior Ji Bing? Ji Bing smiled. It's not that they're xenophobic. It's just that our Lost Clan's cultivation is too complicated, and even the geniuses from the outer realms find it difficult to accept. Su Xiangying said, that's good. Anyway, no one can snatch Xianqi from us. This kid's talent in the Void God civilization is too high. It's a pity that he wasn't born in the Void God spacetime. Otherwise, he would definitely be at the top of the world. Yu Ting sighed. I never thought that there would be such a genius in the second batch of people who came to the Transdimensional Dao Academy. News of the Transdimensional Dao Academy spread quickly. After all, there were less than 10,000 people in the Transdimensional Dao Academy. Aside from those who were deep in cultivation, everyone else knew about this. Xianqi's reputation had reached the same level as He Shu, Xiao Qingfeng, and the others. Jiang Xiaodao put down the cloud vision stone. Mumu had contacted him and ridiculed him, causing his expression to turn ugly. Everyone had said that he had failed to cause trouble for Xianqi and had been slapped in the face. Ji Bing had also ignored him, causing him to lose face. No, he had to regain his face. The Lost Dao Academy had 3 grasslands, and the search area could be found anywhere within the Lost Dao Academy, just like how there were many items in the sky above the Void God Academy. Jadestone had also recommended that the search area be a quiet place. Otherwise, it would be bad if someone found a good card and coveted it. Lu Yin had cultivated for a long time, so he understood this principle. However, he didn't care about this. He just wanted to find Saruzin and get close to him once he found the card. Xianqi, stop right there. Jiang Xiaodao chased after him. Lu Yin stopped and looked over. Jiang Xiaodao leaped in front of him. I want to compete with you. Lu Yin was confused. Compete with me? Compete with what? Jiang Xiaodao raised his head. Search. Lu Yin laughed. Why should I compete with you? Why don't you compete with me? Jiang Xiaodao glared at Lu Yin. Aren't you a genius? Didn't you surpass everyone? Then compete with me. Lu Yin was speechless. I didn't say that. But you did. Jiang Xiaodao's expression was cold. Don't think that you can find a good card just because you're fast. I want to compete with you. If you lose, you'll have to follow me. What if I win? Lu Yin asked. Jiang Xiaodao was the successor of one of the 9 sages of the reincarnation spacetime, so he had some value. Unraveling the reincarnation spacetime. Jiang Xiaodao sneered. Win? You really think you can beat me? Yes, Lu Yin said. He had never searched for a card before, but since it was a competition, he could at least prevent Jiang Xiaodao from finding a card. Jiang Xiaodao gritted his teeth. You're crazy. Fine, if you win, I'll make a detour around you whenever I see you in the 6 direction training grounds. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. What does that have to do with me? I don't get anything out of it. What do you want? Lu Yin thought about it. How about this? If you lose, tell me about the Grand Empyrean. Grand Empyrean? Jiang Shaodao's voice softened. Grand Empyreans were supreme existences in the reincarnation spacetime. Luin said, the Grand Empyrean of the reincarnation spacetime should be the strongest human. I'm curious about what kind of person a Grand Empyrean is. As the son of Sage Jiang, you should have some understanding of him. Jiang Shaodao's gaze turned solemn as he said in a low voice, of course, the Grand Empyreans are peerless powerhouses that we all revere. Fine, if I lose, I'll tell you everything I know about them. Luin smiled. Deal. Let's begin. Wait. Jiang Shaodao flicked his hair and looked at Luin with disdain. How can we begin now? This is a very important competition. He then used the Cloud Stone to contact someone. Gather everyone in the Lost Dao Academy. I want to compete with Xianxia in card searching. Luin was confused. You want everyone to see? Jiang Shaodao was pleased. What, scared? Humph, I want everyone to know that I, Jiang Shaodao, am not someone you can compare to. Let me tell you, it's too late to back out now. Word has already spread, and once you back out, you won't be able to raise your head for the rest of your life. The Void God Spacetime will look down on you. It's not as serious as you make it sound, but don't worry, I don't plan on backing out. Jiang Shaodao's lips curled up. Good. Soon, the news of Jiang Shaodao and Xianxi's card-searching competition spread throughout the Lost Dao College. Many people rushed over. Some were interested in the competition, while others were interested in the card-searching competition. Everyone in the Lost Dao College gathered there. Mudo had arrived as well, and he shook his head when he saw Luin standing with Jiang Shaodao in the distance. This kid was too arrogant, actually daring to compete with Jiang Shaodao. Jiang Shaodao's strength aside, he was someone who had already searched through the cards, and someone who had not done so would definitely lose to someone who had searched through the cards. Mu Xingxin and the rest also arrived and watched in silence. More and more people gathered, and Luin realized that there were many people in the Lost Dao Academy as well. More than 1,000 people from the hyperspace dimension had come at once, and people from other spacetimes had also arrived. That was why the Lost Dao Academy had so many people. However, compared to the other academies, there were still too few people. After all, it was too difficult to enter the Lost Dao Academy, and only 4 people from the first batch had entered. Little Sister Xiaolian? Little Sister Xiaolian, you're here too. Look over here, Jiang Shaodao suddenly became excited and waved in a certain direction. Many people in that direction felt awkward, and the men retreated. Among them, there was a girl who was petite and cute. Her face was rosy, making people have the urge to pinch her. She looked like the little sister next door. Brother Shaodao, I'll leave if you continue like this, the girl lowered her head in embarrassment. Jiang Shaodao quickly put down his hand and flashed what he thought was his kindest and most charming smile. Little Sister Xiaolian, don't go. Watch how Brother Shaodao teaches Madman a lesson. He pointed at Luin. Look, this is Madman. Brother Shaodao is going to teach him a lesson. Luin wanted to slap him. The girl called Xiaolian looked up at Luin and smiled bashfully. She then looked at Jiang Shaodao and glared at him. I don't look like a bad guy. You can't bully me. Jiang Shaodao quickly said, he's called Xianxia, and he's a maniac. He says he's more talented than everyone else. Not only did he surpass Xiao Qingfeng, he even wants to surpass me. Watch, I'll teach him a lesson. He then turned to Luin, come on, Xianxia. Let's fight it out. Luin pursed his lips, can we begin? Jiang Shaodao was curious, you know a lot about the Lost Dao Academy? Why do you ask? Luin didn't understand. Jiang Shaodao was curious, do you know how many cards can be found in the Lost Dao Academy and how valuable they are? How many of them are ordinary? What are their stars? Do you know? I don't, Luin replied. He really didn't know. Since you don't know and don't even have a witness, how dare you start? Even if you get a good card, can you recognize it? Jiang Shaodao mocked. Luin remained silent. He didn't plan to recognize the cards at all. As long as Jiang Shaodao couldn't get the cards, he would win. Or he could just snatch Jiang Shaodao's cards. The only problem was that he would have to reveal a little bit of his cultivation. His power level in hyperspace was 270,000, and Xianxia had the power of an emissary. He would have to reveal something if he wanted to defeat Xianxia, and he had been thinking about what he should reveal. As for defeating Xianxia fair and square, he didn't even think about it. Xianxia had been in the Lost Dao Academy for a long time, and he knew better than anyone which cards were valuable and which ones needed to be found. I've already found a witness, and I won't bully you. I'll beat you fair and square and then beat Xiao Qingfeng, Xianxia declared. Someone in the distance muttered, what does beating Xianxia have to do with beating Xiao Qingfeng? Xianxia turned around angrily, Who dares to question me? Quiet down, brother Xiaodao. Xiaolian rolled her eyes and glared at Jiang Xiaodao. Jiang Xiaodao's expression changed, and he smiled, Don't be angry, Xiaolian. I'll be quiet. Luyin rubbed his head. It was really embarrassing to compare himself to this guy. 4 hours later, Luyin frowned. The witness you invited hasn't arrived yet? Jiang Xiaodao stared at him. What's the hurry? I've never seen anyone in a hurry to lose. Just wait, it'll be over soon. Luyin looked around and saw Saruzin. He had come as well. Saruzin was looking at Luyin with a strange expression. This person looked familiar. Luyin retracted his gaze. Now was not the right time to reunite with Saruzin, and he had never intended to do so anyway. After all, so much time had passed, and who knew if Saruzin would betray him? Even if he couldn't do so at his current level. Another hour passed, and the onlookers couldn't wait any longer. Finally, a man arrived. He wasn't very tall, and he was quite thin. He looked listless, and his face was pale as if he had been injured. I'm sorry for making you wait, said the man. It's Ji Xiao. I didn't expect Brother Jiang to invite him. Shouldn't Ji Xiao be in the Reincarnation Dao Academy? Why are you here? Some rules don't apply to them. He must have passed through Cliff Town. No wonder he waited for so long. Luyin looked at the newcomer. Ji Xiao? His name was very similar to Ji Bing's. He must be from the Lost Clan. Jiang Xiaodao rolled his eyes. What took you so long? Ji Xiao was helpless. Do you think it's easy to pass through the academy? Alright, since you're here, introduce yourself to that guy. Otherwise, he'll say I'm bullying him. Jiang Xiaodao waved his hand. Ji Xiao looked at Luyin. Luyin looked back at him. You're Xianxia? You've become quite famous in the 6 paths recently, Ji Xiao said with a pale smile. Luyin smiled. You're from the Lost Clan? Lost Clan, Ji Xiao. This is the first time I've met you, but I've heard a lot about you. Alright, cut the crap. My little sister Xiaolian is still waiting to teach him a lesson, Jiang Xiaodao urged. In the distance, Xiaolian spat and glared at Jiang Xiaodao again. Ji Xiao shook his head and said to Luyin, the Lost Clan's cards are divided into seasonal cards, ancient cards, primeval cards, and primeval cards. You should know this from the Jade. Each card is divided into 7 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 7 stars being the highest. It represents the card's quality. It's easy to identify the star level, as it's left behind when the cards were made. You don't need to know this, it's a method unique to the Lost Clan. You should know that there are a total of 135 cards in the Lost Dao Academy. 120 of them are seasonal cards and 15 are ancient cards, ranging from 1 star to 7 stars. You'll compete to find the cards, and I'll determine which one is better. Don't worry, although I'm familiar with Jiang Xiaodao, I won't be biased towards him. Jiang Xiaodao was unhappy. I, Jiang Xiaodao, need anyone to be biased? Beating him is child's play. Ji Xiao looked at Luyin. Any other questions? Luyin replied, that's all. Thanks. Ji Xiao nodded and retreated. Gentlemen, you may begin. Jiang Xiaodao looked at Luyin with a smug smile. Kid, let me remind you that the key to finding a card is to identify the star level. Of course, it's not that simple, and it's rather difficult to do so in the void without holding the card in your hand. Don't think that you can see it clearly. There are only 1 or 2 people in the entire 6 paths who can compete with me. It's over. Jiang Shaodao's eyes widened as he looked up into the void. A gentle power spread out, similar to the one Luin had felt during his battle with Mu Mu. He was using his own strength to find a card. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the scene unfold. The outcome of the competition had already been decided. No matter how talented Xianxia was, he would not be able to defeat Jiang Shaodao. They were mainly trying to learn from Jiang Shaodao's method of finding cards. Everyone had their own way of exploring the void, and although it was impossible to copy everything, it could still give them inspiration. Luin also began, but he did not release his domain or astral source. Instead, he released his void god's force. To him, both astral source and void god's force were the same. More importantly, his grasp of space was far superior to Jiang Shaodao's. Plan, reversal move had improved his understanding of space, and reversal move had even allowed him to interact with time. Was it difficult to see the star level on a card? Luin believed that it would be difficult, but that was only true for others. He had originally thought that he would not be able to find a card better than Jiang Shaodao, but he had not expected it to be so simple. He only needed to find a few stars, and the competition would be over. Soon, Jiang Shaodao found a card and looked at it. Xiao raised a brow. Not bad, it's an ancient card. Jiang Shaodao threw it away and the card disappeared into the void. It's just a 1 star, I don't want it. Xiao frowned. Please show some respect to this card. If you want to learn from the Lost Tribe civilization, you have to respect our beliefs. These cards are our beliefs. Jiang Shaodao pursed his lips. Alright, sorry. He continued searching. Not long after, he found another card. A 2-star ancient card, Xiao said. Jiang Shaodao shook his head. He still did not want it, but he did not throw it away. Instead, he opened his hand and the card disappeared into the void as he continued searching. Jiang Shaodao continued to find cards after that. There were ancient cards and token cards, but he was not satisfied with any of them. On the other hand, Luin did not find a single card. Gradually, no one paid any attention to him. Mu Xinxin looked at him. This guy looks very serious. He's acting like he can see the star level on the card. Even Xiao might not be able to see it, let alone him. Mu Xinxin thought about it and agreed. Not long after, Jiang Shaodao cheered, "Ha, I found it." He pulled out a card from the void. Xiao looked over and his eyes lit up. A 5-star ancient card, not bad. The crowd was in an uproar. It's actually a 5-star ancient card. There are 15 ancient cards, and there are 3 cards from 1 star to 4 star. Then, there is 1 card from 5 star to 7 star. The card that Brother Jiang found last time was a 4-star card, right? I didn't expect that he would find a 5-star ancient card this time. Senior Jiang got a blessing in disguise. His 4 stars card was burned during his battle with Mu Mu, so he got a 5-star card instead. Jiang Shaodao was pleased. There was only 1 5-star ancient card in the entire Lost Dao Academy. Only 6 stars and 7 stars cards could surpass him, but those 2 cards were even harder to find. He had almost gone blind, but he had only found a single 5-star card. He had reached his limit, and he could not help but look at Luin. You still haven't found a card? Xiao came to Jiang Shaodao's side and looked at the card in his hand. He praised, it's not bad at all. It's even better than the one you had before. If you used this card against Mu Mu. Jiang Shaodao thought that Luin would say that it would not be burned. It can last longer, Xiao said. Jiang Shaodao rolled his eyes. You mean it can still be burned? Xiao replied, of course. Mu Mu isn't weak, and she's using a wood-type golden crow. If you want to use a card, you'll need at least a 7-star card. If you have the ability to use an ancient card or something close to it, then a 1-star card will be enough to deal with Mu Mu. Jiang Shaodao was speechless. Why would I use a card if I'm that strong? I could kill her with a single finger. Xiao agreed. That's true. You're strong enough to use an ancient card, but you can't use an ancient card. You'll need to train for another 1,000 years to reach that level. Not necessarily. A white energy source is enough. Jiang Shaodao's eyes lit up. Xiao nodded. That's one way. He still hadn't found a card. Jiang Xiaodao was displeased. I forgot to mention that if this guy keeps looking for a card, are we going to keep waiting? Ji Xiao added, it's your fault for not setting a time limit. Jiang Xiaodao wanted to urge him, but he was stopped by Ji Xiao. He could not disturb others from searching for cards. Before the competition, he had planned to make sure that Jiang Xiaodao wouldn't be able to find a card, but ever since he found out that a card could be identified by its star level, he had stopped doing so. He had to spend time explaining his strength, so he could win fair and square. However, these cards were flying around the Lost Dao Academy, and he was fixed in place. It would take some time for him to find a 7-star card, so he had to wait for the card to fly over. The onlookers grew impatient, as no one had the time to waste here. Many people were not confident that they would be able to enter the sect within a year, so time was precious. Someone had already left, and the result was already set. No matter how talented Xianxia was, could he find an ancient card with 6 stars? It was already good enough that he could find one. What a waste of time. No, he's just stalling for time. This Xianxia has been praised to the heavens in the Void God Academy, and he was even praised by Senior Xi Bing at the 3rd patch of grass. He's already overestimated himself, and he must know that he's going to lose. He's just stalling for time until we can't wait any longer and leave. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? This guy is really sinister. I'll definitely stay until the end. Yeah, let him stall for time. Let's see how long he can last. Brothers, let's wait for you. Jiang Xiaodao heard the discussions around him, and he seemed to have thought it through. He sneered, I won't rush you. Let's see how long you can stall for time. This kid definitely wants me to rush him so that he can accuse me of interrupting his search and have the competition annulled. Tui, sinister. Ji Xiao was shocked. Is that so? That makes sense. The people who had left earlier came back again. They all thought that Luin was deliberately stalling for time, so they decided to wait and see how long he could stall for time. Xi Bing said from even further away, this competition will be a blow to him. Su Xiangyin replied, it's just a small blow. Those brats were right. I praised him to the heavens in the Void God Academy, and he even lured a village down here and created a miracle. He's been blindly arrogant for a long time, and this blow will wake him up. Aren't you afraid that his confidence will be shaken? Humph, if he can't even handle this small blow, how can he shoulder the heavy responsibility of fighting the everlasting? How can he fight on the battlefield? Talent is one thing, but temperament is sometimes more important. Xi Bing watched on. I don't think he's stalling for time. Su Xiangyin frowned, as he felt the same way. He's using Void God's power to search for cards. He's the 3rd person besides Su Ji and Su Yu to do so. It's a pity that Su Ji and Su Yu didn't find any good cards. A card isn't good or bad, it's just a person. Xi Bing was displeased. Su Xiangyin rolled his eyes. Alright. I didn't mean to insult the card. Su. On the other side, Lu Yin suddenly made a move. He leapt up and pulled out a card from the void, slowly landing on the ground. Jiang Xiaodao's eyes widened. What a handsome posture. Damn it. If he had known earlier, he would have used this posture to draw cards as well. How handsome. He subconsciously glanced at Xiaolian, who was looking at Lu Yin with sparkling eyes, making him jealous. Ji Xiao, quick, look at what card that brat is holding. What's the use of pretending to be handsome? What's the use of that? A man has to look inside, Jiang Xiaodao mocked. Lu Yin was surprised. Other than the time he had disguised himself as Yu Hao, this was the first time he had received such praise. Thank you. Jiang Xiaodao gritted his teeth. I'm not praising you. Ji Xiao looked at the card in his hand, and his eyes grew cold. He quickly reached out to take it and read it over and over again. Jiang Xiaodao was getting impatient. Ji Xiao, quickly announce the results. The surrounding people heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, it didn't take too long. They thought that Xianxia would shamelessly drag it out for a few days. Ji Xiao looked up at Lu Yin, his gaze deep and his pale face darkening. How did you find it? Lu Yin casually answered, luck. Ji Xiao frowned. You're insulting my intelligence. What's going on? Xiao, quickly announce the results. Jiang Xiaodao was getting impatient. He noticed that Xiaolian's gaze was getting brighter and brighter. Xiao looked at Jiang Xiaodao. You've lost this match. Jiang Xiaodao was pleased. See, I told you he lost. He's arrogant and doesn't know what he's talking about. Little sister Xiaolian, look, brother Xiaodao is teaching Madman a lesson. Suddenly, he paused and looked at Xiao. What did you say? Who lost? Xiao raised the card that Luyin had found. Hidden Mountain. Jiang Xiaodao's eyes narrowed. Hidden Mountain? Many people were shocked. Hidden Mountain? A card with a name on it is a 7-star card. Impossible, how can a newbie find a 7-star card? Brother Jiang stayed in the Lost Dao Academy to find a 7-star card. That brat just arrived, how could he have found it? Definitely not. Jiang Xiaodao rushed in front of Xiao and snatched the card. He studied it carefully for a while before looking up at Luyin in disbelief. How did you find it? Luyin shrugged. I told you, luck. Do you think I'm an idiot? How can I find a 7-star card with luck? Jiang Xiaodao roared. He could have left the Lost Dao Academy long ago, but he had stayed because of this 7-star card. Regardless of grade, only 7-star cards could leave their names on the Lost Dao Academy's cards. This 7-star card was called Hidden Mountain, and it was the reason why he had stayed. He knew very well how difficult it was to obtain a 7-star card. Even his father had told him to try his best to find a 7-star card. For this card, he had endured Su Ji, He Shu, and Xiao Qingfeng. Now, this guy had actually obtained it. You must have been sent by my father to trick me, Jiang Xiaodao cried out. In the distance, Ji Bing's expression turned serious. He took a step forward and appeared beside Luyin, snatching the card from Jiang Xiaodao's hand. He looked at Luyin and sized him up. You. He wanted to ask how Luyin had done it, but 2 others had already done so. Su Xiangyin also appeared and looked at Luyin in surprise. Luyin quickly bowed. Greetings, seniors. Ji Bing wanted to say something, but he didn't in the end. He patted Lu Yin's shoulder. You're a genius. He then placed the card in Lu Yin's hand and left. Su Xiangyin wanted to say something as well, but he suddenly thought of something. His expression changed, and he immediately disappeared without a word. The crowd stared blankly at this scene. The appearance of a 7-star card meant that the victor had been decided. Xianxia, your innate gift is number 1 among the extraterrestrial civilizations, Xiao exclaimed. Xiaolian came over and looked at the card in Lu Yin's hand curiously. Can I see it? Lu Yin smiled and handed it over. Xiaolian took it and was surprised. This is the 7-star Hidden Mountain card. I've heard legends about it since the first day I entered the Lost Dao Academy. It seems very powerful, and I heard that it has a Hidden Mountain card inside. Is that true? Lu Yin was astonished, it came with its own? Xiao replied, that's right. Every 7-star card has its own unique power. This Hidden Mountain card can suppress an enemy with the Hidden Mountain card. Depending on the user's cultivation, the Hidden Mountain card can be strong or weak. This doesn't affect the user's ability to set up a killing trap inside the card. The crowd gasped and looked on enviously. I don't accept this. Jiang Xiaodao suddenly roared, glaring at Lu Yin. How could you find the Hidden Mountain card on your first try? Impossible. Xiaolian frowned. Brother Xiaodao, a loss is a loss. Just admit defeat. Jiang Xiaodao clenched his teeth and stared at Lu Yin. Let's compete again. Lu Yin raised a brow. Compete with the Hidden Mountain card? Xiao shouted, nonsense. Everyone in the Lost Dao Academy can only have 1 card in their lifetime unless that card is damaged. Jiang Xiaodao, you've already found a 5-star card, and you can't change it without a special reason. You can't search for another one. This is the rule. Jiang Xiaodao shouted, no, I want to fight you. Everyone was shocked. Lu Yin was surprised. Fight? Jiang Xiaodao clenched his fists. I can't lose to you. Let's fight. Like you and Mumu? Lu Yin asked. Jiang Xiaodao looked up. You don't dare? Lu Yin laughed. My cultivation isn't as high as yours. Wouldn't I be courting death if I fought you? Xianxia sneered, are you afraid of death? Fine, as long as you admit that I'm stronger than you, I won't force you. Brother Xiaodao, you're despicable. Xiaolian rebuked. Jiang Xiaodao's face fell. Sister Xiaolian, I. He didn't know how to explain himself, so he could only glare at Luin. Luin met his gaze. If you want to fight, sure. Everyone looked at Luin as if he was an idiot. He actually wanted to fight Jiang Xiaodao. They could feel that Lu Yin's cultivation was much lower than Jiang Xiaodao's. In the fifth mainland, one was an enlighter, and the other was an emissary. How could they compare? This was how the people around them felt. You don't have to fight. He won't do anything to you, Ji Xiao said. Lu Yin's talent had already won his respect. Xiaolian added, that's right, brother. Don't bother with brother Xiaodao. He's not a bad person, but he doesn't like to admit defeat. Jiang Xiaodao snorted, but he didn't refute them. He regretted suggesting a duel. If he won, it would be embarrassing, and if he lost, it would be even more embarrassing. Luin smiled. Thank you for your reminder, but since he suggested it, I'll take it as a lesson. I won't be embarrassed if I lose anyway. Jiang Xiaodao glanced at Luin. You actually dared to come? Fine, I'll teach you a lesson. Luin replied, we can fight, but there has to be a prize. Jiang Xiaodao sneered. You really think you can beat me? That's what you said before the card search competition, Luin said. Hearing that, Jiang Xiaodao got angry again. Fine, what do you want? If I win, you'll call me Brother Dao and follow me from now on. Xiaolian was unhappy. Brother Xiaodao, you should win. It's not fair. Jiang Xiaodao grimaced. Sister Xiaolian, why are you helping an outsider? Big brother Xiaodao is your childhood sweetheart. Xiaolian glared at him. Anyway, it's not fair. It's too unfair to brother Xianxia. You're not allowed to ask for a prize. She then turned to Luin and smiled. Brother Xianxia, what prize do you want? I'll be your witness. Jiang Xiaodao's jaw dropped. He felt like his cabbage had been taken away by someone else, and he looked at Luin with even more displeasure. Luin laughed. Thank you, Sister Xiaolian. Xiaolian smiled happily. Jiang Xiaodao gritted his teeth. Xianxia, you're not allowed to call me that. Luin rolled his eyes and said, the prize is the copybook you bought from the secret auction. The copybook was one of the reasons why he had talked so much with Jiang Xiaodao. He wanted to get it, and the price for the card-searching competition wasn't enough. This time, it was just right. Jiang Xiaodao was puzzled. Copybook? What copybook? Suddenly, he remembered. Right, I bought a copybook too. No wonder I lost my money. Moo, that stupid woman. What do you think? I'll fight you if you give me your copybook as the prize, Luin said. Jiang Xiaodao thought about it. Normally, he would definitely win, but he was still traumatized by his loss. He wasn't stupid, and he knew that there was definitely something wrong with Lu Yin's agreement. It's settled then. Brother Xiaodao, give me your copybook. Little Lian stretched out her hand and raised her brows at Jiang Xiaodao. Jiang Xiaodao wanted to cry, Sister Little Lian, why are you helping him? Don't tell me you like him. Little Lian's face flushed red, you're spouting nonsense. I'll ignore you if you keep spouting nonsense. Jiang Xiaodao hurriedly apologized and gave her his copybook. Little Lian smiled at Luin and raised her fist, Brother Xianxia, beat him up. Luin couldn't help but laugh, this girl was really cute. Jiang Xiaodao vented all his anger on Luin and stared at him, come on, Xianxia. Watch how I beat you up. Wait. Luin shouted. Jiang Xiaodao, who was about to attack, suddenly stopped and glared at Luin, what are you trying to do? Luin rubbed his head, let me think about how to deal with you. Jiang Xiaodao looked like he had heard a joke, what did you say? Ji Xiao and the others in the distance were stunned. Think about how to deal with him? What kind of request was that? Little Lian waved her fist, Brother Xianxia, take your time. Brother Xiaodao, don't move. Jiang Xiaodao felt even more bitter. Sister Little Lian, I am being schemed against. Little Lian glared at him, the difference is huge, so what if I give in to Brother Xianxia? Luyin felt that this girl was too cute. In reality, he was waiting for the Void God to come over. He didn't want to reveal his strength but still be able to defeat Jiang Xiaodao, so the only way was to attract the Void God. The Void God was in the Void God Dao Academy, and the distance was too far. It would be difficult for him to attract the Void God's power, but his control over it was too abnormal. It was all because he had cultivated the true scripture of Aeon evolution that his ability to control rune lines had been transferred to the Void God's power, causing another Void God tide. This time, it wasn't a Void God tide caused by cultivation. He had used a sliver of the Void God's power to cross two major Dao colleges and forcefully move the village. At that moment, at the border between the two Dao colleges, Su Xiangying caught up to Ji Bing. Old geezer, what are you planning? Ji Bing was puzzled. What idea? What nonsense are you spouting? Su Xiangying stared at Ji Bing. Are you thinking about Xianxia? Ji Bing nodded. I'm indeed thinking about him. To be honest, it's quite rare for an extraterrestrial cultivator to find a 7-star ancient card on their first search. Even within our lost clan, there are only a few people who can find a 7-star ancient card on their first search, and Ji Xiao is one of them. That's not as exaggerated as his talent in the virtual god civilization. Did you know that when he triggered the virtual god tide for the first time, he was able to trigger an entire village in just over 2 months? When he tried to trigger the virtual god tide for the first time, he was able to trigger a virtual god with 20 times the power of a virtual god. How exaggerated is this achievement? That's enough to enter the eyes of the virtual god master. Ji Bing raised his hand. I know what you mean. Don't worry, Xianxi's talent in our lost clan's Dao is indeed amazing, but it's not enough for me to snatch him from you. He's still part of your void god civilization. Su Xiangying heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Ji Bing say this. I hope you'll keep your promise. Ji Bing shook his head. He didn't care about Xianxi's talent. No matter how high Xianxi's talent was, could he surpass the entire lost clan? The lost clan valued the card more than the person. A void god tide? Su Xiangying looked at the void god college in surprise and was overjoyed. Did another genius trigger a void god tide? Ji Bing was envious. Not bad. Your void god civilization has many geniuses. Congratulations. Su Xiangying hurriedly headed towards the void god college, but he suddenly felt that something was amiss. This wasn't a void god tide, but rather the drifting void god power in the void god college being pulled by some sort of force. Ji Bing also noticed this. What's going on? Su Xiangying looked up and saw a strand of void god power crossing the sky and connecting the two Dao colleges. Because void god power was too weak, he hadn't paid much attention to it. Now, he realized that the void god tide was being pulled by this strand of void god power, and above the void god tide was the village. Su Xiangying immediately thought of this and immediately returned to the Lost Dao College. Ji Bing's expression was solemn as he returned to the Lost Dao College as well. Soon, the two of them arrived at the location where Lu Yin and Jiang Xiaodao were going to compete. At this moment, Jiang Xiaodao was still talking to little Lian with a depressed expression. Lu Yin pretended to be deep in thought, but in reality, the void god power in his body had already crossed over to the Lost Dao College and was pulling the village over. There was no one present who cultivated void god power, so no one had noticed this. Su Xiangying sighed in amazement. This kid's innate gift was indeed ridiculous. He had only cultivated for a short period of time, but he was already able to use such a meager amount of void god power to pull a distant village over. His control over void god power had become even stronger. Although Su Xiangying was shocked, it wasn't too exaggerated. After all, Tai spacetime was too small. Although the 6 Dao colleges covered a large area, an enlighter could still travel quickly if they traveled at full speed. If Lu Yin had used a strand of void god power to traverse the entire Tai spacetime, then Su Xiangying would have been shocked. This was something that only someone at the level of an emissary could accomplish. Although Lu Yin's cultivation of void god power had not reached the level of an emissary, the amount of void god power that he could pull from the village had reached that level. This was also why Su Xianxia had been so shocked when Luyin had pulled the village over. In the fifth mainland, this was equivalent to an enlightened defeating an emissary. Ji Bing looked at the sky. That kid is pulling the void god power? He could already see the village. Su Xianxia nodded. He's powerful, right? He's only been cultivating for less than 3 months. Ji Bing nodded. Genius. He then looked at Jiang Xiaodao and shook his head. That silly kid is still waiting. If he had acted earlier, then everything would have been over. Now, he's in trouble. Su Xianxia laughed strangely. Actually, I've been annoyed with that kid for a long time. He's been causing trouble everywhere, so he should be taught a lesson. Unfortunately, even though that village has dense void god power, it's still difficult to defeat him in one strike. After all, he's Jiangxing's son, Ji Bing said. Su Xianxia did not deny it. He was prepared to save Luyin at any moment. How could Jiangxing's son be defeated by a sneak attack? He was on the same level as the village's void god power. Jiang Xiaodao finally managed to coax Xiaolian into laughing. He heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Luyin. Kid, have you thought it through? Do you still want to fight? Stalling for time is useless. What's that? Someone exclaimed. Everyone looked up and saw a village approaching from the distance. Jiang Xiaodao, Ji Xiao, and the others all looked over. What was that? Ji Zhao's gaze trembled. Void God. Although he had not studied the Void God civilization, he knew a lot about it, especially since he had heard someone from the Void God Academy talk about this village. Jiang Xiaodao suddenly remembered, and his mouth fell open as he slowly looked at Luyin. Luyin smiled. Thanks for stalling for time. It's useful. He then raised a hand and pressed down. The village crashed down, and the void god power was the first to descend. It practically sealed off the void, making it difficult for Jiang Xiaodao to escape. Despicable. Jiang Xiaodao shouted angrily. After that, he raised both of his arms. Milky Way. As soon as he finished speaking, his palms struck out continuously. It was almost impossible to see his arms. The gentle force turned into a roaring Milky Way from bottom to top and engulfed the village. The village and the sky river clashed in front of everyone's eyes. The void exploded, and cracks continuously extended outwards. Everyone continuously retreated. Ji Xiao pulled Xiaolian back and retreated. In the distance, Mu Duo was stunned. He had seen void gods like Shihong and the others, but compared to Xianxia, they were nothing. They were practically toys. Mu Xinqing was shocked. Was this the power of a void god? Countless tremors resounded throughout the Lost Dao Academy, and even the air itself trembled. A gentle force accompanied by an invisible void god power swept out in all directions, making it difficult for anyone to withstand. Finally, there was a loud bang as Jiang Xiaodao was pressed into the ground by the village. Brother Xiaodao! Xiaolian cried out, her face pale. Ji Xiao stared at the ground and frowned. What a powerful force, even Jiang Xiaodao was suppressed. In the distance, people in 2s and 3s poked their heads out and looked at the ground in fear. Luyin stood beside the crack in the ground. Sorry, the difference is too great. I can only use this move against you. Xiaolian looked at Luyin with dissatisfaction and pursed her lips. She then looked at the ground. Brother Xiaodao, I'm sorry. I told you not to attack. Luyin heard her voice and looked over. Don't worry, Xiaolian. He's fine. Her eyes lit up. He's fine? Luyin nodded and smiled. How could I let anything happen to him? You're friends, after all. At that moment, a figure rushed out from the ground. His hair was disheveled, and he was completely unrecognizable. It was Jiang Xiaodao, and he glared at Luyin. You're courting death. He raised his hand and struck out with a palm. The water in his palm turned into a river that swept towards Luyin. Luyin pointed behind Jiang Xiaodao. Be careful. Jiang Xiaodao felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around and saw that a card had appeared behind him at some point. Was that the Hidden Mountain card? The next moment, the Hidden Mountain card dragged Jiang Xiaodao inside. Luin also disappeared at the same time, and the river shot into the distance but missed. Everyone looked at the disappearing card. Jiang Xiaodao had been tricked. Luin had used the village as a pretext to set up the hidden mountain card and drag Jiang Xiaodao inside. This was a standard battle tactic of the Lost Tribe, and Ji Bing's eyes lit up. Not only is his innate gift good, but his battle style is also very compatible with my Lost Tribe. What a pity. If he wasn't from outside, I would have taken him in as a disciple. Su. Xiangyin was on guard. Old man, you promised me. Ji Bing replied, don't worry. My Lost Tribe won't steal him from you. It's just a pity. Su Xiangyin heaved a sigh of relief. He realized that ever since Xianxia had entered the Lost Dao Academy, he had been constantly worried that the kid would be stolen away. What about the hidden mountain card? Does Xianxia have a chance of winning? Su Xiangyin asked. Ji Bing shook his head. To be honest, only someone at Jiang Xiaodao's level can use an ancient card. It's already amazing that Xianxia was able to find the hidden mountain card, but I didn't expect him to be able to use it. I can only say that he's as talented as he was in the Void God civilization. Of course, it's not that there aren't people who can use cards that are of a higher level than them, but it depends on the individual. Jiang Xiaodao isn't strong enough to be defeated by someone who uses cards that are of a higher level than him. The result will be out soon. Inside the hidden mountain card was a completely different scene. It wasn't like what Ji Bing had said. Jiang Xiaodao didn't think he could win. Xianxia, you're despicable. A huge mountain pressed down on his head. He struggled to block it with his hands, but another mountain pressed down on him, one after another. Luin looked on in amazement. This was the world inside the card? It was just like the 3,000 Great Worlds, but this card had its own function. With a wave of his hand, a huge mountain appeared out of nowhere and pressed down on Jiang Xiaodao. No wonder it was called the Hidden Mountain card. He was getting more and more interested in the Lost Clans card. He wondered what the other cards could do. Xianxia, let's fight fair and square if you dare. Jiang Xiaodao roared, glaring at Luin as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm sorry, but the gap between us is too big. I'm not your match in a fair fight. Jiang Xiaodao spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked like he had just walked out of a garbage dump. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and he looked like a mess. Stop pretending. Even if you used the hidden mountain card, you wouldn't be able to suppress me like this. You're definitely not as strong as you seem. Luin smiled, thanks for the exaggeration. Jiang Xiaodao was so angry that he spat out blood again. Xianxia, let me go. I'll lose if I let you go, Luin said. Jiang Xiaodao's eyes were bloodshot, and he couldn't breathe under the pressure. You're despicable, too despicable. I won't let you go. Wait until I become a saint, and I'll take my revenge. Luin shook his head, you're thinking too far ahead. Besides, I won't be doing too badly in the Void God spacetime when you become a saint. Jiang Xiaodao thought about Lu Yin's talent in the Void God civilization and felt aggrieved. As long as this guy didn't die, his future achievements wouldn't be any less than his own. Damn it, I can't believe I'm being suppressed like this. I've never been this aggrieved even when I fought Mumu or Xiao Qingfeng. Xianxia, what do you want? Jiang Xiaodao roared. Luin waved his hand again, and another mountain pressed down. Jiang Xiaodao howled and coughed up blood again. I know you don't want to lose, it's too embarrassing. Jiang Xiaodao gritted his teeth, duh. But you have to give me a reason for losing. Otherwise, why would I let you win? Jiang Xiaodao rolled his eyes. You think you can let me win? Reason, Luin said. Jiang Xiaodao's breathing quickened. What he valued the most was not victory or defeat, but face. As the son of Jiangxing, he could not be defeated by this guy. After all, the gap between them was too big. Although there was an element of surprise attack, a defeat was a defeat. Not only would it be a disgrace to him, it would also be a disgrace to Jiangxing. The copybook is yours. That's not enough. If I win, I already have a copy, Luin said. Jiang Xiaodao gritted his teeth. I'll give you more resources. A huge amount of resources. The Void God spacetime will give it to me. Jiang Xiaodao said a few more things, but they were all rejected by Luin. Then what do you want? Luin arrived in front of Jiang Xiaodao in a single step. They were only a few meters apart, which was nothing to Jiang Xiaodao. If it wasn't for the mountain, Luin was confident that he could kill Jiang Xiaodao in one move. I'm also very troubled. What should I want? Why don't you give me a suggestion? Luin asked. Jiang Xiaodao opened his mouth to say something, but the mountain suppressed him, causing him to cough up blood again. How would I know what you want? Luin said, how about this? Since I'm going to the dojo, I need to learn the power of the four civilizations. I'll use this opportunity to try it out. Help me cultivate the power of the reincarnation spacetime and let me get started in the shortest time possible. Jiang Xiaodao was shocked. That's it? What else? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Isn't that too simple? Jiang Xiaodao hurriedly said, no, I mean, that's it. Outside, everyone looked in the direction where the Zhongshan card had disappeared, waiting for the result of the battle. Soon, the card appeared again, and two figures appeared from the void. One of them was retreating pathetically with a pale face, while the other was like a peerless expert flying through the void with an extraordinary aura. The one retreating pathetically was Luin, while Jiang Xiaodao stood in the void with his head held high. Everyone could tell who was the winner and who was the loser. Jiang Xiaodao suppressed the blood that he was about to cough up, causing his face to turn even redder. Xianxia, you're not bad. You were able to last for so long under my astral river. Your future will be extraordinary. Luin praised, as expected of the son of Jiangxing, the future Jiangxing. Your astral river battle techniques are profound and profound. I admit defeat. Ha ha ha, no need to be humble. With your abilities, you're definitely stronger than Xiao Qingfeng. Although you're still a bit weaker than me, work hard. Your future is limitless. Thank you for your praise, Brother Jiang. You're truly a quasi-sage. You're too polite. Ha ha ha, you're the genius. I'll need your guidance. Everyone was confused as they listened to the two flattering each other. What was going on? They had clearly just fought to the death, so why were they being so friendly? Brother Xiaodao, you guys. Xiaolian was confused. Jiang Xiaodao waved a hand. Brother Xianxia and I didn't know each other until we fought. Let's not talk about our small misunderstanding. Right, I suddenly had an inspiration. Brother Xianxia, I'll look for you later. Luin replied, I'll wait for you, Brother Jiang. Jiang Xiaodao turned and left with a flushed face. He couldn't hold back the blood in his throat any longer. After Jiang Xiaodao left, Luin praised, as expected of the descendant of a saint. Such magnanimity. I'm impressed. He then looked at Xiaolian and Zhixiao with a smile. I'm sorry for wasting everyone's time. Zhixiao was puzzled. Given his understanding of Jiang Xiaodao, how could he have given up so easily? What had happened in Kerry? Xiaolian was surprised. Brother Xianxia, what happened in there? Brother Xiaodao isn't someone who's so easily friendly. Luin smiled, he's the descendant of a saint after all. Not long after, the crowd dispersed. Luin looked at Saruzin and chased after him. Friend, can we have a chat? Luin asked. Saruzin turned around and looked at Luin, we've met before. Luin nodded, in Cliff Town. Saruzin shook his head, no. Luin replied, we met in Cliff Town, and then I met Jiang Xiaodao. Saruzin looked into Lu Yin's eyes, your eyes are very similar to an old friend of mine. Is that so? That means we're fated. Luin smiled, looking at Saruzin's withered left arm with a strange expression, what's this? Saruzin replied, it's just a manifestation of my obsession. You're looking for me because of this? Luin continued, actually, I wanted to ask you about the card game. There are too few people in the Lost Dao Academy who have joined. Last time in Cliff Town, you said you had joined, so you must have been here for quite some time. Saruzin always had a calm expression on his face. He looked much older than the others, like an old man in his 50s. He stood out in the Lost Dao Academy, and nobody talked to him. He was rather surprised that Luin had found him. He wasn't good with words, so he could only tell Luin as much as he could without hiding anything. He didn't even ask why Luin hadn't found someone else. Humans were strange creatures. Some changed their personality because of their obsession or faith. Saruzin was a classic example, but he was different from when he was on Earth. Back on Earth, he had raised his left arm because of his faith, but now, he said it was because of his obsession. The difference was huge. The two found a place to talk without anyone interrupting them. The commotion caused by Luyin moving the village from the Void God Academy to the Lost Dao Academy was also suppressed by Su Xianxia. They didn't appear, as they couldn't praise Luyin every time they appeared. Even Su Xianxia felt that it was wrong. Jibing wanted to praise Luyin, but he was stopped by Su Xianxia. Not only was he worried that Luyin would become arrogant, but he was also afraid that Jibing wouldn't be able to stop himself from snatching him away. Luyin stayed with Saruzin for a few days. Along the way, people came looking for him, but they couldn't find him. "What's your card?" Luyin asked curiously. Saruzin raised his hand and a card appeared. It was a 3 stars card. It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. It was good enough to be able to join the Lost Dao Academy. "Has it been set up?" Luyin asked. "You can go in and take a look," Saruzin replied. "Thank you." Most people wouldn't invite people into the card unless they were enemies. After all, it was related to the card holder's layout. Saruzin allowed Luyin to take a look because of his personality. As long as it wasn't an enemy, he wouldn't refuse anyone who asked to see the card. Luyin was dragged in by the card. What he saw was a lake that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was very calm, like stagnant water, and there weren't any living things inside. He thought that there would be some killing methods that would be suitable for Saruzin, but there was nothing here. There was only a lake. With Saruzin's ability, there was no way to hide anything from him. There really was only a lake here. Saruzin entered. "The power of the Lost Dao Academy is very strange, but it doesn't suit me. The only use here is to give me a quiet place to think about life." "Think about life?" Luyin was puzzled. Saruzin nodded. Saruzin's eyes were calm. "A person's life is very mysterious. From birth to death, everything you experience, everything you see, and everything you receive seems to have been arranged. I want to see other people's lives. I want to know everyone's lives." "You'll go crazy," Luyin said subconsciously. Saruzin didn't understand. Why? Luyin thought of the crazy director. "I'll go crazy if I see too much." Saruzin pondered. Interesting words. Luyin smiled. "Everyone is different. Maybe you won't." Saruzin looked at Luyin again. Madness is also a type of life. Luyin had never thought about this before. This topic was a little heavy. "Have you ever seen a crazy person?" Saruzin asked. Luyin replied, "Too many. You can find an asylum on any planet. I'm talking about people who have reached their desired realm after going crazy." Luyin was about to speak when the lake reflected light from the corner of his eye. He blurted out, "Virtuous like water?" Saruzin's eyes lit up. "Virtuous as water? Has someone reached that realm?" "Yes." "Where?" "I can't remember." Saruzin bowed deeply. "If you remember, please do tell me." Luyin nodded. "I'll try my best. By the way, do you want to see my Xianxia card?" "Thank you." Luyin brought Saruzin into the card and summoned a mountain with a wave of his hand. Saruzin was shocked. The person who created this card must have had uncanny craftsmanship. To be able to use a single card to activate the mountain-crushing pressure, Xianxia lost to it. "How do you know he lost?" Saruzin asked. Saruzin replied calmly, "With his personality, he wouldn't have let you go if he hadn't lost." Luyin smiled but didn't explain. He left not long after, as he couldn't stay with Saruzin forever. Mu Xinxin had already set her sights on him. Saruzin's status in the Woodwood dimension wasn't low, and Mumu had let Xianxia go because of him. Now that Mu Xinxin had set her sights on him, he didn't want to attract too much attention. Another 10 days passed, and little Lian came looking for him. She kept calling him brother Xianxia, which made him feel both comfortable and awkward. He felt like he was lying to her. Xianxia came looking for him not long after, threatening him, "Don't even think about little Lian, or I'll kill you." Luyin rolled his eyes, "Not interested, I only see her as a little sister." "That won't do either," Xianxia growled. Luin felt strange. You're not threatening me because you like her. Xianxia's eyes flashed. I'm just reminding you out of the goodness of my heart. Don't get into trouble, or no one will be able to protect you, not even in the void god dimension. Who's little Lian? Luin asked, as Xianxia's explanation wasn't simple. Xianxia took a deep breath. Since you admitted defeat, I'll tell you. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. He paused for a moment before continuing solemnly. Little Lian is the youngest disciple of Venerate Lotus in the reincarnation dimension. She's also the most beloved. Lu Yin's expression changed. A grade 9 Lotus sovereign? Xianxia said solemnly, that's right, Venerated Lotus. Our reincarnation time and space has 3 9 sages, and Venerated Lotus is one of the 3. She's ranked 4th in reincarnation time and space, and she's an extremely powerful expert second only to the great heavenly venerables. Even my father is afraid of her and doesn't dare to offend her. Venerated Lotus disciples are spread throughout the 6 Direction Society, and offending Venerated Lotus disciples is the same as offending a group of them. He suddenly lowered his voice. Louis knew that there were 3 saints and 9 saints in reincarnation time and space. He had also heard of the 9th grade Lotus Venerable, but he did not know much about it. However, there were some things that didn't need to be understood. The words second only to a great heavenly venerate were enough to explain everything. Xianxiao's fear from the bottom of his heart also explained everything. He didn't even care about the void god spacetime. I'm not interested in what you're saying. As for little Lian, I only see her as a little sister, Luin said. Xianxiao nodded. That would be for the best. Let's begin. Teach me the basics of reincarnation times power, Luin said. Xianxiao ground his teeth in annoyance. He had to teach Luin this, but he couldn't go back on his word. He took out something from his cosmic ring and tossed it to Luin. Absorb it. Luin took it and looked at it, only to be stunned. Was this a star crystal? What's this? Luin looked at Xianxiao. Xianxiao took out another star crystal and weighed it. Absorb it. You can start cultivating through the power inside. I'll teach you a battle technique later. Once you learn it, it'll be equivalent to being a beginner. Luin looked at the star crystal again. It was a star crystal, right? But how could it be? Wasn't that the power of the 5th mainland? Reincarnation time knew about the Genesis space and naturally understood the power system of the Genesis space. How could their power system be exactly the same as the Genesis spaces? If it was the same, then why had the Yuan sage said that the 5th mainland wasn't suitable for him to fight? It also seemed like the Yuan sage looked down on the 5th mainland's power system. Luin held the star crystal and started absorbing the star energy inside. No matter what, he had to learn it first. Soon, the star energy entered his body. It was the same feeling as when he had first started cultivating star energy. Luin suppressed his suspicions and directed the star energy into his body. He thought that this strand of star energy would be absorbed by his astral origin cyclone, but to his surprise, his astral origin cyclone actually rejected this strand of star energy. This surprised Luin. Why would his astral origin cyclone reject the same amount of star energy? He tried to direct this strand of star energy closer to his astral origin cyclone, but it was still rejected. This was strange. Could the reincarnation time star energy be rejecting the 5th mainland star energy? How is it? Have you absorbed it? Xianxiao asked. Luin replied, give me another one. Xianxiao was disdainful. 1. You want to be a beginner with just one more? Do you really think your talent is better than a venerable's? He then casually tossed a pile of star essence to Luin. Luin was stunned when he saw that there were star essence as well. This is good stuff. Anyone below the Ascendant Celestial Realm will need to absorb the energy inside to cultivate. This should be enough for you to be a beginner. I'll teach you another battle technique, and once you enter the Reincarnation Tao Academy, you'll be able to easily learn the Stone Gate's 8 hands. At that time, your reputation as a genius will be even greater. Xianxiao raised a hand, and his palm flew out as he displayed a palm technique. At first glance, it looked quite powerful, and it was a palm technique. Just as he had said, it would be easy to learn the stone gate's 8 hands. However, Lu Yin's gaze grew more and more strange. This guy was digging a hole for himself, as he was clearly using a technique from the stone gate's 8 hands. Even though he had never seen it before, Lu Yin had seen Mumu use the stone gate's 3 hands, which was enough for him to deduce part of the 4th hand's techniques. Although it wasn't exactly the same as the 4th hand, it wasn't too far off. After all, he could easily defeat a half-ancestor. He had cultivated for many years and had the support of the primogenitor scripture. Jiang Xiaodao was teaching him part of the 4th hand, and once he mastered it and used it in a fight, everyone would think that he was cheating if he was recognized. Then, his reputation in the Void God Dao Academy and the Lost Dao Academy would also be damaged. This guy was really cunning. How was it? Did you see it clearly? Jiang Xiaodao asked expectantly as he looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes. Lu Yin shook his head. I didn't see it clearly. Jiang Xiaodao was dissatisfied. So stupid, and the technique isn't difficult. Didn't you say that you came from a cultivation civilization? You should know battle techniques, right? Let me see if you can practice them. With my knowledge from following my father, I'll definitely be able to correct you. No need. I want to practice the palm technique you just displayed. It looks very powerful. Lu Yin was eager to try. Jiang Xiaodao laughed. Of course, it was powerful. This was the authentic 4th hand of the stone gate. If not for his father's reputation, he would not have been able to learn it. Mumu and the others had been practicing the top 3 techniques in the Reincarnation Dao Academy, and he had long surpassed them. Of course, he was not very familiar with it, but it was enough to fool this guy. Do you really want to practice this palm technique? Yes. Then watch carefully. I'll practice it again. Thank you. Jiang Xiaodao was pleased and practiced it again. How was it? Did you learn it? I didn't see it clearly, Lu Yin replied. Jiang Xiaodao was furious. I practiced it twice, and you said you didn't see it clearly? Lu Yin said sincerely, this palm technique is too profound. It's hard to see it clearly. Try it again. Jiang Xiaodao snorted and practiced it again. How was it? It's too profound. Are you an idiot? I practiced it 3 times. That just shows how unfathomable palm techniques are. When Jiang Xiaodao finished practicing it for the 4th time, Lu Yin reacted before he could see it clearly. Are you messing with me? Lu Yin shook his head and was a little troubled. I want to learn it, but I can't remember the moves. Strange. Do I not have the talent for cultivation? Jiang Xiaodao sized Lu Yin up and did not know if he was telling the truth. You really can't remember it? Lu Yin sighed. Maybe I really don't have the talent for cultivation. Forget it, I'll just practice my Void God's force. Jiang Xiaodao quickly stopped him. Don't, I'll practice it for you again. He had sacrificed so much, and if Lu Yin could not learn anything, how could he take revenge? Although he suspected that this guy might know his plan, it was impossible. Unless he recognized that this was the 4th hand of the stone gate, how could he know? Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaodao continued practicing. After practicing it 10 times, Lu Yin finally said that he had memorized the moves and promised that he would practice diligently so that he could surprise everyone when he joined the Reincarnation Dao Academy. These words ignited Jiang Xiaodao's passion. Alright, Xianxia. Although I don't like you, we can't get to know each other without fighting. When you shine in the Reincarnation Dao Academy, you must let me know in advance so that I can cheer for you. Lu Yin smiled. I definitely will. Jiang Xiaodao walked away confidently, but Lu Yin shook his head. It was quite fun to have some fun. His domain spread out, and no one was watching him as he began to absorb the star energy from the star essence. With his strength, this small amount of star essence was quickly absorbed, and the star energy in the reincarnation spacetime within his body grew stronger. Lu Yin tried to draw the star energy closer to his astral origin vortex, but it was still rejected. He raised a hand and star energy appeared in his palm. This was star energy from the reincarnation spacetime, so why was it rejected? He had to study it. A few days later, news spread that Jiang Xiaodao had gone to the Void God Dao Academy. This news was not unexpected. Luyin had led a village to the Lost Dao Academy and smashed Xianxia into a daze. That scene had not only shocked Xianxia, but everyone else as well. The Void God civilization had its own unique characteristics. Among the Six Directions Society, the Three Sovereign space was publicly recognized as the weakest, while the Reincarnation spacetime was publicly recognized as the strongest. Aside from that, there was no absolute difference in strength between the other four, and their powers were all worth learning. Luyin had also obtained the Lost Race's battle techniques from the Lost Dao Academy. This was something that could only be obtained after joining the Lost Race, and it was called the Third Barrier. It was a very strange name, as the name of the place was more important than the name of the battle technique. Luyin asked Xiaolian about it, and she happily explained, the Third Barrier is a comprehensive collection of all the Lost Race's battle techniques. It contains countless battle techniques, and there are both ordinary and powerful ones. We can only learn the ordinary ones. The Lost Race is xenophobic, but their battle techniques are not. Brother Xianxia, your power layout card contains the Lost Race's battle techniques. Luyin was puzzled. So any civilization's battle techniques can be combined with the Lost Clan card? Little Lian smiled. Yes, Grandpa Jibing said that there's no need to be restricted to one civilization. We're here to integrate civilizations, and the Lost Clan card is like a platform where any civilization's power can be used. It seems like there's no need to use the battle techniques that the Third Stronghold taught me, Luyin said. Little Lian stuck out her tongue. I don't use them either. After bidding farewell to Little Lian, Luyin continued to study the star energy of the reincarnation spacetime, but he couldn't figure out the difference between the two. However, he had a way to make use of it, which was to circulate the star energy of the reincarnation spacetime around his heart. The energy in his heart belonged to the myriad Daos returned to one, and after one circulation, the star energy would be absorbed by his astral energy vortex. This also meant that Luyin could cultivate in the reincarnation spacetime. Had Bai Xian'er also gone to the reincarnation spacetime when she underwent her half-progenitor origin tribulation? It was a pity that Jiang Xiaodao had gone to the Void God Dao Academy. Otherwise, Luyin would have been able to obtain star essence from him. He wondered if the star essence from the Reincarnation Academy could be used on his dai. A month later, Luo Lauer suddenly snuck into the Lost Dao Academy to look for Luyin. What large-scale auction? Luyin was puzzled. Luo Lauer replied, I knew that you didn't know, but a ruthless person from the Six Direction Association has organized the largest auction in Clifftown's history. It's happening today, and I'm here to take you there. Isn't Clifftown's auction limited to a certain area? That's a normal auction, but this one is different. Someone contacted me and asked me to spread the news. Many people already know about it, and they're preparing to go. There are even people from the Great Dao Academy going. Luo Lauer then leaned closer and whispered, Do you remember the demi-human that appeared in the last auction? Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Yes. Luo Lauer continued, After that auction, everyone was curious as to how the demi-humans were brought in. Some guessed that they were brought in by a powerhouse, while others guessed that they were brought in through connections. Some even guessed that cosmic rings could release people. Now that the answer has been revealed, it's the third guess. Luyin was surprised. Cosmic rings can release people? Luo Lauer shook his head. No, it's a mountain. Lu Yin's pupil shrank. It's a mountain that can be big or small. The demi-humans that were released in the previous secret auction was actually to build momentum. For this secret auction. How ruthless. I wonder who would dare to play like this. I'm guessing it's the Six Path sect themselves, old Luo said. Luyin glanced at his cosmic ring. Mountain? Wasn't it Mount Supreme that could release people? Mount Supreme came from the sky supporting pillar, and the sky supporting pillar was the pillar that supported the sect in the era of the origin space. How could there be one here? It shouldn't be the sky supporting pillar. How is it? Brother-in-law, are you interested? Luo Lauer asked. Luyin replied, Lead the way. I'll take a look. Alright, let's go. Luo Lauer was excited. The environment in the Lost Dao Academy made Luo Lauer very uncomfortable. Seventh bro, I heard that you're quite amazing in the Lost Dao Academy. Did you obtain the best card? It's all right. When are you going to the next monastery? Let's go together. Luin was astonished. You joined the Void God Dao Academy? Luo Lao raised his head. Soon. Luin replied, I don't know where the next monastery is. If it's not the Reincarnation Monastery, then it's the Wood Monastery. Let's go to the Wood Monastery. There, we can get the Wood innate gift. Luin nodded. There was nothing in the Reincarnation Monastery that attracted him, but the Wood Monastery was a good choice. If possible, he wanted to see if he could get the innate gift from the Mother Tree when he returned to the Fifth Mainland. The two of them weren't the only ones from the Lost Dao Academy to Cliff Town. They met several others along the way, including Saruzin. Seventh bro, I think I've heard of this strange person before. He's from the Wood Dimension, right? Luo Lauer whispered to Luin. Luin was surprised. You've heard of him? Luo Lauer replied, I heard that someone who's older than his age came to the Wood Dimension. He has a very high status in the Wood Dimension and obtained an extremely rare innate gift. It's something that no one in the Wood Dimension has been able to obtain for countless years. Can you find out what kind of innate gift it is? Luin was curious. He had asked Saruzin about it, and the latter had told him everything except this one. Luo Lauer shook his head. I can't find out. I've asked the people in the Wood Dimension, but I heard that not many in the Wood Dimension know about it. Don't underestimate him just because he looks old. His background is as deep as Xianxia Dao's. Luin looked at Saruzin. It seemed that Saruzin was doing the best out of all the people from Earth aside from himself. Zhang Dingtian had lost the Lu family's protection and was training in the Astral Tree, hoping to avenge the Lu family one day. Bai Shui was taking care of the big-faced tree in the seed garden. Susan followed the Lingtong ancestor because of his own reasons, and the Lingtong ancestor treated him well. None of them had the same background as Saruzin. Right, there was also Bai Qian, who had a very high status in the hyperspace dimension. Even someone like Ku Jian had to bow to him. Since he had run into Saruzin, he naturally had to go with him. The three quickly arrived at Cliff Town and covered their faces with fruits. Luin glanced at Saruzin, who didn't need to cover himself at all. His raised arm was too obvious, and anyone would know it was him. Cliff Town was very lively on this day, with more people and more stalls than the last time. Luo Lauer brought them to the place where the secret auction would be held. Along the way, they saw several people bowing to Saruzin. Luin even saw Shihong and Zuyu together with someone from the Wood Dimension. Sister Hong, is that the weirdo you mentioned who has a very high status in the Wood Dimension? Zuyu asked quietly. Shihong replied, yes, although I don't know what kind of wood innate gift he has, even Senior Mooching has to bow to him. His wood innate gift is definitely not ordinary. He's one of the few future powerhouses that the Hexagon training halls have evaluated. A future supreme expert of humanity? Zuyu was surprised. Shihong nodded, this is a list that was recently evaluated. The so-called powerhouses are those who have the power of the Black Dimension. In terms of combat power, they're at least 5 million. Zuyu gasped. She was ambitious and wanted to become a powerhouse, but she had never thought that she would one day reach that level. What did 5 million mean? She could destroy the universe with a wave of her hand, and even the art of gift would be destroyed in a single blow. Who's on the list? Zuyu asked curiously. Shihong said, I know of Xiao Qingfeng and Jiang Xiaodao from the Reincarnation Dimension, Saruzin from the Wood Dimension, Su Ji from the Nihility Dimension, Ji Xiao from the Lost Clan, He Shu from the Ultra Dimension, and so on. Oh, and... She paused, her expression complicated, Xianxia might also be on the list. Zuyu was puzzled, why is Xianxia on the list? Is it because of his innate gift? Shihong said, Xianxi's innate gift will definitely attract the attention of the powerhouses in the Nihility Dimension. It's rumored that more than one powerhouse from the Nihility Dimension is interested in him. Once he catches the eye of one of them, with his innate gift, he'll most likely become a powerhouse of that level. Of course, the people we're talking about have the potential to become powerhouses. In fact, although some of them are about the same age as us, they're almost equivalent to powerhouses. Those people are the real monsters, and they wouldn't come to the Hexagon training halls. If they wanted to learn from other civilizations, they wouldn't need to come here. Zuiyu was puzzled, real monsters? Shihong didn't elaborate, but Muqing returned, strange, I don't know who those two besides Saruzin are. It's not easy for them to be so close to Saruzin. Is Saruzin difficult to get along with? Shihong was curious. Muqing replied, he's not difficult to get along with, but he's not easy to get close to. He then curiously sized up Luyin and Luo Lauer. Throughout Cliff Town, there were people heading towards a certain area from all directions, and more people were gathering there. Luyin suddenly looked in one direction, where a few figures were walking over. The people around them avoided them, not daring to get close. He looked at two of them. One was wearing a blue and white coat, and his hair was slightly long and draped over his shoulders. His gaze was arrogant, while the other was wearing a pale golden robe and had his hands behind his back. He gave off an illusory feeling. These two had left a deep impression on Luyin. They were the two youths who had followed the Yuan sage to the Fifth Mainland. Through Zijing, Luyin had learned that one of them was called He Shu. He had heard this name many times after entering the spacetime continuum. He was an absolute genius and also the younger brother of that perfect woman. As for the other one, Luyin was certain that it was Xiao Feng, the genius from the reincarnation spacetime who had been suppressed by Luyin in the Void God Dao Academy. They were the absolute upper echelons of the younger generation of the hexagon training halls, and in this spacetime continuum, they were at the training halls. There was a girl walking between them, and Luyin recognized her as Mu, who had fought with Jiang Xiaodao. Seventh bro, that looks like Mu, Luo Lauer said. He recognized her because her mask hadn't changed, and it was exactly the same as it had been during the secret auction. Some people naturally didn't want to hide their identities, and they were proud and arrogant. Mu and Jiang Xiaodao were essentially the same type of people. At this point, Mu's group also saw Luyin's group. Her expression changed, and she took a few steps forward to stand in front of them. Who are you? Luyin replied, Cliff Town has its own rules. You're breaking the rules by asking this. Mu frowned, the rules only restrict certain people. Who are you? Why are you with Saruzin? Saruzin spoke up, don't worry, Mu. We're just friends. Mu was curious, you have friends? Saruzin calmly replied, I'm willing to make friends. You're also my friend. Her expression eased up a little when she heard this, but she still looked at Luyin's group with caution. You better not have any ideas about Saruzin, or you'll end up in an unimaginable state. Luyin was puzzled. Mu Shiqiang seemed to value Saruzin quite a bit. It seemed like his innate gift of wood was quite extraordinary. Xiao Feng and He Shu stood nearby and didn't approach. They were very calm. Many people had gathered around them, waiting for the secret auction to begin. 4 hours later, there was still no movement. The secret auction was held within a mountain wall, but it hadn't opened. Wasn't there supposed to be a large-scale auction? Why hasn't it started yet? Let's wait a little longer. It might take longer to prepare for a large-scale auction. But no one should have informed us. We've been waiting for so long. Another 2 hours passed. I still need to cultivate. When is it starting? If it's not, then we're leaving. That won't do. We came from so far away and delayed our cultivation. How can we come here for nothing? Where's Luo bro? That guy told me. Tell him to come out and explain, someone said. That's what that guy said too. Me too, Olgio. I was also informed by Old Ninth, said Lin Feng. I was informed by Brother Kong. Where did they go? Luo bro wasn't confident. Why hasn't it started yet? Hurry up, my heart isn't good. If this auction didn't start, then many people would come looking for trouble. Another 2 hours passed quickly. They had been waiting here for 6 hours now, and some of them had arrived even earlier. After 10 to 12 hours, the atmosphere grew heavier and heavier. A miserable shriek attracted everyone's attention. How dare you run, Olgio, someone shouted. A man wearing a vase mask tried to escape, but he was quickly caught. I don't know, I'm not messing with you guys. If someone really wanted me to advertise, I wouldn't dare do that even if I had 10 times the guts. You're going to advertise just because someone told you to? One of them raised his hand and slapped him. Luobro subconsciously covered his face and shrank behind Luin. Olgio screamed, "The person who told me to advertise said that they would secretly buy a 10,000th of the auction." "Where's the auction? Where are they? Look for me." Pa. Another slap landed on her face. Luobro's heart skipped a beat, and he grabbed Luin tightly. "Seventh bro, brother-in-law, you have to protect me." "Let's go," Luin suddenly growled, grabbing Luobro and Saruzin and rushing towards the west. "How dare you?" Mumu had been watching Luin the entire time, and when she saw him grab Saruzin, she immediately roared, "How dare you!" She leapt up and chased after them. Suddenly, a powerful aura covered the sky, like dark clouds pressing down on a city. Xiao Qingfeng's expression changed. "It's blind. Run." When the word blind came out, everyone was shocked and fled in all directions. Luin turned around and saw an old man with a black veil over his eyes descend with a sinister smile on his face. He grabbed a random person and pressed him into the ground. That person was unable to move at all. This old man was at the 6th origin tribulation stage. Luo Lauer was shocked. "Why is blind here?" "What blind man?" Luin asked as he led Saruzin and Luobro into the distance. Luo Lauer continued, "Blind is an expert in charge of patrolling the borders of the Dao academies. The 6 direction training halls forbid anyone from entering the other Dao academies, and they'll be punished if they're discovered. However, blind is only one person, and he's blindfolded. That's why many people are still able to travel to and from the other Dao academies, including Cliff Town. Blind doesn't do anything most of the time." He suddenly thought of something and his expression turned ugly. Could the secret auction be fake? Was someone playing with them? That would be troublesome. He was helping with the publicity, bastard. Blind Man was wantonly capturing people from behind. Because Luin had discovered him early, he was the fastest to escape and was no longer within Blind Man's range. However, Mumu chased after him. "Let Saruzin go." Luin released his hand and turned around. Mumu punched him, but before she could land a punch, she was dragged away. She was pulled into the card. Luin placed the Zhongshan card a few steps away, and Mumu was dragged in without paying attention. Luin followed closely behind and entered the Zhongshan card. Saruzin watched the card disappear into the void. How could this be? Even if it was a sneak attack, Mumu shouldn't have been pulled into the card so easily. The difference between the two was too great, and she should have discovered it. Luo Lauer was shocked. This was the Lost Clan's fighting style, and he wanted to learn it. Inside the card, Mumu was holding up a mountain with both hands, looking exactly like Jiang Xiaodao. Luin looked at her. "With your strength, I'll be heavily injured even if I don't die." "That's too much." Mumu stared at him. "You're Xianxia." Lu Yin removed his mask. "That's right." Mumu hadn't expected to be tricked by Xianxia as well. She'd heard that Jiang Xiaodao had been tricked in his battle with Xianxia, and although he'd won, it hadn't been easy. She knew that Jiang Xiaodao had definitely lost, or he wouldn't have let it go so easily. Xianxia had won because he'd drawn the village's void god's power and also because of the Zhongshan card. She hadn't expected to be tricked as well. But why hadn't she discovered the card's existence? The Lost Clan's fighting style was strange, but it wasn't strange to the point where Luin hadn't discovered it. "How did you hide the card?" Luin found it funny. "Should I tell you?" Mumu took a deep breath. "I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. I thought you were going to do something to Saruzin." Luin shook his head. "Blind appeared, and you saw it too, but you still attacked me. I know you're anxious to protect Saruzin, but I can't accept it." "What do you want?" Mumu asked. At that moment, a mountain pressed down on Mumu, pressing her into the ground. Just like Jiang Xiaodao, she spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Luin. "Xianxia, we have no enmity." "But you almost killed me with one punch," Luin retorted. Mumu lowered her head. "I apologize." Lu Yin's expression eased a little. "That's more like it." He then walked out of the card. Mumu followed closely behind him. It wasn't that she didn't want to burn Lu Yin's card like Jiang Xiaodao's, but it was on a different level from Jiang Xiaodao's card. Moreover, it was suppressed by the mountain as soon as it entered, so even the Golden Crow couldn't burn it. It could be said that against a 7-star card, one would lose half the battle the moment they entered. Mumu watched Luin put away the card. Xianxia would be crazy if he had this card. That's why he doesn't have it. Everything is destined, Luin replied. Mumu looked at Saruzan strangely. Did you teach him that? Saruzan replied, fate comes and goes, we all have the same thoughts. Mumu rolled her eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. Alright, let's go back. Blind is here, and if he catches you, the punishment won't be a joke. She then looked at Luin deeply and left. Luo Lauer also headed towards the Void God Academy. Luin and Saruzan returned to the Lost Dao Academy. The incident at Cliff Town had affected a lot of people, and dozens of them had been caught by blind and imprisoned. Little Lian found Luin and heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that he was fine. Brother Xianxia, thank goodness you didn't go to Cliff Town. It would have been terrible if blind had caught you. Luin smiled. I went, but I was lucky and didn't get caught. Luin smiled. That's amazing, Brother Xianxia. I heard the secret auction hasn't started yet? Luin nodded. The organizers probably knew that blind was coming, so they didn't start. You didn't go, little Lian? She shook her head. I didn't make it in time. The two chatted for a while before she left, and Luin calmed down to cultivate. The incident at Cliff Town took more than 10 days to settle down. Luo Lauer didn't have a good time, with people constantly finding trouble with him. The same went for the other promoters. Luin kept looking for Saruzan and became more familiar with him. Eventually, he asked about Saruzan's experiences. Saruzan didn't know much about the Fifth Mainland or the Genesis space. He only knew that he had accidentally entered the wood spacetime from a parallel spacetime and started cultivating there. Eventually, he obtained a wood innate gift by chance and reached his current position. Saruzan's story was simple. Although his cultivation path hadn't been smooth over the past few decades, there hadn't been any obstacles. His cultivation speed was neither fast nor slow, and he could be considered a normal cultivator. If not for his wood innate gift, he would have died in the wood spacetime and Luin would never have seen him again. Just as Saruzan himself had said, everything was predestined. The wood spacetime is very strange. They've researched trees to the extreme. In their eyes, trees aren't just trees. They have breathing, thoughts, emotions, and even souls, Saruzan muttered. Every tree has its own unique soul, just like humans. You have to treat trees with the same respect as humans. The more respect you give, the more you'll receive. Luin didn't quite understand. He had been in the Lost Dao Academy for more than 2 months, and with the 2 months he'd spent in the Void God Academy, he calculated that it had been 5 months. It was time to go to the Third Academy. He decided to go to the Wood Academy. The Fifth Mainland had the Mother Tree and the Big Face Tree. If he could obtain a wood innate gift from the wood spacetime, then he wanted to go to the Fifth Mainland. If he could obtain a wood innate gift from the Mother Tree, then it would be worth looking forward to. In a hidden space within the hyperspace, a group of people stared at the screen, their breathing stagnant. Standing at the front was a fat old man with disheveled hair like a madman. His eyes were almost glued to the screen. The particles on the screen spun faster and faster until finally, a green light rose. Everyone's jaws dropped as they cheered excitedly. The old man clenched his fists and jumped up. Success, we finally succeeded. He looked at Zijing, who was staring at the screen. Girl, only you can achieve a breakthrough. We finally succeeded. Zijing looked at him. It's just the beginning. The old man laughed. Although it's just the beginning, we can definitely confirm that this method was correct. Our analysis was correct, haha. Congratulations, teacher. You've gotten what you wanted and analyzed the sequence particles, someone said. Immediately after, everyone congratulated him loudly. This news reached the ears of the perfect woman immediately. She walked down the stairs for the first time, her snow-white feet stepping on the petals as she walked. A gentle breeze caused the petals to spin in the opposite direction, making her look even more sacred. With every step she took, the red bell on her ankle would ring. Seal off this information. Anyone who dares to leak it will be killed without mercy. Understood. The day when I rule over the Six Directions Society is not far away. She looked up, her flawless face seeming unapproachable under the sunlight. The red ribbon that bound her long hair danced in the wind. Inside the secret space, Zijing was the only one who wasn't excited. The breakthrough in her cultivation had confirmed her suspicions. This wasn't the result she wanted. The old man waved his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down. He then looked at Zijing with a complicated expression and said, "I've taught countless students in my life, but none of them were able to take on the heavy responsibility of finding the sequence particle. Only you, Zijing, have shown such talent that even I can't compare to. Without you, this experiment would have been delayed for at least 1,000 years, and it might have never been completed. You're the only one who can materialize the sequence particle." Zijing was silent. "Let's go. Since the experiment results are feasible, the next step is to create it. Only by creating the sequence particle can we become the rulers." The old man waved his hand, signaling for everyone to leave. He then led Zijing to an even more secret space. This space was dim, and there was a cloud-like energy floating in the air. Zijing had never been here before. Zijing touched the cloud-like energy. "This is the energy of the drifting cloud space?" The old man nodded. "More accurately, it's the energy of the drifting cloud space." "The ruler of the drifting cloud space?" Zijing was shocked. The old man led Zijing downwards as he said, "The drifting cloud space is the spacetime we're testing. Once we succeed, even the Eternals will be suppressed by us, let alone the Hexagon organization. Our ultra-spacetime will be the pinnacle of the human race." As they walked, the old man kept talking, as if he could already see the future. Zijing narrowed her eyes. She didn't know how strong ultra-spacetime was, but no matter how strong the spacetime was, it had already been targeted by that person. How could it be good to be targeted by that person? These people were too arrogant and had never looked down. Perhaps an incredible person had appeared in the spacetime they didn't think highly of. The further down they went, the more majestic the cloud-like energy became. It almost replaced the air, and they felt as if they were walking among the clouds. The old man finally stopped in front of a large metal door. He opened it slightly, and an endless amount of cloud-like energy poured out. Zijing was so frightened that she kept retreating, her face pale. "Take a look," the old man said. Zijing walked forward step by step until she reached the metal door. She peeked through the gap, and suddenly, an eye appeared. It was bloodshot and filled with madness. Zijing was shocked and kept retreating. She fell down, her eyes filled with fear as if she had seen a ghost. The old man closed the door and looked down at Zijing. "What did you see?" Zijing gulped and said fearfully, "One eye." "What kind of eyes?" "Eyes of madness, despair, and cruelty." "And?" the old man asked again. Zijing closed her eyes and thought for a moment. Suddenly, she opened them again. Tired, dead, and lifeless. The old man clasped his hands behind his back in satisfaction. "Not bad. Tired and lifeless. Do you know who's inside?" Zijing already had some guesses, but she didn't dare to believe it. She looked at the old man. The old man said in a low voice, "Lu Yun." Zijing's pupils shrank. "The ruler of the drifting cloud space, drifting cloud?" The elder replied, "That's him." Zijing found it hard to believe that a spatial dominator was capable of changing the heavens and the earth. He had to be an ancestor. How could such a person be imprisoned here? His eyes were filled with despair and deathly stillness. To him, living was more painful than death. How could such a person be the lord of the drifting cloud space? "You're not qualified to know this at your level, but I'm sorry. To show you how great transcendence is and what kind of civilization you're serving, I'll make an exception and tell you that drifting cloud's power is enough to change the shape of the universe and transform the drifting cloud space. His combat power is at least 5 million. 5 million is an unimaginable number. It's a black energy source. How many black energy sources are there in Transcendence? How many powerhouses of that level are there in the entire Six Direction Society?" Even so, he was still captured, living a life worse than death. "You should understand the power of transcendence now." Zijing took a deep breath. "I understand now." The old man was satisfied. "That's good. In the future, Drifting Cloud won't be the only one imprisoned here. Every parallel universe, the Eternals, and even enemies of the Six Direction Society might be imprisoned here. What we need to do is to make this possibility a reality and make Transcendence the true ruler. Zijing, look carefully. This is what you should be doing. Zijing stood up and bowed deeply to the old man. I understand, teacher. The old man smiled. Very good. You made the sequence particles corporeal, turning the impossible into the possible. I believe that you will be able to research this cultivation technique sooner or later. Alright, you must be tired today. Go back and rest. Zijing nodded and turned to look at the metal door. Progenitors were also imprisoned here. This was one of the Six Direction Societies, Transcendence. They were researching and suppressing the power of progenitors. Once they discovered this power, the price they would have to pay would be too great. Pathmaster, I wonder what you will think when you see this power. Neither the old man nor Zijing noticed that there was some dust on their bodies. The dust was inconspicuous, but it stuck to their clothes and followed them to the metal door. Just as Zijing turned to leave, the dust suddenly turned into a cloud-like power that coiled around their necks, trying to strangle them. This sudden attack was completely out of Zijing's expectations. She could only watch helplessly as a cloud-like force wrapped around her neck. She exerted force, and her breathing stopped. Her body was heavily smashed to the ground and dragged towards the metal door. It was the same for the elder. Just as they were about to hit the metal door, they heard a hoarse shout, "Run, now!" Zijing's consciousness was blurry. Run? Who told her to run? At that moment, the power coiling around her neck suddenly disappeared, and figures fell from the sky. One of them was a woman who raised her head and screamed, "Release Lord Lu Yun." Just as she finished speaking, her limbs suddenly broke and she disappeared. Blood spilled onto the ground. The pungent smell of blood entered Zijing's nose. She opened her eyes in a daze and saw a woman who had no limbs but a torso lying beside her. The woman was glaring at her with malevolent eyes. Zijing's face was deathly pale. She stared at the woman without moving an inch. Transcendence, let them go. Let them go. A hoarse voice came from behind the metal door. It was Lu Yun. Only then did Zijing react. She trembled as she stood up. She had almost died just now. Not far away, the old man coughed a few times. My old bones almost died. You demi-humans are really ruthless. Since you made me angry, I will compensate you with the lives of 1,000,000 demi-humans from the drifting cloud space. Release Lord Lu Yun. Behind him, several cultivators from the drifting cloud space with horns on their heads fell to the ground. They had all lost their strength and were screaming in despair. The old man waved his hand. He clearly didn't have much strength, but the horns on their heads all fell off automatically. They screamed in pain and fainted. The woman who had lost her limbs stared at the old man as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Zijing stared at the bloody scene in shock. She couldn't react. Let them go. Let them go. Lu Yun's voice came from the metal door. He continued to scream. The old man was unmoved. Do you really think you can save them? The substance of the drifting cloud space has already been analyzed. We saw where you were and what you did. If it wasn't for the fact that we wanted to make the horns on your heads more active, we would have caught you long ago. Sigh, sometimes studying cultivation techniques comes with risks. He coughed again. Come, Zijing, let's go. Zijing stared blankly. Teacher, they're just a bunch of test subjects who tried in vain to save Lu Yun. For the sake of the horn's activity, I tolerated them and gave them some hope. Now that they've found Lu Yun, they're excited. Look, these horns are much brighter than usual, the old man said proudly. Zijing moved her finger. Yes, they're much brighter. What about them? Hyperspace, let them go. Let my people go. Lu Yun's voice became deeper and hoarser, filled with despair and deathly stillness. He was clearly a progenitor who had cultivated to the peak of human theory, but he had still been reduced to a prisoner. The old man looked at the metal door. Lu Yun, which batch are they? Let them go. Is that all you know how to say? I gave them hope so that they could at least hear your voice before they die. They should be satisfied. On the ground, the limbless woman's eyes were about to pop out. She muttered something, and the hatred in her eyes made Zijing's heart tremble. The old man shook his head. Soon, more demi-humans will come to save them. The horns of these demi-humans are the best test subjects. With that, he turned around. In an instant, all the blood and corpses disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Just as the old man had said, they had already thoroughly studied the substance of Lu Yun's space. These people were also a type of substance, so it was not difficult to make them disappear. With a boom, the ground trembled. Beneath the ground, the energy of Lu Yun boiled, trying to get close to the old man and Zijing but unable to do so. Not long after, Zijing arrived at the bottom of the stairs. Flowers were still blooming, and laughter was everywhere. Just a moment ago, she had faced mountains of corpses and seas of blood and seen pairs of despairing eyes. "I'm sorry to have frightened you." A pleasant voice sounded. Zijing knelt on the ground. "I dare not. If one day, an expert like Lu Yun kneels in front of you, what will you think?" Zijing was stunned. Lu Yun kneeling? She remained silent and lowered her head, not replying. The perfect woman did not rush her either. She was very quiet. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Zijing finally spoke. "Will such a day come? Who do you want to kneel in front of you?" Zijing gulped and lowered her head. "I understand. Go to the Tai universe and see Xianxia. He has done well. Whether it is the Void God civilization or the Lost Clan, he is very talented." "Yes," Zijing said. After Zijing left, a voice said, "Why did you let her see Xianxia?" "Xianxia is already a member of the Void God universe. The constant stimulation of life and death has ignited her ambition. It is easy for her to lose control. Xianxia is the thread that can control her." "Can Xianxia do it?" "Of course, Xianxia is outstanding, isn't he? Maybe we can help Xianxia and make him more outstanding, so he is worthy of Zijing. Maybe he can become a platform for us to analyze the Void God universe." "I understand." In the Tai spacetime, Lu Yun formally applied to transfer to the Lost Dao Academy. Ji Bing personally acknowledged his achievements in the Lost Dao Academy. "Your talent is definitely the best among the extraterrestrial civilizations of the Lost Dao Academy. Giving you the Hidden Mountain card is not a disgrace." Lu Yun was grateful. "Although I haven't been in contact with the Lost Dao Academy for long, I deeply feel that they are extensive and profound. If there's a chance, I would like to visit the Lost Dao Academy and gain a deeper understanding of the Lost Dao Academy." Ji Bing laughed. "Young man, your greed knows no bounds. You already have the Hidden Mountain card, so there's no point even if you go to the Lost Dao Academy. The Hidden Mountain card will last you forever." "Old man, you can't say that." Su Xiangying had arrived. He had come to prevent Ji Bing from poaching Lu Yun, even though the chances of that happening were slim. Lu Yun was pleasantly surprised. "Senior, you're here too." Su Xiangying smiled. "You've also been here for 2.5 months. You've been quite impressive in the Lost Dao Academy." Lu Yun humbly replied, "It was just luck." Su Xiangying shook his head and looked at Ji Bing. "Old man, you're getting more and more shameless. You're even tricking the younger generation." Ji Bing frowned. "Don't spout nonsense." Su Xiangying sneered. "No matter how good the Hidden Mountain card is, it's still an ancient card. The upper limit of an ancient card means that it can't be used forever. I'm not being disrespectful to the Lost Dao Academy, this is the truth." Ji Bing remained calm. "Unless you give Xianxia a primordial card, even an ancient card can't be used forever," Su Xiangying said. Lu Yun's eyes lit up. The upper limit of an ancient card was a half-ancestor, while a primordial card was a progenitor. As for an ancient card, it could only be used on envoys. With Lu Yun's current strength, he could definitely unleash the full power of the Hidden Mountain card, but what use would that be? It couldn't even trap a half-ancestor, just like how Mumu had burned Jiang Shado's card, let alone a progenitor. Ji Bing sneered. "Dream on, a primordial card? It's already an exception for someone from an extraterrestrial civilization to obtain a 7-star ancient card unless he joins the Lost Dao Academy." He then looked at Lu Yun and smiled. "Xianxia, do you want to consider joining our Lost Dao Academy?" Su Xiangying immediately jumped up. Old man, I already said that I won't poach anyone. You're the one who wants to obtain the immemorial card for him. Do you think an outsider can obtain the immemorial card? Xi Bing rolled his eyes. Su Xiangying had an unlucky look on his face. No, Xianxia, let's go to the Wood Dao Academy. Xi Bing smiled at him. Think about it. Su Xiangying hurriedly brought Luyin away, feeling as if he had nothing better to do. Why was he arguing with that old man for no reason? If he let that old man poach Luyin in front of him, he was afraid that Luyin would be poached, and that he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the void god spacetime. There was no way to explain this to Senior Su Wuwei. Luyin had thought that Su Xiangying would take him directly to the Wood Dao Academy, but instead, he had been brought to outer space. The man who had brought them to the Hexagon Dojo through hyperspace appeared in front of them. His name was Yu Ting. I'll leave it to you. That guy Xibing is really a good-for-nothing. He's trying to poach people right in front of us. Su Xiangying was dissatisfied. Yu Ting was surprised. Stop the troops from poaching people? It can't be, right? The Lost Clan is so xenophobic. No matter how high one's talent is, it's unlikely that they would accept it. How could Su Xiangying tell Yu Ting that he had shot himself in the foot? He could only grumble a little before asking Luyin to follow Yu Ting to the Woodpath Academy. And he left. Yes. Luyin looked at Yu Ting curiously. Yu Ting said, someone wants to see you. The image of the perfect woman on the stairs appeared in Luyin's mind. However, the person who wanted to see him was not that woman, but rather Zi Jing. Ever since he had arrived in hyperspace, he had been separated from Zi Jing and had never seen her again. More than half a year had passed, and he had not expected to meet her again in Tai spacetime. Take your time, there's no time limit. Yu Ting smiled at them and then disappeared. Luyin was grateful. Thank you, Senior. After Yu Ting left, Luyin spread out his domain and confirmed that no one was watching him before looking at Zi Jing. At this moment, Zi Jing was looking at him with a strange expression. What's wrong? Luyin asked. Zi Jing looked at him deeply. Is it too tempting for a progenitor to kneel in front of me? Luyin raised a brow. Not at all. Zi Jing did not understand. Why? Lu Yin's gaze was deep as he bent down and approached Zi Jing. From a distance, it looked like he was hugging her, but in reality, he was whispering into her ear, shortening lifespan. Zi Jing was stunned and looked at him in confusion. Luyin smiled. I'm just joking. Why? Is someone trying to tempt you? Zi Jing nodded and then recounted what had happened. Luyin was shocked. Imprisoning a progenitor? No wonder you were so agitated. Even I couldn't resist the temptation. A person's perception is like a scale. Conscience and benefits are split into two sides, and there is no absolute balance. It all depends on which side is heavier. The weight given to you by hyperspace is really heavy. Zi Jing was puzzled. Aren't you going to ask me what I think? Luyin replied, I'm still here safe and sound, which means that this weight hasn't crushed you. Zi Jing was helpless. Actually, I hesitated. Progenitors are the peak of human cultivation, and they're considered the strongest among humans. Even so, I was still imprisoned. Hyperspace's power is too terrifying, and they can make a progenitor kneel in front of me. The temptation of this power is too great. Then why weren't you tempted? Luyin asked. Zi Jing met his gaze. If I said that I was waiting for a more suitable time, would you believe me? Luyin raised a hand and slowly placed it on Zi Jing's forehead. Zi Jing stood in place and did not move. She just looked at him. Luyin stroked her hair. I see something different in your eyes, and it's too obvious. Since it's already here, it won't fade away. Since that's the case. His lips curled up, then let it sprout and grow. Aren't you afraid that I'll betray you one day? Zi Jing did not understand. Luyin laughed. Even if they can make a progenitor kneel in front of you, it won't change the fact that you have to kneel in front of that woman. But I can change that. Zi Jing's eyes flashed, and she took a deep breath. She smiled bitterly and looked into the distance. I never thought that I would be controlled by ambition one day. I escaped from hyperspace because I didn't want to help them or be restricted. I wanted to live freely, but in the end, I couldn't avoid it. Luin said, "You should rejoice that you were used one day. Not everyone has the right to arouse ambition." In order to arouse your ambition, they even revealed something as confidential as Lu Yun's imprisonment. Zijing nodded. I understand. Alright, let's get down to business. What happened to make you exceed the time limit? Why did they do everything they could to change your personality and arouse your ambition? Luin was curious. This matter was neither difficult nor easy. A person's heart was the hardest to change, and hyperspace had paid a great price to change Zijing's mind. Before this, they had not changed Zijing in any way, which was strange. Unless Zijing had done something that forced them to think of a way to change her personality. Zijing's fingers trembled. I've materialized. Matter sequence particles. Luin frowned. What do you mean? You mentioned it to me back in the fifth mainland, but I didn't understand it. Zijing solemnly replied, I didn't understand it before either. Although I grasped the technique of materializing particles, I didn't know what it was used for. I only knew that it could be used to destroy spacetime, which was why I fled. Now, I think I understand a little. Simply put, hyperspace has finished analyzing all matter in a spacetime, and those matters cannot be seen. They can only be materialized through cultivation techniques. Zijing looked at Luin and felt a headache coming on. She did not know how to explain it. The birth of humans is not a coincidence. Many people say that they live on a certain planet and that they are fortunate that the planet's temperature and environment are suitable for human survival. However, this is wrong. On the contrary, it is precisely because of that environment that humans were born. If humans were born from magma, then our current environment would no longer be suitable. The same is true for the universe. There are countless life forms and substances in the universe, and these substances are all based on the current universe's operations. The universe created them, and they are not the ones adapting to the universe. We call this the matter sequence. What I'm doing is to materialize the matter sequence. Think about it, once the matter sequence is disrupted, what will happen to this universe? Lu Yin's eyes trembled. He was not stupid, and he did not understand the technical terms, but he understood what she meant. You're saying that you're disrupting the universe's laws? Zijing nodded. You can understand it that way. The laws are illusory and difficult to see, let alone disrupt. But now, hyperspace can already see the laws of the spacetime sequence. They're creating an antimatter sequence that can reverse the matter sequence. Once it's created and released in that spacetime, it's enough to overturn the spacetime sequence, reorganize the universe, and wipe out all life before being reborn. This is the destruction of the universe, and it's not something that humans or any other life form can resist. Progenitors can change the heavens and the earth, but they cannot destroy the universe. Once the universe is reorganized, all life and matter will have to start anew. This is what hyperspace is planning to do, and it's also the third war cultivation technique after the energy source and the blessing technique. Luin stared blankly at Zijing. Reorganizing the universe was a huge concept, and he had fought many progenitors before. Progenitors could act without restraint in outer space, tear through the void, and destroy civilizations, but they could not destroy the entire universe. Can something like this really happen? Zijing did not answer. She was also confused, but her teacher's reaction proved that it could be done. Hyperspace imprisoned drifting cloud. Did they analyze the matter sequence of the drifting cloud space? Luin asked. Zijing nodded. That's right. They're using the drifting cloud space as an experiment to test out the possibility of the antimatter sequence. The more you see, the easier it is to grow ambitious. Those in power in hyperspace are not satisfied with their current status, and they want to replace the reincarnation spacetime. Luin sighed. If the reincarnation spacetime finds out, do you think they'll fight? Zijing asked, does the Pathmaster want to tell the reincarnation spacetime? Not to that extent. Luin looked at Zijing. You don't want to tell them right now, do you? Zijing did not deny Lu Yin's words. The experience of life and death and the temptation of being a progenitor were enough to change a person. Luin looked at the sky and thought for a moment. How long until the antimatter particles are discovered? Zijing shook her head. There's no way to answer that. It might be very soon, or it might be very slow. This research can be split into several or even dozens of directions, and it mobilized all of Transdimensional's elites. The energy research team that I was part of back then seemed to have been disbanded, but in reality, they were all assigned to other research teams. This research couldn't have stopped just because I left, and it only took a few months for them to make a breakthrough. This is actually the result that Transdimensional has never slacked off over the years. I just allowed their research to be confirmed. But without you, it would have been useless no matter how thorough their research was, as it would have been impossible for them to conduct experiments on a single spacetime. No matter how powerful Transdimensional's ability to analyze spacetime is, I don't believe that they would have been able to completely analyze even the smallest spacetime in a short period of time. Zijing did not deny it. Everything will go on as usual. I won't hide in Hexagon for too long, and I'll return once I understand them. At that time, if possible, he smiled. I'll take this research with me. Zijing was not surprised, as she understood Luyin very well. Even if you take the research with you, or even the entire research team, the Fifth Mainland's current abilities would not be able to complete a single experiment. The Fifth Mainland doesn't have the ability to analyze a single spacetime, and Transdimensional has only completed the analysis of the drifting cloud space and Transdimensional itself. This has taken countless years, and its history can be traced back to the era of the Fifth Mainland's Daosaur sect or even longer. It doesn't matter. If the Fifth Mainland can't do it, then Transdimensional can do it for us. Luyin then looked at Zijing. From now on, we're partners. Zijing looked at Luyin. Their status had changed too quickly, and she had not yet adapted to it. She could have refused and simply helped Luyin out like before. She would have followed him when he left and obtained a promise that he would protect her. She believed that Luyin would be able to do it, but now, could she do it? She recalled the excitement of her teacher and the others when the experiment had succeeded, the misery of those in drifting cloud space, the despair of Lu Yun, and the words of that perfect woman. Happy cooperation, Zijing said solemnly. Lu Yun's lips curled up. A Zijing who was willing to leave with him at any time was far less valuable than an ambitious Zijing who wanted to establish herself in the hyperspace continuum. He had once respected Zijing's choice and would not interfere, but now that the hyperspace continuum had helped him change her, he would let nature take its course. No matter what, this was Zijing's own choice. Zijing had been taken away, and it was rare for someone as important as her to visit Luyin. Ambition required strength, and it would be too difficult for Zijing to rise to the top in the hyperspace continuum by herself. Even if she could master techniques that others found difficult to master, it would take too much time. However, it wasn't as if there was no one in the hyperspace continuum who could help her. Bai Qian was an enigma, and Luyin didn't even know what her position in the hyperspace continuum was. With Bai Qian's help, Luyin was curious to see how far Zijing could go. Actually, she was not suited to be ambitious. After sending Zijing off, Yuting arrived and sighed. I've never seen her treat someone so kindly. She actually allowed you two to meet. He was naturally referring to that perfect woman, he ran. Her status in the hyperspace continuum was like the bright moon in the sky. Even Ku Jian and Yu Ting, who could use white energy sources and were comparable to half-ancestors, had to bow to her. Let's go, I'll take you to the Wood Dao Academy. Luyin was grateful. Thank you, Senior. Yu Ting smiled and led Luyin to the academy. Do you know anything about the wood space continuum? Luyin shook his head. I've heard of it, and I've seen people from the wood space continuum fight, but I don't know much about it. To enter the Wood Dao Academy, you need to pick a fruit called the wood fruit. It's also a test for all cultivators in the wood space continuum, and the grade of the fruit you pick reflects your future achievements. The Wood Dao Academy is known as the fastest academy to enter and the fastest to be eliminated. There's no other academy like it. Yuting told Luyin about the academy. Luyin found it strange that Yuting was telling him all this. Was it because of Zijing? It should have been a quick trip to the Wood Dao Academy, but Yuting had told Luyin a lot, so the speed had naturally slowed down. However, the information he had told Luyin would definitely be recorded on the Jade after arriving at the academy. Luyin had already experienced it twice, so the academy should be no exception. Yuting suddenly said, "Think about the precious, magical, or powerful trees you've been close to. It'll be helpful for you." Luyin was surprised. "It'll be helpful for picking that kind of fruit?" Yuting smiled. "Some opportunities seem fair, but they're actually the most unfair. Picking the wood fruit depends on luck and talent, but it's actually possible. Otherwise, why would Suji, He Shu, and the others be able to pick the triple crimson fruit and enter the wood spirit realm? Almost all the famous elites of the Six Direction Society can pick the triple crimson fruit. How can there be such a coincidence?" As they spoke, they arrived at the Wood Dao Academy. "Go," Yuting said and pushed Luyin towards the Wood Dao Academy. Luyin didn't even have time to express his gratitude. Yuting watched Luyin enter the academy and muttered to himself, "Why did he tell me to tell him this? He's already someone from the Void God universe, so why does he value Zijing so much?" The Wood Dao Academy was different from the Void God Dao Academy and the Lost Dao Academy. It wasn't a continent, but a gigantic tree that was large enough to support the weight of a star. It was even larger than the Mavis family's divine tree, and it was a spectacular sight to behold. Hanging from the tree were all sorts of fruits of different colors. Some fruits had only one color, while others had 2, 3, 4, or even 5 colors. These were the wood fruit. Picking a wood fruit was the key to entering the Wood Dao Academy. One could enter the academy as long as they could pick one fruit, but if they couldn't, they would be eliminated. There wasn't much to prepare for picking a wood fruit. Once they arrived, they would enter the academy if they could pick one, but if they couldn't, they would leave. Most people needed a year to enter the Void God universe, and the same applied to the Lost Dao Academy. It took far longer than the Wood Dao Academy, which was why the Wood Dao Academy was known as the fastest academy to enter and the fastest to be eliminated. A piece of jade flew out and landed in front of Luyin's eyes. He caught it and quickly read through its contents. It was similar to what Yuting had told him, but it didn't have any final words. The only message that the jade conveyed was that if one couldn't pick a wood fruit, they didn't have talent, and if they didn't have talent, then they shouldn't waste their time in the Wood Dao Academy. Luyin's arrival wasn't a secret. From the moment he had left the Lost Dao Academy, news had spread throughout the Six Direction training halls that he was going to the Wood Dao Academy. Everyone was curious about his performance, as the Lost Dao Academy and the Void God Academy's performances were monstrous. Even Xiao Qingfeng, He Shu, Jiang Xiaodao, and the others had been suppressed. Thus, the Wood Dao Academy, everyone who had entered the academy appeared and waited for Luyin's arrival. Luyin landed on one of the academy's branches and stepped on it. Sure enough, it was a tree branch, and this feeling was similar to when he had been in the Sovereign Realm. The only difference was that green bubbles constantly floated out of it. This was the source of the Wood Dao Academy's cultivation, just like the fifth mainland star essence. "He's here. It's Xianxia," someone cried out in the distance. Luyin looked over and saw many figures flashing by as they approached. He raised his brows. Were these people here to pick a fight? "Xianxia, pick a wood fruit." A girl's face was brimming with excitement as she stared at him. After that, many voices rang out from all directions, all of them urging him to pick a wood fruit. Luyin understood, they were all here to watch the show and see how he would perform in the Wood Dao Academy. The Void God Academy and the Lost Dao Academy's performances had already attracted the attention of everyone in the Six Direction training halls. He vaguely heard bets being made, such as 1 to 3 and 1 to 5. He looked up and saw that the branches were filled with wood fruit that were as dazzling as stars. However, even with so many wood fruit, not everyone could pick one, and many had already been eliminated. At that moment, a man suddenly appeared. Luyin looked over and saw that his appearance was ordinary, but his aura was extraordinary. He walked over step by step, and the closer he got to Luyin, the quieter the surrounding chatter became. It was as if everyone had been intimidated by this man, even though he hadn't said or done anything. This person gave Luyin a sense of déjà vu, whether it was his appearance or the faint void god's power that surrounded him. "Suji, nice to meet you," the man said calmly as he looked at Luyin. Luyin was shocked. "You're Suji? You're Xianxia." Luyin nodded. "I've heard a lot about you. Senior Su Shangyin often mentions you." Let's compare ourselves to you, Suji said. Luin nodded. Suji frowned. Even in the void god spacetime, there aren't many people who can compare to me. You're indeed very outstanding. Luin laughed. You're very confident as well. Suji looked at Luin deeply. You're considered half a person from the void god spacetime. I hope that you can be even more outstanding, so outstanding that you can give me some pressure. Otherwise, it'll be too boring. Luin grunted. I'll do my best. Hey, Xianxia, don't just talk. Pick the wood fruit. Someone couldn't wait any longer. What are you talking about? Pick it first. If he can't pick it, then he won't be able to keep it. What a joke, he's Xianxia, and he's already listed as one of the strongest people in the future. How can he not pick a wood fruit? Didn't you see that Xiao Qingfeng, He Shu, and the others all have the 3 crimson fruit? Ji Xiao isn't any worse than them, but he's also a dual-face fruit. It's meaningless. That's the lost clan. They're xenophobic and don't want to interact with the outside world. Otherwise, with Xianxi's talent, he would have been snatched away long ago. Maybe he can even pick a 5-color fruit. What a joke, how is that possible? Hurry up and pick the wood fruit, I'm still waiting for my cultivation. Shut up, Suji said coldly as he looked around. Everyone immediately fell silent. Suji looked at Luin. Only those who pick the 3 crimson fruit can enter the wood spirit realm. It's a strange place in the wood spirit spacetime, and I hope that you can enter as well. Luin ignored him and looked up at the fruits. Should I try them one by one? Suji glanced at Luin. Yes, but it's embarrassing. Embarrassing? Luin was confused. Suji explained, most people just stand there and use their minds to sense the fruits around them before picking them all at once. Only the losers try one by one. As he spoke, a man spread his arms above everyone's head and continuously touched the fruits. He was very fast, using some kind of agility battle technique to make sure to touch every fruit. His expression was extremely ugly. Suji was indifferent. This kind of person will never be able to pick a fruit, he's just a loser. I hope you won't be like this. Luin took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to sense the fruits. Everyone stared at him, including the man who was crazily touching all the fruits. He stopped and watched with a complicated expression, hoping that Luin wouldn't be able to pick a fruit. That way, there would be one more person to be mocked. The academy didn't chase him away immediately, but it seemed even more heartless, as if they had forgotten about him. That Xianxia below was a genius. How good would it be if he couldn't touch a fruit? Outside the academy, Su Shangyin, Ji Bing, and Yu Ting were all present. There was also a middle-aged man with a light green face. He was the representative of the Mu family in the Hexagon training grounds, known as Third Master Mu. I don't know what kind of fruit he'll be able to pick, but it'll be fine as long as he picks a tricrimson fruit, Su Shangyin said expectantly. Ji Bing said, you better hope that he's not too talented. The Mu family is different from the Lost Clan. If he picks a 4 radiance fruit or even a 5-color fruit, he'll compete with you. Su Shangyin stared at Third Master Mu vigilantly. No way, Third Master Mu. We've always had a good relationship, so don't be instigated. Third Master Mu smiled faintly. It's easier said than done to pick a 4 radiance fruit, and there aren't many people in the Mu family who can do it. Actually, getting a tricrimson fruit is already quite good. Don't worry, the Mu family doesn't lack geniuses, so we won't compete with you. Suji picked a 4 radiance fruit, right? Yu Ting asked. Third Master Mu nodded. That boy's void spirit used to be a tree, but it was destroyed in the battle against the Eternals. He has an affinity with trees. The more talented a person is, the more likely they are to be perfect. In the universe, everyone pursues perfection, but how many can truly achieve perfection? I don't know how far Xianxia can go, but from the looks of it, the faux god civilization and the lost race civilization are both perfect for now, Yu Ting said. Third Master Mu's eyes flashed. True perfection? Like Xiaozun? Mu-san, what kind of fruit did you pick back then? Su Shangyin was curious. Third Master Mu said, 3 crimson fruit. Not bad, Su Shangyin said. He then stopped talking and looked ahead. Everyone was curious as to what fruit Luin would be able to pluck. The entire six-direction training halls were waiting. Some hoped that Luin would create another miracle, while others hoped that he would fail. Everyone had different opinions. Under such circumstances, Luin suddenly opened his eyes and took a step forward. He sensed a fruit, but he didn't know what fruit it was. He just followed his senses and grabbed it. It was soft to the touch, as if he could crush it, but it also had a certain elasticity. He focused on it and saw that it was a grayish-white fruit. He took a closer look and saw that it was a monochromatic fruit. Everyone was stunned. Monochromatic? It's only monochromatic? It's worse than mine. I'm a two-faced fruit, after all. It's over. Pay up, hurry up and pay up. Xianxi's miracle is over, ha ha ha. How unlucky. He can create miracles in the Void God Academy and the Lost Academy, but he's trash in the Wood Academy. He made me lose money. I thought that he'd at least get a two-faced fruit or be eliminated. Who would have thought that it would be monochromatic? There were sounds of discussion all around. Luin hadn't expected to sense a monochromatic fruit either. It was very bad. Outside the Wood Academy, Su Xiangyin's face twitched. A monochromatic fruit was the worst, but it didn't matter. Xianxi's innate gift for Void God's power was ridiculously good, and his Wood innate gift wasn't too bad. Ji Bing shook his head and left. Yu Ting was disappointed. He had already warned Xianxi, but it was still a monochromatic fruit. Third Master Mu felt that it was a pity. A monochromatic fruit. Although he's a beginner, he shook his head. Even if he obtains a Wood innate gift, it'll be a burden. Su Xiangyin, you're not worried that I'll steal it anymore, are you? Don't stare at me like I'm a thief. Su Xiangyin smiled. No, who's staring at you? I'm just worried about Xianxi. Should we take him away? He's a beginner now. Void God Academy, Lost Academy, and My Wood Academy are all gathered. We can go to the Grand Training Hall. Letting him stay here is a waste of time. Su Xiangyin thought about it. That's true. Let's take him away. Within the Wood Academy, Luin looked at the monochromatic fruit in his hand. Was it an illusion? The power in his heart actually wanted to eat this fruit. The woody fruits picked by the Wood Academy were meant to be eaten, and only by eating them could one attempt to obtain the Wood innate gift. However, the power in his heart actually wanted to eat it. What was this? Xianxi, you've disappointed me, Suji said. Luin looked at him. Then I'm sorry. Suji said, you still have a chance. As long as you pick a woody fruit, you can try to pick a better one. Although the chances aren't high, it's not impossible. I picked a tricrimson fruit for the first time, and 3 months later, I picked a quadro-radiant fruit. Everyone here wants to try again. Only those who can't pick a woody fruit will never be able to do so. Everyone else has a chance. Luin looked around and saw hope in many people's eyes. Thank you, I'll try now, Luin said, closing his eyes once more. His previous attempts had been empty, and he hadn't thought about anything. He had only sensed the monochromatic fruit. This time, he wanted to follow Yu Ting's advice and try to think about the powerful and mysterious trees he had interacted with in order to sense the woody fruit. The most powerful tree he had ever interacted with was the mother tree. I didn't ask you to try now. There's no point in trying now, Suji said. Luin ignored him, and an image of the mother tree appeared in his mind. He was trying to visualize the mother tree. Someone mocked him from the surroundings, don't be fooled by his nonchalance. He's already suffered a blow. He was praised to the skies by the Void God Academy and the Lost Dao Academy, but now he's fallen. Although he lost money, it's inexplicably satisfying. I love to see geniuses suffer. He's just trying to save face. Let's go. It's a waste of time. Outside the Wood Dao Academy, Third Master Mu shook his head. It seems like he doesn't want to face reality. Su Xiangyin said, Xianxi's temperament isn't that bad. I thought that he'd suffered a blow several times, but in the end, I was the one who suffered a blow. This kid can't be judged by common sense. Haha, you care too much about this kid. No wonder you keep an eye on us and don't let us fight over him. Don't worry, he's yours. Third Master Mu laughed. Yuting smiled and shook his head, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Third Master Mu's laughter stopped abruptly, and he couldn't help but cough. How is this possible? He wasn't the only one. Everyone who was looking at Luin was stunned. He was holding a fruit with 3 different colors, and it was much prettier than the monochrome fruit. It was a tricrimson fruit. The surroundings were silent, and everyone was dumbfounded. Even Suji's expression changed. This was the first time his expression had changed, and he stared blankly at the tricrimson fruit in Lu Yin's hand. Did you take this? Luin squeezed it. It feels the same. I wonder how it tastes. As he spoke, he took a bite of the monochromatic fruit and then the triple crimson fruit, eating them as if they were fruits. Everyone would eat the wooden fruit they picked, but no one had ever heard of eating 2 at the same time. Most people only picked 1 wooden fruit, and it was only 1 in their entire life. Very few people could pick a second one like Suji, let alone eat 2 wooden fruits. Luin quickly finished eating. It's tasteless. Everyone stared at him. Was this a problem with the taste? You actually picked a second one? Suji was shocked. Luin was confused. Didn't you ask me to try? I said yes. Suji's eyelids twitched, and he wanted to say that this wasn't the case. He had only tried it 3 months later, but Luin had done it almost at the same time. The nature of the fruit was completely different, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. He didn't understand what this meant either. Outside Wood Academy, Third Master Mu stared at Luin, genius, an absolute genius. Although he only picked the tricrimson fruit, picking it almost at the same time shows that he has a different kind of innate gift. Su Xianxia suddenly reacted to Third Master Mu's words and stared at him warily. Mu-san, you didn't forget what you said, right? You can't steal him from me. Third Master Mu retracted his gaze and looked at Su Xianxia. Don't worry, unless he picks a 5-colored fruit, he won't steal it from you. Although this kid's innate gift is high, there are more than one person in Wood Spacetime who can surpass him. I was just lamenting. Su Xianxia relaxed. That's good. You've picked up a treasure, old Su, Third Master Mu said sincerely. Su Xianxia was pleased with himself, but his words were humble. He was afraid that Third Master Mu would try to steal Luin. Although he might not succeed, it would still be troublesome. After eating 2 fruits, Suji returned to normal. Xianxia, you're qualified to compete with me. If you also have a familiar tree, you might be able to pick a 4 radiance fruit. Luin didn't understand. A familiar tree? Suji explained, my void spirit used to be a powerful tree, and I was too familiar with it. That's how I was able to pick a 4 radiance fruit. Since you can pick a tricrimson fruit, it means that you have a connection with a tree. Perhaps you can try to pick one in the future. The more familiar you are, the better you'll be able to pick? Luin asked, his gaze deep. Of course, Suji replied. Luin felt that he had been wrong. He had thought that he would be able to pick a better fruit just by thinking about the mother tree since she was the most powerful one. In reality, he had picked a tricrimson fruit, but even though the mother tree was powerful, he wasn't familiar with it. Even the big face tree was more familiar with him than the mother tree. Right, the big face tree, he should try it. With that in mind, he closed his eyes and began to think about the big face tree. Suji was speechless when he saw Luin close his eyes. You still want to try? It's not like I lost anything, Luin replied before thinking back to the big face tree. Just thinking about the tree gave him a headache. His mind was filled with its buzzing, and he could even memorize the grand battles of the Third Mainland. He then opened his eyes and took a step forward, plucking the 4 radiant fruit. The entire Wood Dao Academy fell silent. Suji was completely dumbfounded. Was this even possible? On this day, the people from the Wood Dao Academy experienced the same feelings as those from the Lost Dao Academy and Void God Academy. When Luin had triggered the Void God tied and drawn in the village, the people from the Void God Academy had been stunned. When Luin had successfully punched in less than an hour and even found the hidden mountain card, the people from the Lost Dao Academy had been stunned. Now, Luin had reached out 3 times in a row and plucked a 4 radiant fruit. The people from the Wood Dao Academy were stunned. It wasn't just them, even Third Master Mu was stunned. Was this even possible? He hadn't seen this in so many years. Su Xiangying reacted the fastest and stood in front of Third Master Mu with a kind smile. A promise is the most important quality of a person. Looking at Su Xiangying's smile, Third Master Mu suddenly felt displeased. With Lu Yin's talent, he could have been accepted by the Wood Dimension and become a member of the Wood Dimension, but he had been snatched away by the Void God Dimension early on. Third Master Mu had been forced to eat dust and couldn't snatch this talent away. Why wasn't the Wood Academy the first academy that this brat went to? Talents are the gears of a civilization's development, Third Master Mu replied seriously. This touched Su Xiangying's most nervous nerves. You said you wouldn't steal it, Third Master Mu. I regret it, Third Master Mu said. Su Xiangying's eyes widened. You. Third Master Mu raised a hand to stop him and rubbed his forehead. Regret is one thing, but I'll keep my promise. Su Xiangying heaved a sigh of relief and smiled again. But Su Xiangying, you'll have to compensate me, Third Master Mu said in a low voice. Su Xiangying wanted to retort, but after thinking about it, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he had to compensate a little. There was no other way. Who asked that little fellow to be so outstanding? Don't be reluctant. This little guy can go to our Wood Spirit region after picking the 4 radiant fruit. You know what it means. Once he obtains an incredible wood talent, it will be enough to change his future. Compared to this, your compensation is better than nothing, Third Master Mu said sullenly. Mu from your wood universe can also go to my void god universe to find a powerful void god. It's the same. No one will lose out. But Mu doesn't have Xianxi's talent. Third Master Mu snorted. Su Xiangying hurriedly said a few good words to let this topic pass. The green bubble floated beside him, and he raised a hand to touch it. A weak power flowed into his body through his fingertips, almost as if he was absorbing a star crystal. This was the power that the wood spacetime people cultivated, and it was essentially a power that an extreme powerhouse could create. He wanted to guide this power to his heart, but now was not the time. He wanted to try again. Although he was familiar with the big-faced tree, it wasn't the tree he was most familiar with. The tree he was most familiar with was the sapling. Xianxia. Suji opened his mouth to speak, but he suddenly paused and looked at Lu Yin in shock. What was he doing? He closed his eyes again. Was he going to try again? Around them they didn't make a single sound. Lu Yin had caused too much of a shock, and when they saw him close his eyes again, they had a premonition that he wouldn't pick the 5-colored fruit, would he? Although they didn't dare to believe it, the premonition was growing stronger and stronger. Outside the Wood Dao Academy, Third Master Mu, Su Xiangying, and Yuting all looked at Lu Yin and saw him close his eyes. No way, he was going to try again? Third Master Mu and the others had never thought that their worldview would be turned upside down one day. Picking the fruit wasn't that simple. There were many cultivation families and sects in the Wood universe that wanted to pick a good one, but they couldn't. Those sects and clans would do everything they could to find strange trees in the entire universe and even in parallel universes. Even so, it was already quite good for the juniors to pick the 3 radiant fruit. Most cultivators in the Wood universe would be satisfied if they could pick the 2 radiant fruit. He Shu, Xiao Qingfeng, and the others were the top elites of their respective universes, which was why many people in the 6 direction training rites had managed to pick the 3 radiant fruit. Compared to the entire universe, this ratio was almost 0, let alone Suji's 4 radiant fruit. If Lu Yin could pick the 3 radiant fruit, it meant that he had seen a powerful tree before, which was normal. Being able to pick a 4 radiant fruit meant that the tree he had seen was quite extraordinary, even in the Wood universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to pick a 4 radiant fruit. Now that he had dared to try, it meant that he had seen an even more familiar and powerful tree. How many people and things could an ordinary person see in their lifetime? What had this kid seen? What had he come into contact with? Regardless of whether he would succeed or not, daring to try at least meant that he had the confidence to succeed. Lu Yin kept thinking about the sapling in his mind. That pleasant green leaf gently rubbed against his branch. That kind of dependence and trust made him feel as if the sapling was right next to him. At the same time, in the void of the 5th mainland sect above heaven, the green leaf on the sapling's branch suddenly lifted up and turned around. It slowly extended its branch as if it was rubbing against something, giving off a sense of dependence. This kind of dependence had transcended the parallel universe. Luin reached out and smiled warmly. To him, the sapling was like a child. He suddenly felt something soft in his hand. What is this? Luin opened his eyes, and a wooden fruit had appeared in his hand at some point. It sparkled with 5 colors. This was a 5-colored fruit. With a whoosh, Third Master Mu appeared in front of him with wide eyes. He grabbed Lu Yin's shoulder and was about to take him away when Su Xiangying suddenly appeared as well. Mu-san, what are you doing? Lu Yin had already sensed their arrival, but he didn't resist and just let them grab him. Old Su, I owe you a favor. Give him to us, Third Master Mu said solemnly with a solemn expression. Su Xiangying angrily shouted, impossible. Xianxia belongs to the Void God universe. No one can take him away. Mu-san, you said you wouldn't take him away. Third Master Mu frowned, now is not the time to talk about that. Do you know what it means to directly obtain a 5-colored fruit? Su Xiangying asked, then do you know what it means to cultivate and trigger a Void God tide? Old Su, don't be unreasonable. Xianxia belongs to the wood dimension. Xianxia must return to the Void God universe with me. No one can take him away. The crowd looked on in disbelief. They had actually succeeded, and not just succeeded, but the 5-colored fruit had also actively obtained it. This was something they had only heard of in the legends of the wood dimension. How could such a thing have happened? Suji turned and left, his eyes filled with anticipation. With such an opponent, he wouldn't be lonely. The future of the Void God universe would be his. The fight between Third Master Mu and Su Xiangying didn't stop just because the crowd had dispersed. Luin felt a headache coming on. Seniors, what's going on? Su Xiangying rolled his eyes. What else was going on? He really wanted to say, can you not be so outstanding? His performance in the Wood Dao College was not inferior to his performance in the Void God Dao College. He was no longer a genius, but a monster. If the Lost Clan did not discriminate against outsiders, with his performance in the Lost Dao College, he would definitely have one more competitor. Xianxia, right? Little guy, join the wood dimension. I'm Third Master Mu, and I'll guarantee you a spot in the wood dimension. The wood dimension was equivalent to the 5th mainland's progenitor realm. Su Xiangying scolded, Third Master Mu, you're shameless. How dare you guarantee a spot in the wood dimension? You're not even one yourself. It's not a problem. I only picked the 3 crimson fruit, but Xianxia obtained the 5-colored fruit on its own. No one in the wood dimension can match his talent. He'll definitely become the wood dimension. Bullshit, no one can guarantee that they'll become an extreme powerhouse. How do you explain the reincarnation dimension? Su Xiangying choked. The reincarnation dimension was a strange existence. Even after so many years, the number of the 3 venerables and 9 sages hadn't decreased. It wasn't a matter of cultivation, but rather a matter of bestowment. And how do you explain the transcendence dimension? Third Master Mu asked again. As long as one wore the transcendence dimension's black energy source and their body could withstand it, they could become an extreme powerhouse. Su Xiangying gritted his teeth. You can't do it in the wood dimension. That's because you're ignorant. Bullshit. You're the one who's bullshit. If you have the ability, guarantee one for Xianxia. You dash. Luin was very calm, as everything was within his expectations. With his talent, it would be strange if no one fought over him. He felt as if he had returned to Yu Hao's era. It was so familiar, and if he wanted to better understand the 6 Direction Society, this talent was necessary. In the end, the competition was stopped by Yu Ting. Luin still belonged to the Transcendence Dimension, and if no one fought over him, he would be recognized as a member of the Void God Dimension. However, now that the Wood Dimension was fighting over him, Lu Yin's final destination was uncertain. This was what Su Xiangying was most worried about. Lu Yin's fate depended not only on himself, but also on the Transcendence Dimension. Thus, they were very polite to Yu Ting. No matter what, we can't disturb his cultivation. No matter which dimension Xianxia ends up in, it'll be a blessing for humanity. Come with me to the Transcendence Dimension, Yu Ting said. Third Master Mu and Su Xianxia looked at each other and nodded at the same time. All right. Xianxia, don't feel burdened. I know you yearn for the Void God civilization. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring you back, Su Xianxia smiled. Lu Ying bowed. Thank you, Senior. Third Master Mu moved closer and smiled. Xianxia, stay here and learn more about the wood dimension. You'll find that it's more powerful than that Su whatever. We're the true path of human cultivation. Third Master Mu, don't be shameless. Su Xianxia was unhappy. Alright, you two, it's time to go, Yuting said, smiling at Lu Ying before leaving. Lu Ying stood in place and waved his hand, causing the green bubble to float over. It was time to find a place to absorb the wood dimension's power. Not long after, news of Lu Yin's performance in the Wood Dao Academy spread. He had started with the monochromatic fruit, then the tricrimson fruit, then the four radiance fruit, and finally the five-colored fruit. This talent shocked the entire six-direction training grounds, and it also caused Xianxi's name to rise above Xiaoqing Feng, He Shu, and the others. He was now the most talented person in the entire six-direction training grounds. Suiyu was stunned as he thought back to that ignorant man in the drift cloud space. Was he really that freakish? Shihong's sword-wielding arm fell limply to her side. No wonder Xianxia had been able to break the swimming dragon flash so easily. Perhaps Xianxi's cultivation talent wasn't bad, but no one had discovered it yet. No, she should have discovered it herself. Xianxia had been able to break the swimming dragon flash as soon as he saw it. If this wasn't talent, then what was? Luo Lauer was excited and began to spread the news that Xianxia was his brother-in-law, scaring those who had chased after him because of Cliff Town. Xianxia was nothing right now, he was just talented, but talent could be transformed into strength in the future. Who knew what heights Xianxia would reach in the future? Suyu gritted her teeth when she heard the news. Xianxia, you've surpassed my brother. Not bad. First, you ruined my trial, and now you're suppressing my brother. Lu Ying didn't know how many enemies he had. To him, this was just a game to understand the six-direction training grounds. Once he understood the six-direction training grounds well enough, Xianxia would disappear, and the next person to face them would be Lu Ying, the fifth mainland's Dao Lord. He wondered how the six-direction training grounds would react. Green bubbles filled the entire Wood Dao Academy, and Lu Ying continued to search for and absorb the power of the wood space-time dimension. This strand of power entered his heart, and a green sprout began to grow on the land formed by his fate's end. That was where his heart was. Lu Ying hadn't expected the wood dimension's power to sprout on the land formed by the fate's end. What was the next step? Would a tree grow out of it? He couldn't figure out what the power in his heart was like. Void God's power was like a river, and the only true God's power was like a red star hanging in the sky. There was also the time-withering wood and the black and white fog. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed to become a complete universe. Could there really be a universe growing in his body? He wondered how Su Xianxia and the others were doing. Several days later, Lu Ying received a notice to prepare to head to the Wood Spirit Realm. Wood Spirit Region? Lu Ying was shocked. The person who had told him was Yuting. Yuting sighed. Because of you, the Wood Spirit Region was opened earlier than expected. I don't understand, Lu Ying replied. Yuting said, both the virtual God universe and the Wood universe are competing for you. We can't be biased, so we've decided to let you decide which universe you want to go to. Musen immediately applied to the Wood universe to open the Wood Spirit Region in advance. As long as you obtain enough wood talent in the Wood Spirit Region and surpass the virtual God universe you obtained in the virtual God universe, you can enter the Wood universe. Lu Ying was terrified. Because I single-handedly disrupted the process of opening the Wood Spirit Realm. I feel uneasy. Yuting looked at Lu Ying. Do you know how many people are envious of your talent? You're now known as the most talented person in the six-direction training grounds. Xianxia, work hard. Perhaps I'll have to look up to you in the future. Lu Ying hurriedly replied, Senior will always be senior. This junior doesn't dare to have any delusions. Yuting smiled. Get ready. Some people might be grateful to you, but others might resent you. He then led Lu Ying out of the Wood Dao Academy and into space. Lu Ying didn't understand Yuting's words at first, but he didn't bother to explain. It wasn't until he met with a group of people that he understood. I was planning to return to the reincarnation spacetime in a month to familiarize myself with a tree and cultivate a relationship with it. Then, I'll go to the wood spirit region. But you actually brought it forward. Not bad, Xianxia. Jiang Xiaodao looked at Luyin with displeasure. Suyu snorted. Me too. I've already prepared a few trees at home. Almost half of the people present looked at Luyin with dissatisfaction. There were very few people who could stand here who had plucked the triple crimson fruit on their own. It was normal for them to rely on their background to find the tree in advance. They more or less knew about it, and it was even possible for them to find the tree before entering the 6-direction training grounds. Plucking the fruit was the first step, and the main reason they had to pluck a good one was to enter the wood spirit realm. The wood spirit realm was the most important, and there was a fixed time for them to enter. They would have made a lot of preparations beforehand, but who would have thought that Luyin would disrupt their plans? They all looked at Luyin with displeasure. Only 1 or 2 people rejoiced in Luyin's misfortune. They had plucked the triple crimson fruit on their own, so it was useless even if they were given time to prepare. This was fair and just. Of course, this didn't mean that Jiang Xiaodao and the others couldn't pluck the triple crimson fruit on their own. Even if they didn't have a family background, they were far more outstanding than others. However, to them, just being outstanding was far from enough. In the 6-direction training grounds, the word perfect had a special meaning. Luyin naturally didn't care about their resentment. He scanned the crowd and saw that they were all geniuses from the 6-direction training grounds. The siblings, Su Ji and Su Yu, Jiang Xiaodao, He Shu, Xiao Qingfeng, and a man who looked similar to Luo Lauer but was slightly more handsome. He should be Luo Zong, the son that Luo Jun cared about the most. His parents were both progenitors, and he was a typical 2nd-generation powerhouse. The others weren't simple either. To be able to participate in this circle, they all had some sort of connection with a progenitor. In the 5th mainland's cosmic tree realm, they would be at the same level as the 4 young ancestors. However, because their cultivation civilizations were different, their strength was different, and their cultivation progress was different as well. In comparison, cultivators of the same age from normal cultivation civilizations, even if they were geniuses, might not be able to compare to those from the hyperspace era, the Void God universe, or the Lost Clan. For example, the 4th young ancestor, Bai Xiaohong, was an enlighter, but the hyperspace era's people of the same age might not be able to reach the enlighter realm. After all, it was rare for someone to reach the enlighter realm at that age, but the hyperspace era's people could make up for the difference with their energy sources. Shihong was an enlighter, but with her energy source, she was able to display a power level close to 6 origin tribulations. This was something that Bai Xiaohong could not compare to. The Void God universe was the same. Drawing on a Void God that was several times stronger than one's own Void God's power was equivalent to displaying several times one's own strength. Although the Lost Clan was different from the hyperspace era's people, a single card had been set up for several years, or even more than a decade. If a person used a trap that had been set up for so many years to fight, then the outcome would be obvious. The difference in power between different cultivation civilizations was actually very big. The reincarnation era's people and the 5th mainland were both normal cultivation civilizations. Their strength lay in the fact that they could bestow power upon their cultivators. Once they obtained the approval of a Grand Empyrean, they would be able to soar to the heavens and forever maintain the 3 sages and 9 sages. This was something that the 5th mainland could not compare to. The 6-direction society had 6 different civilizations, and the more Luyin interacted with them, the more curious and interested he became about them. He did not believe that the 5th mainland was any worse than them. The above heavens had become a legend in the 3 sovereigns realm, so naturally, it could also become a legend in the 6-direction society. However, this did not prevent Luyin from using the 6-direction society's power to strengthen the 5th mainland. He hoped to use the energy source to arm the cultivators and disperse their enemies' power. He also hoped to use the feed technique to unleash a devastating attack that could sweep through the heavens. Every cultivator had an innate gift of wood, so there was no need for them to personally fight. They only needed to release their Void God's power. Every cultivator's weapon had a monarch's aura, and at a critical moment, they could use a card to drag their enemies to death. Most importantly, this card could bestow power upon them. The Six Direction Society's civilizations could allow a person to soar by leaps and bounds. This was not only what the Six Direction Society wanted to do, but it was also something that Luin wanted to see happen. However, this was definitely not something that the Eternals wanted to see. Based on Lu Yin's understanding of the Eternals, it was impossible for them to not take action. The more they remained silent, the more dangerous it would be for them. Let me introduce myself. I'm Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng walked over to Lu Yin with a smile on his face. His pale golden robes made him seem both noble and sacred. Lu Yin was curious. Do you wear these clothes on the battlefield? Xiao Qingfeng had not expected Lu Yin to ask such a question. Is there a problem? I'm just curious, Lu Yin replied. Xiao Qingfeng did not bicker, and his attitude was rather cordial. He was completely different from when he had provoked Lu Yin outside the above heaven. It could only be said that the current Xianxia had caught his eye. Your performance at the Void God Academy, the Lost Academy, and the Wood Academy has made you the undisputed #1 genius of the Six Direction training grounds. Xianxia, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of innate gift you'll obtain. Lu Yin did not say much and tried his best to keep a low profile. He wondered if he would run into any progenitors in the Wood Dimension. Not only that, but the Wood Dimension was completely different from the Fifth Mainland. There was a Wood ruler who could change the world there, and if he was discovered by that person, he wondered if Death Mask would be discovered as well. He had gone too far this time, and it was better to keep a low profile in the future. Not long after, more people arrived. Aside from those who had joined the Wood Academy, there were also those who had transferred from the Wood Academy to other academies. There were less than 20 people in total. These were all geniuses who had obtained the triple red fruit. Suji had obtained the 4 radiance fruit, and Lu Yin had obtained the 5 colored fruit. They formed the lineup for the early opening of the Wood Spirit Realm. Third Master Mu sighed in amazement as he looked at the crowd. None of the previous openings of the Wood Spirit Realm have had this many people. The most that's been recorded in this spacetime was only 15 people. How spectacular. He then deliberately looked at Lu Yin and smiled. There's also a 5-colored fruit holder here. Lu Yin smiled in a reserved manner. Xianxia gritted his teeth, this bastard really knew how to act. Everyone, enter the Wood Dimension, Third Master Mu said, and a green light enveloped everyone, including Su Xiangyin and Yu Ting. They then tore through the void and stepped out. By the time they could clearly see their surroundings, they had arrived at a strange and unfamiliar region of space. Lu Yin looked ahead and saw that the sky was dark and deep, but it was filled with countless green bubbles. There were even more green bubbles than the bubbles, and they extended endlessly into the distance. Even with his eyesight, he could not see the end of them. These branches couldn't possibly cover the entire Wood Dimension, could they? Congratulations, Howzy's monkey. I'm happy to have a son. I wish you a peaceful family. Third Master Mu focused on Lu Yin. The others belonged to other spacetimes, including Suji. Even though he had obtained a 4 radiance fruit, he could not join the Wood spacetime, but Lu Yin was different. He had to pull this 5-colored fruit genius into the Wood spacetime. Seeing Lu Yin's surprise, he recalled the information he had obtained in the hyperspace continuum. This person was not from the hyperspace continuum, but had been captured by the hyperspace continuum along with Zi Jing. This person's knowledge of the Hexagon Society was practically zero. In that case, he coughed and explained, what you're seeing right now is the Wood Continuum. Our Wood Continuum cultivates the power of wood as a foundation, and we combine our battle techniques with our innate gift of wood to create a powerful force that is second only to the reincarnation continuum. Su Xiangyin raised an eyebrow, second only to the hyperspace continuum? Third Master Mu, did you get the Six Direction Association to agree with you? Third Master Mu raised his head, this is the power of the Wood spacetime. I don't need anyone else's approval. Su Xiangyin sneered, boasting about yourself will only show that you're narrow-minded. Third Master Mu pointed at the sky, you're talking about narrow-minded people with me? The Eternals have invaded the reincarnation spacetime and the virtual god spacetime, but they rarely invade the Wood spacetime. The reason is because of the trees that are everywhere in the Wood spacetime. They've been accumulated by the people of the Wood spacetime over countless years. They were built by the Sovereign, and they're killing weapons that can kill our enemies. Luin was shocked. They really did cover the entire spacetime. He did not know how large the wood spacetime was, but it was definitely not smaller than the fifth mainland. The wood spacetime's foundation was truly deep. Su Xiangying retorted, the void god spacetime also has void gods. Yuting said, gentlemen, the wood spirit realm should be opening soon. The two stopped arguing. Third Master Mu used the power of wood to lead the group in a certain direction. Along the way, Luin saw many people from the wood spacetime. Some were walking through space, while others were building cities and kingdoms on branches. There were also spaceships sailing through space. Aside from the trees and green bubbles that covered the sky, everything else was not much different from the fifth mainland. He even saw rivers flowing through space, stretching far into the distance. All of a sudden, his expression turned cold. Someone was staring at him from afar. It was impossible to tell how far away they were, but that gaze caused his muscles to tense up, and he was filled with dread. An ancestor. That was definitely an ancestor. In the distance, a blindfolded man was sitting cross-legged on a tree branch. A long blade was stabbed into his side, and he was facing Lu Yin's direction. Third Master Mu noticed this and hurriedly bowed. Su Xiangying and Yuting bowed at the same time. The rest of the people didn't notice their gazes, but when they saw Third Master Mu and the others bowing in one direction, they all did the same. Hey, what's going on? Xianxia bent over and asked in a low voice. Su Yu was beside him. The two of them had mocked Luin at the same time, and now they had found a common topic. Su Yu shook her head and pursed her lips. What do you think is the reason why the seniors are bowing? Did I encounter an extremely powerful expert? Xianxia was surprised. In the distance, the blindfolded man suddenly grabbed the hilt of his sword, unsheathed it, and slashed out horizontally. An indescribable sharpness instantly closed in, and Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Attack? No. Suppressing the urge to escape, he instantly appeared under everyone's feet and disappeared with them. Other than Third Master Mu, no one else, including Su Xiangying, knew that something like this would happen. By the time they reacted, they were already far away from their previous positions. Everyone looked at Third Master Mu in confusion and fear. Third Master Mu bowed again and solemnly said, it was Senior Woodcarving who sent us off. Senior Woodcarving? That Senior Woodcarving? Yuting and Su Xiangying exclaimed. Third Master Mu was proud. That's right, that Senior Woodcarving. No matter how much Su Xiangying wanted to belittle Mu Shiqiang, he still treated this name with respect from the bottom of his heart. Yuting was the same. He was shocked. It's actually that Senior Woodcarving. He's the one who single-handedly killed an Eternal Corpse King. Luin was shocked when he heard this. Someone who could single-handedly kill an Eternal Corpse King was a Progenitor Realm Corpse King? That was terrifying. Anyone who could cultivate to the Progenitor Realm would definitely have an extremely high Corpse King cultivation. Their physical strength and defenses would be insanely powerful, and they wouldn't be much weaker than the Corpse God. Even Luin wouldn't be able to kill such a monster, but Senior Woodcarving had single-handedly killed one. It was no wonder why everyone was so shocked. Senior Woodcarving is a legend of the Six Paths Society. I never thought that we would be lucky enough to meet him. We can brag about it for the rest of our lives. Third Master Mu glanced at Luin and was satisfied when he saw the shock on Lu Yin's face. With Senior Woodcarving sending us off, we've arrived at the Wood Spirit Realm. As soon as he finished speaking, a green light appeared in the distance, illuminating the entire sky. It was incomparably huge. Third Master Mu led the group closer, and the green light descended and guided them in. Inside the green sun was a completely different world. It was like a fairy tale, with green dots floating everywhere. The ground was suspended, and waterfalls flowed in the sky. There were also very small creatures flying around, emitting sparkling lights. There was also a refreshing floral fragrance. This was also a vast space. Third Master Mu explained, any tree that you encounter in the wood spacetime can obtain an innate gift of wood. Only those who pick the Triceray fruit can enter the wood spirit realm and obtain a rare and powerful innate gift of wood. For example, Mu Mu, you know her. She encountered a tree that nurtured a golden crow in the wood spirit realm, and her innate gift gave birth to a golden crow. Once the golden crow appears, it can burn stars and create oceans. I hope that all of you can obtain powerful innate gifts from the wood spirit realm. There's one thing to remember when searching for trees in the wood spirit realm: do not reveal any malicious intent. The trees here have existed for a very long time, and many of them are far stronger than you. They won't take the initiative to attack you, and even if you want to obtain their innate gift of wood, they won't attack you as long as you can approach them. However, if they sense any malicious intent from you, then it's a different story. Su Xianxia urged, "Alright, let them search for it." Third Master Mu glared at him, "What's the rush? The wood spirit realm is opening, and people from the wood spacetime are coming over." The wood spirit realm opened early, but the wood spacetime selection hasn't started yet. Yuting didn't understand. Third Master Mu was helpless. "There's nothing we can do about it. We'll just find as many as we can. If there's no one, then forget it. Let's wait and see." They appeared at a low mountain peak, and a green screen of light connected the sky and the earth, dividing the space into two. In front of Lu Yin's eyes, butterfly-like creatures danced about, mottled with green light. They were very beautiful. "Xianxia, let's compete. Let's see who can obtain a stronger innate gift," Jiang Xiaodao said eagerly. Lu Yin glanced at him, "Aren't you unprepared?" Jiang Xiaodao scoffed, "Do I need to prepare to compete with you?" Lu Yin smiled, "I'm a five-colored fruit." Jiang Xiaodao scoffed, "That doesn't mean anything. So, do you want to compete?" Suyu walked over, "Xianxia, you're a five-colored fruit. What's there to be afraid of?" "Xiaoya, come back," Suji growled. Suyu stuck out her tongue and left. Luo Zong walked over, "We more or less know about the wood spirit realm, and we all have our own goals. Xianxia, on the other hand, knows nothing. This kind of competition isn't fair." Jiang Xiaodao glanced at Luo Zong, "You're talking about fairness? Your parents are both powerhouses. No one can be fair to you." Luo Zong smiled, "That's for normal people, but Xianxia isn't normal." He then looked at Lu Yin, "Thank you." Lu Yin didn't understand, "For what?" Luo Zong replied, "That useless second brother of mine has caused you trouble." Lu Yin smiled, "Don't mention it. He's helped me a lot." Luo Zong nodded, "You've already helped him a lot, but he still has to walk his own path. It's a pity that he won't be able to reach your level in this lifetime." "Not necessarily," Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back, "maybe there's a benefactor helping him." Luo Zong laughed, "You're very interesting." Jiang Xiaodao scoffed, "Sinister." Because of Luo Zhang's disturbance, Jiang Xiaodao didn't continue to pester Lu Yin about the competition. The others all had their own circles and were discussing amongst themselves. Half a day later, another group entered the wood spirit realm. The leader was an old woman, and she quickly bowed when she saw Third Master Mu. Third Master Mu looked behind the old woman, "Only three?" The old woman was helpless. The wood spirit realm opened early, and many people weren't prepared. They didn't want to come at this time and wanted to come at the next opening. They were prepared. There were 3 children behind the old woman, 2 boys and 1 girl. They looked to be around 5 or 6 years old, and they had already started cultivating. There were 2 ways to cultivate in the wood spirit dimension. One was to let the children pick wood fruits when they first started cultivating and obtain an innate gift of wood. The innate gift would accompany them in their cultivation and allow them to improve faster. The other way was to cultivate first and try to find as many exotic trees as possible before picking wood fruits. This way, it would be easier to pick higher-grade wood fruits and find better innate gifts of wood. These 3 children obviously belonged to the first method. Third Master Mu said, "Alright, then I'll open the wood spirit realm." Everyone was solemn as they stared at the green screen in front of them. Innate gifts were very rare in the 5th mainland, but they could be obtained in the wood spirit dimension. It would be great if they could bring all of the 5th mainland's cultivators to the wood spirit dimension to obtain an innate gift of wood. If one wanted to obtain an innate gift of wood, they could only do so in the wood spirit dimension. This was something that Lu Yin had only learned after arriving at the Wood Spirit Academy. It was a pity that he couldn't obtain anything from the mother tree. Suddenly, the green screen disappeared, and Third Master Mu shouted, "Go in." Everyone jumped in. Although the 3 children were young, their reactions weren't slow, and they immediately rushed in as well. In an instant, the green screen descended once more and separated the two spaces. Luin looked ahead, wondering if this was the wood spirit realm. This was a place with all sorts of exotic trees. Everyone, how about we compare and 8 gifts? Someone laughed and rushed out. Xianxia disdainfully replied, let's compete. Whoever doesn't want to compete is a coward. He gave Luin a provocative look before leaving as well. Xiao Qingfeng and the others left one after another. Suji pulled Suyu away as well, but before he left, he said to Luin, don't disappoint me. Everyone left, including the 3 children. Luin looked around, but just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and turned around to rush off in a different direction. He had heard Third Master Mu's message, telling him to go in a certain direction with a very powerful tree. Third Master Mu had basically cheated in order to obtain Luin, but how many people had entered the wood spirit region by relying on their innate gifts? This was the law of the universe. He's already gone, why are you still looking? Third Master Mu sneered as he stared at Su Xiangyin. Su Xiangyin was confused. Xianxia was clearly heading west, why did he suddenly change directions? He looked at Third Master Mu, is this your doing? Third Master Mu said, nonsense. Yuting smiled, you two should just wait patiently. The results should be out soon. Su Xiangyin nodded, Third Master Mu, let's wait for the results. Third Master Mu sighed, I never thought that after so many years, we would be fighting over a junior. After all, we helped each other survive on the battlefield. Su Xiangyin had a complicated expression, only those who have experienced the battlefield would want to obtain a genius like Xianxia. Third Master Mu did not retort, and he exchanged glances with Su Xiangyin as they waited quietly. Within the wood spirit region, Luin had no clue what to do. Although Third Master Mu had said that there were powerful trees in this direction, he did not dare release his domain. After all, this was the wood spirit region, and it was rumored that it had been built by the Wood Spacetime ruler. Who knew if that ruler was monitoring him? It was better to be honest. In the distance, a woman's eyes glowed as she watched a palm-sized tree walk out of the void. Although the tree didn't have any facial features, it gave people a feeling of innocence like a baby. Every step it took was very delightful. What a cute little tree. After saying that, she stretched out her hand. Come on. The tree hopped closer to the woman and then jumped onto her palm under her delighted gaze. The next moment, the woman screamed as her arms were crushed. The void folded as black ripples spread out. Luin was shocked, was that gravity? The woman retreated and stared at the tree in fear, her face pale. Both of her arms were crushed, and the gravity was not something she could resist. Seeing that the sapling was still hopping over, she was terrified. Don't come over, don't come over, ah, the small tree paused, and its branches and leaves retracted. Then, it walked in another direction, feeling wronged. On the spot, the woman was panting heavily as she slowly fell down. Just now, she had experienced the feeling of death. Just by touching it, her arms were gone. Fortunately, that little tree had no intention of attacking her, otherwise, she would have died long ago. Luin shook his head. She could only blame herself. A small tree that could walk out of the void was definitely not simple. Not long after, he saw a 10-meter-tall tree with drooping branches. Every branch was like a sharp sword, sharp and unadorned. It moved with the breeze, cutting through the void. He was sitting alone in front of the tree, deep in thought. When he saw Luin appear, he went on guard, Xianxia, I found this first. Luin did not say anything and simply left. That tree seemed extraordinary, but it was not something he liked. The wood talent he obtained from that tree was definitely related to swords, so it was not bad. The wood spirit region was very large, and Luin only saw a few trees that caught his attention even after a few hours. However, he did not like any of them. Someone's here. Luin looked up at a corner of a mountain high up in the sky, where a man was holding a child and interrogating him. Kid, don't test my patience. I'll count to 10, and if you don't talk, you'll never talk again, the man threatened with a ferocious gaze. The child was one of the 3 who had come from the wood spirit region. Although he was afraid of the man's threat, he did not compromise, I won't talk. The man sneered, 1, 2, 3. Luin frowned. This person was definitely trying to get information about the region of wood spirit from the child. If such a young child had been able to pick the crimson fruit, then his family would definitely have told him what kind of tree to look for in the region of wood spirit. This man couldn't find it himself, so he was trying to use this method to find it. The three children all had their own goals, and everyone was well aware of it. However, most people could not actually do anything to the child. 4. 5. The boy pursed his lips, and the fear in his eyes intensified. However, he clenched his fists. I won't talk, and I won't talk. The man grabbed the boy by the neck and lifted him up. You want to die? Luin was about to attack when the sky suddenly darkened. He looked up and saw a gigantic tree that looked like a giant. It lifted its branches and stomped down like a giant's foot, crushing the mountain peak with a boom. The boy fell to the ground in a corner of the mountain, his arm still hanging from his neck. Blood flowed down his arm and dripped onto his body. The boy gulped. The arm had lost its owner. The man from before had been trampled to death by the giant tree, his entire body reduced to a puddle of blood. The boy hurriedly fled, as he had almost been trampled to death. Luin watched the giant tree leave on purpose, as it had sensed malice. This was what Third Master Mu had warned him not to show malice in the wood spirit region. This was what had happened, and he deserved it. That giant tree could give him an innate gift of wood, but Luin was still not interested. He did not want to obtain an innate gift that would make his body bigger. Over the next few days, Luin saw a tree covered in river water, and it was being chased by Xianxia. That tree was clearly suitable for him, as it had a bright moon in the sky. Many people tried to climb it, but it was difficult to get close. There were also strange fruits growing on the tree, and some people held them up, hesitating whether or not to eat them. It was only after coming to the wood spirit region that Luin had seen the wonders of the universe, which were vividly displayed by these trees. Unfortunately, he did not find a tree that could make his eyes light up. The sound of battle came from afar, and Luin stepped through the void to look over. It was Luozong and Suyu, and the two were locked in an intense battle. Not far from them, roaring purple lightning covered the horizon. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he felt a little envious. He could tell that this tree was not simple. The purple lightning had a destructive power level of more than 1,000,000. Luozong and Suyu kept their distance from the purple lightning, constantly exchanging blows in an attempt to defeat each other. Suyu's figure flickered as she kept dodging Luozang's battle techniques. However, as time passed, the distance between the two closed. The Void God civilization is not good at close combat. I'll let you leave for Suji's sake. Don't fight pointlessly, Luozong said. Suyu snorted, and her hair danced in the wind. She flipped and dodged Luozang's finger force, which pierced through the void and shot towards Lu Yin's shoulder. Luozong and Suyu both noticed Luin. Suyu frowned, as she could not even dodge Luozang's finger force from such a distance. This person was completely useless aside from his innate gift. Luozong glanced at Luin strangely. He had always thought that this Xianxia was not as simple as he seemed. However, did he not see the finger force just now, or was he unable to react in time? As he thought about it, he raised his hand again and pointed at Suyu. Suyu instinctively dodged, and the finger force shot towards Luin again. This time, it was aimed at Lu Yin's head. However, at the same time, Luin left his original spot. It was impossible to tell if he had only left after noticing the finger force or if he had already planned to do so. Even Luozong could not tell, and the more he could not tell, the more uncomfortable he felt. Luozong, I'll show you the power of my Void God spacetime. Suyu pulled away and raised her right hand. Void God, appear. The next moment, the void distorted and a blue phoenix suddenly appeared. It screeched towards the sky and stared at Luozong with its slender eyes. The blue phoenix carried an extremely high temperature, burning the void along its path and leaving behind traces of its high temperature. Luozong attacked as well. You have a void god, so do I. He pushed out a palm and the void distorted as well, revealing a table. Luin was surprised. A table? He immediately thought of the Void God Dao Academy. Only there would be such a strange void god. Su Xiangyin had said that there were many people in the Sixth Direction dojo who were looking for a void god. Suyu's blue phoenix was definitely a void god. Luo Zhang's table was obviously obtained from the Void God Dao Academy. He only needed to see how much Void God power it had, not what it was. It was just a Void God. So you had wanted to use Void God power to control Luin. If Luin had been controlled, he would have been equivalent to Suyu's Void God. The table slammed into the blue phoenix, but it did not care and raised its claws. With a bang, the table shattered and the Void God power was torn apart by the blue phoenix. Even though the blue phoenix had used up a lot of Void God power, it was still enough to pose a threat to Luo Zhang. The blue phoenix's Void God power was 10 times that of Suyu's. What did 10 times mean? Even in the Void God civilization, it was a rare genius. This also meant that the blue phoenix's destructive power was 10 times that of Suyu's. Against the blue phoenix, Luo Zhang could only retreat. His eyes lit up as he watched the blue phoenix chase after him. This was the power that he wanted. The Void God civilization, the Wood civilization, the Lost civilization, the Beyond Spacetime civilization, and the Reincarnation Spacetime civilization. He wanted all of these powers. Only by obtaining them would he be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. The Reincarnation Spacetime civilization did not care about the establishment of the 6 directional training grounds, but the 3 sovereigns' realms were extremely concerned about it. They had been the most active in promoting it, and now, there were finally results. Not only did he want to obtain a good Wood innate gift in the Wood Spirit region, but he also wanted to find the strongest Void God in the Void dimension. Only then would this trip not be in vain. With the Beyond Spacetime civilization's energy source, where could he not go in the universe? He would definitely surpass his father in the future. He did not care about Luo Zhang at all. The blue phoenix approached him as he turned around. Admit defeat, Luo Zhang, or you're finished. The blue phoenix drew closer and closer, and Luo Zhang felt the extreme heat. This heat was enough to melt him. He saw Suyu behind the blue phoenix and also Luin, who was even further away. He raised his hand and a stone Jian appeared. Jian sweeps the universe, traceless life. As soon as he finished speaking, the sovereign's aura around him surged and finally attached itself to the Jian. He took a step forward. Luin raised his brows. This guy was courting death. The blue phoenix's destructive power was not something that he could resist. No matter what power he used, he would definitely die if he faced the blue phoenix head-on. However, this person should not be courting death. Suyu had thought of the same thing, so she ignored everything and sent the blue phoenix crashing into him. Even if he died, it would have nothing to do with her. The Void God civilization did not fear a space with 3 sovereigns, and Lord Luo had so many sons. The blue phoenix swept through the area, turning everything into nothingness. It raised its head proudly and was about to let out a cry when it suddenly stopped. Suyu was currently under Luo Zhang's control, and his stone mace was pressed against her forehead. Both of them were pale, but Suyu seemed to be in a better state than Luo Zhang. How did you do that? Suyu did not understand. Luo Zhang's lips curled up. Have you ever heard of a secret technique that can only be created by an extreme powerhouse? Suyu glared at him, despicable. Luo Zhang shook his head. A secret technique is also a form of strength. How can it be despicable? He then put down the mace. All right, I won. Suyu snorted and grumbled, Blue Phoenix, come back. The blue phoenix was unwilling to give up and stared at Luo Zhang with its slender eyes. To it, this little thing could be burned to death, so it was not difficult at all. Blue Phoenix, come back. Suyu shouted. The blue phoenix shrieked and turned into a blue flame before disappearing into the void. Luo Zhang relaxed, thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to escape from your void god's claws. Suyu did not want to look at him and turned to Luin. How long are you going to watch? If you want it, then come. If you don't have the guts, then leave. Luo Zhang looked at Luin. Brother Xianxia, there's only one tree. Although it doesn't say that only one person can obtain an innate gift from the tree, one person is better than 2 people trying. Do you want to fight for it or give up? Luin leaped down. I won't fight. First come, first serve. Go ahead. Coward, Suyu said with disdain. Luo Zhang nodded, then I won't hold back. He then charged towards the lightning. Crack. The lightning was like a blade that tore through the void and split the ground in front of Luo Zong. Luo Zhang's expression did not change as he approached the tree step by step. Even though the lightning rained down, he did not stop. Suyu gritted her teeth, but she had lost. She could only watch unless Luo Zong. Although she hoped that Luo Zong would fail, if Luo Zong failed, she would not succeed either. She glanced at Luin with a complicated heart, and the more she looked at him, the more annoyed she felt. This guy didn't seem to care at all, which made her grind her teeth. Hey, do you know what this tree means? It might be the most powerful tree in the wood spirit region, Suyu said. Then you're just going to watch. Suyu's voice grew louder. Luin looked at her. I can't beat him. But. Right. Luo. At this moment, Luo Zong was less than 100 meters away from the tree. In front of him, there was nothing but lightning. There was almost no gap. He stopped. It was unknown what he did, but a blurry figure appeared in front of him. It was exactly the same as him. Suyu's eyes widened. This was it. Just now, she had been defeated by this move. Luo Zong had suddenly appeared beside her. Not only had he avoided Lan Feng, he had even threatened her. The shadow was similar to a mirage, and Luo Zong was able to switch positions with the shadow. This was a pretty good secret technique. In terms of movement, it was far from being comparable to the planned secret character. However, because there was an additional shadow, it could sometimes be used in battle. Luo Zhang's goal was to switch places with the shadow and appear directly beside the tree. Just as Suyu thought he was about to succeed, lightning suddenly swept through the area, turning everything within 100 meters of the tree into dust. Luo Zong was shocked and quickly retreated. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly, or he would have been killed by the lightning if he had moved half a meter forward. The lightning was terrifying, and it wasn't something Luo Zong could withstand. Luo Zhang's eyes flickered as he looked at the tree in front of him. He thought about it and sighed, turning to leave. Suyu frowned, he had failed. Luo Zong walked out of the area covered by lightning and looked at Suyu and Luin helplessly. I failed. That tree doesn't recognize me. Suyu, you can try. Suyu rolled her eyes. You failed, and so did I. It looks like only those who have plucked a 4 radiance fruit can succeed. The two then looked at Luin, as he was the only one present who could succeed. He hadn't plucked a 4 radiance fruit, but rather obtained a 5-colored fruit without even touching it. Luin looked at the tree in the distance. If he could obtain an innate gift of wood from this tree, it should be lightning. Lightning wasn't bad, but he didn't feel like it was what he wanted. He hadn't come into contact with much lightning ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation. The most powerful lightning he had encountered was when he had borrowed the lightning from the Hellworm's head to block the corpse god. The terror of that lightning was still fresh in his mind. Would he also obtain an innate gift of lightning? Brother Xianxia, are you not satisfied with this tree? Luo Zong was curious. No, I'm just wondering if it'll be dangerous. Suyu sneered, don't even think about it. You can't go. Luin didn't understand, why? Suyu stepped in front of him and raised her head. You ruined my trial a few months ago. Do you remember? Luin shook his head, no. Suyu glared at him, you're still pretending? Fine, I'll take revenge regardless of whether you're pretending or not. You ruined my trial once, and I won't let you near that tree this time unless you defeat me. Suyu, if you can't get it, then you won't let anyone else get it. That's not a good trait, Luo Zong said. What does that have to do with you? Luo Zong shook his head, Brother Xianxia, I can't help you. Luin smiled, you're all elites, and I can't compare to you. Since you won't let me near it, then I'll leave. He then turned to leave. Luo Zong and Suyu were stunned. Why was he giving up so easily? Even they had to fight over that tree, which meant that it was extremely precious. Why was this guy giving up so easily? Hey, you don't want it anymore? Suyu was confused. Aren't you blocking me? Luin asked. You can avoid me. I can't. You. Suyu didn't know what to say. She just wanted to find an excuse to teach this guy a lesson, and she didn't really want to stop him. After all, he was someone from the Void God universe, and it would be beneficial for the universe if he obtained a good innate gift. They weren't enemies, but this guy was too honest. So you couldn't find a way out. Most importantly, if this fellow did not get a good talent and went out to find a master to complain, she would be in trouble. With this fellow's talent in the virtual god Dao, it was very likely that he would have an extremely strong master. The more she thought about it, the more guilty she felt. But Luin had already left. She couldn't drag him back. Humph, fine, I don't want it, Suyu muttered and turned to leave. Luo Zong looked in the direction Luin had left, his eyes filled with surprise. This person gave up so easily and didn't seem to be unwilling. He thought about it and followed. In the end, Luin decided not to take the lightning innate gift. After all, he had never trained in the power of lightning. Compared to lightning, he wanted to see what kind of trees the wood spirit region had. Even if he couldn't come this time, it didn't mean that he couldn't come next time. He could just change his identity. He was used to it. Luo Zong followed behind, but he didn't show his face. He looked extraordinary on the surface. As the son of Lord Luo, he had a powerful background and was willing to lower himself to communicate with others. No matter how one looked at it, he was a genius. However, he had already tested Luin when he fought with Suyu, and now he was following him. This person was like most cultivators, or rather, he was a pure cultivator. He couldn't be considered good or evil. Luo Zong was good at hiding himself. Although Luo Zhang's cultivation resources were far superior to Luo Zhang's, he was much weaker in this aspect. On the other side, Jiang Xiaodao laughed wildly. I did it. Ha ha ha. I got an innate gift. He laughed wildly as he spun the water around him. The water flowed in all kinds of colors, and it was very beautiful. This was his wood innate gift, River Glow. It was the most suitable innate gift for him. With the wood innate gift, he felt that his battle prowess had reached a higher level, especially when he used the Sky River battle technique. Moo moo, when we get back, I'll teach you a lesson. In a corner of the wood spirit region, Hishu slowly approached a strange tree in front of him. The tree's branches were full of stones, not fruits, but stones. No matter how he looked at them, they were stones. But that wasn't right. How could there be stones on the tree? Hishu wanted to take a look, so he kept approaching. Suddenly, a branch rose and bent, shooting a stone at Hishu like an arrow. Hishu immediately dodged, but the stone was very fast. He almost couldn't dodge it even with his reflexes. However, in the next moment, dozens of branches bent, and countless stones flew at him. Hishu was shocked and used all kinds of methods to deal with them, but in the end, he was still hit by a stone and was sent flying. He coughed up blood and looked at the tree. It wasn't simple, but he didn't plan to get close. Thinking about how his wood innate gift was to throw stones, it was too embarrassing. Hishu decided to give up and look for another tree. Not long after Hishu left, a child came and saw the tree. He happily rushed over. He was one of the 3 children that Mu Shiqiang had brought with him. The child wasn't hit by a stone, and he smoothly ran to the tree. He pressed a hand on the tree and tried to receive the wood innate gift. Trees weren't easy to approach. People could choose trees, and trees could choose people. One of the criteria was the tree's fruit. Hishu had picked the 3 crimson fruit, which meant that he was qualified to enter the wood spirit region to search for trees. However, that didn't mean that he could approach all trees. Luo Zong, Suyu, and the others were the same. There was only one exception: picking the 5 colored fruit allowed one to approach almost any tree. This was why Third Master Mu and Su Shangyin were fighting over Luin. Only those from Mu Shiqiang knew what kind of trees existed in the wood spirit region. Some of them gave extremely powerful wood innate gifts, and Third Master Mu didn't even dare to imagine how powerful Luin would become. This meant that the human race would have another powerhouse in the future. Under such circumstances, how could Third Master Mu give up on Luin? At the same time, many people in the wood spirit region saw a shocking scene. Suji was fighting with someone, and everyone thought that they were fighting over a tree. However, there wasn't a single tree nearby, and the person fighting with Suji was also Suji. Everyone was stunned. Suji and Suji were fighting in exactly the same way. What the hell? Replica tree. It's a replica tree, the little girl shouted excitedly. Someone nearby asked, "Little girl, what's a replica tree?" The little girl was one of Mu Shikong's 3 children, and she obediently replied, "It's a very powerful tree in the wood spirit region. It can replicate anyone who approaches it, whether it's their appearance, cultivation, or battle techniques. It's one of the most powerful trees in the wood spirit region, and very few people have been able to obtain an innate gift from it. That big brother is so powerful, he actually caused the tree to replicate him. He's Suji, the only person in the 6 paths who obtained a 4 radiance fruit." The little girl's eyes lit up. A 4 radiance fruit? That's amazing. Seeing that the battle was getting further and further away, the crowd hurriedly chased after it. They wanted to know the final result. Everyone in the wood spirit region was searching for a tree, and they saw all sorts of strange trees. Luin saw the giant tree again. It was constantly on the move, unlike the other trees that were fixed to the same spot. Thus, he decided to chase after it. Luo Zong watched as Luin headed for the giant tree. Strange, what is he doing? Not long after, Luin arrived at the base of the giant tree and leaped onto its shoulder. The tree moved step by step, not paying any attention to Luin. Luo Zhang's eyes flashed, and he mimicked Luin as he approached the tree. In the wood spirit region, if the tree led the way, he might be able to see something different. However, he didn't have Lu Yin's treatment. The giant tree raised its branches and sent him flying with a casual swing. He had no way to resist, and if he hadn't taken out a power vessel to defend himself at the critical moment, he might have been killed. Luo Zong crashed into the distance, piercing through several floating mountains. He coughed up blood, but the giant tree was already far away. Bang! He punched a mountain wall, his eyes filled with anger. This was the advantage of the 5-colored fruit, he could do whatever he wanted in the wood spirit region. Xianxia, I'll remember you. Luin climbed onto the giant tree's shoulder and sat down cross-legged. There was no need for him to search on his own, as he could just follow the tree's lead. He had no idea what he would see. The giant tree did not move very quickly, but it covered a very long distance with each step. Along the way, Luin saw quite a few people. Some were hiding while others were staring blankly, not daring to approach the tree. He saw Jiang Xiaodao, who was surrounded by water streams. At first glance, he looked similar to the ancestral Qi of the 3 sons of the prime clear lineage. He was laughing wildly. There was also Xiao Qingfeng, and it was unknown whether or not he had obtained an innate gift. He was looking at him from the top of a mountain. The 2 of them exchanged a glance. The wood spirit realm was huge, and it was difficult for everyone to see each other as they spread out. Gradually, Luin saw a tree that surprised him. He saw a tree that was holding up 3 layers of heavens, and each layer was extremely heavy. Each layer was equivalent to an entire world, and this tree was definitely not inferior to the thunder tree. In fact, it might even be on a higher level, but that was not what Luin wanted. He saw a tree that was constantly emitting gourd-shaped ripples. He tried to touch the ripples, but it was as if space-time had rotated, and one enemy after another appeared before him. This tree moved his heart. He memorized the location. Perhaps he could give it a try, even though he wasn't sure if he could obtain it from this tree. What kind of innate gift was this? He saw a tree that wasn't really a tree. It looked like a tear hanging in the void, but it had branches and a trunk that were sparkling and translucent. Over the past few days, Luin had seen all sorts of strange trees on the tree's shoulder. It was as if he was looking at a whole new world. Luin memorized a few trees and prepared to choose one from them. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past from the corner of his eye. Something quickly flashed past him, and his eyes narrowed. What was that? He rushed out of the tree without hesitation and chased after the giant shadow. He even used reverse step and arrived in front of the shadow in a few steps. He grabbed it. Why are you here? The giant shadow that Luin had grabbed was the tree that could run away. It was the sapling's favorite tree, and Luin had sent people to search for it all over the 5th mainland. Luin had never dreamed that the tree would appear in the wood spirit realm. The tree struggled to escape, just like it had in the past. Luin grabbed the tree. Do you have any intelligence? Why are you here? The tree twisted and turned in an attempt to escape. Nothing could stop it. Sapling misses you, Luin shouted. The tree paused for a moment before twisting again, trying to escape. Luin grabbed the tree with both hands, and an inexplicable feeling came over him. Not good, it's an innate gift of wood. Third Master Mu had warned him not to touch trees so easily after eating the wooden fruit, or else he would easily obtain an innate gift. However, this was only for trees from the wood dimension. Trees from other dimensions wouldn't obtain an innate gift of wood. Otherwise, he would have gone back to the mother tree. But what was with this tree that could run away? Did it come from the wood dimension? Luin was at a loss, but at the same time, he had obtained an innate gift of wood from the tree. What kind of innate gift could this tree give him? Escape? Suddenly, the scene in front of him changed. He saw lines piercing through the void, sometimes forming a square, sometimes a circle. These lines were twisting and extending, and he unconsciously let go of the tree. The tree picked up a branch and ran away. Luin reacted quickly and tried to grab hold of it, but the tree had already disappeared. It had completely disappeared. The tree had disappeared from the wood spirit realm, but in Lu Yan's eyes, it hadn't completely disappeared. Its branches parted the lines, and it seemed to be opening a door for it to escape. What's this? Spatial materialization? Luin slowly reached out and touched the lines, and a strange feeling came over him. These lines could be moved, and he saw a completely different scene from before. It was as if he could see space clearly. His fingertips moved the lines, and the void distorted. Luin took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already far away from the tree. Luin looked back and was excited. Space, this was definitely space. The tree gave him the feeling of controlling space, far surpassing the domain void god realm. This feeling came so suddenly, so inexplicably, and so beautifully. Could this be the legendary master of the void that Guizhi wanted to achieve? No, this was just the feeling of controlling space. The void palm allowed one to expand, shrink, and even chase after time. He was still far from that, but now that he could see space materialization, it meant that as long as he continued to cultivate, he would be able to control the void. One day, he would be able to reach the void palm realm. Luin looked at his hands with excitement. He had obtained such an innate gift without even realizing it. His future would be different, and from now on, his fighting style would be different as well. But what the hell was that big tree? It could control the void, but it could still be captured? Luin didn't wander around the wood spirit realm for the rest of the day. Instead, he walked step by step, looking at the lines in space. They were so beautiful, and when he touched them, they could distort the void and expand it. It was as if he had found a new toy, and he immersed himself in his own world. On this day, the wood spirit realm opened, and green bubbles enveloped everyone as they headed towards the mountain peak from which they had arrived. Xianxia, what innate gift did you get? When Luin reached the peak, everyone looked at him. Third Master Mu took a few steps forward and stood in front of the others, asking gently, Xianxia, what innate gift did you get? What tree did you see? Jiang Xiaodao, Luo Xong, and the others all came over. Luin was the only one who had obtained a 5-colored fruit, so he could move about freely in the wood spirit realm. He could basically choose any tree he wanted. Su Shangyin was nervous. He wanted Luin to get a good innate gift, but at the same time, he didn't. Suyu was nervous as well. This guy wouldn't tell on her, would he? Luin said, I saw a tree supporting 3 levels of the sky. Third Master Mu's eyes widened in excitement. You got 3 levels of innate gifts? Everyone was nervous, and their breathing stagnated. It was obvious from Third Master Mu's expression that this was an incredible gift. Luin shook his head, I only saw it, but I didn't try it out. Third Master Mu was disappointed. What happened next? I saw a gourd-shaped ripple on a tree, Luin said. Third Master Mu became excited again. You got an innate gift? Luin was helpless. I didn't have time. Everyone was speechless, and they all had the urge to beat him up. Third Master Mu's face twitched. Just tell me what tree's innate gift is. Luin replied, I don't know how to describe it, so just draw it. He then raised his hand and drew the fleeing tree in the air. He wondered if Third Master Mu would recognize it, as he was very curious about its origins. Everyone stared at the tree that Luin had drawn in a daze. Third Master Mu blinked, that's it? Lu Ying replied, that's it. There's no sign at all? Third Master Mu was indignant. Lu Ying shook his head. What about the innate gift? What is it? Lu Ying had already thought about it, make it faster. Third Master Mu's face contorted in disappointment, anger, and indignation. All sorts of emotions were present. Needless to say, Lu Ying knew that Third Master Mu did not recognize this tree. It's just faster? Third Master Mu was indignant. Lu Ying replied, I feel like my legs are surrounded by wind, and my speed is twice as fast as before. Third Master Mu, what kind of tree is this? Su Xianxia asked. Third Master Mu gritted his teeth, I don't know. Su Xianxia was astonished, you don't know? Third Master Mu replied, there are countless types of trees in the wood spirit realm, and the number is constantly increasing. How would I know? But. He glanced at Lu Ying, there's no sign, so it should be very ordinary. Xianxia, why are you looking for this tree? The others were curious as well, as from the drawing, any random tree in the wood spirit realm was better than this one. Lu Ying shrugged, I can't help it. It suddenly bumped into me, and I wasn't the one looking for it. It was too fast, and I couldn't dodge it. Third Master Mu's fingers trembled, and he wanted to slap Lu Ying. Lu Yin's casual words had negated his efforts, negated his efforts, negated his efforts, and negated his efforts to open the wood spirit realm ahead of time. Do you know how much I've sacrificed to open the wood spirit realm ahead of time? Third Master Mu gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Ying. Su Xianxia quickly stood in front of Lu Ying, Mu-san, this is fate. Since it's already like this, there's no need to say anything else. Xianxia will belong to the faux god civilization. Third Master Mu wanted to retort, but he couldn't say anything. What was the point of fighting now? He valued Lu Ying because of the five-colored fruit, as it would determine what innate gift Lu Ying would obtain. Xianxia had already obtained his innate gift, but he didn't even have a phenomenon, it was a trash innate gift. Even if Third Master Mu defeated Su Xianxia, what was the point? Besides, he might not even win. Many people in the wood dimension were unhappy with the opening of the wood spirit realm ahead of time, but they hadn't said anything because of the five-colored fruit. Now, Third Master Mu would definitely become a laughingstock, and if he continued to fight, he would seem like a scoundrel. The Six Direction Society's main goal was to increase the overall strength of the human race, which was why the Six Direction training grounds had been established. Since Xianxia had obtained a trash innate gift, the faux god civilization was the most suitable for him. Someone sneered, it's not worth it to open the wood spirit realm ahead of time for him. Yeah, if we had more time to prepare, we would definitely have gotten a better innate gift. I found the tree I wanted, but I just couldn't get close. Give me more time and I'll be fine. This Xianxia has ruined my entire life. Who isn't? Jiang Xiaodao was very happy, my innate gift isn't bad. Xianxia, you didn't harm me, haha. So you felt guilty, if she hadn't blocked him, Xianxia would have at least obtained a lightning innate gift. She looked at Lu Ying apologetically, but why was he still so calm and unaffected? Luozong frowned, it shouldn't be. Was it really that bad? Was he overthinking things? Xiao Qingfeng, He Shu, and the others looked at Lu Ying with calm gazes. His wood elemental gift was an additional gift, and it did not affect the fact that this person's gift was the best in the Six Direction dojos. Unless he did not manage to obtain a good natal virtual god in the void, he could still become an extremely powerful human in the future. When he thought about the void space, Xiao Qingfeng stepped forward. Void space, Senior Yin Xiang, since Xianxia already belongs to the void god civilization, I suggest that we postpone our trip to the void space. We can't let what happened in the wood spirit realm repeat itself. Su Xiangyin's expression changed, and he subconsciously glanced at Lu Ying. He Shu stepped forward. Junior also hopes that Senior will delay opening the illusory space so that we can prepare a bit more. Jiang Xiaodao shouted, of course it has to be delayed. I haven't even been initiated yet. Many people spoke out, hoping that the transition from void to yin would not open in advance. Su Xiangying looked at Lu Ying. Xianxia, what do you think? Lu Ying replied respectfully, since no one wishes to activate the illusory space ahead of time, I naturally have no objections. Su Xiangying was satisfied, as he admired Lu Yin's attitude. There was no need to worry about Musher Kong. Since that's the case, then the void space will be opened at the normal time, and it won't be opened in advance. Mu-san, do you have any objections? Third Master Mu waved his hand. This is a matter for your void god spacetime, and it has nothing to do with me. He then looked at Suji, who was the only one who had obtained a 4 radiance fruit. What innate gift did you obtain? Everyone looked at Suji. Luin looked over as well. Suji remained silent, as he had no intention of replying. Third Master Mu felt awkward, as he had been infuriated. He wanted to find some consolation, but no matter who it was, even if it was his disciple, they should not directly ask about someone else's innate gift. It was the same as asking about someone else's battle technique, it was a taboo. I know, it's a copy. A clear voice rang out. It was the little girl, and she looked at Suji with adoration. Big brother fought with a copy of the tree. Third Master Mu was shocked. That copy of the tree? Suji looked up at the little girl, and then at Third Master Mu. Yes. Third Master Mu sighed. In the entire Wood Spirit region, that tree can be ranked in the top 10. It's the best tree there is. Even someone who obtained a 4 radiance fruit might not be able to obtain that tree's innate gift, but you actually obtained it. What a pity, what a pity. Su Xianxia was displeased. What's a pity, Third Master Mu? Third Master Mu did not avoid the topic. It's a pity that Xianxia didn't obtain it. He shook his head and did not speak further. Su Xianxia raised his head. Suji obtained a powerful innate gift, and Xianxia also joined my void god spacetime. Hehe, my void god spacetime is destined to surpass everyone else. Third Master Mu became even more displeased when he saw Su Xianxia's expression. Alright, the Wood Spirit region is over. It's time to leave. Don't, Third Master Mu. Do you want to see what innate gifts the others obtained? Let everyone see. Su Xianxia looked at Su Yu and smiled. Little Yu, what innate gift did you obtain? Third Master Mu was furious. This old bastard was showing off. Aside from Suji, Third Master Mu did not want to know about anyone else. There was a limit to how many powerful trees one could obtain, and many of them were difficult to approach. Before Su Yu could reply, Third Master Mu began to chase them away. In the end, Su Xianxia and Yu Ting brought everyone back to the Tai spacetime. Su Xianxia returned with a bountiful harvest. Jiang Xiaodao was in a good mood as well, and he approached Luin. Look, this is Grandpa Dao's river cloud. What do you think? It's amazing, isn't it? When combined with the Astral River battle technique, I'll beat up anyone who dares to oppose me. Luin praised, not a bad innate gift. Of course. Jiang Xiaodao was pleased with himself, but then he felt that something was off. He glanced at Luin. What's with that tone of yours? What do you mean not bad? It's outstanding, extremely outstanding, and even perfect. Forget it, there's no point in telling you. Luin decided to return to the Hexway training hall and find a way to cause trouble for Mu Mu. As for Xianxia, he had only won once due to luck, so there was no need to bicker with him. Luin had to set his sights higher, and Mu Mu and Xiao Qingfeng were his true competitors. With that in mind, he approached Xiao Qingfeng. What's your innate gift? Xiao Qingfeng glanced at him and then ignored him. Jiang Xiaodao gritted his teeth. You're asking for a beating. Suji kept staring at Lu Yin's back. It was a pity that he had lost the 5-colored fruit. He had thought that Luin would be a worthy competitor, but this person's innate gift in the Void God civilization was obvious to all. Xiao Qingfeng, He Shu, Luo Zong, and the others had never told anyone about their innate gifts. Luin wasn't curious, as they were all the 3 crimson fruits. After their experience with the lightning tree, he believed that even if they obtained innate gifts, they wouldn't be too good. He even felt that they might not have obtained any innate gifts at all, and that they were simply waiting for the next opening of the wood spirit realm. After all, they couldn't cultivate innate gifts of wood from a young age, so they might as well wait. He was now listening to Yu Ting and Su Xianxin's conversation. The content of their conversation piqued his interest. The everlasting race's war against the void god spacetime is becoming more and more intense. 3 of the 7 sky gods have even appeared in the endless battlefield. If not for venerated Lotus, we might not have been able to maintain the situation, Su Xiangying sighed. Yuting spoke up. It's the same. The war in the primordial space directly determines our Hexway Alliance's war situation. Back then, they had lured almost all of the 7 sky gods over, which was why we were able to take advantage of the situation and reclaim our lost territory. We almost fought our way into the endless battlefield, but now that the everlasting race has completely retreated from the primordial space, the pressure on us has increased. They didn't hide their conversation from Luin and the others. In their opinion, these youngsters might not understand, but it didn't matter even if they did since it wasn't a secret. Senior Reincarnation Spacetime's Yuan Sage has already allowed the primordial space to indirectly start the war. When the time comes, we'll let the primordial space fight against the everlasting race. With the primordial space's strength, it should be able to lure 1 or 2 of the 7 sky gods over, which will greatly reduce the pressure on us. That's good. It doesn't matter what happens to the primordial space. At the very least, we won't give up the territory and resources that we've already obtained to the everlasting race. We'll just let the primordial space fight to the death with the everlasting race. Su Xiangying frowned. The primordial space was once the undisputed strongest spacetime. At its peak, our spacetime could only worship it, and even the reincarnation spacetime was no exception. It couldn't even compare to the primordial space. Even though the primordial space has completely weakened, it's still able to hold back several of the 7 sky gods. The primordial space's foundation is just too strong. Yuting nodded. A direct descendant of the Lu family, Lu Shaoxian, now known as Luin. I don't know how he did it, but he changed the primordial space's layout by himself. The Hexway Alliance is currently researching this person. Of course, this person might also be thinking of ways to get close to us. Su Xiangying laughed. I wonder how he plans to get close to us. Interesting. For a youngster to be able to do this is simply a legend. Even the perfect young sovereign from the reincarnation spacetime couldn't do such a thing. After so many years, perhaps it's time to make contact with the primordial space. I heard that the reincarnation spacetime has already made contact with the primordial space. Yuting, what about your ultra spacetime? Yuting calmly replied, I don't know. Maybe they want to make contact, but that spacetime's waters are too deep and unfathomable. I don't know if some old monster will appear out of nowhere. Su Xiangying suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. He looked at Yuting but didn't say anything as he fell into deep thought. For so many years, the primordial space's strength has been under the Hexway Alliance's surveillance. Actually, we have to thank the Eternals. Without them, it would have been difficult to stop the primordial space's development. This is their retribution. Soon, they returned to the Hexway training hall, and Luin headed to the Wood Dao Academy. With their return, news of what had happened in the Wood Spirit realm would quickly spread. Luin was currently focused on the primordial space, so he didn't have the time to care about the rumors. In ultra spacetime, Zijing arrived at a staircase filled with flowers. He looked down from above. Xianxi's situation in the Wood Spirit realm isn't too good. Zijing's heart trembled, and she hurriedly asked, did something happen to him? He looked at Zijing's concerned expression and smiled. No, but it's a pity that the 5-colored fruit didn't give him a good innate gift. Zijing heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. He stared at Zijing for a while. You can leave now. Zijing was baffled. She didn't know why he had asked her to come. Was it just to tell her this news? After Zijing left, he rubbed her chin and stared blankly at the flowers dancing in front of her. Not long after, a voice sounded out, Bai Qian went to Hexagon Training Hall. He was shocked, she really went. Yes. Humph, she's embarrassing me by hanging out with those filthy mortals. Just thinking about it disgusts me, he said disdainfully, let her be. She's a loser anyway. After a pause, he suddenly asked, Uncle Mo, do you think Zijing really cares about Xianxia? She doesn't care about his talent, she only cares about his safety. He looked up, is that so? But she didn't even ask what his talent was. At Hexagon Training Hall, Suji left the Wood Dao Academy and went to the Lost Dao Academy. Luin was immersed in the beautiful lines of space until he heard someone mocking him. It was someone who had bet on what kind of fruit Luin would pick. These people had not only bet on what fruit Luin would pick, but they had also bet that he would go to the wood spirit realm to find an innate gift of wood. Most people had bet that his innate gift of wood would surpass Suji's, and only a few had bet on the dark side. In the end, most of them had lost, and those who had lost were naturally unhappy. They kept looking for Luin and would mock him whenever they found him, looking as if they wanted to fight him. They knew that Lu Yin's cultivation was not high, unlike Suji's group. They were confident that they could beat him if they worked together. Luin frowned as he listened to the constant mockery. Noisy. A green bubble appeared in front of him and slowly floated away. A figure suddenly scurried over, almost touching Luin as he passed through the bubble and absorbed the energy. He looked back. Sorry, brother Xianxia. He then laughed and left. Luin was calm and did not want to argue. Another green bubble appeared behind him, and another person passed by and absorbed it as well. Sorry, brother Xianxia, your reaction is too slow. This kept happening. Sorry, brother Xianxia, I heard that your innate gift is related to speed. Why are you so slow? Brother Xianxia, you can't be careless with your cultivation. Brother Xianxia, since it's cultivation, you have to snatch it. A man laughed as he passed by, but just as he was about to touch the green bubble, it suddenly disappeared. He looked around blankly, but his gaze eventually landed on the green bubble behind him, and Luin was standing next to it. The man was stunned. Luin looked at him and his lips curled up. You're right. It's cultivation, after all, so we have to snatch it. He then touched the bubble and absorbed the energy. The man reacted and sneered, then you can try. I guarantee that you won't be able to touch a single bubble after this. Let's give it a try. Luin was nonchalant. He hadn't wanted to bicker with these people and had even planned to leave the Wood Dao Academy and head to the Reincarnation Dao Academy. However, these people kept provoking him, which made him unhappy. If he allowed them to provoke him without retaliating, then there would still be people who would cause trouble for him when he went to the Reincarnation Dao Academy. These people had forgotten what he had done at the beginning of the Void God Dao College, so he would make them remember. A green bubble appeared, and the man rushed over and used a battle technique. However, the bubble disappeared in an instant, and by the time the man reached it, it was empty. He was stunned and turned around to see the green bubble in Lu Yin's hand. Come and snatch it. The man was furious. You're courting death. He took a step forward, but he didn't try to grab the green bubble. Instead, he attacked Luin with a cold palm, clearly using a battle technique. Lu Yin's figure disappeared. The man's palm missed and froze a branch. He turned around to look for Luin. Xianxia, don't run. However, he couldn't see Luin anymore. Something strange happened in the Wood Dao Academy, and the green bubbles disappeared one after another. Just as someone was about to touch a green bubble, it disappeared. This situation spread throughout the entire academy. Who stole my bubble? It's Xianxia, I saw him. He's the one who stole it. That guy's that fast? Luin spread out his void god's force to search for the green bubbles, rushing over whenever he saw one. His speed had reached the level of an emissary, surpassing Suji and the others. As long as he could see a green bubble and wasn't too far away, he could snatch it. His range covered the entire academy. Gradually, everyone in the academy was robbed, and they all began to search for Luin. They followed him, surrounded him, and used all sorts of methods. However, Luin was too fast, and they couldn't even react in time. For the next half a month, very few people in the academy were able to cultivate, and all the green bubbles had been stolen by Luin. News of what had happened in the Wood Dao Academy quickly spread to the other academies, and they all rejoiced in Lu Yin's misfortune. This was especially true for the Void God Academy. Xiaowu didn't know why, but when he heard the news, he felt a sense of relief. If Luin was bullied, then what would happen to the others who had been suppressed by Luin? Now that Luin had swept through the Wood Dao Academy, things were different. It wasn't that they were too weak, but rather that the enemy was too strong. Luo Lauer cheered, brother-in-law is mighty. Jiang Xiaodao rolled his eyes when he heard the news. After all, he cheated and beat me. How can an ordinary person compare to him? In the Lost Dao Academy, little Lian worshipped him. He stole all the cultivation resources in the academy? That's amazing, brother Xianxia. Mu Duo admired Luyin and thought back to the first time they had met. Luyin had pretended to be bullied, but it was already good enough that he didn't bully anyone. In the Reincarnation Dao Academy, Shiheng was calm. Luyin had broken the swimming dragon's flash in one move, which meant that he was very powerful. Third Master Mu knew about this, but he didn't interfere. Lu Yin's ability to steal all of the Academy's cultivation resources was proof of his ability, and the Six Paths training grounds didn't forbid martial arts. However, he still went to take a look, and when he saw Lu Yin's speed, he sighed, he's really fast. What a pity. For a whole month and a half, Lu Yin had stolen all of the Academy's resources, which had been enough for more than 1,000 people. More than half of them had been stolen by Lu Yin alone, and now that he was cultivating the power of wood, he was equivalent to an enlighter in the Fifth Mainland. The little green sprout in his heart had grown a little stronger. He still needed to continue, as being an enlighter was far from enough. He needed to become an emissary. However, it would take forever for him to become an emissary based on the Academy's resources alone. On this day, the Academy sent a representative to negotiate with Lu Yin. The representative sincerely apologized to Lu Yin and hoped that Lu Yin would stop snatching the green bubbles. Although one could enter the Academy as long as they plucked a wooden fruit, these people's goal wasn't just to enter the Academy. They only plucked monochromatic and dual-colored fruits, which meant that they weren't qualified to enter the wood spirit realm. They could only search for trees in the wood dimension after reaching a certain level of cultivation. Because of Lu Yin's competition, they had wasted a whole month. They didn't have much time left to waste, and who knew how long Lu Yin would stay in the Academy? They weren't just competing with the people from the Six Paths training grounds, but also with people from their own spacetime. After these people apologized, Lu Yin stopped fighting and applied to Third Master Mu to go to the Reincarnation Dao Academy. Third Master Mu was shocked. You still want to go to the Reincarnation Dao Academy? You can already go to the Grand Dao Academy. Lu Yin came from the hyperspace dimension and had entered the Void God, Lost, and Wood Dao Academies. He was already qualified to go to the Grand Dao Academy. Thank you for the reminder, Senior, but I still want to go to the Reincarnation Dao Academy to see if I can enter the reincarnation spacetime. Third Master Mu nodded. That's fine. I'll contact Yu Tang and have him take you there. In the Six Paths training grounds, aside from those from the reincarnation spacetime, almost everyone from the other spacetimes would go to the Reincarnation Dao Academy at least once. This was because the reincarnation spacetime was the leader of the Six Paths training grounds. There was a more important reason why they wanted to cultivate this power. The Reincarnation Dao Academy's current powers were called the Stone Truncheon and the Stone Gate 8 Hands, both of which came from the reincarnation spacetime's Great Stone Sage. It was rumored that the Great Stone Sage had lived for a long time and had been severely injured in a battle with the Eternals. He wasn't far from death. Once he died, someone had to inherit his position. Whoever inherited this position would be able to obtain the power of one of the 9 sages. This opportunity had been given out when the Six Paths training grounds opened. This meant that anyone who entered the Reincarnation Dao Academy could obtain this opportunity, not just those from the reincarnation spacetime. This was the reason why countless people were fighting to enter the Reincarnation Dao Academy. After all, even if the Great Stone Sage died, it would take some time for them to cultivate. Of the Six Paths training grounds, the Lost Path Academy had the fewest members, while the Reincarnation Dao Academy had the most, with more than 3,000 people. If one looked at the entire Six Paths training grounds, then most of them had gone through the Reincarnation Dao Academy at least once. He Shu, Mu Mu, Luo Zong, Su Ji, and the others had all entered the reincarnation spacetime's power. They all hoped that this opportunity would fall upon them, even if it was only 1 in a billion. In Third Master Mu's opinion, Lu Yin's request to go to the Reincarnation Dao Academy was also for this opportunity. As he watched Yu Ting leave with Lu Yin, Third Master Mu sighed. What a pity. He was such a good seedling. He shook his head. Lu Yin had fallen out with Su Xiangyin at such an old age, and he had even opened the wood spirit realm ahead of time. What a pity. Yu Ting brought Lu Yin to the Reincarnation Dao Academy. Along the way, he asked, "Do you want the opportunity to inherit the Great Stone Sage's position?" Lu Ying replied, "If I said no, I wouldn't believe it myself." Yu Ting smiled. "That's normal. No one can refuse such an opportunity. Even if Su Shangyin finds out, he won't blame you. One is a stable seat as an extreme powerhouse of the human race, and one is from the reincarnation spacetime. The other is a chance to become an extreme powerhouse. Anyone would choose this option." Lu Ying replied, "However, I don't expect to obtain that opportunity. It's too difficult. I just want to see how strong the reincarnation spacetime is and whether it can firmly become the leader of the Six Paths Society." Yu Ting looked at Lu Ying but didn't say anything. Soon, Lu Ying arrived at the Reincarnation Tao Academy. The Reincarnation Tao Academy was much more normal. It had mountains, dense forests, and even a city. It made sense, as the Reincarnation Tao Academy included almost half of the Six Paths training grounds. Even if the city hadn't been built by the Six Paths training grounds, it had been built by someone from the Reincarnation Tao Academy. When he stepped onto the grounds of the Reincarnation Tao Academy, a piece of jade flew towards him. After reading the jade, he headed in a certain direction. Just like how Lu Ying had joined the Wood Tao Academy from the Lost Tao Academy, his whereabouts had long since become transparent. The moment he stepped onto the grounds of the Reincarnation Tao Academy, news of his arrival had already spread throughout the 6 dojos. However, the Reincarnation Tao Academy was different from the Wood Tao Academy. The Wood Tao Academy's success was determined from the beginning, which was why so many people were watching. On the other hand, the Reincarnation Tao Academy required a long time to learn and cultivate. If it was that easy to master the stone door 8 hands, Mumu would not have only learned the 3rd hand. Because of this, even though many people in the Reincarnation Tao Academy knew of Lu Yin's arrival, they did not come to watch. Unless he went to take the entrance examination of the stone door 8 hands. At the Void God Tao Academy, Xianxia Dao hurriedly left when he heard that Lu Yin had gone to the Reincarnation Tao Academy. "That bastard. I told him to inform me, but he didn't. How can I not be present at such an important moment? Wait, don't be anxious. I'm coming." He was eager to see the expression on Lu Yin's face when his 4th move of the stone gate was exposed. A guy who was recognized as the most talented person by the 6 Direction Dojo was actually cheating. At the thought of this, Jiang Xiaodao was excited. His chance for revenge had come. If one wanted to enter the Reincarnation Tao Academy, all they had to do was write their name on a smooth stone wall using the stone door 1st hand. The stone wall would give them an answer as to whether they could enter or not. Apart from the stone door 8 hands, there was no other way to leave one's name on the stone wall. This was the test that the Great Stone Saint gave to the younger generation. Lu Yin was currently on his way to the stone wall. The Wood Tao Academy's shocking performance had caused 3rd Master Mu to compete with Su Shangyin. Su Shangyin had opened the Wood Spirit domain in advance and given him spatial talent. If the Reincarnation Tao Academy also competed with Su Shangyin, perhaps he could get Su Shangyin to open the Wood Spirit domain for him. Xiao Qingfeng and the others had suggested that delaying the opening of the illusory space would not benefit him at all. Since that was the case, he would force them. People were forced to be like this. He had long forgotten about Jiang Xiaodao. As for the stone gate 8 hands, he could learn it after seeing it once. There was no need for him to perform the 4th hand. There was a stone wall in the middle of the Reincarnation Tao Academy with many names on it. Many people were scattered around the stone wall. Every time they looked at the stone wall, their eyes were filled with envy. At this moment, someone arrived in front of the stone wall and stood there quietly. It was a woman. "Hey, isn't that a person from spacetime? If I remember correctly, it's called being a fish?" Someone was surprised. Everyone turned to look at him. She was indeed a fish in front of the stone wall. She had joined the Reincarnation Tao Academy for more than half a year, and it was time for her to try to gain entry. In the past half a year, Xianxia had shone brightly. He had gone from the Void God Tao College to the Lost Tao College, then from the Lost Tao College to the Wood Tao College, and finally to the Reincarnation Tao College. He was known as the most talented person in the 6 Direction Tao rites, surpassing He Shu and the others. As for her, she hadn't even been initiated. Seeing that Xianxia was coming, she had to enter the Reincarnation Tao Academy before he arrived. Only then would she be able to face him. Otherwise, she would be too ashamed to face him. Not far away, Shihong, Muqing, and the others had also arrived. Little you, there's no need to rush. Focus and calm down. You've already grasped the technique and can start now, Shihong said. Zuiyu bit his lip, his gaze resolute. He took a deep breath and told himself not to let his thoughts run wild. He slowly raised his hand and attacked. The stone gate was the first attack. Around the stone walls, numerous gazes were focused on Zuiyu. Looking at her natural and smooth moves, it was indeed the first move of the stone gate. She was already very familiar with it. Every stroke was carved into the stone wall. Every stroke was very deep. Shihong was satisfied. In fact, Xiaoyu could have been initiated a month ago. She has been practicing for the past month. She's been learning the swimming dragon's flash. Her talent isn't bad, Muqing praised. He then looked at Shihong. What about you? Haven't you decided which academy to go to? You could have gone to the Grand Training Hall a long time ago. Shihong was vexed. I want to go to the Lost Academy. Muqing wasn't surprised. The Lost Academy's strength is indeed worth learning. I'll go with you. Shihong looked deeply at Muqing and nodded, thank you. In front of the stone wall, Zuiyu retracted her hand. Her name was deeply engraved on the stone wall. She had passed. Zuiyu heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at Shihong. She saw her admiring gaze and was about to say something when her smile suddenly froze. Xianxia? Shihong was astonished and looked back. Xianxia? Muqing and the others looked over as well. This was the first time they had seen Luin. He's Xianxia? He really came to our Reincarnation Tao Academy. That's expected. Who wouldn't want that opportunity? Xianxia is known as the most talented person in the Six Paths and has been praised to the heavens. Naturally, he'd want it even more. The Wood Spirit region only got his speed innate gift. The Wood Spacetime doesn't want him. Luin slowly walked over and smiled at Zuiyu. Congratulations, you've started. Zuiyu was bitter. I can't compare to you. You can even go to the Tao Academy. Luin smiled but didn't say anything. Muqing walked up and looked at Luin, politely saying, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Muqing. Luin nodded. Xianxia. I heard that you broke the swimming dragon flash in one move. Let's try it out sometime, Muqing said. Before Luin could reply, Shihong walked up. Xianxia, why are you here? Luin replied, the entrance exam. Shihong was stunned, as if she hadn't heard him clearly. What did you say? Muqing stared at Luin. You want to take the entrance exam? The Reincarnation Tao Academy's entrance exam? The crowd was in an uproar. Zuiyu's jaw dropped. No way. Luin nodded. Yes. You learned the Stone Gate's 8 hands? Shihong exclaimed. Luin replied, I saw it just now. It didn't seem difficult. Shihong was stunned. Not difficult? Although Zuiyu had only learned it for a few months, that was under her guidance. Normal cultivators wouldn't be able to start without at least half a year, and even geniuses would need 1 or 2 months. For example, Mu Mu and He Shu had taken at least a month. How could they take the exam so soon? Muqing was shocked. Xianxia, are you sure you want to take the exam? Have you tried the Stone Gate's 8 hands before? I'll try it now, Luin said with a smile, walking past the two towards the stone wall. If this was Lu Yin's first time at the Six Direction training grounds and no one had heard of his name before, they would definitely mock him. If he failed, they might even find trouble with him. After all, they had studied for a long time, and seeing someone so arrogant that he could learn it with a single glance would definitely make them uncomfortable. But now, Luin had come with the title of the Six Direction Training Grounds #1 innate talent. Although it was a little exaggerated to say that he had just started, no one refuted him. They all looked at him quietly, since he was going to try it anyway. Luin stood in front of the stone wall. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, but there was actually a very thin layer of astral source covering the surface in a unique way. Only by using this method could one leave words on it, and this was also why anyone who left words on it would be able to gain entry. Normal cultivators wouldn't be able to tell, and only those who had reached the peak of envoys or even half-ancestors would be able to. There were already many names on the stone wall, and those who could come to the six-direction training grounds were all elites from different spacetimes. They were either extremely talented or had powerful backgrounds, so it wasn't difficult to start. It was just a matter of time. Luin suddenly looked at Suiyu. What's the fastest time to start? Suiyu was stunned and didn't answer. Mu Qing answered from the side, hyperspace, he shu, 1 month and 3 days. Luin nodded and looked at the stone wall again. He slowly raised his hand and struck out with his palm, using the stone door's first hand. When Luin used the stone door's first hand, everyone stared at him. His movements were elegant and fluid, and he seemed even more stable than Zuiyu's first hand. Everyone was shocked, he had actually learned it. Zuiyu couldn't believe it. She had studied it for several months, and even then, she had been praised by everyone for having the talent to cultivate the reincarnation spacetime civilization. But how could her talent compare to Xianxi's? He had only taken one look to learn it. That was true talent. Mu Chang's scalp went numb. How could there be such a person? 8 hands that could see through the stone door? How could there be such a person? Shihong clenched her fists, feeling as if her swimming dragon's flash had been broken in a single move. That confusion, helplessness, and disbelief all came from this person. Luin quickly used the stone door's first hand to leave his name on the stone wall, Xianxia. He had succeeded. Everyone else was still immersed in shock. Lu Yin's success negated all the hard work that the Reincarnation Dao Academy students had put in for so long. In the end, they couldn't even compare to him. This was no longer something that could be explained by talent. He had created an unprecedented record that would never be broken in the future. Impossible, he must have learned it, someone muttered. Someone nearby reacted, Xianxia, you learned the stone door's 8 hands. Yes, he must have. Otherwise, how could he have learned it with just one look? Luin looked around, not bothering to explain. He had indeed learned the 4th hand, but so what? With his current cultivation, even if the stone door's 8 hands was a progenitor battle technique, it wouldn't be difficult for him to learn it. However, he was bullying these children. Consider yourselves unlucky. Luin continued to raise his hand, stone door's 2nd hand. Everyone was shocked, he had even learned the 2nd hand. Mu Qing stepped forward and watched Luin display the stone door's 2nd hand. It was definitely the 2nd hand, and Luin was even more proficient than him. How could there be such a person? Compared to Luin, even geniuses like Mu Mu and He Shu paled in comparison, let alone Mu Qing. Many people felt bitter, as they understood the feelings of those from the Void God Dao Academy, the Lost Dao Academy, and the Wood Dao Academy. They now understood why this person was recognized as the most talented person. Of course, more and more people believed that Luin must have learned the stone door's 8 hands beforehand, or else he wouldn't have been able to reach this level. This is the stone door's 8 hands, not an ordinary battle technique. How could he have learned it with just one look? Not only does this negate our efforts, but it also negates the glory of the Great Stone Door and the power of the Great Stone Saint, someone shouted. Luin suddenly turned around and bypassed the 2nd hand before using the 3rd hand to appear in front of the person who had spoken. The person didn't even have time to react before Luin slapped him 10 times in a row. Only after the slaps had ended did he react, Xianxia, you. Luin snorted, you're trying to drive a wedge between us. I learned the stone door's 8 hands because it suits me, not because I negate the power of the Great Stone Saint. If you say another word, I'll cripple you. The person covered his face and didn't dare say another word, but his eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Luin. End of chapter 2548. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.